bring the products to you at home. Charactercraft is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Charactercraft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister. And we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well. So you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello, good morning. Well, we are in the midst of the festivities for the fourth birthday. I literally put fourth and birthday all in. Birthday. I'm going to go with it, of All and Create. Now, we've already had one fantastic one-day special. We launched another one yesterday, but now we are talking about the weekend wow. Good morning, Abs.
Good morning.
I think
Good
I
morning,
need another
everyone.
coffee.
Me too.
Yeah. So yes, we are celebrating the 4th birthday, and we have a weekend wow. We have another collection that complements, and then we have a complete collection, which most of you were going for. Abs, tell us a little bit about Bipasha, who's designed these.
Yeah, Bipasha is a great craft and artist from Australia, and she is so talented and she's so generous at the same time in her art, in her designs. She's been with us since day one, since the beginning of All and Create, and she was teaching online with us. She did stamps, she did stencils, she did dies as well. Some beautiful dies in the shells also are designed by her. Yeah, if I describe her style, is different, elegant, classy. It's a good mix between vintage and modern. So many details. You have all what you need to create a project. So I like it.
Yay, we all like it. So this set here is the Weekend Wow, and it's this lovely sea theme. It's absolutely beautiful. Now I'm just going to wing in these beautiful stamps because I want you to see the size of these. Look, and the detail. I mean, the scales, they're minute. You know, you really can see there's been so much effort and love, of course, gone into these wonderful stamps. And I love that what she's done is she's got the fish, but then she's put florals with it. You've got sentiments on here. There's always something extra. The more you look, the more you will see in terms of detail. Love that crab. He's so cool. There you go. So that is your lovely Ocean Wonders. Then you get the lotus flowers, which again are divine. Have a little look here. Beautiful. Again, you've got sentiments in here. And I'll just, again, swizzle it around just so that you can see the size. There you are. Nice. Look at all that detail. They're beautiful florals, aren't they? And then I love this one. I'm a bit obsessed with this diving helmet.
I like it. And I like how the flowers are around it and all those nice texture and details. I really like it.
It's really cool. I mean, just look at this. It's like pointillism. It's beautiful. And then you've got your banners. Lovely. And I must show you the boards that Corrie has done because she's just the most... What do you call her again, Corrie?
The queen of colouring.
She is, isn't she? Look at these. Absolutely stunning. Look at this. Look at the detail. Isn't it wonderful? There you go. And then you can see with the fish and the shells that are all on there, they are absolutely glorious. I have more boards. There we go. We've got the lovely lotus flowers, which are such pretty flowers. But you know what? They can be anything. They can be any colour.
Absolutely. They can be of any colour.
Very nice in pink. And then we come on to that gorgeous diving helmet, the oldie worldie. It just reminds me... You know, this is a daft thing, Abs, but you know, when I look at this, there was an episode of Scooby-Doo, other characters available. Molly's nodding. She's seen there was like a monster that had the helmet on. Anyway, I'm digressing. Right then, so £55.97. This does have a £5 saving. Just hang on to that because it carries over. And of course, you can spread the cost, 2 payments of £27.99. Now, if you buy the Weekend Wow, or indeed anything else on this show, you are entitled to this lovely free gift with purchase. It's worth £7.99. So this baby, which is a wonderful, wonderful background stamp, you're not paying for. Now, then you've got a second collection. So this one, the Weekend Wow, we're sort of calling the essentials. This one then we've got as the Sea Life Orchid Cluster and your scripted circles, which is a really, really fabulous background. And again, another favourite of mine is I love the fact that the octopus has got a hat on. I just think it's really
so
stylish.
Cool. Yeah, that's really stylish.
Yeah, love him. And then we've got the seahorse. And then we've got that lovely whale. Could be a blue whale if you wanted.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. It's very nice. It's very nice and cute whale.
And then moving along, we have more florals. So we've gone from the lotus to the orchids, and we both said we love orchids.
I do love orchid. And yesterday I got an orchid from Tracy for the birthday, so she got me one.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, and now I told her like how I'm gonna carry it on the train with all my stuff. She said, that's not my problem.
Yeah,
that's my gift is done, and now you.
No, you can do
whatever you want with it.
Love it. And then we have got the wonderful scripted circles. So as it says, you've got those wonderful circles with that fabulous script in the background. Very useful, this.
Absolutely, it's very useful. It's perfect for. It goes very well with this collection.
Absolutely.
Because of bubbles and all these sea theme elements, but also you can use it by its own, different project, different style, different themes.
Nice. And then again, we've got some beautifully coloured boards, and orchids come in all sorts of different colours. So
absolutely, yeah, it's really, really nice.
There you go. Look at that, and our lovely flamingo. And I love the flamingos. Like got even like maths around it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the numbers and all the details.
Yeah, formulas. And then here you go. Here's our very stylish octopus wearing his hat. Brilliant stuff. So you can spread the cost again, 2 payments of £23.99. Item number is 865337. But if you do want the whole collection, we've got this available. And if you go for the complete collection, you will then get this as your free gift with purchase. And this obviously goes fantastically because you've got the waves, is worth $11.99. If you wanted both freebies, and who wouldn't, you just need to buy the complete collection and then something else on the show. And that's how you'll get all of it. Now, let's talk about the price, because you can spread the cost not twice but 3 ways. Plus, you've taken that £5 saving from the Weekend Wow. Plus you've got an additional £5 saving for the complete, and then you've got an extra 10% as a Freedom member. £89 and 5 pence, or even better, 3 payments of, there it is, £29.68. Shall I show you some samples?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. There we go. So who's done this one? This is by Corrie. Yeah, you can spot them, can't you?
You can tell her colouring, can you see all the details, and it's really, really nice.
Look at that. I love the 2 half fish with the flowers. I just think it's very clever. Yeah. And then this one here.
Debbie Martin.
Indeed it is. Beautifully coloured again. And I love the use of the white pen because it just really highlights.
Absolutely.
And then we have our fabulous lighthouse. Debbie. Debbie's done this one. And next up we have got, now these collage papers.
Oh, that's amazing. That's Kelly. Yeah.
Yeah. They are fantastic, aren't they? I love the composition. Really, really cool with this composition. And then let me just get some from the second collection. Bringing this in, we've got a fantastic canvas. That's Joe Rice. He's done this, and I just love. She's 3D'd it up. She's added some extra elements, and then we've got our lovely octopus with his hat on. Marvellous. Right, do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or please go to the website at hochanda.com. But it has been a supremely busy weekend. Make sure you're checking out your baskets, won't you? All right, over to you, Abs. What are you going to play with today?
So, for this morning, we're going to do a triptych of tags. We're going to do 3 tags, different size and a different look each time. Okay. Lovely. So, let me just put aside. Tracy Evans helped me with some fussy cutting, so thank you, Tracy.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah, she's been helping me with the fussy cutting because I don't like it. Okay, so here we have our 3 tags, 1 XL and 2 medium size. If anyone wants the size, this one is 8.5 inches, and the large one, I guess it's about 10.5 inches by 5, and this one is 8.5 by 4, roughly 4 1/4. So I have here my acrylic blocks, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some stamping on all of them, and then add colours, and then start playing with that. So I have here my first fish using VersaFine Clair permanent ink pads.
Is it the black or the grey?
That's the black.
Right.
Good layer of ink as always. Do it here.
So you're stamping off the tag?
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course
something
the
that you need to
gloves.
try.
Yeah, I know, I must do that this weekend. Yeah. There, look at that.
That beautiful stamping. It's really, really beautiful and clear. That one here, the other side, because it's left, I'm not going to waste it. So I'm just going to do a little bit in here, just so you have that continuity of text and of design. Voila. Yeah,
nice.
That's beautiful. Put that one side.
Others, just some nice little words there.
Yeah, they're really beautiful sentiments. She always put a really, really beautiful sentiment with each design.
Have you met Vipasha, by the way?
Never.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I was about to go last year to teach in Australia. I was invited, and then for some, not personal reason, professional as well, we had to postpone the tour that I was doing in Australia. So I'm still, and then it was supposed to be this September, but now with all what's happening.
I know, right?
So we had to postpone it again for next year, so hopefully next year will happen.
Yay!
And then we go there. So now I'm stamping the whale. Beautiful. I was waiting to use it since yesterday, because I used the others, but I did not use him yesterday. So today I'm Excited. Okay, a good layer because it has a lot of details, so good layer of ink. And then stamp way here at the bottom of my page.
I love all the extras around it, like it's not just the whale, you've got hexagonal bubbles and all sorts.
Yeah, and because on the show today we have, oh look at that,
Yeah,
it's really
perfect.
beautiful. And because today on the show we have the hexagonal stencils and matching stamp.
We do.
So that would complement perfectly this design. Okay. Let me just put that one back.
Have you given up cleaning the stamps this morning?
No, yeah, giving up. It's like, and also it's too early, so I'm just giving up. Okay, as I just mentioned about the hexagons, because they're really, really nice here together. So I have my hexagon stamp set, which is also on the shelf today, with the complete and with the hexagon collection. So I'm just gonna use that one. That's a little bit large, so let me use that acrylic block. To be fair, I'm sometimes comfortable working the A4 one. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some details of that hexagons around my design, so I'm going to have that nice continuity. Okay, so let me just do this part here.
All good. And details are on the screen. What you're getting is 2 stencils. One of them is A4. There you go, there's the other stencil, and you're also getting like a positive and a negative stamp set. £42.95. Oh, 3 stamp sets. There you go, 486045.
You see it stamps really, really beautifully in there. And it looks like continuity of the hexagons we have in... I just did one here. I'm going to do the other side as well.
Are you all right, Abs?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just
good.
looking for baby wipe because I just don't want this part here.
I see.
Just to get rid of the ink.
Yeah.
Okay. That's done.
Yeah.
Okay, and now I'm just going to turn my tag and do more design in this section here.
Just a little tiny
Just
bit.
a little tiny bit, as you said.
Yeah,
That
nice.
is better. So it's like kind of a nice continuity from the other side.
Yes, I do like the way you compose things. It's very
Yeah.
pleasing to the eye.
Actually, I'm going to add a little bit here on
Okay.
the side, so you have that nice continuity. And rules of 3, so we did 1, 2, so we need to add the third one now.
Yeah, it
Quick
does
layer.
work, the rule of 3,
Yeah.
definitely.
Just that bit here in there, so yeah, it's nice now.
And the nice thing about stamps like this, when they're background stamps, is you don't have to put them on a block. You can just, you know...
Yeah, straight away use them with your hands.
Yeah, and then you get just tiny fragments.
It's nice.
Yeah.
It's really nice there. Okay, let's move on to something else. Put that one back. Okay,
Lovely.
put it in here. Now what I'm going to do, I want to add some sentiments. It's really nice. And
We're
nice.
going back to our Weekend Wow stamp set here. Or, of
Actually,
course, the
not
complete.
this one. Let me start with the... Yeah, on the Weekend Wow bundle.
Oh, there's that nice long one.
I really like those small details
Yeah.
in that one.
And that sentiment, I'm just trying to read it. Find the pearls in life. Ah, oh no, wait. Find the pearls in life's ocean. That's a lovely one. And then I adore the fact she puts kind of numbers and things around it.
That's her
Different.
touch, and she's really, really good at that.
Yeah. It's an unusual style, but a really cool style.
That's it. And then maybe
Excellent.
just because I'm liking the splatters, so maybe I'm just going to stamp them. Just ink that section. Oops. Yeah, maybe just here to have a nice kind of splodge.
Splodge is such a cool word.
Yeah, splodge.
Yeah.
That's done. So I did my 2 main focal points, and now I'm just kind of stamping all around to add the details and to make them look
And it-
better.
Yeah, and draws your eye in then to the focal points when you've sort of got those lovely frames around it.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then maybe one more time I come back to the hexagons because I think I would need one here.
So we're going back to the hexagon bundle,
Yeah.
are we? Okay,
Just
dokie.
quickly. So,
And then again, you're getting the 3 stamp sets and 2 stencils for £42.95, 486045, and of course you can spread the cost on.
and then is that, yeah.
Is that the right way?
Yeah.
All good. Yeah, you were using this one yesterday with your distress oxides, weren't you?
Yeah, I did just, I went too far, so I don't need this section here.
All good. And if you do want to watch on Rewind, Abs was on at 9 AM yesterday and 1 PM. That's the good thing I like about Rewind is, you know, once you've received the stamps also, you can go back and watch it and recreate these techniques.
I do watch Rewind a lot, especially when I'm doing some work and I want to have it like on the background.
Yeah.
So working and listening to it and watching,
I see.
the show that I
That's
missed. Yeah, that's it. It's a really nice curl in there, so it kind of filling the gaps. Okay, so this is for my first stack. I'm going to stop here.
Okay.
And then put that one aside. Oop. Just to quickly clean that one.
While you're just doing that, just a very quick recap. Because remember, you have got your weekend wow, you have got your a lovely second option, but then most of you are going for the complete collection. Don't forget, if you have the complete collection, you'll be getting your free gift with purchase, which is worth £11.99. Lovely. A few samples to show you. Here is our diving man. Or the head, anyway. Lovely. This one is by Corrie. She colours fantastically, doesn't she? Then we've got this one. I'm not sure who did this one, but I really like the white space.
Yeah. That's a really nice sample, actually.
It is, and then that pop of colour is fabulous.
And the use of the washi tape on the side.
Of course. Do we still have that?
If they shop by brand, yeah.
Oh, marvellous. And then this one is by Joe Rice, so you can see, again, look at that composition. It's beautiful. And our flamingo. He's so cute. This one is by Janet. This one also is by Janet. Again, brilliant use of the white space. And then I'll do one more. This is by Janet also. Fabulous. Okie dokie. So you have got a £10 saving, then a further 10% if you're a Freedom member. 897271. Back to you then. Right, so you're on your second one.
So yeah, I finished my first tag, and now what I'm doing is I'm stamping on the second tag to win more design.
Uh-huh.
You see, this one is already all beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And you're going to add colours and fill all those gaps and more layers on the top.
Lovely.
So that is beautiful, beautiful design as well. They see
it's
the
all
body,
of the scales. There's so many. They're so
they are
tiny.
amazing, yeah. And this one I'm going to make it a little bit more simple than the first one, so I'm not going to go with a lot of stamping. Doing the head now. Oops, so adding maybe somewhere in here, yeah, just like this.
And commit.
Yeah. Decision.
Do you emboss much, or do you prefer just to work with inks?
I do, but rarely, not that often.
Right, yeah. Prefer the inks.
Yeah, I prefer the ink.
See, I'm the other way around. I emboss like all at 90% of the time.
So you like embossing?
Yeah, I love embossing.
So pretty much for that stack, I'm going to stop here. And you can see
I love
you
that
have
though.
fish.
Love that.
Yeah,
Yeah. Perfect.
that one, and then the rest of the stack. Sorry, we're going to do more stamping later with different colors. So let me put that one back. And now I'm going to stamp your favorite.
Mr. Octopus.
Yeah. And that one for my third tag.
Uh-huh.
I think I need a large acrylic block for that.
What time are you on again later today, Abs?
10 a.m.
Ah, right.
10 a.m. and tomorrow 10 and 2.
Right.
So you still see me more another day. 3 more shows. Okay, gonna do all the stamping here. Good layer of ink. This one has a lot of detail, so make sure you have a good layer of ink before you commit to any stamping. Okay, so let me do it here. That is the, should we do it here on the first one? Yeah.
And do you, so you hold it there for just a little bit to let the...
Yeah, hold it, and then all what I do is I lift all the edges. But just make sure that you don't move your acrylic block and stamp, because if you move, you're not going to have clear, crisp prints.
Right. And there you go.
Look,
yeah.
you have straight away very, very nice cool effect. And now what I want to do, because I'm liking all these textures, so I'm going to stamp just that part here.
Yeah.
Because I want those texture. And I'm going to do it one part here. Yeah, this way. It's nice.
Yeah.
And then do a little bit of this section in here. So we don't, like, I have more, not only one.
Just his little tentacle
Yeah.
off the page. Fabulous.
And maybe just one more here.
Where do you keep all your samples, Abs? You must have hundreds and thousands.
Yeah, I put them in a journal because I have my journal, so I just put them inside the
lovely.
journal, I stick them in there.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just put them in a box. I have one of those storage, how to call them? These small, like deflector that you sell here.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's not a deflector, it's another one. I forgot the name. I forgot the, so, and one of the trays is just for my samples.
Oh, nice.
And I have another tray, is just for the one that I did not finish.
Right.
I don't think I will ever finish one day.
And the what is it they call them? It is UFOs.
I call them PhDs.
Oh.
I have so many PhDs because project half done.
Project half done. I like that.
PhDs. I have so many PhDs at home.
That sounds very posh.
Yeah, I have so
I
many.
have so many PhDs.
Yeah, that's fine. Just have that nice continuity. Let me put it back. No cleaning today.
Will there be cleaning tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow I have to, before packing everything. Here's some sentiments, just to go in here. So the reason I'm doing these 3 tags this morning is to do a lot of stampings, obviously, because I love stamping and I'm very like, I'm love this design, so they're all beautiful. But also I want to show 3 different styles, 3 different projects. So let me just put them in here. Oops, just, sorry, 1 second. Put that one here, because I'm going to make a mess in a second if I don't clean that one. Okay, that's fine. And now let's bring those 3 tags. So we have the octopus, we have the fish, and then we have the fish here. So, as I said, 3 tags, they're all different. And so far we have only the stamping. This one, maybe we can put it this way, vertical.
Yeah.
That looks nice, yeah, because I'm going to do the drips of the colors you have here. And now I'm going to do is I'm going to do some watercolor. I'm going to do some watercolor here. So you can use any watercolor you have. You can use your watercolor as like a paint or pencils or spray or anything that you want watercolor. And obviously I'm not going to ask you to wait for me ages to do it because I already did it here. So you can see how my prep it is already dry. So basically let me put next to it so you see exactly what I did.
Nice.
And here what I did is I sprayed some water on my tag and then just put 2 colors of watercolor.
Lovely.
So that's one. And then the same thing I did here. Let's put this second tag here. So you have the fish, the body, and the head in here. Also, as you can see, I did here 2 different colors. So you have the green and the blue, and here I have the yellow and a little bit of pinky. And this one is, when it dries, a little bit clear. So I think I'm going to add another layer on the top of this one later. But it's all dry and it's all ready. And the last one, just to show you the color. This one is the one that is not 100% dry because I just did it this morning. Because I thought, oh, let me do the 3rd one, just to show you. This has more collage, and this one is not 100% dry, but but I'm loving the colours.
Awesome.
And that's the large one. Yeah, the green, the orange and the yellow, they blend in very well together, and it goes here till the bottom. I don't know if they can see because it's a very bit large there. And so we're going to do some stamping, etc. Tracy helped me with a lot of fussy cutting.
Bless
so
her.
all of those 3D here, for example, here, can you see if we put 3D on the top, that white will really pop. We're going to do some stamping. So I'm going to be working for now on this too because they're completely dry.
Yeah.
And that one put aside just to dry a little bit, and then we can work on it.
Cool,
You do
yeah.
that?
I'll just do a very quick recap then. Thank you, lovely. We've got the squares here. Oh, sorry, no, the complete first, apologies. Right, here's the complete collection where you are going to get your Ocean Wonders, Lotus Clusters and Sea Essentials, plus your Sea Life Orchid Cluster and Scripted Circles, and your free gift with purchase worth £11.99. It's £89 and 5 pence if you are a Freedom member. So you've got that £10 saving plus an extra 10%, and you've got it on 3 flexi-buy payments. There it is, of £29 and 68 pence. So it is well worth becoming a Freedom member. 897271. Lovely. Now we have got the squares here in stencil form and also stamp form. Here's the big stencil. It's lovely. A4. Check this out. So again, bigger than the packaging displays because obviously you have to get the logo and everything on. But it's a really lovely stencil. Plus, we have got this size stencil, and then these stamps are amazing. Look at these. You've got kind of got the positive and the negative here of your stamps. Really like that, and I love the fact that you've got all of the numbers and things in there. They're very cool. I do have a few samples. Here you can see beautifully using oxides, I believe, the distress oxides. Looks really good in those two colours, doesn't it? And then we've got our stamps, and you can see I really like that round sort of half of it. There's that slightly thicker edge. It makes it look really 3D. Here's another one where we've got a lovely bit of texture. Look at that. I like the images as well. And another one here, just subtly in the background. Sometimes you don't have to make it a focal point. Combining it with the typewriter that we've also got on the show. And then last tag, there you go. It's just that added interest, isn't it, with this. £34 and 96 pence. Now this set is limited. So if you do want it, do be quick. 671757 is your item number. Now, if you'd like it in hexagon form, we've got the same idea going along. And you can see you've got your A4 stencil, then we've got the other stencil, and then we've got these stamps. Whee! Let's turn this around and turn this one around. Now, I have been informed that we are actually missing one, so you'll get an extra stamp here. There is a third stamp. There you go. You can see it on the screen. You can spread the cost again. 2 payments of £21 and some change. 486045 is your item. Oh, and I do have, sorry, apologies. I do have samples here. That's cool. Very nice. Lovely texture to it. I really like that. That's gorgeous, isn't it? It's really fun. I know a lot of us have got B stamps, so these are perfect to go with it. And then this one, nice little pop of colour. And this again, love that composition. It's really cool. 2 payments of £21 and 48 pence. Item number is 486045. Now this is, I know I was talking a lot yesterday about how Leonie adores this stamp set, particularly the magnifying glass. My granddad always used to use a magnifying glass. Yeah, it's really sweet. And then we've also got our beautiful florals. Blooming Beauty, it's called. I have a lovely board, well, it's cardstock, but coloured in again by Corrie. Absolutely stunning. Look at these. And what she's done here, so we've got a brighter version, and then she's also done a more softer version, which is really cool. I've got to show this sample again because it's absolutely ace. Check that out. Isn't that amazing? It's cool, isn't it? Love it. And then we've got this here with our hot air balloon. It's so clever. There's so much detail around it. And then we've got our fabulous ship, our sail ship. Awesome. Here's another version, completely different. Just pops, doesn't it? And look at all the work that's gone on around it. And look at this with the acetate in the eye. It's cool, isn't it? £32.98. You've got a £10 saving on this. Item number is 902051. We're going to keep going. So the next one, it's the grandfather clock, which I adore. Oh, I've just found it. There you go. Grandfather clock is so nice. And then you've got your typewriter. Really takes you back in time, this. Abs and I were chatting yesterday about how Pasha really likes to combine the old with the new. There you go, fabulous. And then here are some more samples. Here's our old typewriter. Looks so good. Nice in the monochrome, because then it really pops against that coloured background. Oh, I found a board. Hang on. Look at that colouring. That is exceptional. No, that's a nice idea. A little bit of glossy accents just in there, just to make it look like glass. And then here's our fabulous typewriter. Excellent. £10 saving on this collection. These are some firm favourites, these. £32.97, 772324. And then we have our background stamps, always so useful. This is great because you've got the reverse on these. Yeah, really, really nice. And this would go well with the One Day Special, with the Weekend Wow, with everything. I must go next door actually and have a look. I haven't seen the One Day Special yet. £37.96. £10 saving. Item number is 992973. Do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or of course you can check out on the website at hochanda.com. Some more things for you. Now, matching stencils and stamps, we've also got them in triangular form. And here they are for £24.97. You've got the 2 stencils and the matching stamp sets. Totally triangular, I like that. And what's that? Lots of triangles with a Z. We've also got some die sets for you. This is the code Bursting Buds and Cells. They are really awesome, these. £33.97. Again, another £10 saving. 270852. And then one more for you. Another set of 2 dies, and this time we've got the number crunching and checkered figures. £29.98 to 98496. Again, you can give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or do check out our website at hochanda.com. We've popped the complete collection back on because that's what the majority of you are going for. You've got that £5 saving that carries over from the Weekend Wow. You've got an extra £5 saving, and then you've got a further 10% saving if you are a Freedom member, and it's on 3 flexi buys. And don't forget, you'll get your free gift with purchase worth £11.99. I mean, that's substantial. You're not paying for that. 897271 is your item number. Over to you, Abs.
Okay, thank you. So what I did here is, my tags are dry, so this flower stamp set from the complete collection as well. So Tracy helped me to fussy cut them all, and I'm just trying to see what I can put them later on when I do my my final look. Oops, let me bring that one. Here's the camera so you can see what I'm doing. I also have this large flower from the same stamp sets, and this one I'm thinking to put it on this tag somewhere in here later when everything is dry, but this one is not dry yet. But just before that, I just want to mention something about yesterday's demos, because we did not have time to show them the finish, and because I did the same concept for my finishing touches. So this one, for example, that we did at 1 p.m, you can see here I did some colouring, I sticked all the flowers, everything in stack. I just think now now looking at it, because each time I look at it, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, actually, I want to just add some sentiment in here or something, but also some little bit of black splatters just around, just to make it look more finished.
Yeah.
So this is the one I did yesterday. If you missed the demo, can you see the glossy accent in here?
Oh, yes,
So
you
if
popped
you
that
missed
on.
the demo, it was yesterday at 1 p.m.
Lovely.
So you can watch it on rewind. And this one is the from 8 a.m. This one is still not finished, but all what I did is I did some colouring, as you can see, the glossy accents and all of them.
I love the green.
Yeah. I really like
sings.
it. Yeah, the green and blue with different blue on the background. So this one is just need more sentiment and more stamping, but also I need just to kind of frame it either with some distress in the edge, some fake kinds of frame and stitches and zigzag lines and everything. So to give it just a finished look, and as I said, sentiment, and you make it look finished.
Marvellous.
I forgot, because yesterday I forgot to show these. So
Don't
let me
worry.
just put them aside.
That's great, though. Thank you.
Okay, now back to these tags. This one is not dry yet, so I'm working on this too. Let me put my flowers aside. And what I want to do is, I just want to add a little bit of stamping, a little bit of stenciling. I don't want to make it very busy tags. I really want something very easy and very easy but effective at the same time. And it's 7 a.m, so something just to start the day slowly. We don't go heavy mixed media and too many layers, so just slowly for this morning. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go with my what did I say? Should I start with, yeah, I'm going to go with the stencils, actually. I have here the hexagons and the squares, and I'm going to choose the same color combination here that I used. So I'm going to go with the pink and yellow for one, and the green and the blue for the other one. And so that is my yellow, that is my blue, that is my green, and let me find pink. I doubt to have it with me, but no, I do. I do, actually, because it's not a color that I use that often, to be honest. So yeah, so I have here my Distress Oxide, so that's the combination that I'm going to go for these two tags. And I'm just going to do some stenciling on negative way, because it's nice to have color, but it's nice to have color with details and texture on it, and not just like a plain color and that's it. So that's why I want to add some texture. Should we start with this one? Okay, let me just start with the pink and yellow first. I think for that one I'm going to go with the squares for this project, and I'm going to leave the hexagons for the other one. Okay, so do my pink.
So that doesn't ruin the pad, does it?
No,
oh,
it doesn't.
Good.
Yeah, I have this pad, I think, those ones since the day they released them.
Where did you?
I still have them, and to be honest, I still did not re-yank them, refill them with the
good,
re-yanker. Yeah.
right.
They're still juicy and they still doing the job. So if they still doing the job, we're not going to touch them. We're going to. So I'm going to add a little bit of yellow, because I have the yellow on the tag as well. There's actually there. Spray some water, so those two colors can get beautiful blending and they get a nice effect. I have here my kitchen roll or any tissue use, and then I'm just gonna go around here and do that print.
And letting it sink in.
Yeah, let it sink in a little bit, and you remove.
Yes. Looks so good.
How it's really, really beautiful.
Yeah.
And just remove that excess. Do the same thing a little bit in here, because also that's like kind of need a little bit of texture and details. So let's go. And I like when I work tone on tone, like, because I did even though this is the Distress Oxide, which is ink, and that one is watercolor. Yeah. But because it's the same color, same tone, really, really effective. I love working on that. I love doing that. Okay, now yellow. So before I put a lot of pink and a little bit of yellow, just a hint of the other color. Now I'm doing the way around, so I'm doing more yellow and just a little bit of pink. So you have that nice texture and nice, blends in. Just a little bit of pink, maybe a little bit in here, and that's it. Spray in, give it a good shake, just to blend in all the colors beautifully. And then do exactly the same thing. So, so to have both colors, I'm gonna do. Well, actually, I'm just going to use one part for now, just this part here. And then we don't waste anything, and the rest we're just going to do it for the rest of the tag, just to have more textures and nice pattern on the background.
Yep, definitely.
Looks more interesting.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the more you add, the more your project looks dimensional. Yeah.
I agree.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Boom.
Boom.
I've got that from Leonie.
I was about to say it. Always when she does a good step, she's like, boom. Okay, I'm not going to waste that. So I'll just spray some water to see if there is any ink left or anything, if we can still do a print. Let's see. Hopefully we will manage to get another print. Oops. Leave it a few seconds so you have a night, because if you just put your stencil and you remove it, you don't give enough time for the water to because we need the color to sit on the top and to soak, and the water and the paper to absorb that water. So the color will be there and the print will be there for a long time.
And there it is.
Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that.
Really
Very
does
nice.
add such interest.
Okay.
The Square collection is limited, don't forget, for the stamps and also the stencils. So do be quick, £34.96, 671 757.
Okay, so thank you. What I want to do is, where did I put it now? It's
what you after?
my small stamp set. Small. Actually, it's not. I can't do this step later. It's not like necessary. But I had the square one, the matching one, the square that I've been using yesterday. But you know, me and my mess here. Okay, that's not an important step. We can still stamp it later because it was just like a finishing touch for this section here. Yeah. But don't worry. Oh, look at that view from the top.
I know. His Webster's trying to look for you.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, because I'm having that, so just a little bit of that pink, bringing it here. Just a little bit, distressing those edges and give it more of a finished look. If you asked me 2 years ago or something, I would never distress my edges.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah, I don't like it. But now I'm liking it. And now I'm doing it.
I think we all go through different phases and tastes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, okay, little update for you. The Square collection of the stencils and the stamps has now technically sold out, which means all the stock is in baskets. If any bounce back, we will let you know, but thank you for purchasing.
Thank you. Okay, let me put that one aside. Do the green and blue now. And now we're going to work with the hexagon collection. So we have this side, and now because we have here, compared to that one, it's kind of it's more full. It's more because here is a lot of open space compared to the other tag. So in this tag, I don't mind going also with a large stamp set because so you have a nice open space. So I can use a large hexagons, and I want to mix both. So because we have more open space, so which means give us more possibilities, and it's good to have both stencils. So if you have a project where you have just a tiny bit you need to add, use a small one. If you work in a big large project, the A4 will be perfect for that. Just I think because I used distress oxide last time, I did not clean that one. Yeah, I knew that it's distress oxide. That's the only time when I clean. If I know that my ink is not permanent, so which means to react, and I don't want the orange on this project. I really want the blue and the green. And I think yesterday I used too much orange. I have a friend of mine, Karen, who messaged me yesterday, like, Abs, are you okay? I said, why? So like, you're not using a lot of green, you're only using orange. And usually it's just green and blue. And she's like, tomorrow make sure you use a lot of blue and green. So like, no worries, tomorrow gonna be green and blue.
Oh, that's right. Is that Karen who's on the design team?
No, that's another friend,
I see.
There's my Karen. Do we have Karen design team? We have Corey.
Oh,
and
maybe.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly. Oh, sorry. Get
I was
mixed
like,
up.
hang on, did I have a member called Karen?
I'm just making it up, fam.
Okay, now I'm ready. So the small stencil here, the 6x6, I'm going to use it for that part here, so it's easy for me just to use that small design. And the large open space, I'm going to go with the large A4. So let me get my two distress oxide, the blue and the green. Again, I'm going to go with more green on the green side to go tone on tone, and more blue on the blue side. So because we started with the small section, so it's the blue one. A good layer of blue. Let's see if we will see it, because my watercolor blue, I think is a little bit darker than my ink pad, so we will see if we get good print, and obviously add a little bit of green so we have that nice contrast, nice blending, and we see a nice continuity of the colors on the on our backgrounds.
So is it distress inks that you've also been using, or is it...
Now, for the background,
Yeah.
I use watercolor, normal watercolor paints.
Okay.
Yeah, but because I used a green and the blue, so I want to keep the same colors going. Okay, let's do our prints. So I have the green and the green and the blue. So when I turn, I make sure the green will be on the green side and the blue will be on the blue sides. It's not a rule, but it's just beautiful to have a tone on tone sometimes. But obviously, if you don't like it, do whatever you like. As I always say when I'm teaching, I show you the technique and I show you how you use it, but then use any color you want, any shape you want, any stamp you want. So, leave it always, as we said before, you lift it a few seconds. Oh, and it's still... I don't know if you can make a zoom, but when it dry, you will see those lines will be more defined. Yes. You can see here. And because I don't have anything left, so I'm just going to do it quickly while he's zooming.
Look at that closer.
Yeah, you can see. And when it's dry, you will see it better. You will see when it dries, because now it's still a little bit wet because of the water, obviously.
Yeah.
So when the water dry and the color, those lines will really be more highlighted. So now I'm just going to quickly go with just the blue. A little bit of the blue here, just to do a little bit of print here on the sides. Spray it, make sure you have a good color in there, and then I'm gonna do it here. Did we say this? Yes, we did. We did.
I love the reveal. I just love, like while we're waiting, it's like tension.
Yeah.
And then... Yeah, we need tension music. There you go.
Look at that.
Very nice.
At that. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I think all the geometric shapes are really, really nice. So when I designed them, I really... Because I knew that I'm going to use them a lot.
Yeah.
I don't design something if I'm not going to use. There are other shapes. I said yesterday I was a little bit selfish because there are other shapes that are beautiful, but I don't use. So then I'm thinking like, but I don't have to be selfish because some people maybe like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in the future, let me start with the one that I know I can use a lot and promote.
Yes.
And show people how to use them. And then I will do other shapes to complement the collection. But I'm already working, as I said last time I was here I'm already working on 3 new shapes for next year collection. So that's the real collection release 2021. Just still too early, but just to know.
Yeah, sneak peek.
Yeah, just to know the family is growing. You can guess what are these 3 shapes, but I'm not going to tell you now.
No.
But you can guess.
We'll wait and see.
Well, not that many shapes left anyway.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing a lot of green this time for this section because I'm working this side, and a little bit of blue as always, just a nice contrast and a nice blending and continuity and all what you want to call it.
Yeah.
Good shake. And actually, I was about to start with the bottom part, but now looking at it, should I do this corner first and then go to... No, let's start faffing because if I start faffing, I know that I'm not going to do anything. So just let's do this one first. Beautiful.
Lovely.
Do it this way.
I'm being tense.
And voila! Oh, I love how.
Very
again,
nice.
you will see when it dries. It's very light color, the green that I used, but you will see when it dries. It's really, really. Oh, look at that! How they blend in the blue and the green.
Gorgeous.
And now I'm gonna just do this section here on the top.
Okay.
And I think for that one, I'm gonna go just with the small stencil because I just want that corner. I don't want, just that corner here. I don't want to do a big section.
We've had an email from Ross. Hello, Ross.
Oh, good morning, Ross.
Good morning, you're up bright and early. Hi, Abs. Can you please tell me what card or paper you use for your demonstrations?
Today I'm using tags this morning. Usually I work on 250 GSM and mixed media paper, which is multimedia they call it.
Right.
Which is, I think I have, I don't know if I can show it. Can I show the...
Yeah.
So that's the paper that, Sorry. That's the paper that I always work on. It's my favorite for watercolor, for acrylic, for gel printed, for everything.
Yeah.
It's called Paint On, and it's 200 GSM, A4 size. You can cut it any size you want to work on. And today for the tags, I'm just working on normal craft tags.
Yeah, lovely.
This is normal. I think they are Ranger. I think they are on the Hochanda as well. If you shop by brand from Ranger.
Excellent.
This is the tags. So,
Yeah, brilliant. And he's also said, loving this long weekend, you're so inspirational, and to add Tracy into the mix is just the icing on the cake.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
I'm sure Tracy's pleased to hear that as well. Thank you so much. Keep us company, email in.
Yeah.
If you have any question, if you have anything.
Or pictures. We had some lovely pictures yesterday.
Oh my God, yeah. They really, I still remember that butterfly one on the black background.
Looks
really
really
look at
cool.
my eyes.
Yes, feel free to send your pictures
Look
too.
at that.
Yeah.
Details that we just added.
Fabulous. Oh, we can see the butterfly from yesterday. Here it is. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. That is, yeah, that's it. Thank you, producer.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just put those next to each other so you see here what I did.
We've just got 3 minutes, Abs.
As always, time is a flying.
Yeah.
But as I did this morning, I will show you when I finish them. So
That's
can you see
lovely.
here, all the stamping, all the colouring here and there. What I want to do is now go a little bit, we need bubbles because it's sea theme, so we need some bubbles.
Yeah.
Let's do some bubbles. Okay, and for the bubbles, I'm going with the grey because I have a lot of black in here, so I don't want to do a lot of black. So I'm just going to go with some bubbles.
And that one is from the...
Complete collection,
Yeah. And just over the edges.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Can you see it? It's that nice bubbles in there. Do exactly the same thing the other side.
It's those finishing touches, isn't it, that really...
Absolutely, they're very, very
Make
beautiful
it.
and effective.
Yeah.
What did I put in ink? I forgot. Yeah, here's this section.
There you go.
Just make sure you have a nice... Oh, that's really nice
Yeah.
in here. They look like they already, can you
Looks
see?
like it's coming out of his mouth,
Yeah,
actually.
can you see the bubbles both
Yeah.
sides? And what I want to do, the other side as well, some bubbles, but this time I want them here at the bottom because I think, good question, where do they breathe from the face or from...
Oh, the gills, don't they? Yeah.
So let's do some, this side. So just do some bubbles so we have a nice texture in the background. Let me just do that section here. And I'm stamping with the grey, as I said, because
Yeah.
I don't want that dark colour. Yeah, I like it this way. And maybe, let me just turn the stamp and use this side now.
There you go.
And I have just a few more in here.
There, look at that. Perfect.
Yeah, that is perfect. Maybe this one. I'm gonna cheat, but let's do it. Oh, brilliant!
Yes.
Did it.
Did it.
Okay. Where did I put that one? Let me put the lid on.
We have 1 minute,
Okay.
Abs.
Oh, 1 minute left. So what I'm gonna do now, I will start it if we finish it. It's fine. If not, I will show you at 10 a.m. because
Okay.
I'm back at 10 a.m. But I don't think I'm gonna. Oh yeah, there you go. So I'm gonna do my texture paste here. That's
Ooh,
my
nice.
favorite texture paste.
Yeah.
And add a little bit of white to this section and to this section. So I'm going to go with, but this time I'm going to go with these thin details in here, where they are. Can you see the small hexagons?
Yeah.
Those small ones, those are perfect for me to add those textures and details. So just small section here.
Okay.
Not that in it.
And
Let me just take all that excess.
the reveal. Yeah, that
Look
looks
at
really
those.
cool.
Because
Thank you so much, Abs. We're literally 20 seconds to go, so I've
No
really
problem.
enjoyed that.
I
Thank you
did too.
very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Do make sure you're checking out your baskets for the complete collection, and don't forget you will get your free gift with purchase. We'll see you at 10 a.m. then.
See you at 10.
Lovely jubbly. Right, don't go anywhere. Well, maybe get a cup of coffee. I am, and we'll see you after the break. Next, we have got the All and Create Birthday One Day Special with Tracy, followed by Jewellery Box. And after that, as we said, rejoin Abs for the weekend wow.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Welcome to All and Create's 4th birthday event here at Hochanda, with 3 one-day specials and a weekend wow. We invite you all to celebrate with us as we bring you fantastic products and inspirational demonstrations, plus up to 2 free gifts with purchase in each promotion, so up to 8 per customer. Join us for All and Create's 4th birthday celebrations on Wednesday the 14th of October at 6 p.m. to Monday the 19th of October at 6 p.m.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Good morning. We have got an amazing one-day special. We're still celebrating All and Create a 4th birthday here at Hochanda, and we have got a one-day special by Tracy Evans. So we say hello to Tracy. Hello.
Hi, Paula. Are you all right?
How are you? Yeah,
I'm very
really well. And you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, it's an amazing one-day special. Now, it's a little bit different from your usual flowers, isn't it?
Yes. I want to, every now and then, I just like to mix it up a little bit. Sometimes, when you've done flowers for a few releases, sometimes it's just good to keep the audience on the toes and just sort of come out with something a bit different. Still stay true to your style, but just come out with something a little bit different, which is what I wanted to do this time. So I'm really pleased.
It is absolutely gorgeous. Now, you are getting an A4 stamp set from, of course, the one-day special includes that amazing A4 with all the different elements. I love the names Pinecone, Nature. You have deviated as well with the font that you have used here.
Yes, again, just to mix things up a little bit. And I also quite liked this with the Pinecone. We played around a little bit and just thought, yes, I quite like that font. And also you can use the nature and the other elements in different areas. And you could also use the branch on its own.
Absolutely.
So don't think you've just got to use the pine cone. You can use the branch and dangle a heart. You could dangle the nest.
I love that. And you have got sentiments there. There is beauty all around us. And then you are getting a full alphabet.
Oh, I love it. I love alphabets. I love alphabets. I just think they're so useful. You can use it as a whole, as a background stamp. And then obviously you can use them as individual stamps. And they really do stamp beautifully, either with paint or ink. They stamp fantastically.
And I love that you get the numbers and the exclamation marks.
And they're not perfect, they're not uniform.
Absolutely, perfect. Then you are getting, so an A4 stamp set, an A5 stamp set, then you are getting an A6 stamp set. I'm going to turn it around. Being very careful there. Now, backgrounds are important.
Yeah, I struggle, to be honest, to not use a background in my creations. So I struggle not to have those little details. So for me, when I'm designing, I always do like to have a little background in there somewhere, but I've overindulged and had a few.
Well, it's good. If overindulgence looks this good, I'll take it every day. And of course, calorie-free as well. And then we have got, beside it, another one but with that bold numbers as well.
Mine is very well used. That one, I just use everything in it, and it's appeared on every sample. So it's one of those where it never leaves your desk.
And I love the boldness of those numbers as well. Yeah. Now, this is the one-day special. Remember, an A4 plate, an A5 with the whole alphabet and numbers, an A6 as well as an A7. Now, if you buy the one-day special, you also will get a free gift with purchase, and you are one per customer, by the way. And then you are getting the beautiful, you can see it here, the nesting birds in here. Now, it's worth $7.99, and you will not pay for that, but you will receive it if you go for the one-day special. Now, the one-day special has a £3 saving. You also have got a flexi buy option. Now, that is 2 interest-free payments of £29.98. That would be all you would be paying if you are a Freedom member, because you don't pay and pay. Now, however, we do have got a complete collection. Now, that complete collection not only includes the one-day special, but also includes brand new designs by Tracy herself. Now, here you are getting, look at that, the feather. I just love these birds with the feathers. This one is the wild birds. Love them. Can I turn them around so you can see the actual stamp? Because if we put them like this, you can see the nature of the stamps as well. And I love the nature and feather here. And then if I turn it around, you can see that one as well. Love that you have put one with a vertical and one with a horizontal.
Yeah, just trying to, so that you've got lots of versatility. And also those feathers are out of my garden. I always like to bring the garden into the design, so they're actually out of the garden. So I did want to put one way and one the other.
They are beautiful, beautiful. Then you are getting as well the other stamp set, which is the bird song here. And look at that. I'm going to turn it around because, again, you can see it in its full size. Adore the background. I mean, it's just such a cool...
But you could use that on its own, couldn't you, the background?
Absolutely. And look at him. He's your favourite, isn't he?
That's because it just reminds me of me. I'm slightly quirky, you know, and slightly off the wall now and then, so that's just right up my street,
That's how we like you. And then, of course, you have got the background in there. And then finally, you have got as well an A7 stamp set here as well, that gorgeous with the musical. That could have worked for Christmas as well, really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. That makes a complete collection, plus the one-day special, of course. However, now, if you go for the complete collection, you will get a different free stamp set that you don't buy for. It's worth $11.99, and this is, I mean, just for this stamp, I mean, I adore it. This is one of those ones that I know I would use it for my art journaling, for my backgrounds, for cards.
I think for me, when you're giving a freebie, it has to be a genuine freebie. So this was designed at the same time as those stamps. So it wasn't something that was just chucked together for a freebie. It was designed at the same time, so it coordinates with the alphabet and the other backgrounds.
Absolutely adore it. Now remember, you are not paying for that. It's worth $11.99. But if you go with the complete collection, just with the complete collection, you will get this one. Now you won't get the nesting birds, but you will get this one if you go. Now if you add anything else from the show as well, then you will get as well the nesting birds, but that's only if you add something else from the show. Now the complete collection is approaching 60% of the stock, and only we have done 2 hours of it, and you can see in here gorgeous, beautiful, how you can use them. The bird, I love the nature feather element, but also you have got elegant Christmas cards in here.
But I think it's thinking you haven't just got to stick to one season. It's all about thinking outside the box. I mean, that branch there, if you put a heart dangling from the bottom, that would be Valentine's.
Absolutely. And I just think, like, or you could be Halloween if you put a skull or something like that. And then you can have, and I love the yes,
that's off Janice.
And I love the way that you have got also smaller birds stamps and the stars, so you can add those interests there. And of course, look at that. Now you can do all this if you go for the complete collection, because it will you can see it here, how it all combines. And now, the £3 saving from the one-day special carries forward, and you have got an additional £5 saving, so that means that it's £8 saving. However, now, if you're a Freedom member, you have got, on top of those, £5, the total saving is £17.89. However, so that means that if you're not a Freedom member, it's worth to become one, because the saving of being a Freedom member is bigger than the monthly payment of a Freedom membership. Also, you will get a 3 interest-free payments option if you want to split the cost into those interest-free payments. £29.68 is, of course, what you would be paying today if you are a Freedom member. 179,763 is the beautiful collection, and remember, you are getting a free gift, which is that one with a complete collection, and it's approaching 60%. So check out your baskets. 179,763 is the item number, and of course we are eager to see Tracy in action. So over to you.
Thank you, Paula. Good morning, everybody. So what I'm going to do is I'm doing something with the same colour schemes that we've done throughout the shows. The idea is that everything coordinates together, and if you've only got 3 stamp sets, or 3 ink pads or anything like that, you can still create a beautiful design. And this uses all the bird stamps and some of the background stamps as well. So we're going to create an accordion, but we're going to take it nice and easy and nice and slowly, because I know that there's a couple of ladies that are actually crafting along with me. So we're going to take that nice and easy. What I'm using is, I'm using the square stencil, which is the 6x6 one, and I'm using Distress Oxides, bundled sage and speckled egg. That's easier said than done in the morning.
I know, right? The stencil, the square stencil, it's there is different options to go for it. There is the full collection, and then which you can see it on the screen, that it has got 8 stencils as well as 4 stamp sets. In that image, I believe there is one of the stencils missing, which is the circle, the totally dotted, the A4. But it does come in with it in the description. It is just so you know that you are getting 2 of the circles, 2 of the squares, 2 of the but the A4 and the 6x6.
I don't know, you keep up with all that, Paula.
Well, I'm a bit of an Alan Create fanatic, so I do.
Even I'm lost. So I'm just going to spritz that with water. And we're just going to add this to the background.
Okay.
And we're going to do this on 3 panels, but I don't want to use the second generation print. You can use the second generation print if you want to, which we will do on one of the spare pieces, just so that we can see what ink's left. But you need to allow that ink just to sit down there.
Okay.
And it's great just to use the stencils in this way, because this gives me a nice, simple, fresh background.
Okay.
So I can lift that up, and can you
that.
see you've already
Yeah.
got a beautiful background, not too overpowering. Now what you can do, I've got a spare piece of card here, just see if you've got anything left. I don't imagine that I've got that much left, but let's just check anyway, just because it seems a shame to waste that ink.
Okay.
So I am really going to enjoy this process and not rush the demo. I'm going to enjoy it. Actually, for a second generation print, that is actually quite good.
Yeah.
So
that's
what I'm going
beautiful.
to do is I'm going to repeat that process just for these 2. So I love using stencils in my designs. Sometimes I like to just stamp and layer, but other times I like to use my stencils and mix them. You can actually make a card completely just with a stencil, with without anything else as well. So I'm just going to create these 3 backgrounds.
And that's the squares are absolute favourites.
Oh yeah,
aren't
it
they?
loves the circles, because I'm circle mad.
Yeah, me
so
too.
it loves the circles, but now he's suddenly got, he's gone mad on the squares now. So, but don't you find that when you're creative?
Yes.
Each month something different.
Absolutely.
Every month there's always something.
Well, I think it's, oh, look at that. There is that sort of sense of, exploring different shapes as well.
Yes, exactly. But that's what makes crafting more interesting. It's because you're not playing with the same things. You go back to your older stamps, because I use my older stamps all the time. There's nothing wrong with the older stamps.
Absolutely.
But it's nice to mix and match them all. So I quite like mixing and matching.
If you want to go for the square and dots smaller collection, you are getting 3 stencils and 2 stamp sets. This one definitely just gets 1 of the circles. You have got the details there, and you will get the 6x6 squares and the A4 squares and the matching stamp set for the squares and the circles.
Just move that out the way so you can see. And then we can get onto some stamping.
I love that.
And what you would normally do, you would allow that to dry naturally itself, which hopefully while we're doing some stamping it will do.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to have to dry a little bit.
And would you put those squares, those empty spaces, maybe the little bird or the star, kind of?
Exactly, yes. I already thought of a design to do that, but what I wanted to do was show how you can use your stencil but make your background so that it blends beautifully with the other imagery. So on this occasion, on my first demo, I used the square stencil and then I stood one of the birds on the top. So that was my first demo. The bird actually stood on top of the square.
Oh,
so it's just sort of mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, I'm only going to show you on one of these. I'm not going to do it on these tags. Just to take it up another level when you're at home is take the same ink pad, spritz with water, and just to mix it up a little bit, just add a touch of shading just to your square. Just add a touch of shading. I need a little bit more colour. So
Yeah,
a little bit of the green, and then we'll get on to the stamping. So you just need to add a bit of colour. So when you're at home, just add a little bit of colour, because if you look in the background here, you can see that I've added lots of colour to the squares.
yeah.
I've spent about 15 minutes just blending the colour. Obviously, I'm not going to do that on live TV, so because it'll just be boring. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the bird stamp,
Right.
and what you can do is you can use the acetate. We all do this. Abs does it. I do it. Everybody. You can take your acetate and just decide where you want your image. So it's a good guideline. Before you start stamping, move your acetate around and just see where you want to add your design. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ink my stamp with VersaFine Clair.
Okay.
And I'm not going to add the text, the bird song. I'm just inking the actual bird and the background stamp.
And how are you gonna mask it, or?
No, I'm going to stamp it straight on there, because it doesn't matter if it stamps over the top, over the edge, it doesn't matter. It's not a problem. But I would rather ink the whole lot rather than just go to here and then miss a bit. So I'm inking the whole area, because I can wipe up the black ink afterwards. So I just want to show how beautifully this stamps. So I'm just making sure that we've just got no ink over that. It's not too much of a problem if it is, but I'm just removing that. You always get an itchy nose when you're live on television.
Oh, I know that, yeah. And it doesn't go away. By the way, if you want to go for just the bird song, wild birds and bird collage, you can have those ones. The details are on the screen, and you have got 2 interest-free payments if you want to go for that option. 837-454 is the item number.
Can you see, Paula, I did take my time there, just deciding where I wanted to put it. So I think it's important not to just rush and just plonk it down, just take some time. But it's just even looking through the acrylic block, you can see adding the colour to the stencil really does add a lot. So do spend some time just colouring in those squares.
Yep.
The only downside with live TV is obviously you can't spend ages on just doing the backgrounds.
Well, yeah.
Because you've got to, you need to show how the stamps work.
Yeah,
so I'm just lifting the acrylic block just to make sure that I get a crisp, clean image and just even pressure.
And that's one of the top tips I got from you like a while back, which saying let the ink soak into the paper.
Well, it was funny because it was testing, because a lady messaged me and she was getting frustrated with stamping, and I thought, I don't understand how it can be going wrong. And then it dawned on me, I tested it myself, that even with the VersaFine Clair, if you plonk the stamp down, just do it quickly and then lift it up, you miss bits.
Yeah.
Whereas if you let it soak into the card, it absorbs in and you get a better impression.
Yeah.
So, but just look at that.
I love that.
I just love it, love it.
I love that.
And then, what we're going to do, just to give it a 3D element, is what I do is I just do direct to paper.
Okay.
Really technical this is, very technical. As you can see, super technical like that. That's it, that's as technical as it gets. Now, if I leave it like that and stamp directly onto it, the problem you're going to get is your image will be cloudy because you've got that pigment and the oxides laying on the top. So if you're going to stamp on the top, always give it a little spritz with water, even if you're not doing the usual techniques. Always give it a little spritz with water, because if you don't, when you stamp with that VersaFine Clair, it will go, your image won't be as crisp. It still looks nice, but it'll have a cloudy appearance. Okay. It tones down the black. That's great if that's the look you want to go for, but if you want a crisp black image, then you don't want to do that. You need to just spritz it with water, just to activate those inks and then give them a dry, and then go in and stamp. And what we're going to do is add that 3D element. So you can then stamp the bird, and what I love about this is you could use that part there on its own. You don't have to use the bird if you don't want to. That's my way, that was my way of thinking when I designed it. So I'm just giving that bird a good inking. And even when I'm on live TV, I try not to be rushed about the stamping, because it's just important to me that you see that the stamping can be easy. It's not complicated. And I never remove these 2 fingers. I always leave these 2 fingers here, or else then you're going to get wobble. And if you get wobble, then that's when you're going to get a double impression. And you don't want that. You don't want a double impression.
I love that.
And then you get a beautiful impression every time. And luckily, I've cut one out. We don't want to watch me cutting out.
Oh, well.
So we've got this bird here. So we bring this in, and this is just one of our panels. And what I want to do is, I'm being a little bit pernickety, but when I looked at my first one, I thought, no, I want to add dimension, and I want to add a little bit of these numbers from the little background stamp. So the little background stamp has got some little numbers on, and I just love adding little touches.
Yeah. Adding those layers, adding those elements.
But if you look closely there, this looks like that was then part of the stamp.
Absolutely.
And it isn't part of the stamp, it's just a little detail that you're adding, which I absolutely love. So we're going to add this on the top.
Yeah,
and I just love these processes of just, enjoying the process of being creative.
Yeah.
Do you know, actually, Paula, I check my glue 5 minutes before we go live, and I still have to peel something away.
By the way, we have a question.
Oh, please tell me it's a sensible question.
Well, I don't know. It's about the numbers. The numbers that 671.
Yeah.
Is there any meaning?
The 6 and the 7 are always put in there because it's my date of birth.
Oh,
So
okay.
the 1, but no, I like random numbers.
Okay.
Random numbers I just love. I love the fact that you can place them in any mixed media project, any simple project. You can just mix them in lots of
Absolutely,
elements, so that's all it is. So yes, nothing too, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you did say it's in your birthday, so there is some meaning to those numbers.
I try just to put some meaning into the
Yeah.
stamps, or that's the idea anyway. I try to put some meaning into them. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the square stamp by ABS, because I've now got another, I have habits that happen every month, and this time it's with this black, the squares stamp set. And I'd just like to add, because the idea is that these projects are all going together, they all work together, so I just love this black here.
Absolutely. And of course, it's part of the complete, the geometric collection, which you are getting squares, triangles, circles, and hexagons. Or if you wanted to just go for the squares and circles, the details are at the bottom, so squares and dots. Of course, you have got those 2 options.
I keep moving my stamps all over the place, so I can't find where they are from 1 minute to the next. That's the only problem when you're doing a live TV.
Indeed.
You're just looking for everything. It's so professional, you know, like searching for everything. So what I'm going to do now is take the stamp from the block.
Okay.
And I'm going to see, we'll just give it a wipe. Normally I would let this dry, because obviously you've used the ink, and you would give time for the stamp just to dry, just so you can use parts of it. I just want to see if I can use the word bird on its own. So I'm going to wing it, as they say. So I'm just going to, but it's not a problem, because we can always cut it out if we don't get it quite right.
Right. Now, do you always clean your stamps?
No, never. Apart from if I use paints and distress oxides. Distress oxides can stain your stamps. They don't do any harm, but they can stain your stamps. And if you put another colour on the top of the oxide, it won't be the same. It won't be the look you're going for. So if you put the black on top of the oxide, it does have an effect on the black. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to stamp this word bird. Just because we've got bird in a straight line doesn't mean you have to use it that way. There we go. So just because you've got the bird here doesn't mean I can't mix it up and mix it over the stamp. So I'm now going to add the word song here. So we just need to, this is the only reason I wipe it, is just so that I don't get a double impression. Mainly because you could mask it off with low-tack tape, but sometimes when you're on television you wing it. Sometimes you can have a disaster if you wing it.
So you have to wing it.
Oh, well done, pal.
Yes. At least one person, you know.
So just put that. Try not to put your head in camera.
Oh, you are amazing.
There we go. You see, I just love that. And
also,
I could just
if you mask the G, it would be sun. So it could be like for sun.
But it's thinking outside the box, isn't it? You have to think outside the box with your stamps. You have to think about how you're going to get the most out of your stamp sets. And then what I'm going to do is take the bird song and stamp the whole sentiment this time. And we've only done one part of the accordion, but that's what I like about the creative process, because that could be a card in itself.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be the accordion, that could be one card. So you just take your time and enjoy the process. And what I like to do with accordions is I always find accordions a really good way that if you've bought stamp sets, and say you've bought 1 or you've bought 3, it's a good way of experimenting with your stamps to do an accordion, just to see if you like how they stamp, you like the composition. So I always find accordions a good way to experiment with techniques, because then you can keep those accordions in a little drawer, and then you can refer back to the techniques.
That's a very good
I do that quite frequently.
And then you can make like an arsenal art journal as well. You can add more pages if you wanted to.
You know, I put my big scissors here because I wanted my big scissors, and I don't know whether.
Them.
Did you see them?
Yeah, I know.
I'm wondering whether Abs has walked off with them.
Here.
Oh, you see, I blamed Abs. It's because we were fussy cutting this morning.
Oh, I see.
But he'd be laughing at me now because I blamed him and he's not even here. because I had to run with his scissors because he forgot his scissors.
We do that, don't we?
It's so easy when you're doing TV to lose so much product.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't think in such a small space you could lose so much product.
I mean, I do that in real life. I mean, not just TV.
I have to tidy up every now and then just so I can see what I'm actually doing. So what I'm going to do now is just move that out of the way so you can actually see what I'm doing, is just add some of that.
Will that bring it together better?
Yes. I just think if I add a touch of this colour, this bundled sage, sometimes I leave my sentiments white, but that's more often than not when I've got quite a layered, detailed background. I'll leave the sentiments white to give me that pop of white. White space for me is so important. It just calms everything down, it brightens everything up, whether you're doing a grungy background or whether you're doing a vibrant background. If you leave some white space, it just livens it up a little bit.
And one of the things that strikes me of your work is always that it's very elegant, and I think that white space adds to that elegance.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does add to that elegance. What I like to do, the same with designs as I do with stamp sets, I like to mix it up. So sometimes I'll go for an elegant look, sometimes I'll go for a grungy look, but it's still got that touch of class about it. Yeah. Because just because somebody says you're doing grungy, it doesn't have to be a whole pile of brown on a page and nothing else.
I mean, you couldn't say it better than that.
Yeah, you know, it's just that there's definitely more to being grungy than that. So we've literally got that. Now, we'll finish the pages off in a different way. I just want to go to another stamp set because I think it's important to show the stamp sets. Now, I adore this one. Obviously, I adore them all. You're bound to as a designer. But
well, that's good, yeah.
I've got to say it, I just love the stamp set. I just think those feathers are fantastic. So what I'm doing is, I'm just going to ink the feathers. I'm not going to ink the nature wording. So I'm just going to ink that. So it takes you a little bit longer to ink because you're trying to miss areas. Now, if you're not confident in doing this, mask this area off with a piece of low-tack tape. Because if you mask it off with low-tack tape, you won't get any problems. But again, when you're on live TV, you try to cut corners a little bit just to save you a bit of time. So I'm just, and as you can see, yet again, I'm taking time in adding that layer of ink. I'm not rushing. So what I'm going to do now is just make sure that I haven't got that corner there. It's not too much of a problem if I have, but let's just make sure.
Do you ever use embossing powders?
Yes. So we use, well, I tend to use clear or I've used black, but I'm not a very big on coloured embossing powders, but that's just a personal thing because I like to add my interest with layers. The only time I use coloured embossing powders is when you do the triple embossing technique.
Of course, yeah.
So then I can add lots of different colours into the triple embossing, the whole point of it technique.
Could you use, this stands for that technique?
Oh, you can use these, yeah. So if you layer your embossing powders, so say you've got some embossing powders that you don't use, layer them up, always use, you know, either thick mount board or make a puddle on your non-stick craft sheet, and then you can stamp these stamps into the ultra thick. So it works beautifully.
Oh, look at that, and of course.
And they're from good quality photopolymer, so they work with that no problem at all. They work really well with a lot of the heat, those kind of heat techniques. So I'm just lifting this just to make sure I get a good impression.
And you're using one of the AALL Create
A4, to be honest, because you know, I say in most shows that I don't use a stamping platform. Stamping platforms are fantastic, especially if you want to do techniques. Stamping platforms are brilliant. But I'm an old-fashioned stamper and I like my acrylic blocks. But since I've found, and this is not because I design with AALL Create, but since I've found the AALL Create acrylic blocks, because they're thin, as in they're not too thick, and they give me this flexibility, it means that I get a good impression. So I just love them, but just look at that bird. I just think it's fantastic. So what we've got now is we've got the bird cut out. So he works so well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add these little numbers again.
Okay.
But I want to add it to the body because you're just changing the bird up a little bit. You're just changing it up a little bit just to add the little details. And then what I'm going to do is just wipe that off.
Have you based the drawings of the birds in a specific bird?
No, I don't ever want to do that because then if you're too specific, then you're losing the ability for them to be varied. So if you want it to be a tropical bird or you want it to be a thrush, you know, it can be where your imagination takes you. If you confine it to a certain genre, then people are only going to think they can use it for that, so I never do that.
Because the director was thinking of a hummingbird.
Actually, my friend Diane, who's in my group, the first thing she said was a hummingbird.
Oh, okay.
So if you colour it like a hummingbird, then it's what you want it to be. So you've just got to colour it.
Well, can we do a quick
Absolutely,
recap
that's
while you
perfect.
clean up that? Right, and the One Day Special we have got here. Now, the One Day Special has got this beautiful 4 stamp sets, A4. You can see all these gorgeous elements in here, and if I turn it around, you can see the size of them, including that really large size, the sentiments, those gorgeous nature and pine cones in there. You have got here all year-round imagery. Then you are getting the always useful alphabet with that blockiness, that kind of distress effect in there as well. Individual stamps, so I'm going to turn it over so you can see it exactly, the size and how they come. So you can spell any word you want with the exclamation marks as well as the numbers and the asterisk as well as the hand there. Then you are getting the background sets. You are getting 2 of them. Gorgeous to add those interests. How Tracy was using to add those numbers into other elements. You don't have to ink the whole thing. You can pick and choose. Now that's your One Day Special. That comes also with a free gift, which is the nesting birds in here. And you can see that this is what you're gonna get, what you are paying for, and then you are getting that stamp set, which is worth $7.99 actually. I was underpricing it. Right, if you want to go for the One Day Special, £59.96 with a £3 saving, and you have got the interest-free payments. Now, of course, then there is another second bundle, brand new from Stacey, from this kind of beautiful collection, and this one has got the birds in here, the bird song that of course Tracy was using in her demonstration. Then you're getting the wire birds and the bird collage. 9 stamps in total, beautifully detailed, £43.97, and again a flexi buy option for them. Now, if you go for these stamps in this configuration, you also get the free gift, the nesting birds. It's 1 per customer, so if you went for other elements, you would just get 1 of the stamps. However, if you go for the complete collection, which is the One Day Special and the wired song and the bird song as well, you will get, you know, a further discount. So you will get a £5 on top of that £3 discount. But if you're a Freedom member, instead of that £5, you are getting £14.89 additional. So that, of course, means that is £17.89 a saving. However, that gets better because instead of that nesting birds stamp set that is worth $7.99, you are going to get this amazing stamp set as a free gift with purchase, worth $11.99, and I absolutely adore it. Now, of course, I need to mention that if you're not a Freedom member, become one, because your saving is bigger than what you would spend for the £5.97 that costs the Freedom membership. By the way, if you want to become a Freedom membership, here are the benefits. Now, you pay £5.97 per month, but you have got unlimited and a standard delivery. You have no contract, so you can cancel any times. You can even pause it if you go, you can go on holiday. You have got exclusive discounts, monthly newsletters, and members badge. Now, also, this is, when you say about this exclusive discounts, well, it is in the complete collection. You are saving already the price of the month's membership. If you buy 1 or more than 2 items during the month, Hochanda is worth it. Now, I need to tell you that the complete collection, 60% of the stock has already gone. And I want to show you a couple more samples because look at what you can do. This collection is for Halloween. This collection is for autumn. This collection is for all year round because you can use it as well for Christmas. 179 and 763 is the item number for the complete collection. Now, one of the essentials that I think I can are those stencils, those kind of beautiful triangles and hexagon sets. Now, this one has got 4 stencils, so 2 A4 and 2 6x6, 1 of each of the triangles and hexagons, plus 2 stamp sets that match perfectly those backgrounds. You have got a flexi-buy option as well for that, 220028. Now, if you want to go for the squares and dots, here you are going to get 3 stencils. The dots, you are going to get it in the 6x6, and you are getting 2 of the squares, the 8x4 and the 6x6, as well as the matching dots stamp and the square stamps, of course, that Tracy was using. Flexi-buy option, again, 2 payments of £20.48. 521689 is your item number. You also have got the geometric collection, which is everything in there. Now that, I believe it comes with 4 stamp sets, so you're getting the triangles, the squares, the dots and the hexagons, and you are getting the 8 stencils in total. You are getting 4 A4 and 4 6x6, one of each of those geometric shapes. Now you have got 3 flexes here, so you could be paying just £29.96 today, and you've got that saving as well in that bigger bundle. 091818 is your item number. Something else very, very popular is those border stamps that Tracy does so beautifully. Now this one was limited stock last night, so if you want it, please do check out your basket. You are saving £10. Now, can I suggest something? If you go for the complete collection and you do not have those stamps in your put them, because that way you will get not only the beautiful number dots that a free gift that comes with the complete collection, but you also will get the nesting birds free with purchase. So that means that you get extra savings there as well, with a £10 saving for this bundle. All right, and we have got also another gorgeous everything that Alan Create does is absolutely gorgeous. Is the fungus, nymphs, mushrooms, and passion flower. I love a little bit of passion flower. And now 70% of the stock has gone. Again, an amazing saving of £10. And again, if you put that as well as your complete collection, you will get both gift with purchases. 685533 is your item number. Beautiful. And then also the one thing with Tracy is that everything mixes and matches from previous collection to the one that is brand new today. And of course, we want to see another demo, don't we? Tracy?
I'm just carrying on now, just enjoying myself, you know, in my own little world. So
good.
I'm just using this bird song stamp again. So I'm just carrying on with my accordion. So even though the sentiment is in a straight line, that doesn't mean I have to use it in a straight line. Okay. You can use it how you want. And I just think it's important to show there's little details in the O. So everything's been thought about. It's not just, there's actually little details in that O as well. So I just think that's important. Also, I'm going to go back to using my little background stamp, because we can add some background elements. So I'm using the same colours that I've used in the background, because that will give me a cohesive design. If I use the same colours in the background that's in the foreground, then they'll both work beautifully together.
Okay.
So we just have,
love that.
But I'm a bit strange. I do like numbers. There's just something.
I do. I mean, I remember that one of my first stamp sets that I designed like 10 years ago or so. I already put the numbers as well.
There's just something about numbers.
It is.
I just love numbers.
In my case, I put the numbers from a TV series. That is something about getting, because there was a TV series at the time that it was getting, lost somewhere, and there were the numbers. So I put those ones in.
So you put those in. So as you can see, it just adds a little bit of detail. And what we want to do is go back to those squares. And I'm using these on everything now, so I'm afraid every project is going to have these squares on. So anybody that's following me, be warned, everything is going to have these squares on.
Well, do you find that when you need to fill or make a corner or something like that, these are the perfect stamps for it?
Yeah, and I think it's when you look at the overall finished project, you suddenly go, oh, how did you do that? Oh, that looks nice. It's when you've finished the overall thing that I think it works really well. So what I'm going to do is add my bird over the top. Yeah. So adjust that adder over the top, and I think this has got a really fresh, this would appeal for all ages, not just. Absolutely. And I think that's what you're trying to do with your demos as well. And I also was aware that obviously Abs is here at the same time, and we've got Leonie on Sunday. So it's just making sure that my samples look different than Leonie's and look different than Ab's.
Well, you all have got, especially you and Leonie or Abs, have got very different colourways as well of choosing.
But you see, I also like vibrant colours like Abs. But I thought when I'm doing these shows, because Abs is doing vibrant colours, I need to do something completely different, just so that it looks completely different. So what we're going to do now is stamp our other image, which is our other bird, which is, I'm sorry, it's my favourite bird.
And the way that how you are using it, it means that you can do batch making cards for lots of people, or a set, a gift for Christmas.
But these could be notelets, couldn't they, to say thank you?
Yes.
So you could have little notelets with little clips on or anything like that, and you've done 3 in one go. But that's why I like accordions. I can sit there for hours on end, just lost. So I love doing accordions. But the only problem is I can't leave things alone. I keep going back and adding other little touches.
I know.
So I'm terrible.
The same, yeah.
I'm like, leave it alone, Tracy. Walk away. But I can't. But I just love this bird.
Yeah, we have got about 15 minutes till the end of the
Brilliant,
show.
thank you. I'm enjoying myself because I can just...
Good.
No, but to be fair, you know, Hochanda give us the time to demo. So it's really nice that we get to use the products and get to show the customers exactly what you're getting.
Absolutely. And I love how you are showing how you can take an image and just stamp parts of it.
Yeah, I think that's important because if you're paying for a stamp set, now if you're just going to stamp with it, you're going to get to a stage where you want to manipulate it a little bit more and do something else with it. So we're all like that. We all want to do something a little bit different. So I think these stamps give you that opportunity just to make your artwork a little bit different. And some of the, like we've got a lovely community on Facebook, and some of the ladies and gentlemen's work is just fantastic. They're just wonderful. Because I think it's the customers that also bring the stamps to life.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, it's just wonderful. I love seeing how they use them. And again, I'm allowing that ink to sit. It's so easy when the cameras are facing you to just rush this process because you think, oh, everybody's watching me. But I think it's important not to rush it, and as a designer and a demonstrator to make sure that you try and do that as best as possible to show good habits. So what we're going to do now is this one has got a lot more black detail in it. So you need to get into good habits. If you don't want to use your heat tool and dry, always make sure that you give it a blot, because that ink has got a good open time. So if you're not going to dry it with your heat tool or allow it to dry for on one side, just make sure you blot that image, because you need to make sure that you don't smudge it. There's ink on there, so you need to make sure that you don't smudge it. And I'm not going to add any 3D element to that apart from the hat.
And by blotting it, would we remove any ink whatsoever?
Yes, you will. I've removed a layer of ink, but what all it does is you can either heat dry it, but what you notice is if you heat dry something, your card starts to curl.
Yeah, because
if you don't want that, just let it dry naturally. But the VersaFine Clair takes a little bit longer. If I blot it, it means that if I'm going to do other things and have my hand over my project, it's going to prevent you from smudging it. Obviously you can clear emboss over, and that would stop it, but it just means that when I'm doing these kind of techniques, if I go and stick my hand on it, I'm not going to smudge the hat or anything. So it's just getting into good habits, that's all it is. So I'm now going to add the squares, and that's what I like, I think, about when all 3 of us demonstrate the stamps, because on Sunday you'll get a different look from Leonie. At 7 AM this morning you got a different look from Abs, and I think if you can show everybody how to use the stamps, I mean, look how many shows they can watch on Rewind. Just to see the demonstrations. I mean, you could sit there all day, couldn't you?
Yeah. And of course, those shows on Hochanda.com Rewind, and they're going to be there for 60 days. So you will receive your stamps, and then you will be able to craft alongside Tracy, Abs, and Leonie.
So we're just going to add this hat. I can't not 3D this hat. There's just something about the hat. I'm sorry, I'm a bit childlike like that. I can't help it. I have to 3D the hat. So what I'm going to do now is just add a little number. And then we've got the other pages where we're adding the alphabet. So I'm just adding that number in there. And what I want to do, see, I just love that. I just love the layer underneath the layer.
Yes, that
it just makes me happy. Just makes me happy.
It's like kind of collage on top of collage.
I like that,
yeah.
but the fact you can see everything through,
Yeah.
you'll realise that I am slightly odd, Paula.
No, I completely agree. Well, then that makes us two of us.
Yeah, and my husband looks at me sometimes and says, why are you getting excited over that? It's a piece of paper. I'm like, no, it isn't.
I get excited with packaging.
Oh, yeah, I like packaging. And I sniff stamps. I'm really good.
Yeah, I don't do that. Well, I only do it just if I would need to know if it's a photopolymer or not. Then I will just, yeah.
Yes, I'm afraid I do. But can you see on the stamp here, there's a little word, vintage. And I just love how you can add that little vintage word here. So we're going to add that on each page. And then we're going to do pages with our alphabet.
Okay.
How are we doing for time, Paula?
We have got about 10 minutes.
Brilliant. You see, but it's lovely because I've just enjoyed the process, especially considering we were up early at 5 a.m. I'm like,
I know, right?
My brain can't function.
Criminal.
Oh, it's like, please. I don't do 5 a.m. I'm in my pyjamas half a day.
I told you that the other day. My mother was saying, "Oh, you know, the neighbors knocked in the door so early," and I said, "What time?" 10 o'clock. For my parents, 10 o'clock is early.
I like your parents. That's early for me normally as well. I mean, I answer the door in my pyjamas anyway, so I don't really bother.
Oh yeah.
The postman knows me now. He knows that I'm never dressed.
Well, I have got funny stories, but I cannot tell them about how I opened the door, so let's not go there.
Yeah, so at least I can admit to the public now that I actually walked off with the mic yesterday.
Oh yes,
I walked off with the mic. I actually walked out the building with the mic still on.
Yeah.
You see, this is what happens when you get a professional.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Walking out.
It happens.
You just forget that you're wearing it, don't you? And then you just wander off. It's a good job I didn't say anything bad, isn't it? So they can hear me on the mic.
Well, thank goodness, yeah, there is not that long transmission. So if you leave the
that's
building,
all right,
they probably don't. Yeah.
So I'm now stamping the word feather, and I just love these fonts. I just love them. And I mean, I could just stamp this without the acrylic block, to be honest. You don't need the acrylic block just to stamp the word feather.
Yeah, I love that.
I just love the font.
It's such a quirky one, and it goes so well with all your other fonts because you use like a typewriter font before, right?
But you're right that you've hit the nail on the head with the quirky.
Yeah.
Because some of the images are a little bit quirky. I just wanted a quirky.
They're quirky, but I also find them, again, that sophisticated, elegant nature to them.
Just like me, Paula.
Absolutely, just like you. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you
didn't sound very convincing then, Paula.
No,
I'm just teasing.
Well, you know, everybody teases me, so.
Does everybody tease you?
Oh yes, yes. I mean, if I could tell you what they say in my ear sometimes.
Oh, I couldn't have talk back. I've now lost one of my birds, but there you go. What have I done with the other one? Can we see him?
One is underneath one, I think.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I thought, I'm losing the plot. How can you lose it?
So cool. I was thinking this framing them in like a triptych, you know, that would be so beautiful.
Imagine just a black frame.
Absolutely.
Really classy. Really classy.
Floating. I love this floating
really
ones,
classy.
yeah.
So what I'm going to do is just add a little bit of adhesive down here. And then we're going to add this
as a tag. I love that.
Just down there. Try not to stick my head in camera.
I love that.
Just
You
add
are
that.
absolutely great.
And then we can remove that glue. Obviously it's not that vitally important, but I'm sorry, it's going to irritate me if I don't remove that glue. And then we can get on with our backgrounds, our other ones. So now let's use our alphabet stamp. Let's just use the alphabet stamp. So what we're going to do now is take our alphabet stamp, which I can't stop using.
Well, it's one of those ones that alphabets I never, you know, anytime.
You never tire of them,
never
do you?
tired. And every now and again, I will call what I have at home, like, you know, I have got. But alphabets is the one thing I will never get rid of.
No, I love alphabets. I just love them. And I wanted an alphabet just so that they worked with all the stamps that I've got. And obviously, if ladies and gentlemen have got some of my stamps or they've got a few, then at least the alphabet goes with them. It goes with them.
So you are going to stamp all of them onto the carrier sheet?
I'm using them on the carrier sheet because I don't want to take them off because I want to use it as a background. I'm trying to get the viewers to think how they can get as much penny's worth out of their stamps and as much inspiration. Crafting makes me feel good. So
Yeah.
I get a lot of inspiration from other crafters, and I'm hoping that applies, you know, for all of us.
Well, I always get inspired by your visits, so I'm sure
just
at
love-
home it's the same.
I just think it's nice how you can just enjoy the process of creating, even when you're on live TV.
Do you ever do backgrounds and things like this and then create the finished project later on?
Yes, quite frequently. A lot of the time I'll have one day where I just do backgrounds, and then I come back because I don't want to work on the background because I might ruin it. I don't want to just go straight in there, but then I have other times where I'll create project after project after project because I'm on a flow. And I always find that the more creative and the more crafting I do, the more creative I feel. If I have a break, I find that I'm not.
Yeah.
I get sort of a lull.
Yeah.
But can you see that as an
I love
alphabet?
it.
Do you think that's lovely? I do.
It's-
Just think it's lovely.
It looks like, you know, those old you know, fonts, typography, the wooden
Yeah,
things.
that's it,
You
yeah.
know, those plates. I love that.
Exactly. So I'm just going to do another one. I'm not going to do all three. I just want to show you the techniques I've done on the back. But I'm not going to do all three. One, because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah.
And
Well, 4 minutes. We have
4 minutes. Wow.
Is that a lot or
No.
a little later?
I could fiddle for about another 25 minutes.
I was like, well, and I'm sure you could stay playing with this stance for another 25 hours
yeah,
even,
exactly.
or 25 weeks
Oh,
even.
I could.
Yeah.
So that just gives us our background. Now I'll clean that stamp afterwards. You just need to make sure you clean it when you've used your distress oxide. So don't just leave those oxides on there.
Would that apply for any type of pigment ink because it kind of leaves that residue of pigment?
Yeah, you see, it's especially when you're using the black. When you put the black on top of the oxide, it's going to make that black
Muddy.
a bit, and a bit powdery.
Yes.
It's hard to explain, but it's not going to be as crisp.
Yeah. No,
And
it makes sense because pigment is, it is in fact microfine powder. So, of course, that powder is going to mix out.
But we know how we know that, don't we, Paula? Because we've done it, you see, we've that many times that we've left the ink on my stamps, and that's how I know. I educate through my mistakes. That's exactly what I do, educate through my mistakes.
Do your creative detours.
I've had quite a few detours, we will say.
Well, don't we all?
So what I'm going to do now, go back to this stencil because you've used this square stencil throughout your project, and just use a light touch. Now everybody knows that when I say when you're using your inks, to make sure you've got plenty of ink on your tool.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you get a good blend. I'm not going for, you know, a complete blend. What I'm going for is light touches. I'm just going for light touches of the same colours. And I'm not going just so that it's in the background. Nobody would know whether I've done that first or second. So that's the whole point. They don't know whether you've done first or second.
And it doesn't matter.
No,
you know,
no, it doesn't matter in the slightest.
Yeah. And it's also a kind of, I love that illusion of layers. Well, it's not illusion, I mean, there are layers.
Yeah, there are layers there. So it's just making sure that, and also because you've used squares in the front of the accordion, you need to use squares on the back of the accordion. You don't want to forget about it at all.
Is that to carry on consistency, to make it all relate to each other?
And I think if you're creating a project, it needs to look like you've given some thought to it. You don't want it to look chucked together. You want it to look professional. So I think that's important.
I think it's like almost like a visual storytelling. You know, that you have got those kind of the same characters coming along, even the same kind of backgrounds and things like that.
Yes, and I just think what I like is if somebody receives one of your projects that they want to reach out and touch it. That's what I like. So what I'm going to do now is I've used the large square stencil, and I've cut out these little square elements. Obviously you didn't want to see me cut out those square elements, and using one of the other background stamps as well, and this is just one part of that A6 stamp set.
We have got about a minute.
Where has the time gone?
I know, isn't it? Sometimes you're kind of thinking, oh, I have got all the time in the world.
I know, I was thinking, oh, it's all right, I forgot that you said 4 minutes. But can you see, again, random numbers, just love it. Obviously we've only got a minute left. But all as I would do is add this to your accordion. Let's bring the original in just so you can see the original.
Oh, look at that.
And can you see I've added these?
Yes.
Can we see that on the camera?
Yes,
We've got the
perfectly.
squares here,
And
so
then
you've
the
added the
stamp.
squares. I think that's important, and a little metal embellishment. And if you turn it over, you can see that the alphabet.
That is gorgeous because you have got a double-sided. It's so elegant, but at the same time you have added the layers of grunginess. And I think this is what exemplifies your style. You could do that in another colour as well.
Absolutely. You could do them in Absy's colours, you know, in his reds, his oranges, his yellows. You could do it exactly like that. So
Yeah,
it does look
absolutely.
fine. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
You're very
Tracy. Of
welcome.
course, we will see Tracy at 12 o'clock. Again, more demonstrations. But let me remind you of the complete collection. Over 60% of this fabulous collection has already gone. You are getting a full alphabet. You're getting an A4 stamp plate. You are getting 3 A5 stamp sets with the beautiful birds in there. And also, you have got a free gift with purchase, which is this one if you go for the complete collection. It's an amazing A6 stamp set that you can use time and time again. Do check out your baskets. It is incredible. It's beautiful what you can do with AALL Creative Stamps and Tracy Evans' beautiful artwork. I'll see you later on. Now, after break, Alex is with the jewelry box. And then, of course, at 10, AALL Create Weekend Wow with apps and myself. And then crafting with Clarity at 11.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Pete from Artisan Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire, and what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Good morning. We have a brand new supplier for us here today for our jewellery box instalment. Please let me introduce you to Abby. Hello, Abby.
Hi.
Good morning. So literally, because of the circumstances at the moment, we've literally met in the corridor with masks on about half an hour ago. So we're all going to get to know about Abby at the same time. So Abby, tell us a little bit about your crafting journey and how long you've been trading for, etc.
Well, I've made jewellery since I was a child.
Yeah.
It developed from simple strung necklaces into the wire work you see today. I launched my business about 10 years ago now.
Right.
Published a book.
Nice.
Teach online and sell my jewellery.
And is it just jewellery that you do as a craft, or do you do other crafts?
As I grew up, I did all sorts of crafts, but nowadays, no, it's just jewellery I do.
Because I suppose now the business is growing, etc.
Yes, yeah, it takes up all your time.
Now, why don't you email in? Welcome Abby to the Hochanda family, and of course, if you've got any questions that you want to ask. Now, what we've got for you, this keeps falling down. Let's see if we can get this to stand up. There you go. Okay, so first off, you can go for this complete collection. Now, what you can make in this collection is your beautiful bracelet in either amethyst, and it comes with the silver plated wire, or the turquoise and the copper wire. And also in the complete collection, you can make your lovely earrings. Again, you can go for, so if you're going for the complete collection, basically you choose all amethyst or all turquoise, but they make fabulous, beautiful earrings. There you go. Oh, look at these, very pretty. And also in the complete collection, you can make the ring. Now, I'm a massive fan, Abby, of matching jewellery. Massive fan for these. And so, can you tell us sort of what do I call it, level-wise? Can you be a beginner, or have you got to sort of know some basics?
I've brought this collection today because it is suitable for beginners. It teaches you all the basics you need, like turning a round loop, and it introduces you to wrapping wire. It also teaches you some very basic fundamentals that would be useful for other designs, like creating a frame for your bracelet, a clasp, an earring frame and a ring shank. So it's useful for all sorts of other designs as well as the one taught in this collection.
Excellent. And you're giving to us a lovely sort of downloadable, it's a digital download. We've just printed them for the purposes of TV. So this is the tutorial. If you're going for the complete collection, you'll get all the tutorials for the ring, the bracelet, the earrings. It's all there for you. There you go. If you would like to go for the complete collection, it is £29.97. Item number is 714636. There you go. Now, I'm just going to have a little look at one of the rings. I wonder what size it is. It fits!
Look at that.
There you go. It fits. I was like nervous to see because I hadn't checked it, but there you go. It's really pretty. So I like the way that you get, it's the sort of wraparound effect.
Yes, and also because of the way that it sits, they're actually stackable, so you can wear more than one on the same finger together.
Right, I'm going to get the turquoise one then. Let's see if this is the same size. There you go. Like so?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. There you go. Very, very nice indeed. Okay, so if you want the complete collection, £29.97, as I said. Item number is 714636. However, if you are just wanting sort of individuals, we have got that for you. You can go for your lovely bracelet in the amethyst and the silver plated wire, so that's an option, and then you can go for the turquoise and the copper. Then we can go for the earrings. If you want to go for those, they're $11.99, and you've got the amethyst with the silver plate, or you choose the turquoise with the copper wire. That's $11.99, 261678. And then if you just want to go for a ring kit, again, same colourway options, the amethyst with the silver plated, or the copper with the, or the turquoise with the copper, $9.99, 973368. Now, do we get everything that we need, or is there anything we need to add?
You may need tools. If you're a beginner, you might not have the tools you need, and we've also got those here today.
Yeah.
Ideally, you need 6 different types of plier.
Okay.
Which I think you've got there.
Lovely.
You've got your round nose pliers.
Okay. We're just having a little look at these.
There you go.
Lovely.
Oh, I can't see which one's first.
This is the trouble with being far away.
I need my glasses.
Can you see?
So I think that's the chain nose pliers, which
okay.
Are flat on the inside and curved on the outside. They are essential. You can't make these without.
Okay.
And then I believe we've got
this
the
one should
round
be the round.
nose. Yep. As the name suggests, they're used for making round loops, so obviously very important.
Perfect.
Then we've got the flat nose.
Okay.
You use for making nice sharp bends and grasping the wire.
Yep.
Then we've got our little magic nylon jaw pliers, and they're almost like an eraser for the wire. So if you make a mistake, you can run the wire through, and it cancels it out.
Oh, I've not seen that before.
They're very, very useful, but they're also useful for straightening the wire before you start work, which is important, you know, to start with a nice straight line, so that you get a good finish.
And then the last one
is the wire cutters, obviously needed to cut the wire.
Yeah. So this is a really nice comprehensive set.
Yes. Yes, and on top of that, I've got with me today a bracelet mandrel, which I've got over here instead of on your display.
Lovely. We'll come to that in a second, no worries. So for this set of 5 pliers, you can spread the cost, 2 payments of £23.48. Item number is 135229. Now, the last 2 are a little bit more difficult to get, so we've popped them as a separate bundle. It's the flush cutter and the nylon jaw pliers, £21.49. Your item number is 266916, because you might already have the first couple at home, so we just thought we'd put those as another little bundle. Then you have published a book.
Yes. Yes.
Is this your first one?
Yes, it's my first book. I've got a lot of online tutorials, but this is my first book.
Gorgeous. So let's have a lovely flick through. So you've called it it's the Wire Jewellery Masterclass. And what sort of things can we find in here?
So it's a comprehensive introduction into wire work. If you start at the beginning, it introduces you to all your tools, which I've just quickly run through, and then some additional tools which you might want to consider getting.
Right, there you go.
Then we look at the different... There you go. Then we look at the different types of wire, and then we start with basic techniques and findings. So it teaches you how to make all of your components, like ear wires, clasps, even brooch pins. But in doing so, it teaches you all of the basic techniques that you need to get started on more complex designs. And then we launch into the easy designs, which include pendants, necklaces, earrings, rings. and then through into the intermediate, advanced and very advanced. And
I
each project builds on the skills and techniques you've learnt in the previous one.
Amazing. Look at the projects in here.
And then you go right through to the very end where you get a three-dimensional brooch.
I'm just trying
which is
to...
obviously quite challenging to create. Some stud earrings there.
Oh, look, spiral
Boudica
bracelet. Amazing. Look at the designs. This book is well worth getting. Look, there you go, advanced projects.
It is packed with techniques.
Because, of course, the thing is that I like about this is starting from the beginning,
Yes.
talking you through, and then you build your confidence.
Exactly.
Nice.
And it encourages you to learn the basic design as taught in the book and then put your own variations on it, making it your own.
Amazing. And that is only $11.99. And look how many projects you're getting in there.
24, I think.
There. Cool. Yes, $11.99 077 586. Do give us a call 01733 60 2000 or check out on the website at hochanda.com. If you do have any questions, of course, for Abby, as I said, she's our brand new supplier, then please feel free to send your questions to studio@hochanda.com, or you can pop them onto our Facebook page. And of course, if you want to become a Freedom member, well worth it, you can just quote item number 88888. Right, I'm going to hand over to Abby so that she can start the first demo. What are you going to start with, Abby?
I'm going to start with the bracelet.
Right. Yep, go for it.
Yep. Okay, so you start with a length of 16 gauge wire, which, as I mentioned earlier, you need to straighten with your nylon gel pliers. You do that by grasping one end with your flat nose and just running the length of wire through those pliers. And I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but it takes the bends out, giving you a nice straight piece of wire to start with.
Yeah.
We then begin to prepare to create a frame. So we cut our wire to 10 inches.
Yeah.
Just measure that. I like to use a dressmaker's tape, but you could use a ruler or even a piece of string.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then against a ruler. It depends what you're comfortable with. Don't let the wire ping off like that. And then we measure 2 inches from one end and make a nice sharp bend in the wire. Like that.
Yeah.
And then we use our round nose pliers to form a nice round loop.
So it's very pliable, this lovely wire?
Yes, copper's lovely to work with. It's nice and soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a joy to work with. And then you can see we've got a nice round loop there. And we just close that up by grasping the loop with your flat nose pliers and then pulling the wire round using your chain nose pliers until you close that up.
Yeah.
Do that 3 times and then you will have a nice neat coil. Can you see that?
Oh, nice, yeah.
Yeah. And that closes the loop, makes it nice and strong, and it also adds a nice decorative effect. The way to make it nice and neat is to keep the wire that you're wrapping around the main frame wire at a nice 90-degree angle all the time. Can you see that?
Yeah. It's like winding a clock.
It's exactly like winding a clock, yeah. Oh.
How many times is that?
3 times.
3 times,
Three
okay.
times. So we've got the same on either end, and then we just trim them off with our wire cutters or flush cutters.
Yeah.
Now, if you look with flush cutters, you've got one end that's perfectly flat and one end that's pinched together. So if you keep the flat edge of your pliers against the wire, you will get a nice flush cut rather than a pinched end, which is obviously nicer against the skin. So we'll just trim those ends off and then tuck that end of, can you see that? That we've got an end sticking out there, and we just tuck that in with our chain nose pliers by pushing it against the straight wire in the centre.
Right.
There. And we've got a nice straight frame, which we then shape around our bracelet mandrel.
Oh, which we have on the show.
Which we have on the show. So you just hold it against the mandrel and push the ends round, which gives you a rough shape. Oh. Open that up.
Yeah.
And there we've got a bracelet frame.
Yeah, fantastic. And if you do want the mandrel, the bracelet mandrel, we are 20% of the stock gone, as are we for the toolkit for all the 5 pliers, which is at the bottom of the screen. There you go.
Now we've made our frame, we need to attach our wrapping wire. So you cut 45 inches of the 24 gauge, and as we did with the end of the bracelet frame, you wrap the wrapping wire around the frame against the coils 3 times, leaving a 1-inch tail for you to hold on to, and then thread 23 6mm beads onto it.
Okay, and that's all in the instructions?
And that's all in the instructions. The instructions are incredibly detailed.
Good.
They cover every single step with multiple photos for each step, so you're not left guessing with anything. So we've got the basics of the bracelet put together. What we need to do now is start wrapping.
Right.
Now this first bit is the most challenging of the bracelet design, because we have to hold the beads in place while we wrap. So it can be a little bit fiddly to start with, and it takes a bit of getting used to. So we start by holding 3 of the beads against the frame, because otherwise there's too much for your fingers to worry about.
Right.
Cut another 35-inch length of your 24 gauge wire and attach that to the frame by wrapping 3 times. And then begin the wrap. This is the kiss-cross wrap.
Right.
So we take the wrapping wire over the wire between the beads and then back round under the frame. And can you see we've created the first cross?
Yeah, wonderful.
And we keep working like that all the way round, keeping your tension even on the wire and keep bringing beads up to push against the previous bead. And work your way around. You can see that you have to fiddle and rearrange a little bit, but it works up quite quickly once you get going. You get into a bit of a rhythm with it.
Yeah, nice.
Keep working your way round until you've completed the first wrap. If you can see, I've got that all the way round.
Yeah.
So we've got, oh, a tangle of wire.
Don't worry.
Never do that. We need to complete the cross. So we've got one side of the cross, we need to do the other. So we take the wire again over the wire that goes through the beads and under the frame.
Yeah.
And then we make sure that we cross at the bottom of the frame there. And that creates a V around each bead. Can you see that?
There you go, if you hold it there, perfect. Does that make the bracelet more sturdy as well?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly that. It pulls all the beads into line and it adds a real strength to the frame and the bracelet.
Yeah.
But it also stops the beads from rolling round on the wire.
Lovely.
And holds them all in place. So you keep working like that, keeping your tension nice and even, and considering each placement of the wire. So pull it up against the bead and then fold it round, and then under the frame and fold it round.
Okay.
Keeping your tension even, and you will see that that pulls it straight, so you get nice clean lines. Keep going round until you've completed that layer, and you'll be left with a little bit of a tail, so just leave that there, and then return to the wire that was going through the centre of your beads, and then we do exactly the same with that and create a crisscross pattern around each bead. So we're layering up that crisscross.
Lovely.
Which is what this design is all about, layering up that wrap, adding strength, but also adding a nice intricate element to the design.
Actually, you're getting on a roll with it now.
You can see, yeah. Once you get going, it works up very, very quickly. Once you've got the hang of the tension on the wire and where you're placing it, it really does. I mean, you can do it while you're sat watching the telly once you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Once you've counted the beads, that's it.
Exactly, exactly. You only need to concentrate while you're counting, don't you?
Yeah. Look at that, very nice. Yeah.
You just keep working that until... Oh.
Nearly.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it? Yeah. I've lost one of my samples. I'm just going to have to keep going. I'm afraid you're going to have to watch me do all of this one.
Don't you worry. I can showcase the lovely purple one while you're doing
That's made it onto your wrist.
Well, do you know what? It matches my outfit, can I just say? Perfectly.
That's perfect. It's almost like I knew, isn't it? A ring that fits you and a bracelet that matches your outfit.
Love that. So it's really... Now, I haven't done it up only because obviously I'm going to have to ask somebody to take it off and can't do that, but there you go.
I thought you'd just use that as an excuse to run away with it.
There you go. Now, the ring is also really popular. Again, you have got your colourways in two choices. You can go for your silver plated and the amethyst, or you can go for the copper and turquoise. Copper and turquoise is currently in the lead.
Really?
Yep, and each option is £9.99, ever so reasonable. 973368. Now, if you want to, I'm going to end up with them all on in a minute.
You are, aren't you? It's a good job they're stackable, isn't it?
Oh, lovely. If you want to go for the big bundle, where basically you're making, I'll put this back on in a minute, where basically you're going to be able to make your bracelets, your earrings, and your ring in either copper and turquoise or amethyst and silver plated, then that's on screen. Don't forget, you will get your digital download. So I'm just trying to put this back together, but I'll do it in a second. Both options are neck and neck, are they? Interesting. We've just printed out the digital download. I mean, you'll probably do that yourself as well when you get your lovely kit home. But it's there for all of them, you know, for the rings, for the earrings and for the bracelet. There you go. Okay. Now, also the book is proven. We'll come to you in a second.
No problem.
Abby, let's have a little look at the book. It's getting very, very busy indeed. Lovely, isn't it? And it's written by Abby. And look, it tells you all about the wires, the additional tools that you'll need. This is fascinating. Oxidizers.
Oh, so with a boiled egg. Who knew?
Who knew? That's why I stopped and went, what is that going on?
It's the sulphur in the egg that reacts with the metal.
Amazing. There are 24 lovely projects taking you through from beginner to really advanced. There's earrings, pendants, brooches, bracelets that you'll be able to do. I'll flick through a bit more slowly so you can get an idea. That's really nice. Look at those. Carrying on, lovely. Nice. 20% of this beautiful book has gone. It's £11.99. 077586 is the item number. Okay, I'm going to hand back to you, Abby, to just finish off that lovely bracelet, I believe.
Okay, yeah. All we've got, now we've completed the wraps, we've got to worry about these wire ends that we left.
Okay.
So that's probably the trickiest thing with wire work, is considering what you're going to do with the ends of the wire, because obviously you don't want it catching on people's skin.
Yeah.
So we just make sure that it's coiled nice and tightly, and then you trim with your flush cutters right against the wire, obviously making sure you don't cut your wire work off, and then using your chain nose pliers, you use the narrow end to push the end of that wire into the coils, and you use almost like a ratchet motion. So you grasp, squeeze and turn, and that pushes it into place and locks it in there. So this is the most important part of the process, to make sure you get it right, because if you leave any ends sticking out, it's going to catch on your clothes, it's going to obviously hurt you.
Yeah.
So keep working all those ends until they're nicely tucked away. Don't rush this bit. take your time and make sure you get it right. And one of the ways to check that you've got them tucked in perfectly is to just run your fingers over the ends, and if you can't feel anything, it's not going to catch.
Good. Yeah.
Don't rely on your eyesight.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't rely on mine.
Because you'll cause yourself an injury.
Yeah.
I'll just trim that end.
Lovely.
And then tuck that in again, just like I just did. And there we've got an almost complete bracelet, and you can see how strong that is.
Yeah.
Now we've wrapped it.
There you go.
So what we've got to do now is make the clasp.
Right.
So we cut a 2.5 inch length of 16 gauge wire. We form a large loop using the widest point on your round nose pliers in one end, and a small loop using the smallest, narrowest end of the pliers in the other. We then snip the end of the wire off at an angle.
Yeah.
Can you see like that? And that just gives us a nice clean edge, and then we close that loop up again and do the same on the larger one. And there you can see the end of the wire sits against the straight wire, making it nice and neat and giving you a perfectly round loop. And
Are you
then,
all right just to hold that there again for us?
Sorry.
Just where that's all right. Just if you just hold it there.
I don't know if you can see it properly.
Yeah, if you just keep your hands still, that's it.
I'm trying.
I know, it's difficult, isn't it? There, perfect, lovely.
And then you just form a hook by, again, placing it in the widest point of the pliers and just shaping that round. And that gives you a swan neck clasp or shepherd's hook.
Yeah, and again, if you just hold it there for us. And should we just come into you? There you go. Marvellous. Good stuff.
And then if you just give that a squeeze in your nylon jaw pliers, just hold it flat and squeeze it all around. It makes sure that it's all perfectly flat and also helps to harden it up a little bit.
Excellent.
And we form a figure of 8 link or infinity link in exactly the same way, but without the hook at the end. Can you see that?
If you just hold, yeah, that's it. Perfect.
And then we attach them to our bracelet by bending the loop, the edge of the loop upwards by 45 degrees, like that.
Just come into you.
You never pull a loop apart,
right?
Because it weakens, it creates a weak point.
Yeah.
And that leaves it susceptible to snapping. So you always lift it up rather than pulling it open. And so then we just twist that back to close it, and do the same on the clasp. And twist that to close it. And there we have a completed bracelet.
Yay! And it's so beautiful. It's so pretty. There you go. We'll just come into you again.
Oh.
That's it. That's beautiful.
And very easy to wear.
Yeah, it's really I know. I tried it.
If you wanted to adjust the size, if it was slightly too big, you could easily leave the figure of 8 link out, and that takes a good 1/3 of an inch off.
Right. Lovely. Okay, Abby, while you get set for the next demo, I'm just going to do a nice little recap. Right, you can go for the big bundle where you will make a bracelet, a set of earrings, and a lovely ring. So now you've seen how achievable it is. I think lots of you are thinking, yeah, I can do this. Now, when you go for the big bundle, you're choosing either the amethyst option with the silver plated wire. This is now in the lead at the moment. Or you're going to choose the lovely turquoise with the copper. And don't forget, you're going to get your digital download. Just to stress again, we've just printed it out just so you can see, but nice and easy instructions. That'll be for, I mean, look how that detailed that is. I think you'll be absolutely fine even if you're a beginner. So you look at that. Yeah, so if you're a visual person, totally there. For the big bundle, £29.97, 714636 is the item number. Now, if you just want to do a bracelet, again, you've got your colour options of your amethyst and silver plated or your turquoise and copper. That's on screen for you at £11.99. You're getting all your beads and your wire. Item number is 004712. Then the earrings. Again, you've got those 2 different colour options of the Let's show you of the amethyst or your turquoise. And that is £11.99 again. Item number is 261678. And then we've got our lovely little ring kit. It's such a pretty ring, it really is. Oh, love it. £9.99. Item number is 973368. Now, at the bottom of the screen, we've got the jewellery ring triplet. What does this do?
This is for shaping hoop earrings or rings or large loops. Very useful.
Very useful to
have. And it's also got some sizing on there.
I'd love to know the size of my... I don't know the size of my ring finger. Anyway, 14.50 if you want that. 183019 is the item number. Okay, now we do have a big kit of pliers for you. Are you happy to talk us through what they are again? What
Yes,
they're called?
absolutely.
Yeah, lovely.
So I think we started with the chain nose pliers,
We did,
didn't we?
yeah.
So they're flat on the inside and curved on the outside. And as you've just seen with the bracelet, they're really good for getting into small spaces in between the wire without marring or damaging your wire.
Yeah.
Then we've got the round nose pliers.
Indeed.
Which are essential for forming round loops and shaping smooth curves.
Nice.
The flat nose pliers, great for grasping the wire, holding it tightly and forming nice sharp bends.
Excellent.
We've then got the nylon jaw pliers, which are brilliant for straightening the wire, erasing any mistakes.
We like this. Yeah.
And hardening the wire, giving it a squeeze afterwards and just hardening it up. And then the flush cutters, which obviously are essential for you to be able to cut your wire.
Yeah, so if you want all of those, you can spread the cost 2 payments of £23.48. 135229. Now, if you just want these two, because you might already have these three, if you just want these two, we've got those available at the bottom of the screen. Oh, we'll just pop them on the side of the screen there. There you go. It is £21.49. Item number is 266916. Again, just to encourage you, if you've got any questions for Abby or you want to, just questions, then you can pop it onto Facebook or also you can email the studio. And then the book, our lovely book, I'm going to have another flick through. I'm going to go to the back this time. Let's have a look at some of the more advanced. Wow, that is cool. Look at this. Look at all that wonderful wire work. Lace. Hang on, let me turn that back. That looks incredible, doesn't it? There's some absolutely stunning designs here.
Thank you.
Oh, really, really stunning. Look at that. It must be nice, you know, sourcing all of your gorgeous beads and things as well.
Oh, my word, you've got no idea what's in my collection.
I bet you've got an Aladdin's cave.
I have. I've got some that I just can't bring myself to use.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. £11.99 for the book. Item number is 077586. Right then, what do you fancy showing us next?
I've got some earrings laid out.
Let's do that then.
So this is basically a miniature version of the bracelet.
Right.
So obviously the bracelet design was very popular.
Yeah.
As you said, people like sets, and I was being asked for matching earrings.
Yeah.
So I shrunk the design down to form the hoop earrings. So it's exactly the same principle, but dealing with thinner wire, which obviously makes it a little trickier, maybe. So if you're buying the collection, I would recommend doing the bracelet first and then moving on to the earrings once you've got the basic technique down. But you start with 2 lengths of 20 gauge wire, which are 4.5 inches long, and then, as we did before, you straighten and then make 2 45-degree bends in either end of the wire, which gives you you see that? Gives you that shape. We then form a round loop in each end, as we did before with the round nose pliers. So you just grasp at the tip of the pliers, just by the bend in the wire, and just shape that wire round to form a nice round loop.
Just come into it, that's it.
Thank you. You do that in both ends. And then, and then wrap them.
That's it. We can see that now.
Got it. and then wrap them as we did before 3 times, which gives you a nice pretty frame. And then this is where the triplet comes in.
Okay.
So we shape that straight wire then, once we've trimmed it, around the triplet. We just push it into place. Can you see that? And then push the loops down, giving you a nice hoop.
Yeah, we're coming to you.
There we
That's
are.
it. Perfect.
And so then we need to attach the beads. So we have a length of 28 gauge wire now. We're working with quite a thin wire.
It does look it, yeah.
Yeah. And that's it. It helps keep the weight down on earrings as well as...
Oh, good. Yes, yeah. Don't want to pull your earlobes down.
No, I've already got stretched holes in my ears, so nice light earrings are the name of the game.
Yeah.
So we attach the wire to the frame by coiling 3 times. Thread on your beads. And then shape that wire around the frame. Now this is the trickier part. Unlike the bracelet, we're using one length of wrapping wire instead of attaching a separate one.
Yeah.
Which means that this initial stage is a little tricky because we've got to attach the end. We've got to attach the wrapping wire to the other end of the frame before we've attached the beads to the frame. So we just hold that in place roughly and coil 3 times on that end. Don't worry too much if you haven't got it so that the beads are sitting against the frame, because you can always adjust it from the other end if you need to. But once we've secured that, you can see that although the beads are attached, obviously they still move on the frame.
That's it, we come to you, that's it.
So now we need to wrap it. We need to do the kiss-cross wrap around each bead. So we take the wire under the frame and then over the wire that's going through the beads, and then pull that down so that the beads sit against the frame wire, and then again underneath the frame wire and between the beads. It's actually quite difficult to see the wire as...
Oh no, got it.
Have you got it?
Yeah, lovely. That's it.
Brilliant. Yep, so you keep working around like that until you've completed a layer. Right. Let me show you. And so when you get into a rhythm, you can see, you just push the beads into place, wrap. Push the beads into place and wrap. And it works up very, very quickly. I know it looks daunting to start with all this wire everywhere. Just shape that round.
Yeah.
And there we've got the first layer of the kiss cross wrap, and you can see that glistening in the lights already.
Nice.
And then we just take that back.
Oh, easy then once you get going.
That's once they're secured in place, it really does work up quickly, and you'll get to the end and think, I want to carry on. There you go, look, I'm back at the other end already.
Excellent.
Coil once to secure.
Yeah.
And then I like to turn the earring around so I'm looking at the other side, and then build that kiss-cross wrap up on that side.
Right. What is your angel policy in terms of, can we make to sell?
Absolutely.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, there's no point teaching people and then telling them that they can't sell.
Fair enough.
No, absolutely. All I ask is a bit of acknowledgement for the design and the lesson.
That's nice.
So yeah, keep building that up until you've used all your wire. There we go.
That's it.
And we've got a complete kiss-cross wrap.
Amazing, that looks so cool.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, really pretty.
And the thing with the difference we've got with the 2 kits is we've got smooth rondels with the turquoise, but with the amethyst we've got some lovely faceted beads.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
And they really glisten and catch the light while you're wearing the earrings. So we're back to having 2 wire ends, which we need to deal with. Now this is, as I said before, this is trickier because the wire's thinner, so it's even more difficult now to see where that wire end is. So you really need to pay attention to where you're snipping it with your flush cutters. and so that you make sure you do tuck that in properly with your chain nose pliers. So you just push that round and push that into place. Have we got that?
Yep. Oh, if you keep your hands still, we'll come to you. That's it. Perfect. Yep, we're on it.
Yep. And you just push that round, and then check, see if you can feel it. If you can, repeat, and check again.
Yeah.
So that you've got. I mean,
look at that.
You can't see where that is, can you? You can't see where the end is now. And then, well, let me just do this end. The only thing we've got left to do is make the all-important ear wire. Yeah. Otherwise you can't wear it. And that's just a simple piece of 20 gauge wire.
Uh-huh.
2 inches long. There we go, that's done. Yeah, so the ear wire's a 20 gauge wire, 2 inches long, which we measure and straighten, as always. Measure 1 inch along and make a nice 45-degree bend in that with your flat nose pliers.
Yep.
And then form a round loop with the very tip of your round nose pliers. And then thread that loop onto the loop on your earring.
Perfect.
You might need to open it up a bit, which you do with your pliers, not your fingernails. You don't get to have nice fingernails when you make jewellery.
That's all right, the jewellery's worth it.
I've just messed that up. Yep, thread that on.
That way, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what am I doing?
Don't worry, it's live TV.
It was bound to go wrong at some point.
No, you're doing brilliantly. You really are.
And then you just close that loop.
Yeah.
And wrap twice. And that gives you a nice, strong, closed loop. And then we just shape that ear wire by grasping with the round nose pliers at the widest point and just gently bending that wire around. Can you see we've created a nice little hook there?
Beautiful.
Yep. And we just trim about 1/4 inch off the end, use the flat nose pliers on the very end of the wire and bend up by 45 degrees, giving you a little hook on the wire, which then fits into the loop on the other end. And there we have.
Oh, if you hold it in the other hand for us. That's it. And if you hold it there. There we are. Lovely.
A hoop earring.
Fantastic. Do you know what? Because the book is proving really busy. Are you able to, if you pop it in front of you and have a flick through, we'll get it on the overhead?
Yep.
Amazing.
Let me just
Do you need a minute just to...
No,
you're all right.
I know the book quite well. What was it you wanted me to look at?
Just literally talk us through like what we're going to find in there, you know.
Okay, so the very first, we launch straight into tools and materials.
Yeah.
We look at the basic tools, which we've covered here today,
Absolutely.
really. And then we look at additional tools. So you can see there we've got the bracelet mandrel and the ring triplet or ring mandrel. We've also got some hammers.
Yeah.
Anvils, bench blocks, sanding pads, files. Briefly talks about jigs and bench clamps and things like that. And then we move on to materials. We look at the different types of wire, different metals used, different hardnesses, and then there's some just an overview of tips and tricks of dealing with wire, as you pointed out, looking at oxidising with a boiled egg.
Yeah.
It's a great way of using up eggs that have gone past their sell-by as well.
Good point.
And then we look at finding some basic techniques.
Right.
So we deal, the very first thing you make is a simple pair of ear wires, and that teaches you how to turn a perfectly round loop, and it looks at filing and basic shaping of wire.
Yeah.
And then we just dress it up a bit.
Okay.
With some coiled ear wires. That's a more professional looking ear wire there with the coiled wire and a bead. And we look at chain, wrap links, end caps or wire cones for multi-strand necklaces, bead dangles and head pins, wrap briolets and brooch pins, which is quite an unusual finding to make yourself, but brooches are very popular at the moment. We also deal with a couple of different clasp designs, hook clasp, toggle clasp, and each one is teaching you a new technique. So, for example, this toggle clasp looks at binding and coiling.
That's cool.
Which we've sort of touched on briefly today. And then we start on the easy projects. Now, the first 3 easy projects basically just connect those different findings together to give you a finished piece of jewellery. So the dragon's tear earrings are the perfect example of that. We've taken the simple ear wires, a wrap link and a wrap briolet, connected them together and produced a lovely pair of earrings.
Marvellous.
The nebula bracelet is a multi-strand bracelet. So we've used the wire cone there to hide the ends of the multi-strands and the toggle clasp. And then we produce the cascade necklace, which is just basically a really long piece of chain with some dangles on it. We then move on to butterfly wing earrings, and this is where you start really shaping your frame wires. Looking at accuracy of shapings to form matching pairs, because obviously with earrings you're trying to create a matched pair, which provides its own challenges, and attaching small beads to dress it up. And then we look at a ring, creating a setting for a bead in a ring, the bird's nest. And then we move on to the orbital pendant, which is the first one that deals with wire weaving. Which is a beautiful technique, produces a very ornate finish, lovely detail, but as you pointed out with the Kiss Cross bracelet, it adds real strength to the frame.
Lovely.
So that, obviously, as you can see, it looks at it in great detail, and it also teaches you how to form a closed spiral, which is a lovely way of finishing wire ends on thicker wires. And then we're on to the intermediate projects. So we've got a more complex earring design that deals with hammering wire, which creates a beautiful finish. I'm quite into hammering wire at the moment. And then we dress that design up further with the Eastern charm earrings, where we've got coiled wires, and we make chain and create bead dangles. So it gives you an insight into how you can take a design and develop it into something else. Then we've got another ring design. That's a more complex ring shank that you form there. And daisy post earrings. So very small pieces that you're working. You really have to look at the detail, and it calls for quite accurate shaping of the wire. So you're really honing your skills. As you work through, you're developing your skills and honing each one. Then we look at the firm frond necklace, which is quite a few different techniques brought into one design. We've got the bird's nest setting on the beads, the briolet dangles, we've got all sorts of swirls and curls, and multiple frame wires that we attach together. That's what this really focuses on.
Amazing. I'll tell you what, well, we'll leave the rest of the book for you at home when you get it there as a nice little surprise. Again, details for the big bundle there of your... oh, right, OK, Amethyst is in the lead of your bracelets.
Oh, Amethyst has taken over now.
It has now, yes, indeed. So you've got your bracelets that you can either get in the amethyst with the silver plate or the copper wire with the turquoise. Bracelets on their own are at the bottom of the screen. Then in the big bundle, we've got the earrings. Again, a choice of colours. We'll pop the individuals at the bottom of the screen. And then a choice of colours once more for the beautiful rings. There you are. So basically, when you go for the big bundle, the bracelet, the earrings and the ring will all be in the same colourway. You just choose which colourway you want. Remember, there is a digital download for all of the items. We've just printed it out for demonstration or showing purposes, but it's really, really comprehensive. I mean, just look at that. Tells you even down to the, you know, the lengths that you need. Absolutely everything there to get you set. It's fabulous, isn't it? Look at that. £29.97 then for your lovely bundle. 714636 is the item number. Then we've got our pliers. You can go for all 5 of them in this kit. In case you know you might be a beginner, want to get into it. It's £46.96. Item number is 135229. However, if you would just like these two, we'll bring those onto the screen because you might already have these in your kit. So these two, this is your flush cutters and nylon jaw pliers. These are really popular on their own. £21.49. 266916. We are getting busy on the phone lines. Fastest way to order is online at hochanda.com. Then again, we've got our lovely book that Abby's just flicked through. It's an Aladdin's Cave. It's brilliant, full of information. £11.99. Item number is 077586. Do you fancy showing us a little bit of the ring?
I've just got the ring laid out.
I thought you had.
Yeah.
We've only got 5 minutes, but we'll see how far we get. It's gone quick, right? Always does. Always does. Our guests are always like, really?
What happened there?
Yeah, I know. But yeah, we've got 5 minutes. Let's see how far we can get.
Okay, well, it's a variation on what you've already learned.
Yeah.
The challenge with this is forming the ring shank.
Right.
So we're dealing again with the kiss cross wrap,
yeah,
which you've seen a couple of times now. This time we do the wrap before forming the frame, so it's the opposite of the way we've created the other 2 pieces of jewellery. So I've got a 17-inch length of 20 gauge wire, and I've threaded 5 beads onto my 28 gauge wire, attached the wire on either end by coiling 3 times, and then I begin to form the wrap as we've done before. So under the frame wire, over the wire between the beads, taking it round, and just keep working that as we've done, building it up until you've completed it.
That's it. Yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
It's really fab. Yeah.
Really catches the light, doesn't it? Then we have the challenging. Oh no, we don't. We have to cut the ends first, of course. Now, the difference with the ring, although it's still important to tuck the ends in properly, when it's completed, the ends are actually hidden within the coils of the thicker wire.
Hang on, we're just coming to you. There you go. Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, although it is still important to tuck them in properly, this can't catch on the skin because it's buried within the design.
Yeah.
So we'll just trim that. Whenever you're trimming the wire, try and either hold the wire that you're cutting off or cover it with your hand because it can ping off.
Yeah.
And you don't want it pinging in your eye. That really isn't funny. Tuck it in with the chain nose as you've done before by grasping and turning. And then we are ready to form the ring. So you hold the bead section of your wire, ensuring it's central on your frame wire, against the mandrel or triplet, and just pull the wire around the mandrel. Creating a rough ring shape.
Okay. Yeah.
And when you hold them together, you can see that the plain wires sit neatly underneath the beads.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Holding it all away from the finger. So then all we've got to do then is create the coils around the side of the ring. So we do that by making a nice 90-degree bend in the straight wire, just below the coils of the thin wire, of the 28 gauge wire that we just tucked the ends in. Just bend that by, there we go. So we've got the wire pointing straight outwards.
Yeah.
and then we just take that wire, holding them all together between your thumb and forefinger on your less dominant hand, take that wire all the way round, binding it together and working your way up. Do a couple of coils on either side and that secures the ring together, and then just keep on working.
Yeah, how many times?
Normally about 10. I
About
managed
10.
to get about 10 in there.
Right.
You can see on that one, I'm taking it, and as you work your way up, because the wires are separating, you can see that the binding gets wider.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah?
Yeah, got that.
Yeah, and you just keep working that up until... Oh, there's one here's one I've done earlier.
Oh, that's perfect.
As you get towards the ends of the wire, it will harden up, because wire work hardens. The more you work it, the harder it gets. So you'll get to the point where you'll need to use your pliers to pull it round. Get it to the point where it's just next to your criss-cross wrap.
Yeah.
And then just trim that end off. And then you can bury the end of the wire into your wrap.
Perfect.
Like that.
Thank you so much, Abby. Believe it or not, that is the end of the show. How was it?
Brilliant, that went really quickly. Time just disappeared.
There is, as everybody knows at home, I often say there is a Hochanda time thief. There absolutely is.
Yeah.
So, we will see you again soon, I'm very, very sure. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful designs. Don't forget you can check out the book and the kit. So we'll see you again soon, Abby.
Thank you for having me.
Right then, as ever, we've got more coming up after this short break. In fact, it's 10 o'clock, which means it's time for our Weekend Wow with Abs and our Paola. Yes, it's a really fabulous sea-themed weekend wow that we've got. After that, we are crafting with Clarity, and then we rejoin Tracy for the one-day special.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Claritystamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Good morning. We are celebrating the 4th birthday of Alan Create, and of course we have got the man himself in the building. Abs, hello.
Good morning, Paula.
And now you are celebrating 4 years, and it is what a phenomenal 4 years. One of the things that Alan Create, well, you have come up with is a collaborative process with so many designers around the world.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's we are like from all over the place and designers from all over the world, and not only the designers are from different places, but also the designs are for different styles and for different crafters, and we have something for everyone, different tastes, different styles, different designs,
and
a mix of everything.
The Weekend Wow is by Bipasha, isn't it?
It's Bipasha from Australia, yeah.
So we had one day special from Olga, based in Berlin, Tracy Evans, based here in the UK, and now we have got it from Bipasha, based in Australia. Let's look at the Weekend Wow, exactly what we get in. Now, you have got in here 14 stamps in total, and I absolutely adore Bipasha's work. The reason being is that it's a little bit quirky, but it's so beautiful. You know, fish and ocean creatures with the flowers in there, but the collage element, that layer look, that is signature from Alan Create as well. So you are getting the A4 stamp plate, and let me show you, because it's better to see the stamps themselves. So you can see the individual stamps that you are getting. How are you going to use them? How are you going to layer them even further? Are you going to partially stamp? Are you going to highlight those sentiments? I love that, you know, the craft says, be endless like the ocean and timeless like the tides. Then you have got 2 A5 stamp sets, which are the Lotus clusters. And let me turn them over, because again, the size of it. Live life in full bloom. I absolutely love these lotus, because you can color them in lots of lovely softer colors as well. And then you have got the Sea Essentials in here. I'm going to turn them over again, because I just love to see the size, individual size of them. I love the flutters of inks. I love the empty spaces of the banners. Think about it. What sentiments are you gonna put in? How are you gonna incorporate them together? And if you want to see them color in, here we have got the color images. You can see how just stamping into black, adding a little bit of color, suddenly completely transforms them. And this is the beauty of these amazing stamps. You can see them here with the lotuses, the kind of gorgeous softer colors in here with the yellows and the greens. And then you can see, I love the lighthouse. I love the Cisco David, the kind of almost like Julius Burns. Julie Burns? You know, how is it? The writer, is it 8,000? And the sea, yeah, well, anyway, I don't know how to pronounce it, but you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. At least Ben in Florida does understand what I mean. You can see it now incorporating into the cards in here, how glorious it is. Now, if you want to go for this bundle, you have got the opportunity to do that. You're saving £5. You have got a FlexiBuy option as well. 609833 is your item number. However, most of you are going for an additional one. Why? Because, yes, you have got a free gift with purchase if you go for the weekend wow, but you have got an even better one if you go for the complete collection. What else do you get? Well, the complete collection has got also the seahorse, the octopus. Look, he's a cool octopus, and you know, he's a dapper octopus. And look at the well. I adore that well. Is this something full, I don't know, so elegant and graceful in that one. Then you are getting one of my absolute favorite flowers, which is the orchids. Funnily enough, one of the only plants that I seem to be able to keep it alive, weirdly. Here we have got a flamingo as well. There's something so beautiful, so exotic about an orchid. And then of course it wouldn't be a complete collection without a background stamp that you can be the bubbles of under the sea, or it could be anything, splashes of paint. Let's see what you get as a free gift. You are getting an amazing set here, a stamp set, which is the Crashing Waves, $11.99. I'm going to show you as well the back of it because it's one single stamp and I adore it, adore it. I think the fact that the lines kind of continue, it's very kind of, you know, those Japanese kind of wood prints, the hokusai and the wave, that, but of course the well in here, it could be the wind, it could be just an optical illusion. It's one of those ones that I can see myself using all the time. Now, this is the free gift that you will get if you go for the complete collection. If you go for anything else in the show, you will get another one, but this one is the one that comes with the complete collection. Let's see some samples, because isn't that just stunning? One single stamp, and remember that you have got a completely collection here that, well, we haven't even heard the amount of stamps because you're getting so many. But look at the well. I adore the simplicity and elegance. If you are maybe one like me, that you like clean and simple, but you adore something of coolness, these stamps will give you the transition from going clean and simple but with interest to something incredibly, you know, elaborate and beautifully collage. And of course, you have got here from the complete collection as well. Now, this has got an additional £5 savings. So the previous saving, it kind of carries forward. So you have got in total. But if you're, well, let's look at this. If you're a Freedom member, you have got a £14.89. But if you're not a Freedom member, please become one, because what you would pay to become a Freedom member, which is £5.97, certainly is you get even a bigger discount, and you are not paying this P&P. That makes sense to become one, because you will save more money than you would be spending by becoming a Freedom member. Also, you have got, if you go for the complete collection, 3 interest-free payments option is an option, £29.68. That would be all you would paying today if you're a Freedom member. Now, I would be quick to check out the baskets because we are approaching 70% of the stock of the complete collection. That includes, of course, the weekend wow. 897271 is your item number, and I'm going to take my free gift. Now, this is the free gift that if you buy anything other than the complete collection, you are going to get that one. Now, if you put the complete collection and something else, you are going to get both free gifts. So it is worth putting an extra bit in there. Right, we have got here, I adore this collection so much, the hexagons. What you are getting is the amazing A4 hexagons stencil, and you can see there that how big it is. I love that you have got these open areas in here. Why? Because you can create like little tiles and you can stamp through them. But also the negative space is brilliant. You are getting the A4 and then you are getting the matching, you know, you can see it here, there is, you can see it here, the 6x6. So they are smaller, and of course the proportions are a square. So if you want tiny hexagons like from a beehive or a, you know, honeycomb effect, there you have them here for you. Then you are getting a stamp set background with a beautiful lettering, that splatter effects as well, beautifully designed by apps. And of course you have got the hexagons and the numbers there. And then it couldn't be a collection of geometrics without the reverse stamp set. It's an A7 stamp set, but it's the kind of ones that they give you so many options to add in detail. And of course, we want to see in action those. Let me show you this one because it is a really good example. I absolutely adore it. You can see here, this is the largest stamp. Then you have got the stencil as well, those beautiful colors coming through it. But look at that. If you have gone for the one-day special from Tracy, again, you have got the gorgeous hexagons in the background in here. And also, this is kind of going stenciling through it. But what about using the negative of it? So you are putting the ink on the stencil, turning it over and creating the negative. We are approaching 2/3 of the stock of this one, and you can see it here with the also texture paste. 486045 is your item number. And remember that you have got 2 flexes, you're having a £3 saving. And if you want to go for that one, it's a great idea to go, because then you are going to get also this free gift. Right, and let's move on to another Big Pasha stamp set. And I remember when it came out and I was in love with it. Why? Because it has got the Big Pasha look, the coolness of the flowers and the layers, but also it has got that kind of circular motion in here. It's the kind of, you know, it is a magnifying glass that allows you to create apertures in there, but it allows you to, I'm going to just put it inside it because how it focuses the eye into it is absolutely stunning, and I adore it because then you can put whichever elements into it. And remember, anything by Big Pasha or by that means by AALL & Create mixes and matches so beautiful. I mean, look at that. Isn't that just cool? It's the epitome of coolness. And of course, then you have got also in here the blooming beauty, like our Charlotte in my ear. She's a blooming beauty, and of course these stamps would work and really beautiful. Hey bud, how it's growing? Oh, look at that. Hey bud, how it's growing. I love that. That for a gardener is beautiful. And I love that one as well. You see there? Sorry, apparently I sound very Spanish. I wonder why, because I've never, you know, Spain and me, I don't have a good relationship. You have got a saving of £10. Apparently I'm from Sheffield. £32.98 is the price. 902051 is your item number. Yeah, when I come off air, I have got a northern accent, apparently. Who knows? Anyway, we have got more stamps over here. Can I say how much? I'm really sorry. I know that I gush a lot when I'm with AALL & Create, but I just think that the way that apps collaborates with artists like Big Pasha is extraordinary, because you have got images like the grandfather's clock there. You have got the typewriter. Those images that you want to have in your stash for your art journaling, for cards for men, for those projects, whether you want something a little bit different, whether you want to incorporate maybe memories, maybe you have got somebody who is a budding writer. This is phenomenal. The pass of time, the way that you can put glossy accents and accentuate those elements in there. I think this is a phenomenal stamp set to have in your stash, especially if you are into art journaling, because it kind of prompts you to think about your thoughts and your memories and kind of your creativity in a very different way, not just with flowers and beautiful collages, but also about the question of writing and the pass of time. £32.97. You are also getting the, of course, the super useful background in there, which allows you to create, you know, just for any kind of a collection, sort of. It's just those backgrounds that you kind of highlight it and then, of course, mix and match. The 772324 is your item number. Now, talking of backgrounds, we have got just the set for you. It's very similar to the previous one, but a little bit larger in size, which means that if you want to achieve larger backgrounds, this is phenomenal in very quick time. I'm going to just see it. It's a full A5 stamp set, photopolymer, of course. You know, AALL create the quality stamps with so much detail, so much indentation. And remember that you don't have to stamp the whole thing. You can bring different elements into it. And I'm going to show you a couple of samples on how to. Also, I adore this stamp set. Why? Because I love color, and color wheels can be a decoration. It can be useful. It can be for you to test your pens, to test the colors that are your inks, but also to add those elements into your projects. Now, if you want to go for this bundle, you also will get the smaller backgrounds in here. Again, super useful to have. You know, whenever you are kind of creating a collage, maybe you want to add some extra splodges, you can do that. But you know, and if you love a splodge, this is the set for you. You can see it as well on the side of here, how those stamps, the backgrounds have been used. So you don't have to use them as they are on their own. You can use them partially. Also, by the way, Janet Klein's Little People are coming as an ODS tomorrow with Leone Pujol at 6 p.m. 992973 is your item number. Now, if you want, Be Precious, I think, has designed some dies as well, and we have got them on the show as well for you. I remember when Ab showed me a sneak peek of those ones, and I was like, oh, they are cool. But of course, I wouldn't expect anything else because they are phenomenal. AALL create that's quality. That's cool stuff. And if you have never ever you know, kind of thinking, oh, I don't know how to do collage, anything from AALL Create gives you that starting step, that first step that is the hardest one to do into a new maybe style. I would strongly recommend these. You are getting 2 dies in here, the crunching numbers and the checker figures, and you have got a £4 saving. We also have got a set of 3, and you can see them here. Oh, yeah, I love those ones. I love the honeycomb. I love the numbers. I love the verticality. I love the horizontality, the corner aspect of it. Think about they are all trimmable, so you can always trim a few bits and pieces in there, so you kind of highlight something and to kind of decoupage it. £33.97 with a £10 saving for those ones. And then we have got the stencils and stamps, which is the triangles. Totally triangular, lots of triangles, and the reverse. I like the triangular. I'm just sorry about my accent. I'm trying my best to achieve the Queen's England accent. £24.97 is the price for all 3 of those ones. 2 stencils and 1 stamp set. 609422 is your item number. But I'm sure you are as eager as I am to see apps in action. So let's have a look at the first demonstration.
Thank you. And you're not the only one. I'm working hard.
Yes, you are.
To get the Queen accent too.
Oh, I know. It's difficult,
That's
isn't
going to be an
it?
interesting show with my French accent, your Spanish accent.
I know, right?
Going to be so interesting and so rich and diverse.
Well, we are an international company.
Absolutely.
All over the world.
AALL Creates, it's all about gathering everyone from different places under one roof. So yeah, there you go. Anyway, so for this demo, I wanted to work on some of my journal pages, and this is my journal page. I just took 2 pages. I wanted to double our journal spread, whatever you want to call it. I already did some colors. I let them dry properly overnight because you know me, I'm not a fan of using heat gun, and because I lose a little bit of the color. So this is my pages here, only the colors. So what I did, as you can see, kind of framed So I put my washi tape. I have here the Orange Create plain washi tape. So I just went around all the 4 edges here, all the corners. I just taped it all, and to protect that kind of white centimeters, the white one, so not wine.
Wine. Wine, we're one wine. Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, so that's what I did. And then just before they dry, I removed it because I did not want to have a straight line. I removed it so you can see some of the ink went a little bit outside the line, which I really, really like, all while keeping that white space. Okay, so that's my background. I use, by the way, some watercolor paint, so you can use pencils, sprays, paint, whatever you want to use for your background. This is just for the colors. Okay, now I'm going to do some for my demo. I thought for this demo, because we have a lovely, beautiful product on the Weekend Wow and complete collection, but also we have this beautiful stamp sets on the show today. The magnifying glass, the blooming beauty. We have also the Navigates stamp set. We have the time up with the time writer. There's so many beautiful stamp sets, and I said, like, I need to use as many as I can because they really work together, even though the theme is different, but you will see because they have some flowers, so you can put all the flowers and everything. Okay, and all I'm doing now is working half and half, like a continuity in the other page, all while keeping that white space in between. So let me start using the magnifying glass. I always use my acetate here, just kind of so I know what I'm stamping and I know what I'm doing. So I'm gonna just to guide me. So I want it here, and then the continuity of the design will be on the second page. So before doing that, I'm using my Orange Create and plain washi tape just to protect again that white here, that border or whatever you want to call it, just to protect it. And what I like about this washi tape is you can remove it easily without tearing the page, without damaging anything. So I'm just going to put it here. I have here my A4 stamp sets already on the acrylic block. I'm using VersaFine black ink pads, so I'm using stamping this way, So I'm just going to go, sorry, I don't need that part as much, so I mainly need this section here on my left page.
Okay. Yeah, I love it,
So this is a very, very intricate and very rich in detail design. So make sure you have a good layer of things. So take your time, ink well, and I think my ink pad, after all the shells, all the demos, start drying. I can't see it. So Tracy, if you're watching, I'm coming to the studio number 1, sorry, still in your ink pad. Okay, so I think I have a good layer now. Let's see, fingers crossed, I have good prints. And I want to do is, as I said, half here, half in there. So I'm gonna stop in here. That should be fine for what I want to do now. Let's say, and then just gonna press and just lift the edges to make sure to give it a good pressure. Do the same thing, change in hand, and then lift in.
And you're using one of your A4 acrylic blocks. We have got those ones on the website if you shop by brand.
So yeah, they come in a bundle of 2. You have the A4, but also you have the border if you want for your large and long stamp sets. So because, as I said, because it's really intricate, so I don't want to remove my acrylic block straight away. I really want to make sure I have good print. But as I said, if I miss any part because it's a little large and my ink pad is really dry, I'm not trying to find an excuse, but it's really the case. We can always stamp that missing part in a piece of cardstock and then fussy cut it and just layer it here in 3D. First of all, we're going to hide that section that we missed, but secondly, it gives more dimension and depth to your background, which is really good. So there's always solutions how to fix if we have a problem or anything else. And I don't think we need it. I don't think we need that. It's already stamped very well. And now I'm going to just gently, as I said, remove my...
the washi tape.
You see, easily can remove maybe some part. Just actually, I'm going to leave it. I forgot that because I'm going to stamp this section here. So all what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove it from this page gently. See, you can easily remove it. Let me put that one back.
I have a question. That washi tape, could you use it as a stamp?
Absolutely, you can stamp on it, you can layer on it, you can make it your own washi tape, your personalised one. So sometimes if you work in a project and you don't have the right washi tape to it, just use a plain one, stamp it, add any colour you want.
Is that in on the washi tape that you do? Or
Yeah, it's part of the bundle.
Oh, fabulous!
We have 6 printed and 1 plain.
That's fabulous. Do check out online on the Shop by brand, because I wasn't completely sure that it came with the bundle. So that's phenomenal. If you go for the washi tapes from AALL Create, there we are.
Yeah, if you want to see quickly, that's, let me just remove my pencils, and that is the, that's the 6 that you can get here.
And that's the one that you use in your acrylic blocks as well.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the blue. So the circles one is that one for the large one, and for the border one, I'm using that kind of blue turquoisey one.
Brilliant.
And they come this one, and that's a bundle of 7. They are cool.
They are
I love
so
them.
cool. Yeah,
I love them.
Yeah. Thank you. And they use as pen pots as well.
yeah, for all my colour. Look, even when I work on my desk, they're really cool to get all my.
Yeah, multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose, yeah. Okay, so I'm doing the same on the other side, and now what I'm going to do is because I stopped stamping here, so the rest of the design, which is this part, I'm going to do it in that page. And I now, just for example here, I started with the 7/6, just for me to repair. So the 7/6 here, so I now I'm going to start from the 9 and and go on all the right section. Let me put that on the side.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to ink this section, and fingers crossed my ink pad is not dry.
I know, it's sometimes like whenever I leave overnight my ink pad with the lid off, I just literally have palpitations when I go to use it next time. But they are such a good quality, diversifying clay.
They are, and they're perfect for all these details designs.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just put that one here so I don't stamp it, like at least I'm the same kind of level here. So, oops, yeah. Just let me remove that one. Let's stamp it. Oops, sorry, I said from the 9.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't matter if you move it a little bit, because there's that white at the middle, so we don't see if you do any mistake. And then just make sure you press properly.
And I love the fact that you are quite strong with those acrylic blocks, and you know, they're having that thinner element that is more flexible. Yeah.
That's why I really like them. So you can bend them, you can flex them, you can use them in different ways, and they're really good. They're good quality as well. You get always a good print. Yeah, that is perfect. And now gently removing that one, as you can see, gently.
Oh, look at that. Now, we have had a couple of pictures sent in from events.
Oh, please show us.
Look at that. And it's actually using that same stamp. Look, I love how she's mixed the Janet Klein's, you know, people in there, person there. And then, of course, magnify the little things. Definitely. I love that. And then, of course, you have got that beautiful stamps from Olga that we had early on. And those stamps as well on the sides.
That is beautiful. That is really. I love the compass stencils in the background too. This is one of our first stencils, and I still love it.
She's used as well the dies. And you can see there, the 2, 3, 4, and the honeycomb.
I can't see anything.
In the centre.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, just behind the wing and behind the That's oh my God. Well spot, Paula. Well spot, Paula.
And also, we have had an email from Jill, who loves all your products, apps. I'm busy saying so I can buy more. I'm fairly new to crafting, and your demonstrations are so inspiring.
Thank you.
You give me confidence to try new techniques. Thank you so much. I wish I could afford to buy everything to support you more. Thank you to Hochanda. You are an amazing channel. She likes my accent, so thank you, Jill. That's really lovely of you. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for that. And just by emailing, watching, you also supported me and supported the show and supported everyone here. Exactly. So thank you. That's also a way of supporting us. Okay, and I'm glad you like it. That's a bonus. I'm glad you like what I do. So this is what I do. Can you see the continuity of that design and everything? So it's going this way here. You can see it, and I left that white in the middle because I want that nice continuity of something like this. Because if you put it here, you will see that it will get a continuity, but obviously I don't want that white spread. I think it's a little bit below, but it's not a problem at all. It's still very nice. Okay, now what I'm gonna do more stamping. So I have here from the Weekend Wow, we have that nice flamingo orchid. Very beautiful stamps, and I was thinking, because we have here a lot of beautiful flowers, I want to use all the flowers and mix and match, because it's the same thing and I really like them. So I'm going to stamp this one first.
Yep, and that's the flamingo over here, and over there, the orchids over there.
And let me see, always use my acetate just to know what I'm doing and just to help me a little bit. So I mainly want to focus on that section here. So, or should we do it this way? Yeah, that section here. And I already, where is it? If I can't find it. I already cut the flamingo before, so later when I stamp it, I'm going to put it on the top. So really, obviously we're having all that background now stamped with the flowers, so it's already kind of bring that white space again, that white element. And I'm going to keep it white, because that will pop more than if I color it and then kind of be part of the background, but I want it to pop more. So okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I have the stamp set here, but I also need all the elements on the background. Yeah. So it doesn't look like it's flying.
Yeah, so it kind of grounds it, grounds him and gives him some.
And also give it some beautiful background details. So this is what I want here. So I just put it here to see. So that section, for instance, here, I don't want it to overlap that much with the magnifying glass. So I'm just going to remove the ink from that section.
Okay.
And because I'm working with VersaFine, so it's like open for drying, I mean, like the open time, so it doesn't dry quickly, so it gives me time to remove the ink and add if I forgot something, or remove, or which is really good. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Get in there, do my flamingo in here. See, I'm liking it already. See, because once you put it there, you'll have all the background elements with it. Oops, just a little bit that way,
Okay, and then the left one.
That is brilliant. And then I'm going to bring my flamingo just to see what I'm going to guide me. But obviously I'm going to stick it later till I add more detail.
I love that.
We get it there. Because we did this flower here, so I want to have a nice continuity of this flower on the other side as well. So I'm going to bring my page here. Let me remove that one now, I don't need it anymore. So yeah, I want this orchid the other side, but because the set has so many, so let's use others.
I just think that these stamps are so cool.
Yeah, gorgeous. I'm going to use that one here on the side and then do a continuity of the others with it. Okay, what this should we say? Yeah, let's go with that one first.
And I love that also in this Weekend Wow. You are getting something a bit different, but also you're still getting beautiful, sophisticated florals as well.
Absolutely.
Because it's that mix of femininity and then, of course, the sea world as well.
That's good. A good layer here of ink. And then let's just stamp it here, just keeping that. Here I don't mind about that. I don't want about that white section in there. So I'm just actually. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it actually just for now, and then do it in 3D on the top, so that I have dimension better. But obviously I do it too low.
Okay.
So take it up. And now by the time I stamp, my ink is dry, and then, and then we have to start all over again. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Absolutely. Can you see how beautiful it is? It stamps it beautifully, and then gently remove that one, and we have that white border in there. So that's one. Let's do now the other stamp set from the set. So this one I did not use it yesterday. I did not use it this morning because I was thinking that is a beautiful, beautiful stamp set with a flamingo and orchid. I want to give it proper justice. I'm going to leave it for the right project. And there you go. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add more because I'm liking that one. So I think I'm going to add...
Yeah, because you can make a bigger bunch of orchids.
Absolutely, and then you can use it any ways that this, because there's no up and down, and there's so. Should I go? Yeah, go with this one.
Your way of designing, it just blows my mind, because it's just, and of course
thank you.
I need to tell you that a complete collection that includes, of course, the flamingos and the orchids, as well as the world under the sea from Pasha. It's over 70% of the stock. I'll grab yours by checking out those baskets. Remember that you are also going to get the free gift with purchase for the complete collection is the beautiful waves in here. Now, Abs, how many hours do you have got of the weekend wow?
This hour, tomorrow at 10 and at 2 p.m. So this one and 2 more.
Already 70% of the stock has
wow.
already gone. Grab yours by checking out your baskets to make sure that you don't miss out. Remember that the shows will be on Hochanda for 60 days. So you will be able to rewatch all the demonstrations for 60 days.
I'm just gonna do you see I put my washi tape because I just want a small section, and I think I'm gonna just add a little bit more because I want it a little bit longer and larger here. That is perfect. And then just go, you see I'm doing it upside down, but I don't mind it.
Okay.
Each time I want to stamp, I see something that I said, no, I need to get rid of this one.
But even if you stamped it with it, it would be still okay.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And even if you stamp it and then later on you change your mind and you don't want it, you can still stick something on the top, you can layer elements, you can add colors. There's ways of correcting that.
Or washi tape.
Or washi tape, that's even better. I like that option.
I just adore that washi tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
And now 5 hours later, I decided to stamp it in there, and now the ink pad will be dry.
Did you
and
ever?
Now, and it's perfect.
Look at
and now I'm just going to remove that washi tape gently, just in case, because I'm using here watercolor paper and it's a little bit textured.
Yes.
It's not smooth, so always remove it gently, but still, you're not damaging your, unless if you stick it like hard and then you remove it with pressure, then you may damage your paper. Okay, so I'm going to stop here for this section for now. I don't want to make it too busy. I'm going to just add a little bit the other side because we only need a little tiny bit here. And that small element here I think is perfect because it's small and it fills the gap. Okay. So let me go in here. Do you know what? I was about to put it back, I just had the idea, I was about to put it back in my journal like this, but because, can you see, it's not the same level a little bit, I was thinking, I have the Dina Wakley large journal page, so I'm going to stick them, one in this side and one the other side like this, so it's nice continuity, not the same level, can you see? Not the same level, and I will here add some splatters around to fill the gap. Actually, I'm going to do that. You see, there's always ways of correcting things.
But, I always say that I have got your artwork frame in my house, and I would have it like as it is, like as exactly, with maybe floating, those floating canvas, not canvases,
frames.
And then maybe a black underneath in there. That would be amazing.
I'm honored that you still have my...
I know, I love it. I really love it, especially the sentiment.
Yeah, I'm just going to put that one here. So I'm going to put a bit of... Actually, I'm not going to do it there because I don't want to fill that gap. Because I said I'm going to put it in my journal, so I really want to keep that white in there. Oh, you see, I put my dirty finger here. I made it dirty, but it's fine. Splatters later and then stop done. I'm just going to add... decision. Yeah, this section is better. So, back to my washi tape. Obviously, I've been so bad, in each time whenever I finish with that, but you can always reuse the same washi tape because you can reuse it.
Yeah.
That's it. And to, did we say here? Yeah. Ink that section. Good layer of ink.
Okay.
And then to... should we do it this way? Actually, it's even better.
Well, both of them works, and that's the thing. They work in so many.
Ooh, good.
Nearly. Our hearts way,
Okay, I'm just gonna do it this way. I'm not gonna faff anymore because I can spend ages to take a decision.
Yeah. Do you do that? That you kind of.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah,
all the time. Okay, this time I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm gonna save this one to use it later. So leave it here. Leave it here. Can you see? It's here. Okay, let me put back the mat. because the producer will be saying, "Oh, the mat is not so dirty." Okay, I have that one. Because I'm used to always moving it. The other day I removed it also. Like, where's the mat?
Is that a good time now to do a recap while you reset for the next
You
step?
can, yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah, you can.
Now, we have got the magnifying glasses, that beautiful stamp that, of course, Abs was using. There we have it. It comes with the florals as well in there. You have got the magnified and blooming beauty. I have the stock already gone. If you want your check out your basket, you have got a £10 saving. £32.98 is the price. But weekend wow, it's an amazing. Now let me put it like this so you can see it exactly how it's gonna come to you. And of course you have got 3 stamp sets here. You have got the A4, you have got 2 A5s, worked by Pasha, this amazing designer based in Australia. I love the seaside. I love the way that some of the sentiments in here you have got gorgeous like sentiments in here that says yourself, others become your own will, your limits. It's things that you can highlight, and I'm going to show it here. And you can see them how they have been colored as well, so you can add them the color and highlight them. Is one of the things that sometimes we look at images is, what are we going to do? We are going to do our journals for our days by the beach. We are going to do like kind of the lighthouse, that kind of the standing against the tempest that comes in by the seaside. We have got in here to put sentiments. We have got a gorgeous way of adding elements. They are backgrounds, they are focal points. You also are getting the lotus clusters. And I love the sentiments hidden into the intertwining flowers. How you color them, what color you give them, the highlight is up to you. The way that you can incorporate them both with the lighthouse and the flowers is up to you. It's the kind of the beautiful nature of these ones is that simple is possible, very elaborate is also possible. Bringing the clean and simple nature of some of your styles, coming in here with that focalizing the element by matting and layering into black. And of course you can then do things like bookmarks, which always are well received for a good reader. And that's the weekend wow has got a £5 saving. 609833 is your item number with a 2 interest-free payments option if you want to. Now if you go for the weekend wow on its own, it comes with a stamp set free with purchase, which I don't know where I put it, but here it is. If you go for this one, you will get this one. However, if you go for the complete collection, you get one that is bigger, that is £11.99, and you will not pay for that. It's included for free. You also, of course, getting a further saving of £5, so it kind of carries forward that the weekend wow saving. And then you have got the cool stamps in here. However, if you're a Freedom member, you have got even a better saving. £14.89 saving plus the additional weekend wow saving. That means that is, I think it's £19.89. That is that's the saving that you are getting if you're a Freedom member. If you are not a Freedom member, become one, because you will save more money than you will be spending. And of course, that we always like that. And you will have free PMP for the duration of your membership. And look at that, how you can elaborate, how you can incorporate the glorious, beautiful flamingo in there. And of course, you can see it as well. I adore the seahorse, because it has got that kind of elegance to it, almost prehistoric elegance, and then the orchids as well in here. If you want yours, the item number you need is 897271, and of course remember to become a Freedom member if you are not one. Oh, there's another thing we haven't mentioned is the 7-day savers from AALL Create, I believe. Now, we can see them all on the website. Now, today is Saturday, so it means that you have got exactly 21 hours and 18 minutes and a few seconds until the new launch. So if you well, they are there. I just, no, I don't know. I don't carry on the seconds in my head. I'm very bad at it. Anyway, it's from AALL Create. It's an A5 stamp set. It's rivet. $9.99 is the price for that. You have got a saving of £8. Grab yours. 913273 is your item number. Also, you have got other elements in there. So if you do not want to miss out on beautiful double-sided tape that is strong or die lights from a studio light, or even a proper magnifying light to go with your magnifying glass stamp. It's a perfect match. There you have it on the website as hochanda.com/7-day savers. Right, let's head back to our apps, don't we?
Let's head back to apps. Apps is ready. Okay, so what I did just here, I quickly stamped the magnifying glass on a spare piece of paper on a cardstock, and I just cut that material, that flower. Can you see?
Yeah.
I like it in there, but I said like it's too much blue. I need a little bit of white this side to balance, because we have that nice flamingo in there, and I wanted, so I'm gonna do just this flower here. I did not want to cut all the flowers. Just one is enough, and then later on we add a little bit of color, but keeping the white as much as we can. So okay, so this is so far what we're doing. The magnifying glass, we have it in 2 pieces in there. We have the flamingo, the flowers. Now let's go and work a little bit those backgrounds. And for that I'm gonna use the same color scheme, which means I'm gonna use pink, blue, green, and here it's going to be a little bit mixed between the orange and the yellow, so to have that nice shading and not only the same color. So okay, so let me put those here, and let's start doing some stamping. Okay, we have a beautiful stamping here in the show today. We have those bubbles, we have hexagons, we have the small A7, the hexagons. That one also is in this show.
That's the one that is also included, because we did in our sales doesn't appear. I love that stamp set.
Yeah, and we have also in A6 size and A7 size, and they're really beautiful, and I think they work beautifully. But don't forget that we have this nice also background stamp set here on the show today. So I want to start with this one. It's a beautiful A7.
Now that's the one that is a free gift. If you go for the weekend wow on its own, not the complete one, that's the one that will come in. So if you go for that one, you will get the numbers one, and if you go for the complete one, you will get the wave ones. If you go for anything else as well, then you get both. But in order to get them both, you need to go for the complete and something else during the show.
Okay, so let me use my washi tape to protect that white space for now.
Okay.
So I want just to work on that section. Oh, I just saved the other piece, but I just removed another one, so okay, let me just use that one. So recycling, you don't have to use another piece and waste it. Just cover that bit here so I don't put stamping on it.
We have got about 11 minutes till the end of the show. It's crazy how fast this hour is.
Crazy. So I have here my, I'm not using acrylic block, I'm just going to stamp a little bit, add some detail. So I have those nice letters, and I really want that section here in the corner. And I want the same color tone on tone. So let me put that one aside. Add a little bit of that beautiful, is that pink, raspberry, what it's called? I don't know what it's called. It's Charming Pink. Oh, nice name, Charming.
Charming, yeah, it's one of my favorites. Charming and Sea Breeze that you also have.
Nice.
Burbank.
Come on, the green, come on, you have to say green. It's my favorite color, you have to say the green. So yeah, I'm just stamping here. And I don't mind if I go a little bit on the top of my washi tape. And I'm not looking for perfect print, because I only want texture and details on the... So even if I miss some part, I don't mind, but that's what I wanted.
love that.
Details. And now whatever is left, I'm not going to waste it. I'm just going to go try to add a little bit in here. Right, so let's see if we can put more prints. Yeah, we can. And then here, whatever is left. I don't think there's anything left.
Love that.
Let's see. Yeah, that's one. It's actually clean, so I'm just gonna move my washi tape. Again, I'm gentle because I'm using a textured watercolor paper, so I don't want to kind of tear all my page and damage it. But don't worry too much, because you have a good quality washi tapes here.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to do the same thing with the blue. The blue here, just be careful. It's a little bit dark than the blue that I have here. If you don't have the right blue at home, let me just grab this paper. I just want. If you don't, for example, if you don't mind having a darker blue, a nice contrast on the top, just to show you what you're gonna get, you can go straight away with it. Can you see the difference?
Yeah.
How it's dark, it's that one. But if you want a little bit lighter, what you do is stamp your ink, kind of do a second generation. So remove a layer of ink.
Yeah. You don't press that hard.
And then and then go here and do your second layer here.
Okay.
So you have it
Yeah,
lighter.
absolutely. Yeah, it works really well.
Let me just
adore this. I absolutely
that's
adore it.
Perfect. Do maybe, because it's a really nice background stamp set, so you can do it anyway, and you don't have no. Oh, you can see the letters here, they're coming nice. And as I always say, now maybe they're only small details, but watch till the end when you have all those layers coming up together and you have that nice print. Is there anything left? Maybe a little bit from here? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, oh, I love that. Look,
Save
I
them for
love
later.
that.
Save them for later. Okay, quickly now, we're going to do the other side, different stamp set this time. So I'm going to put that one aside, and now let's play with the hexagons, let's play with that bubbles from the complete collection, and also the texture, that texture plate,
Which
because I really,
this
really
one
like
is
it.
the free gift that you get with purchase of the complete collection, the wave ones. All the others, if you anything else that you buy from the show, will get you the number one, the letters one. The alpha and digits. Yeah. Oh, I
Let me
love
just put that one to cover my angle. Go on, sorry. Now, yeah, let's start with the bubbles. Green and yellow and orange. So what I'm going to do here is do the yellow, because it's a light, nice, beautiful color. That is nice. And then go with the orange, but don't cover everything, just shading.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Can you see? Just shading
kiss
on the
it,
edges.
yeah.
Yeah. Can you see?
Yeah.
Gentle, gentle, to get both colors mixed beautifully together. And then just go here. And we don't want anything, oops, perfect. Just do it this way. They missed a little bit here, because I did not press that much. Yeah, that is perfect. Do some bubbles side here. Nice having some bubbles.
Oh, yeah, I like bubbles.
Maybe here. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that's fantastic. Let me do the other side, because I find that is. Don't worry if you get on the top flamingo, because at the end you're gonna cover it with that one. So you really
right, yeah.
you don't worry about that one. So I'm just gonna add. I don't want to make it too busy, but now whatever is left, let me go here.
You
And
know,
bring that design a little bit to the other part of the page, so you have that nice continuity, whatever is left. Ooh, I want on the top of that white. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Happy accident, let's call it. And now do quickly the green one. So is that the blue?
Your favorites?
Green, green, green. The best for the rest. So that one would be here, so it's here. Green. Okay, hexagons now. Square and hexagons work beautifully together. Oops, just let me. Oh gosh, gentle, gentle. Yes,
it just makes me happy looking at your artwork. It's just like the way that you use color, the way that you position your stamps. It's just so striking. It's joyously striking, if you know what I mean.
Thank you. I love colors. Like colors makes me happy. Colors make me yeah, they tune me up, and I really, really like colors.
And the thing is that, of course, these demos will be online for 60 days, so you will be able to craft alongside apps for 60 days, even when you have received your stamp. So I strongly recommend to do that. But
and
you know
also,
what?
you need to recommend them to show me when they finish.
Absolutely. You have got a Facebook group, don't you?
I do, yeah. Please do join All and Create Fanatics. It's a beautiful, beautiful community where you can find everything. But also, if you're a fan of Tracy Evans, join her group. It's called Tracy Evans Craft Addicts. Also, there's a lovely community in there, a lot of sharing. So you have 2 groups to join. Don't forget that. A lot of inspiration. And now, I'm just doing it quickly here, just to bring in a little bit that green to the back to the bottom of the page, so we have that nice continuity, very light. Yeah. Okay. How many minutes do we have left to see what step I'm going to do?
We have got about 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay. Let's do some stenciling.
Okay.
Oh, just before the stenciling, I'm going to just use the A4 one. I know it's not the same theme, but this part here with the texture, I've been using it since yesterday. I love it.
Yeah.
If I can't find the acrylic block now, there you go.
Yeah, and of course that is part of the Weekend Wow or the complete. Remember, the complete collection comes with the Crashing Waves, which is that one that's the free gift with purchase, and you will get all the stamp sets that you can see on the screen. Now, if you want to go for the Weekend Wow on its own, you can do that. The details are on the bottom of the screen, and this is the free gift with that purchase.
Yeah, I just put my washi tape back, and it's the same one I've been using since before, and it's still sticky.
Okay.
looks like, oh, I love
Can you
it.
see that? I don't know why that small section really makes me happy. I love those small details, just small splatters, a small.
It's just the fact that even the tiniest element in there has got meaning almost, like
Absolutely,
has
small
interest.
elements, and they really add a lot to the a lot splodge. Okay, my hat maybe wasn't there.
No, don't worry. Okay.
Yeah, and now if I remove slowly my washi tape, you can see that black section in there.
Yes.
It's really added something to balance up that page. And now I'm gonna go to the other page because we don't have to forget this one. Obviously, think that we have white here, this way here. So now I need to bring a little bit of that stem this side. So let me use that because I have it here. Let me just use that one. Change the stamp quickly.
If you could see, like, I'm really literally standing here and just gushing at how beautiful that is, because it is. But the images that you are, of course, from the Weekend Wow, is what gives that fine lines, that detail, that incredible.
I'm going to use that sentiment here in a minute, or actually even in the middle, center. And this one here, let me just stamp that one first, because that one has that beautiful, yummy texture as well. With the splodge, with the thread, fake stitches, and all those elements that Pasha been so generous in adding it to her designs. Okay. Oops, and my arm is hiding everything. Look at that.
Oh, I love
it.
that.
And now I'm going to do the other sides, actually just this one, and do it a
And
little
there
bit.
it is with the crushing and lotus clusters in there.
That is fantastic. And now what I'm going to do the other side, from the A4 we have that beautiful sentiment, so I'm thinking it will go beautifully in here. So I just put it on the back of the acrylic block, so that would be quicker because we only have a few minutes left.
Okay, and then of course that stamp sentiment now apps is going to stamp it there in the corner. You are my coral reef in glowing hues.
That is fantastic.
It is, absolutely.
Adding that, beautiful.
There it is,
and now I'm just going to color a little bit later that one, just to make it pop more. Okay, last thing, how many minutes to go? So can I do some stenciling quickly?
We have got 1 minute.
1 minute. We're not going to do anything with 1 minute, but we can still try, okay?
Yeah. Okay, well, let's try.
Let's do hexagons. I have my hexagons here. I cannot find the small one, but the big one is fine. Okay, let me just remove that one. All I want to do.
We have seconds.
Seconds. Okay, I will show you later. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do it.
Can I remind everybody to check out their baskets? Apps will be back tomorrow. Is it 10 and 2?
Yeah, 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Hope you will join me.
Yeah, of course. And of course, that will be with the Weekend Wow with these beautiful stands. However, Tracy is back at 12 o'clock with a one-day special from Alan Create, of course. And then there is, of course, at 4 o'clock. Do stay tuned because also we have got amazing shows tomorrow with 6 p.m. with Leonie launching a one-day special as well from Alan Create. Right, check out your baskets if you do not want to miss. Remember that there is free gift with purchases, and of course the details are on the screen for that. Remember that you're becoming a Freedom member as well. Crafting with Clarity after the break with Alex, of course. Alan Create birthday one-day special at 12 and add 1 Crafting with Clarity again.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. Well, with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Yes, good morning. Do you know what? I'm totally losing track of what time it is and what day it is. I'm sure we all are. We have got some absolutely stunning stamps. We've got stencils, we've got dies, we've got groovy plates, and we've got Barbara Gray. Hello, good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, lovely Alex. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. What about yourself?
Yeah, all good at this end, all safe and happy.
Marvellous. So as I was saying, we've got lots of lovely items on the show. We're starting off with a nice Christmas theme. These are new today. We've got our lovely Christmas rounds. They're absolutely beautiful. Do you want to talk us through these lovely designs?
I would love to. So we've got 4 beautiful little sets, and this is artwork by Mel Turner, and people may recognise it because it's been around for a little while, but the designs are so immaculate and so gorgeous. We've reworked them and resized them, so these are like little buttons, and when you start to play with them, when I start to show you what can be done with these, they're very interchangeable, very beautiful, and because they've been made on a new system, they're also fantastic, ultra fine, very nice stamps.
Excellent, and you've done some boards for us here just to see how crisp they are. Oh no, look at their little faces. I love that she's even got their little tiny dot noses are so sweet.
Yeah, and now when you look at that, you see, so that holly frame around the outside, that round, it's a separate stamp. And so as you go through, and you'll see the little holly assets or elements at the bottom, they're actually solid stamps. There's one right where your thumb is, that one, the long one. The long, that one, that actually, I'll show you, that is the infill for the line art. So you can literally colour in the holly wreath with that one stamp. And the little berries, the little 3 random berries, they're positioned perfectly as one stamp, and they will colour in the berries. It's really clever.
Oh, very nice. And then, now Santa, I like him because he's quite a quirky, funky Santa, isn't he?
Yeah, he's fabulous. And again, now this time you can see here those shafts of stars. They are a 2-way stamp. So you've got the line art and the infill. And on this one, for example, the season's greetings, you'll see here the writing is just beautiful. It stamps so nicely. Well done. Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Good for colouring in as well. And then we've got our stockings.
Yeah.
This is my favourite round with the lights.
Yeah, with the fairy lights. And what's so brilliant with this one, I love what Jim's done here. You see, so you've got these lovely lights, and when you go down a little bit further, you'll see, and it's so true at Christmas, we've got a couple of spare bulbs. Look. See the spare bulb? It's so clever. And the little solid stamps, they are the infills for all the bulbs. Yep.
Oh,
I'll show you how they work. It's so ingenious.
Nice. And then I think our final one, we've got our beautiful doves.
Yeah, I love this frame. This is the wreath is just gorgeous. And again, the solid stamps at the bottom, they provide the infill. And then there's just a little asset of mistletoe, which looks gorgeous, just hanging in the centre. So all the rounds, all the designs in the centre are interchangeable with each of the wreaths, as are the words. So I bet you've got some fantastic artwork there, Alex.
Oh, I know. I was just about to show some. This one is by Julie, and I like the way she's offset it, actually.
Yeah, really lovely. And again, on our designer paper, that's on one of the, I think that's Antarctica, one of the new papers that's on the show. Yeah, you can see here, they just sit so nicely on the paper too, don't they?
They do indeed. And then, of course, as you said, very interchangeable, because this one's got your sentiment inside.
Yeah. Yeah, really lovely. And again, you see, with the solid stamp, the little tiny one at the bottom of the set, you can make that lovely border down the bottom, that band, which looks so cool.
It does, doesn't it? I'll just move my fingers out the way. I'm liking this. Oh, we got a nice bit of sparkle now for this one's by Dee. Little sparkle on our nice
Isn't
little
that
reindeer.
lovely?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, see, so there we've got the stamp, which just is delightful. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, does it? Well done, Dee.
Yeah,
Doesn't that look
beautiful.
lovely?
And then, should we show our lovely quirky Santa? I love the colours.
Absolutely gorgeous, and that's using the dye, which is Paul is going to be on at 3 o'clock showing off the dyes, which are the same design, just larger. But again, they mix and match so beautifully with these little button stamps, don't they?
Absolutely. Now, we're only 4 or 5 minutes in, and we're already 10% of the stock gone. It's £29.96, and you've got a £10 saving. So this works out at 4 for the price of 3. Always love that. Your item number is 821834. And as always, Barbara, when we have a little breakaway, I'll make sure I show oodles of samples, because they've worked really hard, haven't they, the design team?
That would be brilliant. Yeah, that would be great to do
Wonderful.
that. And what I wanted to do was just, first of all, show how the stamps work, if I may, just by using a little piece of stencil card. It's the Clarity stencil card. And what I've done is I've just cut one sheet of Clarity stencil card into 4 just into 4 quarters, and that gives you 4 great little toppers. I found when I was working with these particular stamps, I really enjoyed just using just small elements like this, and then you can lay them up and frame them. You know, let me just show you, for example, how to use them. I think that's the best thing. Let's start there. Is that okay with you, Alex?
All good for me. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, excellent. So what I wanted to show you, for example, here, if I just take a black archival ink pad, let's keep it simple. And what I'm going to do now is just ink up just by pressing through around the outside. Let me just make sure that I've got a good ink. My head's not in the way, is it?
No, you're good.
No, so you're going to go round, make sure that you've got some ink on that stamp, then you'll hover over with your mega mount. I've mounted it on a big mega mount, and then I can just press round like this. The quality of these stamps, what Jason is making nowadays, the new system that we have, it's just spectacular, really. So you'll see when I peel this off, you just get a perfect image. I don't know if you just let that focus. Is that working?
Yeah,
yeah,
perfect.
Look at that.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it is. And when you take that now, if, for example, let's just have a little meander around this stamp, and let me show you. If I take, for example, a little green ink pad, only because it makes sense to me. And if I take this little, let's come back overhead so you can see exactly what I'm doing. If I take this little green ink pad, let me just put the lid on the black so I don't put my fingers in it. And I just want to show you that this particular stamp, you know, from the set, let me just grab the indexer. Where's the indexer for this one? Of course, I can't find one. This is the little stamp that comes in the set anyway. There are 2 of them. And you'll see that when I ink it up, look, when I hover over like so, over the top, it will fit exactly. But I don't want this bit to be green, the stalk, if you like. So what I'm going to do is just take a piece of copy paper. Let me just grab a piece of copy paper, and you'll see this is just a beautiful stamp, right? But I don't want the stalk. So what I'll do is, when I ink it up, I'm going to hang over the edge like that, because I only want the infill. Do you see?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to hang over the edge like so, and then I can come in like this. Forgive my head. I'm going to come to the other camera only so that I can come. I think you can see this okay, can't you?
Yeah, perfect.
See, because I want to hover right over the top, and then I can.
Yay.
I can get it exactly where I want it. Do you see that?
Excellent.
Love it when it works. Right, now, so I've got choices. I can either infill, or if I just show you with this particular little stamp, it's so pretty that you can actually, because you can see through the stamp, you see, you can even with one little stamp, you can start to play just by moving it around and doing top and tailing. Let me show you, for example, inside a card. Where's that card? Yeah, where's that little card? Here we go. Look, in here, I did a Happy Christmas, and I just used the little flourish underneath, you see?
Yeah.
So this is something I wanted to show you as well. This is interesting. So that was the first thing I wanted to do, was show you how you can infill. The other little asset, the other little branch is exactly the same. Again, you just hover like this. I've got to go to the other camera because I need to get over the top to be able to see it exactly, you see, and then it goes in perfectly. And what I can do as well, if I wanted to, I can just lightly tip the top like that, and then when I go in, you see, my thing would be to go into all of these first, but you can see if you do this and then you just tip the top, you can actually get like shade and shadow as well on this. Let me just show you. So it sits really nicely when you So you can change, so it's not solid green.
Yeah.
So that works really nicely too. And then and this is where these little guys, these particular stamps now, they come into their own because you can just stamp them straight in. So if, for example, I wanted to just add a little bit of, let's put a little bit of green down on that one. Right, let's just add a little bit of green at the base, and then a little bit of black from the top. Let's just do this. I've got to come over the edge a little bit to do that, just to make sure that I've got it inked up well. And you'll see that all I've got to do is just hover over the top, and I can position it beautifully, and then I know that when I press on this, should get black sky and then green at the base. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice. So you can see how very, very simple it is, and it wouldn't take me long to do this, would it?
No, it's nice and quick.
So what I wanted to show you, I think you understand how it works, right? And what I wanted to show you, so every single one of those sets of stamps has got those lovely little solid stamps, silhouette assets, and they are the infill for the wreath. That's what you have to know. That's what's worth knowing, right? That's important because it's not obvious at first glance. And one of the things that I was aware of as well, I want to use the one that you like, the
light.
Look, I'll show you. Yeah, the light one. You like the fairy light. So I thought we'd do that one, and I'll show you how. Let's have a look at it, and you'll see. I just want to show you how I've constructed it. You know already how that works, but have a look at the glossy accents on the bulbs. It really brings it to life.
Definitely.
You see? Can you see that okay?
Totally, I can see the
look
shine.
Like proper little bulbs.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, so I want to show you how to do that. And then I wanted to show you on the inside. You know I said we've got some spare bulbs? Well, this is just doodled from the spare bulbs.
Nice.
Now, one of the things, yeah, I love this. One of the things, though, is that when we look at this, it's very clean, isn't it? It's very pristine, very typical sort of clarity. But when I look at Sam Crow's work, it's quite mixed media. It's quite grungy, you know. And so I was looking at her work, and I was fascinated to see how different it looks. Have a look here, and we'll look at some of Sam's work, and you'll see, you know, mine's all crisp and bright, and Sam's is very, very arty. It's very, I love it. I really love it, you know. And I was looking at it thinking, how interesting that you can take stamps and turn them from something so bright and crisp and clean to something so arty and mixed media type, you know?
Yeah.
And then I realised, and this is a little aside here, I realised that all the difference is she has stamped, for example, this onto our designer paper. So when you, for example, take this one here, let me show you. All that is now is the designer paper from the Amazonia. Look. And then she's stamped a little bit of Posca pen, a little bit of white highlight, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and suddenly you've got this really arty, grungy look. Same, for example, with this one. This is fascinating. You know, like I've gone in and I've put the bulbs in really perfectly with the glossy accents. Right, now look at, I'm going to go up close so that you can see where Sam's put the glossy accents. Look, if I hold it to the light, you see, she's just swirled it and twirled it. Look at that. All that background. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, it's the same ingredients, Alex, but just turned on its head. Got you. So, interesting, isn't it, what you can do with a couple of little stamps. What I want to do then, if you have a little update, I'll get ready to do this card with you, shall I?
Perfect, thank you, Barbara. And in fact, we've got yes, we've got an update for you because we are approaching 30% of the stock of these beautiful stamps. And we've got another show as well a little bit later on. But as I promised, just some samples as well because they are so pretty. This one is by Sheila and it's stunning, isn't it? I think she's also trapped the scrap with this one. So you don't have to use them as the rounds. Let me just bring this one in because we've got our lovely Santa. This one is by Deb. Look at this, gorgeous. And of course, just using the wreaths on their own, you can add your own other items to it. Beautiful. Now I know we've got a lot to show you, so £29.96, 821 834 is the item number. Then we've got some stencils. These coordinate beautifully. These are also new. And you're also getting 4 for the price of 3. Brilliant value. So you can see you've got the lovely holly, you've got your flourishes, those wonderful string lights, and then you've also got the star wreath. This one is £11.99. They're just a great addition. I mean, £11.99 for 4 of these. Bargain. 348135 is your item number, and they're 5 by 5 inches, by the way. Then we have got some gorgeous fresh cut dies. Easy for me to say. There are aperture dies, and again we've got the Santa, the stockings, the doves, and our lovely little deer. I'll just turn one around again just so you can see the size, and also of course it's that blue coated, so it's easy to release. Now we haven't seen these since December last year, so we've brought them back on a why not deal, so you might as well become a Freedom member, because then your postage is covered. And these again are 4 for the price of 3. I always love these in the black and the white. I always think they look so classy, and you know, you can batch make really quickly, can't you? So here's our other designs. Aren't they so sweet? So sweet. Oh, sorry, upside down reindeer. And then we've got our lovely set of stockings. Look at all that brickwork. That's amazing. And then we've got our fabulous Santa. I will do some samples. Now look at this. I'm not sure who's done this, but that's just beautiful, isn't it? Oh, and it spins. Oh, they're so cool. Have I got them? You could do it either way, actually. There we are. And then we've also got, this one is by Dee. Fabulous. Look at that bit of gilding flakes for our gorgeous stockings. Oh, now of course I've got to show this one. Shake a card. Excellent. This is by, who's this by? Oh, I can't see the name. Well, I'll try and find out. And then have a look at our fabulous, this is by Sheila. Reindeer. Oh, there's a little bit of holographic behind it, which really makes it pop. There's another one of our beautiful reindeer. This is again by Sheila. Look at that. I love what she's done. I think they've got little eyelashes. That's so sweet, isn't it? Again, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure who this one's by. Lovely. Oh, if you do want the nested circles, they're at the bottom of the screen. Absolutely stunning. Oh, look here. Isn't that clever? Oh, wait. Yeah, they're all going, wait. Oh, I see, it folds out. Isn't that clever? That's by Dee. Oh, that's a really good showcase of all those dies, isn't it? £29.96, and you've got a £10 saving. So, of course, as we've said, it is 4, I love this, 4 for the price of 3, and it's a why not deal, 671062. Okay, then we've got these wonderful designs as the groovy plates for you. What's really nice is, just like the stamps, you can really mix and match. I love that Santa's holding a teddy. That's so adorable. Actually, on the sample that Dee did, I like she made the teddy green, so it's just something a little bit different with our groovy plates. Look at all that detail, that's wonderful. Samples, there we are. This one is by Sylvia. There's some cracking white work on here. Look at that. All round the flourishes, absolutely beautiful. And we have our stunning Noel. This is by Chris Walker. So the designs really take centre stage, and then what she's done is, oh, I didn't spot that. Oh, we'll fix that, And next then, this one, I'm not sure who this is by, but that's beautiful, isn't it? She's gone to town with the sparkle. Hang on, I'm just trying to find, because we've got a nice pile of doves. Ah, here we are. Here is our reindeer. This is by Chris. Done it in the beautiful green parchment, which we do have on the show. So do look on the website for our parchment. We've got lots of different ones of 2 tones. Christmas parchment is at the bottom of the screen. There you go. I don't want to leave out Santa and the stockings. That's all I was looking for. There's Dee's work. Amazing. And then last one, we've got our stockings by Sylvia. Fabulous again. Oh, look at the stockings. The top's amazing. £23.96. Once more, this is I'm right, aren't I? Yes, 4 for the price of 3. Item number is 135402. These haven't been seen since July 2018, so we get new viewers all the time. We wanted to show you. Okay, then of course we've got to talk about the deluxe starter kit. Now, we're going to break this down a little bit for you. Now, you're getting your black mat behind here. That is worth £10. The plate mate in front is £11.99. Then going on to our A5 parchment, which is over here, this is £4.99. How many sheets do we get again? Okay, it's either, I think it's 20. Lovely, lovely. 20 there. Then moving along, you've got your groovy tools. You've got 2, and they are double-ended, which is marvellous. They're worth £8. Now you're getting 4 A5 groovy plates. They are worth £31.96. You're also getting your project sheet. That's £1.50, apologies. So all of that is £68.48. However, look what we're doing it for. 2 payments of £27.50 or £54.99. So you're saving a whopping £13.45. And you know what? As if that wasn't enough, you get your tumble dryer sheet as well. There you go. We haven't charged you for that one. Lovely. Your item number is 946594. Do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or do check out on the website at hochanda.com. And a quick mention of the stamps, we are now over 30% gone. Barbara, are you ready to go?
I am, love.
Lovely,
yeah,
handing
I'd like
to you.
To take you back to those little stamps, if I may.
Indeed.
So let's have a look at that little card that I was going to show you, and I wanted to explain how the little bulbs work. So I've mounted them onto, I've already stamped out for the sake of speed, so you know that's quite straightforward. Black archival, and then I've added the stockings in the middle. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, let's take, for example, the green. Can you hear me okay? Because I can hear myself really badly.
Oh, yes, sorry, Barbara.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's much better. Right, so what we're going to do is just take a little piece of copy paper. Let me just take, I just need a little scrap just to check, and then I'll show you. See, that's it. So what we're going to do is go to the third camera so you can see what I'm going to do. And this one is what I would call, it's convex, if you like. It comes out. And some of the bulbs are convex and some of them are concave. So you'll see, as you ink up, you'll be able to see exactly, as I go over them, look, you see? So I'll work my way round and I'll look for another convex one. There, you see? And then I'll come again and I'll just find one. There you go. So I've done all my green ones. That's that simple. And then I'll clean it off, and I normally, under normal circumstances, I would clean the stamp off with a, that'll do, look, just by re-inking it a few times. I'm going to get the yellow going. You see? So then I go again and I look for my convex designs. Here they are. There's one. See? And then I just change the colour. So I've got one there, and then the rest look like they're... No, there's another one. You just got to look for them. Can you see what I'm doing? Ink up and then press. So then let's say I'm going to go to my red one. I'm going to go to my red colour, and I'm going to use my red to do... And you'll see, when you do this, you'll see that there are concave ones. Look, it's so cool. You see?
Yeah.
So how easy is this? Oh, there. And then if I want to go, I want to do a couple of blue ones, let's say. So I'll just clean off my stamp again. Just clean it off. And then I'll go into the blue a couple of times until I've got the right blue. There you go. And then I'll go again. And then I'm just going to, it's so fun to do. This is such a delightful process. So you can see how quickly you can just build up the colour. It's so nice. Right? Now, what I showed you earlier was when you look here, I also showed you on the inside. These are, these are spare bulbs, if you like.
Yeah.
So I'll show you how to do that as well, because we might as well do that while we've got the stamps out. So if I take a little piece of, let's just take a piece of card to show you. And I could take my stamp. Let's take any stamp you like. Merry Christmas, or Happy Christmas, sorry, Light and Love. And I'm just going to stamp the image. Let's say this is the inside of the card. I'll just stamp it. Try again. Press a bit harder, Gray. Right. So ink it up, and then we'll just press that into the centre. Right. Light and Love. Perfect. Right. And then what I'm going to do is take my spare bulbs, because I've got 2 in the set that aren't attached to the wreath. So what I can do now, for example, I can use my black ink pad, and I can take my time, and I can just add a couple of bulbs here and there, like so. And then I'll take the other one, and I'll just add a couple more, and then I can string them together. It's so neat. Watch. So you ink up. So that means that you can do this on any message or down any. You see? Yeah. And then what we're going to do then is let's just join them up. There we go. And you can come round, you can go just doodle away like that, and this one will come round like that. See?
Yeah, perfect.
So then what you do is exactly what we did before with the colours. So this is a red one now. You just look for the right shape, and then in you go. Look. It's so nice to do.
Yeah, it's so quite satisfying.
And you just pick your colours. Yeah, exactly. So if you come back to this one now, the way that you make them, because like this, they do look not flat, but they could do with a little bit of light on them, couldn't they? Let's just let the light, right. So what we're going to do, we've got choices here. What we could do is take the solid stamp, this one, and we could use a Versamark, an embossing pad, and we could go over the top, put clear powder on and heat it. That works fine. The other thing we could do is take glossy accents. We've got it on the show, you've got it on the website. So you take your glossy accents, let's just get it going so it doesn't squirt. That's it. You see, and then what we're going to do is when you've done it, you'd need to do all your colouring first, and then you just add your glossy accents. It takes about an hour to dry, but it really works well, and it's up to you how much you load on. But it's like this. I'll just show you one that I've done here. That when you, let me just hold it to the camera. Let me offer it up to the camera, and you'll see. Let it just focus. You'll see that it's like a. You see it on top.
It's a dome.
Like a proper dome.
Yeah, it looks cool.
And it dries like that. It dries like that. So when you do all of them, you'll see they just look like proper little bulbs. Look.
Yeah, I love it.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah, really great. Takes, like I say, half hour. I left mine for an hour to dry, just because I didn't want it to smudge or stick my finger in it, because I was, impatient as you are. But it's a really playful thing to do. And as far as the infill goes, let me just grab that. All I did to actually add colour to the inside, this was quite nice. I just took colouring pencils. Say, for example, I picked the 4 prime colours around the outside, but when I did the colouring in, I used the pergoliners, but I used the A pencils. There are A pencils and B pencils in the pergoliners. The A stands for aqua. And so, for example, I'll show you. If I just colour in one of the... Can you see this all right, Alex?
Yes, it's all good, yeah.
Right, so I can add a little bit of the watercolour pencil, the water-soluble pencil, right? And it looks quite muted, doesn't it? It's coming a bit tighter, and you can see what I'm going to do. So I would add all 4 colours. I'm just being careful because I'm aware that I've got some glossy accents on this bulb now, right? But you'll see when I add a little bit of water with one of our brushes, Let me just get the water going here. Right, you'll see that it comes, I don't know if you can see this, but as soon as I add water, it really brings it to life.
Yeah, we're
and
totally seeing that.
In line. You see that well?
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, so these are just water-soluble pencils, really good value for money. But what you'll see is that when you add water, it really makes it brighter and it comes in line with the brightness of the bulbs. So I wanted to just flag that up, that because we're always using the B pencils when we're colouring in the shack, but the A pencils, when you add water, they come to life. They really get bright. So that really was that demonstration. So what I'd like to do is wind this one up. If you could just have a quick recap, give me a couple of minutes and we'll come back to the next demo.
Sounds perfect to me. Lovely jubbly. Stamps are proving really, really busy at the moment, but take a little look at them. They are gorgeous, aren't they? You've got your dove, you've got your reindeer, you've got your Santa, and you've got your stockings, which I love. Now, the wreath that you're looking at is separate to the one inside, so you know, and that means you can mix and match, which is jolly marvellous. We like that. Then you've got choices. We like choices. And then you can see our fabulous Santa, who's really, he's like a really groovy Santa, isn't he? Now, while you're looking at the rest of the stamps, let me tell you that 40% of the stock has gone on this collection. New today, and I love you get the infills as well. Now it's working out at 4 for the price of 3. Now let's show you some samples. This is by Sheila. I love that monochromatic look. Oh, she's added some charms to it as well. That's really pretty, lovely for your batch making. Here we've got one by Carol. She's used the designer papers, or designer parchment actually, and then look, just that little bit of sparkle on the stockings looks so pretty. Just using the sentiments, beautiful. This is by Dee. I love all the stars she's used to create that background. It looks really beautiful. And then we have our Peace on Earth. So just using, so here Jane has cut out the actual bird. Ah, look, and this one's using the reindeer. Just a lovely set, you know, all the way around. Jane's done this. And then we have our Santa. This is by Julie. And again, look, he's waving. I love that. Oh, right, this next one, this is really like mixed media-y, moody, I like it. This one is by Andy. There's so much beautiful artwork, isn't there? Now, I do have, just to make sure I'm putting these to the bottom of the pile so we see more later. Where did I put, oh, Alex, where did I put the, I found them, the boards. We're now over 40% of the stock gone, so this will be separate, and then you've got your doves, that Peace on Earth, and you can actually colour this in a little bit if you want to, because there's room there for you. And then I love that you're getting your flourishes and your mistletoe. Then we have our holly wreath, and those cute little noses. That would be nice to put a little bit of glossy accents, just a little blob on their noses, with the holly and the separate berries and the Happy Christmas. Then we move along to the season's greetings, and of course we've got our wonderful Santa, and then we have got our lovely string lights, my fave, and the Light and Love, and your spare bulbs. And let me tell you, I've never got enough spare bulbs in real life for the Christmas trees. £29.96 is the price, £10 saving, which means it's 4 for the price of 3. So you're not paying for one, which is excellent. 821834. So do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or go to our website at hochanda.com. And now we're going to go back to Barbara live via Skype. Hey, Barbara.
Yeah, good, because I've got 2 demos that I really want to show you. One with the stencils, so we're going to, but this one is really lovely. I love stamping on craft card. So we've got fabulous craft card blanks, and this is what I've used here. So check out this little offering, and I'll just offer it up to this camera so that you see. Let it just focus. Right, and you'll see here I've used the wreath and a white pencil. It always looks so gorgeous. In fact, we give you the white pencil with the craft card, but have a look at when you, it's just attached with I've attached it with a little brad, a little black brad, to show you the message on the inside. And then when you open up the card, of course, we've got peace and joy on the inside with one of our stickers. So really, really pretty, very easy to do. Let me just show you the how-to on this one. if we take a piece of, what I've done is I've taken one of the card blanks and I've just cut them in half, and that's going to be my base. And then I've just cut it back. But I think what we'll do is we'll start with the stamp, and so you see how they stamp beautifully on craft card. Again, I'm going to use a black archival ink pad, and I'm just going to push the ink onto the stamp. This is because it's a large stamp, even though they are a good size, you know?
Yeah.
But really nice. So let's have a look. So we'll just turn this over. I'll stay in the middle because I'm going to cut it out anyway. And then I'll press down on the stamp. So I'm just going to go around like this. If you've got a stamp platform, that's fine. These work great with that as well. Of course they do. I've mounted it on a mega mount. It just works well for me. That's, you know, old habits die hard. Fantastic stamped image. Now I'm going to take my doves, these doves by Mel. I just think they are the most delightful stamps. Let me just ink it up quickly on the side of the, that's it. And then I'm just going to hover over the top. So what I'm doing is I'm stamping it all into position before I cut it all up. So you'll see now I've got that ready to go. Perfect.
Yep.
I've done my stamping, that's all done, and now the next thing I want to do is cut it. So if I take we've got these nested dies, really, really cool. Parchers have got them, we've got square ones, we've got round ones. These are these nested picot dies, and it gives you that fantastic zigzaggy effect that you get on parchment when you picot cut. Can you see that?
Yep. Oh yeah, I can really see it now, yeah.
Yeah, so this is just the scrap that I came, but let's say, for example, now, in order to get this particular card, I'm going to take the round one, right, and it's easy to position like this. You do that like so, right, and then this one is going to go over the top of that one like that. So you stamp it all out, and then you cut it, right, and then this one is going to be the black one. That's going to be the black size to go around the back. That's all it is. It's just the next size up on the nested squares, right? So to save time, it's ever so easy though. You literally just put a little bit of low-tack masking tape in place and cut it out. And you'll see that it sits exactly inside there. So what you'll end up with then, let's take that one out of the way. What you'll end up with is that, right, which is really pretty, and that.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do, you see, is put that down on there. This is a piece of white now, because when you open this one up, you can see it's got white underneath. So that's what we're going to stamp on. So the way to do this is to, first of all, cut the white to size, because that's going to create your aperture. So we'll just add a little bit of, let's just do this. So you see, you've got to hold it in place. I'll just add a little bit of glue runner down the side, like so. So then I know, right, that's going to sit on there, and that's in the right place now. So that's right. Then I'll take Peace on Earth, if I can find it, or Light and Love if I can't. That's a bit of luck. Right. Well, there you go. We all need a bit of light and love. So what we're going to do is put a bit of light and love in there instead, and we'll just ink it up, take our time. You only get one run at this one. Right. And then we're just going to hover over, excuse my head,
all good,
because I need to get over the top. Can we see that now?
Yep.
Yeah. There we are. And then I can press in there. So I tend to lean over my artwork when I'm stamping. There you go. So that way I get it in exactly the right place. So now it's exactly right. And then all I've got to do, I'm going to colour it in though, and I'm going to use my pergoliners to do that, my pergoliner pencils, because they work perfectly on here, right? So my pergoliner B pencils. What you want to do, and I worked this out the hard way, I had to deconstruct, you need to colour in your letters before you put the brad in place, because otherwise when you swing it round you can't get to the top of the A. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the white pencils, and this is the key, it's the white pergoliner pencil. This is where I think the magic starts, because when you add white to craft, I don't think there's anything more elegant than this. It just looks so classy. Blue and white on craft card always look just fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, it just looks so pretty. And this little guy as well, it's just a combination of white and blue, but you'll see that it works so beautifully on this craft card. There you go. You see, and then you can add a touch of blue, you can add a touch of white, and then it's just a question of constructing it. And the construction is a piece of cake, right? All you need is literally a brad. We've got brads, we've got Pergamano brads. We'll just take a little black one. I'll show you a trick, right? If we take a Pergamano brad, and hang on, I'll show you. If you take a bit of super foam, I've got it here, right? This works really well, because this is going to be our opening at the front. So then you're going to pretend you've coloured all that in, and then you've got this, and you decide now how you want it to sit. Right, I'm going to, because it's like a ratchet, it goes round, and you'll see it just sit. Obviously, you cut it out of this place, so it's going to go in there. See what I mean?
Yeah.
And then what you'll do is you'll take a one-needle bold tool, for example, or a stylus of some description. Make sure that it's sitting in there the way you want it to look. And then, at the top, just go straight through, like that.
Yeah.
Go through the whole thing. Okay? And then what you do is, excuse me, because you'll take your tiny little brad and you'll pop your brad in there, right, like so, and you know now that it's going to sit perfectly because you positioned it. And that now, when you mount it onto here, you see, on the inside of the card, of course, the brad is here.
Yeah.
It doesn't end on the inside of the card.
Cool.
So, and that's how you end up with a really nice little clean. I think we all like these little openings and pockets and secret little doors like that, don't we?
Oh, I do.
And so that's ended, that little demo. And what I'd really like to do, if we've got time, is just let me clear this deck, and then we'll come back to the stencil one, because it's really cool, Alex.
Marvellous. Give us a thumbs up then when you're ready to go, Barbara. Okay, the stamps. 3 of the individual options have sold out on their own, and you can only get them in the bundle. Oh, the only one that's hanging on but individually is our Santa. There you are. Remember, you're getting your £10 saving when you buy the collection, which works out at 4 for the price of 3. This one is by Sarah. Look, it's like a lovely little badge. You could make a badge, actually. They'd be sweet, wouldn't they? This one is by Andy, and he's done all those lovely green hues. This one is also by Andy. Look how rich that is with the peace on earth. And then just using the wreath. This is by Linda, and another stamp from her collection. I'm just seeing some. Oh, I like this. Hang on. This is nice because they've got like little. She's done them as little charms. This is Dee. Oh, that's cute, isn't it? That is so, so cute. And this one, marvellous. And we are approaching half the stock gone. This one is by Elaine. And don't forget, we've got another hour too, so if you are going out, make sure you're checking out. There you are. This one, look at that, Santa is coming, that's so nice. That one is by Linda. £29.96, £10 saving, 4 for the price of 3, 821834. Now we've also got stencils that match, and I think we're going to see these in a minute. I love them, they're glorious, aren't they? These have also been really popular. I mean, look at this, look at the price, 4 for the price of 3, and again, you've got that £4 saving, and it's just £11.99 for these. Look at them, they're beautiful. 348135 is your item number for these. Next, we've also got some dies. Oh, very quickly then, because I know Barbara's ready. There you go, just the item number and price, which is £29.96, 4 for the price of 3, again for the dies, 671062. And now we're going to head back to Barbara live via Skype. Back to you, Barbara.
Cool. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that everybody likes the stamps.
Yeah.
The stencils are well worth having, I'm telling you. These 5x5 stencils are absolutely gorgeous. Can you hear me okay? Because I can hear myself again.
Yes, we can totally hear you.
Okay, good. So let me show you where we want to go, because it's a sort of a two-part demo. If we take a look at this little girl, have a look at her. So you can see she's on black clarity card, but she's on parchment. This is one of those little parchment poppets, and I've mounted her on a mount board. If we come in closer on the third camera, then perhaps you'll see what I'm up to. So you can see here we've got this little parchment poppet, but in the background I've used texture paste through the stencil. But I just thought, and there's parchment in the background, but I really like that kind of trad look. I think it works really well, and the texture is just lovely. I don't know if you could see how it works.
Yes,
yeah,
it's just
you can.
focused. Wonderful.
It is. It's so nice, and it works beautifully together. So I was thinking that maybe we could just take a look at how, because often, you know, we use the stencils. Let me take a different one so you see, because you can see what that one looks like. Let's have a look what this one looks like when we run some texture paste through it, and I'll just give you a couple of pointers on how best to do this. Say we're going to use our black clarity card. It's fantastic, right? It's coated stock, but it's also white on the back, which is good. It's a good thing because it means that you can make an instant tag with it. It's white on the back to write on. So for mixed media people, that's ideal.
Yeah.
And what we're going to use here is texture paste. This is the Viva texture paste. I like this a lot. Relief papier pasty, it's called, believe it or not. Right, and what we're going to do, let me just show you how this works. So what we want is to just load up the stencil with a little bit of texture paste. Don't want too much, because if we get too much, it will bleed and clog and all sorts. So I'm just going to take it like so. Now I find it's just about where you load it. Let's load it up here on the masking tape, and then what I'll do is I'll just slowly just lean it in to the just gently jazz it. We're just going to lean it over like that, not too much, right? And then I've got quite a lot of texture paste. I can load it back in there like so. And then if I lift this off now, right, let's have a look. We should get a really nice, there you go, look, a perfect. Yeah, it's really, really pretty. Yeah. So I've still got texture paste. Let me get rid of this. This is a little bit of a mess. Right, but it's not, because you cut it all back anyway. I just want to get that double. I've still got some texture paste on there. That's it. So what I'm going to do now, this one has to dry, for example. Right, it looks amazing though when it's dry. Leave it with me, and then what I'll do is let me grab another piece of the paper. Let me just grab another bit of the card, and let's see what happens if, for example, sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't. It's just one of those things. You just have to figure it out, right? But I've got to clean this off anyway by putting it in water. But I wonder what will happen. Let's just see. You know, I've done it on matte card. Let's see what happens on glossy card. And then I'll show you the bits. So it's just a question of seeing whether we can use it, whether it's arty, whether it works. Yeah.
I think that's funky.
Really nice. I know, very, very nice. So I'm going to put that stencil in water, and when that dries, you can chop it up so nicely. It looks so excellent, just isolating areas like this. So that's going to dry. Leave that one to dry as well. Just come to me for a minute while I get my ducks in a row here. You see, because you've got to clean. When you're working with this gear, you want to it's easier to wipe it off now off your tools than it is when it's dry, you know? Yeah. So that works. There you go. Stencils in the water. That all works like a charm. And then what we'll do is we'll take our, fast forward, you see, we've taken our stencil and it's dry now, right? This is dry.
Yeah.
Right, so what we can do now is, for example, we can take our ink pads. I'm going to go with a couple of these, what are they called? Artistry inks. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to grab a couple of artistry ink pads. Bear with me a second while I find them.
Not a problem.
Now, where have I put them then? They were right in front of me. They were right in front of me. Stay there. I know I've got them. You know when you've got so much gear on the counter that you can't see a thing?
Yeah.
Right? Well, I tell you what I can do. While I'm scouring, let me show you what happens when you cut it up. Look, it looks so beautiful. Do you see?
Perfect.
You chop it up. And you can, yeah, really, really nice. So you can go from these large pieces like this when they're dry, and then you can chop them up into tags and gift tags, and very, very lovely. And this is when it dries. Look, it looks so cool, so cool. Now, let me just bear with me 1 second while I look for, because I know I've got it here.
Not a problem. I'll tell you what, I'll just do a little stock update because in terms of these stencils, we're over 60% of the stock gone. They are absolutely flying. Might not be around for the next hour. So it's $11.99, 348 135. Are you all right, Barbara?
Right, so what I wanted to show you was, if you take like a spot-on sponge or a makeup sponge, right, I'm just using artistry ink pad now, and what you'll do is you'll take a bit of copy paper just to make sure that you've got the right colour, that you like what you're doing, and what you can do is you run over the top. And you'll see that when you do this, first of all, because you're using a makeup sponge, you've got more control about where you're going in. You see?
Yeah.
So you can add colour really, really nicely and really easily like this. You could also, if you wanted to you could use a yellow brush over the top, right? That's got some yellow ink on it.
Yeah.
And you'll see how it changes the colour. See how it's changing it?
It's really nice.
It just tones it down really nicely. And the thing about, and this is the thing about this particular Clarity card, if we take a tissue, right, take a tissue and we buff it, you'll see, as I go round, I can polish it and I can get rid of any ink that's obviously, look, I just buff it up and it comes up like a treat again. It just comes up like glass. So you can add your ink to your paste, you see, and then when you've buffed it, it comes up like really glassy again, glossy.
It does.
Yeah. And so that, then all you've got to do then, I've used Perga colours, these pens that we have. These are, hello. These are our Perga colour pens. They're felt tip pens, double-ended. Great for working on parchment, but also fantastic because they've got a really fine line and then they've got a bullet end, and both work really well. And all I'm going to do now is go in and just add to my little berries, just add a little flash of red. You see? So you can do that with the pens over the top of the texture paste, and they colour up absolutely perfectly.
Beautiful.
So you'll see that is actually what I did on this card as well.
We've got 20 seconds, Barbara.
There, you see?
Thank you so much, Barbara. Apologies, we've run out of time. Thank you. We're going to see you a bit later on, I think. Please check out your baskets. 3/4 of the stock has gone. See you soon, Barbara.
Bye.
Coming up next, we have got our All and Create birthday one-day special, followed by Crafting with Clarity. And then later into the afternoon, we've got the Herb and Spice Company.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now.
They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to All and Create's 4th birthday event here at Hochanda, with 3 one-day specials and a weekend wow. We invite you all to celebrate with us as we bring you fantastic products and inspirational demonstrations, plus up to 2 free gifts with purchase in each promotion, so up to 8 per customer. Join us for All and Create's 4th birthday celebrations on Wednesday the 14th of October at 6 p.m. to Monday the 19th of October at 6 p.m.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Claritystamp. Claritystamp brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Claritystamp is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Claritystamp shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
of course, good afternoon. How are you doing? We are still celebrating, of course, Alan Create's 4th birthday with an amazing one-day special designed by the one and only Tracy Evans, who is here. Hello.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. Welcome back.
Well, exactly. Welcome. Now, we had a very amazing launch last night at 6 p.m., at 8, and then this morning at 8 a.m. I adore your style, I adore your demos, and I adore the way that you bring elements from nature and your garden into your crafting.
I'm really inspired by the garden, and also I think they're really usable images. I think that's what appeals to me, the fact that they're really usable and they appeal to lots of different people and different age groups as well. So.
That's a very good point. I would say it's non-gender specific, not age specific, which means that you can create with this for a number of people in your life, for almost everybody. And now here, what do you get in your one-day special? Well, you're getting an A7 stamp, which is the background. You're getting an A6 stamp set, which you can see again, 3 actually backgrounds in there, and A4 plate, which is the one that you can see in your images. Beautiful pine cones, words like nature and autumn, and of course wonder without purpose, the sentiments in there. And then you are getting as well the alphabet stamp set, which are individual letters, so we can spell any word with this, don't we, Tracy?
Yeah, and also you can use it as a background stamp as well, so not just stamping the individual words but also using it as a background stamp as well. So I find it quite useful for that, just using it as a background stamp.
It is. Right, if you want to go for the one-day special, it will come with the nesting bird free gift. Now, this is with the one-day special or any products that you buy during this hour from Alan Create. However, there is another free gift if you go for the complete collection. Just wanted to make it clear that if you go for the one-day special on its own, you will get this one, the nesting birds in here. Now, it's worth $7.99, and of course, the price you can see there. You can split the cost into interest-free payments. £29.98 would be the what you would be paying. Now, 445690 is your item number for the one-day special. There is another gorgeous brand new bundle from Tracy. Now this one features the bird song, the wild birds, and the bird collage. 9 stamps in total, and it's £43.97. Beautiful imagery of the birds here, and the way that it has been designed with horizontal and vertical elements as well. And you can see, look at that. Look, as you can see, those are gorgeous. And of course, you have got a flexi-buy, 2 interest-free payments of £21.99. Now, if you want to go for this collection, 837454 is your item number for this. However, you can get both collections, so the one-day special and the beautiful birds collection in here. Now, one thing, first of all, you are going to get a different free gift if you go for that one, which is actually worth $11.99. It's an A6 stamp set. It is a beautiful numerator with those gorgeous elements for the backgrounds. Now, that has got an additional £5 saving. Now, if you are not a Freedom member, it carries over, so it would be an £8 saving. However, if you're a Freedom member, it's an additional saving of £14.89. So that means that it's £17.89. That means that it's worth becoming a Freedom member if you are not, because the saving is higher than what you would be spending for a Freedom membership, which is only £5.97 per month. Now, also you have got flexi, and not just only 2 flexis, but you have got 3 interest-free payments option there of £29.68. Now, all of that is, of course, the complete collection with the numerator free gift, and of course 179763 is the item number. 2/3 of the stock has gone. If you want yours, you can see it. What you could be able to create, absolutely gorgeous. Tracy, I do think that these ones would work really well for a birthday. You know?
Exactly. Birthday, autumn, spring, any time of the year you could work with them and adapt them to different seasons as well. but I think the design team have brought them to life. That's when you can really see what you can do with the stamps. I love that pop of red on that bee.
I do too.
Yeah,
I
that's
absolutely
lovely.
adore that. Just a little bit of that. And then, of course, you can do the traditional composites as well, the collages. And look at that as well for maybe 3D elements in there. And I just love. I need to show you one from my Aunt reference because Halloween
I know.
also.
But again, she's adapted it because she loves Halloween. She's adapted it to Halloween. But then Anne will come along 6 months down the line and she'll adapt it to another theme because that's what Anne does. So it looks fantastic.
It does indeed, and of course, if you go for the complete collection or the one-day special, you will get that pine cone, perfect for Christmas as well, and of course by autumn. Right, check out your baskets if you want the fabulous complete collection or the one-day special. But the complete collections, 2/3 of the stock has already gone. Let's head back to Tracy for demonstrations, inspiration demos as always.
Oh, thanks, Paula. Good afternoon, everybody. What I'm going to try and do is try and create 2 cards in this session, again, so that they both work together with what we've been doing in previous shows, because the whole idea, Paula, was when I started was to try, obviously not everybody's got every colour ink pad, so what I was trying to show that with a minimal colour palette you can still do lots of samples. You don't have to have lots of different colour palettes to do the same thing. So we're going to start with this one first. And we've got a piece of card. This is 5 3/4 by 7 3/4 for those ladies that are joining along with me. So I'm going to use the pine cone stamp, but this time I'm just going to use the branch. So I'm going to use the branch and the leaves, and I'm not going to use the pine cone. Now if you wanted, you could just mask that off with low tack tape. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to wing it as normal. So we're just going to ink, and I'm using a pine cone ink pad, which is a VersaFine Claire. So I'm using the pine cone, which I thought was quite apt, seeing as how I was using a pine cone stamp. So I'm just giving that a good inking, as I do every time I stamp. I just give that a really good inking.
Yeah. Okay.
Just want to make sure of that. And then bring in my card.
Yeah.
And then I can hover over and decide exactly where I want this branch. So I'm probably going to aim for around about here, I think.
Right.
Yeah. And we'll just get that branch. Because I don't want the pine cone on this occasion, I just want the branch. So again, I'm just giving good even pressure, and the idea is that you can use this branch and then you can either dangle a heart, you could dangle the nest or anything like that that's the freebie stamp. You could dangle something else from the branch. You could also use the leaves. You could use the leaves separately or use the leaves in a wreath, so that it gives you some different ideas of how to use the stamp set. But even though I'm still using just part of that stamp set, I'm still lifting that acrylic block. I'm just making sure that I just press each area just evenly to make sure I've got good even pressure. You lift that up.
Oh, look at that. I love that.
And it's just beautiful. And we've got no sign of the pine cone, so we're not going to worry about that initially. So what I'm going to do then, I've got a circular piece here, just a circular die cut piece.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use the same Distress Oxide inks that I've used before. So I'm going to start with the speckled egg, and then we'll add layers with the bundled sage. And what I'm going to do is I'm not going to blend as I normally do. And if you notice, I didn't have to blot with the brown.
Yeah.
Normally you would blot with the black. That's because the brown doesn't smudge as much as the black. It actually dries a little bit quicker. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dab.
Okay, and then
Just so it gives a totally different effect to when you blend. It's sort of a more mottled effect.
Yeah.
So I'm just blending it this way, all the way around. So it's up to you whether you blend like so, or whether you dab. It's entirely up to you. But I'm just going to dab. And what I want to do is add the next colour. Just lift that up. Make sure I've got plenty of ink. And then I'm just going to dab with the green, just to give me a two-tone colour, just so that I've got the two colours that I've used throughout the weekend And then what I'm going to do is just use a piece of my cut and dry foam and then just blend the two colours together.
Right.
Just to get rid of any harsh edges.
Perfect. I love how you're using a die cut leftover to create a stencil.
I always use the leftovers, I must admit. So I'm going to now use my bird stamp.
Yeah.
Just clear the area a little bit so we can see what I'm doing. It's just got so many things everywhere. So what I'm going to do now is ink my stamp.
I mean, you may have a lot of things, but you are incredibly neat.
It doesn't feel neat because there's so much
does.
here.
Oh, it does me to me. It's just like, looks so incredibly neat.
I'm like, oh, I wish I felt neat.
Oh, well, trust me, that's neat in my world.
So I'm sorry I'm a bit slightly over at this angle. It's just that I'm just trying to keep this in position.
No, don't worry.
Obviously, you would hold that in place with low-tack tape. Again, I'm not using low-tack tape, I'm just going with it.
Okay.
So I don't want, let me just make sure that that is all inked. So I'm just inking the bird image. And what I want to do is just get rid of that over print there. Just get rid of a bit. That's it.
Okay.
See, that's in the way of the camera.
You are good, Tracy. You think about everything.
So what I'm doing now is I'm just hovering over my image.
Yeah.
Just to decide where I want it. So I'm just going to go for there.
And I love how there's letters in the background, there's writing.
Exactly, there's lots of layers. And I just love the fact there's so many possibilities. Obviously, you know, I'm making this a little bit Christmas themed, but it doesn't have to be Christmas themed.
And you mentioned in the 8 a.m. show that none of the birds are specific, are they?
That's the whole point. I don't design anything to be too specific. And if there is a specific element, then I always add something else to make it more versatile. So I don't want anything too specific, because if you say that something's got a label, if you give something a label, then everybody thinks they've got to stick to that label. And when you're talking about craft or art, art should be wherever you want it to go. It should be subjective.
Absolutely.
And it can be, you know, however you want that artwork to go.
Look at that.
We remove this, and then we've got that.
It's beautiful.
So then what you do is just draw.
I see. Now it's a bubble.
Yes. So then I'm just going to draw around. And please don't be too specific with your drawing around the circle. You want to be a bit more random, because that goes with the sketchy feel and the quirky feel. If you wanted to do this in reds and greens, you could. If you wanted to make this a Valentine's card, you'd just dangle a heart. So you'd have a die-cut heart that you'd add the shading through, and then you'd stamp the bird through the die-cut heart, and then you'd have a Valentine's card.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be too specific about the way you craft.
Absolutely. I love that. And I love this technique that you can take, you know, like you're saying, you're making it Christmas, but it could be with Valentine's, with a heart. And
but that's the way I want you to think. I want you to think a little bit different.
Yeah.
So what I've got here is I've got the birds cut out. You've seen me do that before, because I want to try and get 2 demos in.
Yeah.
So you've seen me do that before, where I've just sort of direct to paper for the ink, and then I can add the birds on top.
Yeah. And of course, if you wanted to see more of the Tracy's demos, they are on the website on Rewind. And that's a beautiful thing, because you plan the demos, you know, to show a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and I think it's important that, obviously, I'm showcasing stamps. I mean, I'm a stamper anyway, that's what I like doing. But I think it's important that you show how the stamps can work together. And with 7 stamp sets, there are a lot of designs that you can do with them. And I think these are the kind of stamps that don't date. I do like to do stamps that don't date too much. You don't want them to date, so that 12 months' time, you come back to them with fresh eyes, and you can use them all over again. So that's what I like. You don't want them to be dated. So what we're going to do now is place your circle back over. Place your circle over. And I'm trying to make these designs all cohesive. So if I did a workshop, for instance, or I was doing a whole day with students, then the idea is that all these are thought about. You're thinking about the whole concept throughout the whole 24 hours. The idea is that the samples have not just been chucked together without any thought. So we're adding these squares because these squares appear throughout the samples.
And that's from the geometric collection, or the smaller squares and dots as well, which dots and squares will appear at the bottom. If you want to go for the complete geometric, is there. I believe you are also getting the A4 dots, so you are getting actually 8 stencils, which is 4 A4 and 4 A6x6, and also you're getting 4 stamps in there. I like that.
It just makes it cohesive with the rest of the designs that you've done. The reason I was thinking like this was that I was thinking that I can put these together in a book. So that was my whole thinking. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the background stamp, the one that is very well used. We're just going to take that, move this down a little bit, and we're going to add a little bit of stamping in the background. So I'm going to use the same tone-on-tone colours because that's what I want to add to the background. Now, I just want to add a little bit of peeled paint just to give me a little bit darker green because I'm going to add that peeled paint in the background. I just want to add a little touch of dark green because I will be adding that in the background. Just to add that element in here. There we go.
I love that. And of course those numbers that you said that they were related to your birthday.
Yes, so the 67 is related to vintage again. You will see this little word appearing everywhere.
And that is part, of course, of the one-day special or the complete collection. And remember, you have got that numerator stamp, a free gift as well, and that's the one from the one-day special or the complete collection.
So what we're going to do now is we're just going to add a little bit of colour in the background, just because I know I like white space, but that's too stark. It's a little bit too stark. So what I want to do is this time is take a distress ink. This is not a distress oxide, this is a distress ink. And I'm using a piece of acetate, and I'm just going to spritz the distress ink with water. Now the distress inks are translucent and not opaque. So what I'm going to do is just add a little bit of colour. It'll just bring it to life a little bit. And what you want to do is use every bit. You're using a very gentle touch, because what you want to do is some of these bubbles, you want to grab that so that you get some of this open area. It's not all dense. So you want to pick up all these little spots on the back of your acetate. So you want to keep those. Just take your time just to add those.
And you can go on and on.
I could go on permanently, but obviously we're not going to. But literally, you want to use every spot that's on your sheet. The reason you want to do that is it gives you these areas here. It just makes it a little bit more interesting. And the problem is, once I start being creative, I just want to carry on. I forget I'm on TV, you know.
Well, that's a good sign. It means that you're not, you are just relaxed and having a good time.
I was thinking, come on, Tracy, you need to be doing something else. So my other stamp sets now. So I just want this one. So I'm just going to use this stamp set as is. And I'm just going to use a piece of card because I want that bird text. And I use this bird text just on its own quite a bit. Without the bird song, I just sometimes use the bird text quite a bit, just to use with all the birds. I'm going to use this off the acrylic block, because I don't need an acrylic block, just for that. Place that down. I'm trying to be good and put all my stamps back after I've used them, rather than just chuck them everywhere. So we're just going to cut that. And I like the fact that because of the sentiments are quite quirky, it means in a way you can get away with your sentiments not being completely straight.
Indeed,
because they're quite quirky. Yeah, so and I think the fact that they're quite quirky, if you don't make your sentiment perfect, that adds to the quirkiness. Just a personal thing anyway. I think it adds to the quirkiness.
Yeah.
Just add that here, like so. Just tuck that a little bit behind the bird, so it just fits in there. And then what I'm going to do is just take that word vintage again and just use my brown VersaFine Clair once again, and just add the word vintage, just popping up in a few places.
And that will create like a traveling eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say a wandering eye, but that's
I know what you mean.
Different thing.
No, that's definitely different. I don't want to create that kind of eye.
I wish I could say what they just said in my ear.
I don't want to know.
I love that.
So what we're going to do now, Pablo, I don't know whether you want to do an update, because all I'm going to do now is I'm going to add these branches here, okay, with a couple of little pine cones that I've grabbed from outside. It just gives you time to recap if you want, and I'll just stick these down.
Fabulous. While Tracy glues those little branches from the outside into the cards, let me remind you of the complete collection. Approaching 70% of this fabulous collection, and I'm not surprised. What you are getting here is a phenomenal amount of stamps that give you the backgrounds, they give you the the focal point, they give you the beautiful words as well, sentiments, they give you an alphabet so you can spell anything that you want to spell it, even maybe maybe you have got a weird spelling for your name or somebody else's, or those words that mean something truly special and unique to you. It's a full alphabet in which all the letters and numbers are individual stamps, so it gives you that ability. You also are getting the glorious bird songs. You are getting in here as well the gorgeous images that you can then highlight for Christmas, for Valentine's, for all those elements in as well, and bringing nature into your creations with the gorgeous. I adore the smaller one here as well, because that is perfect for, look at this, to bring in a nature and presence into Christmas as well. Now this, you also are getting the numerator stamp set, which is actually a free gift with this collection. Now it's £11, it's worth £11.99, and you are not paying for that. On top of that, if you're a Freedom member, you have got £14 saving and 89 pence. That is on addition of the saving of £3 on the one-day special. So in total, it's actually £17 and 89 pence. Now, if you're not a Freedom member, you have got a £5 saving or so, or a £8 saving, because of course it carries forward. However, do you know that becoming a member of the Freedom is only £5.97, which means that you would actually still saving money by becoming one, and you're not paying P&P either. Now, this complete collection also has got a 3 flexi-buy of payments. If you want to spread the cost into interest-free payments, that means that you would only pay today £29.68 as a Freedom member. You would not pay P&P, because you pay no P&P during the duration of your Freedom membership on a standard delivery. 179763 is your item number for the complete collection. We also have got more Tracy Evans stamps. This is, if you like your gardening, if you like your kitchen garden as well, this is phenomenal. Our Janice loves her allotment, and this is perfect. But look at the flower at the bottom. Isn't that just glorious? Now, if you go for any other item in the show that is not a complete collection, you will get one of these gorgeous nesting birds, beautiful, let's put it like this. This is a nesting birds collection. Now it's worth $7.99, and of course, if you go for this collection, not only you would get this phenomenal stamp set with the butterflies, the leaves, you have got the carrots. I love that. Plant seeds of hope. How amazing is that sentiment, especially today? I just think it is. And also you have got the hair in here. You have got, look at that. Look, let's put not upside down, Paula. What are you doing? Here you have got them in the right. Yeah, she's not flying. But look at that. I don't know if hair is masculine or feminine. It's feminine in Spanish, so hence why I have gone for she is a hair. Then we have got as well, I love the wellies in here as well. Look at that. And I think this is really cool for a child as well. I think it's just a really, or you know, maybe somebody who likes to walk. Love these amazing backgrounds in here, and the sentiment that you're getting at the top. Beauty is, find beauty in the little things. Now, if you want to go for this stamp set, well, 980613 is your item number, and again you have got a flexi-buy option, 2 payments of £25.99 with a saving of £4. Moving on to, if you like backgrounds, if you like elements to create, building those layers yourself, this is phenomenal. You have got also the owls as well in here, and here, well, it's 6 stamp sets, A7 in size. You are getting the texture, the owl, the hood, the heartfelt, going postal, and rectangles. You can see the hood is that one. Hood. I don't know. I don't know why I have to put that voice, but I think it's mandatory that you have to do it. And you can see here. Sorry, I'll overdo that a little bit because I have lots of fun doing it. Now you're saving £10 in this bundle, and you know what? If you go for this bundle, you have got also the one per customer. Obviously, you are not going to get 2 if you order more than other items. But the nesting birds, beautiful stamp set from, you can see it there as well. Now 587113 is your item number for this bundle. £37.94 is your price. And remember, if you become a Freedom member, you don't pay P&P. Now, then we're moving on to the next one. Now, this one is another bundle of gorgeousness. Of course, Tracy only brings gorgeousness backgrounds, elements in here as well. You have got, I adore the way that you have got separate kind of hand-drawn squares and rectangles here with hints of pattern and focal points. Now in this bundle you are getting the house as well. You are getting the splatter numbers, the mesh, the home, and of course the squares that I've shown you. All of that has got a £10 saving. £37.94 is the price. Now if you just went from this one, you also would have a free gift, which is of course the nesting bird. So again, if you just even went for just this, you would get that one included, and you wouldn't be paying for that. 280818 is your item number. Moving on to one of those signature styles of stamps is the kind of what I call the DL sort of stamps or border, and here we have got the fungus, the nibs, and of course the passion flower. Beautiful imagery in which you can use horizontally or vertically, and I'm going to turn it over so you can see as well the size of them and the separation between the stamps. So individual large border stamp, and then those words are individual, and then you have got best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. Well, 80% of the stock has gone. If you want to grab yours, check out your baskets, because of course you have got the nibs in here that you can then use on their own. £28.97 is the price with a £10 saving. And you know what I'm going to say now next. Even if you go just for this bundle on its own, you have got this free gift with purchase, nesting birds in here. Now, if you like these border stamp sets, now we have got another one, different one, which is, of course, the paintbrush and the daisy. And so it's painting by numbers, checker nature, and create grunge. Now, this you have got, again, a £10 saving. But you know what? Be quick to check out your baskets, because it is limited stock, extremely limited stock, single figures. If you want yours, well, the number you need is 412389, £28.97. As I said, very extremely limited to grab yours. I don't know if we have seen those ones, but they are absolutely gorgeous. Of course, it's the iris, and of course it is the made with love and best wishes. Now it has got £5 saving, £43.97 is the price for those ones. 562252 is your item number. Now, if you wanted to do the backgrounds, there is one essential I would definitely recommend to go for this one. This one is the squares and dots. You are getting 3 stencils, so 1 A4 and 2 6x6 in squares and circles in the 6x6. And then you're getting the stamps in, of course, the reverse squares and dots, and stamps which is A7 in size. Now you have got a flexi-buy option of 2 interest-free payments of £20.48. However, if you put these into your basket with a complete, you can split it into 3, and of course you would get both free gifts, the numerator and the nesting birds. Now you maybe wanted hexagons and triangles. Now this one has got 2 A4s and 2 6x6 in hexagons and triangles, one of each. And you also are getting the reverse stamp set. Of course, you are getting them in the hexagons and triangles. You have got also a flexi-buy option of 2 payments of £25.47. Now, if you want to have the whole clear geometric collection, you can have it. You will get the dots, the squares, the rectangles, the triangles and the hexagons. You will get them all in the A4 stencil size, in the 6x6 stencil size, so 8 stencils in total, as well as the reverse stamp set in A7 size. So all of them, so 4 stamps and 8 stencils. You have got a flexi-buy option of 3 payments of £29.96 with a saving there. 091818 is for the geometric collection. However, of course, the start of the show is the amazing complete collection of Tracy Evans, which is approaching 70% of the stock. And if you go for the complete collection, you get this free stamp set that is worth $11.99 and is one of those ones that you want to have in your stash. Why not check out those baskets? The details are on the left hand side of the screen as well. Become a Freedom member if you're not one yet, because you will save more money that you will be spending for the duration of the month, and you will have free delivery in every single purchase that you make here at Hochanda. Right, let's head back to Tracy. What oh, you have put some glitter as well.
These are like little mica flakes. I'm a bit obsessed with them at the moment.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to show that this works with all the other samples that we've created during the several shows. So I'm just going to finish this off. Now, I just wanted to mention these are the areas that I love. This is why I think it's important just to add those touches of green, because I think those areas here really add interest to your design. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add these 2 feathers, and the other thing I wanted to mention is don't forget just to colour the edges of your fussy cut pieces, just so that it doesn't look quite as stark. So these feathers, these are from my garden, and they're part of the same stamp set.
Yeah.
So we're just going to add the adhesive, and I think the air conditioning dries some of the adhesive.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Because I'm always having to wipe the top of my.
It's very dry in
Yeah.
here. It's cold, but very dry.
Yeah, it is very dry. That's better. So I'm just going to add these just to finish this off.
Yeah.
Like so. Just to add that. Then I just want to add some white splatters, and then we can call this card finished.
Okay.
Now, the reason I haven't added, so obviously sometimes we're always saying blend around the edges.
Yeah.
I don't want to blend around the edges because I want that white space, I want that openness, because the black frames it perfectly for me anyway.
That's a very good point. It just makes it, yeah, it has got like a clean, sharp edge.
Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't, you know, you can still have it clean and looking sharp, even if you're not doing a clean and simple design. You can still have it looking fresh. So that's our card finished. So we'll just place that on one side, and then we're going to create this card. Let me just wipe.
Okay.
Just to make sure that we don't get any moisture anywhere. I'm now working in 6 inches of space, like we always do.
Yeah.
So what I want to do now is create this one.
Oh, that's lovely.
Now, this background element here was created when we created this card on the 6 p.m. show yesterday. So this was the card that we created at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And they all coordinate, but this piece was created from that. So if you can't remember how we created that, it was just the mask and then we overstamped. So if you've missed that, that's at 6 o'clock yesterday, just so that you know where I got that from.
Yeah. And of course you can catch on rewind. If you go to hochanda.com rewind, you can see the shows for up to 60 days. They will remain there since the first time that it was broadcast.
So we'll just move these out the way, get organised. So what I'm going to do now, again, the whole 24 hours has been about easy backgrounds. It's been about building layers in a simple way. So that's exactly what I'm doing again. You'd think while you were actually catching catching up, Paula, with everything and doing a recap, I'd have had all these ready, but I was too busy faffing with my card. I needed my card to be perfect. So I was too busy faffing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to do direct to paper. So literally, I'm just going to do direct to paper. And what I'm not doing is I'm not pressing super hard. Don't go because you're going to get harsh lines. You want a nice, soft effect. So you're doing direct to paper with a very gentle touch. And the reason I'm doing this is because, you know, the 24-hour shows are not about ink pads, they're about stamps. So I'm trying to show you that it's the stamps that are doing all the hard work.
Look at that.
So what I'm trying to do is create you some simple backgrounds that you just work with and that you can do in a few seconds and then work with your stamps and get used to your stamps.
Now, you are very gently rubbing
Very gently. You don't want to press down because you're going to get these harsh lines. You're sort of hovering over your page and giving a very light touch. So that's all you're doing is hovering.
Okay.
And that will be fine for the minute. And then what you do is you just give it a spritz. Don't spritz too much because I don't want to stand here drying for 10 minutes. So with my first sample, I added a lot more water and dried for a lot longer. Obviously, when you're on live TV, some of that ability to do that is taken away from you. So just remember, add a little bit more water and dry for a little bit longer. If you don't dry it, then if you're stamping on the top, you're not going to get a good impression because of that moisture. So you just need to make sure. And the reason that you're spritzing with water is that, again, if you're stamping on the top, it just means that you're not getting that cloudiness again, that sort of pigment line on the top. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my stencil, just a tone on tone, a tone on tone effect. I'm just wondering whether I want the smaller one. I'm umming and ahhing now whether I want the smallest. I shouldn't stall. Yes, I think I want the smaller one. Oh, it's dangerous, isn't it? I shouldn't think during a live show.
Well, I mean,
I'm
not
no,
sure
I don't want that one. I want this one. Oh, it's not the time.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm always changing my mind. Always.
But to be honest, when you're doing samples, they always change from one sample to another. It's amazing. You make a sample at home and then when you come to the studio you go, oh, I've changed my mind, I don't want that, I want this. I think it's because you don't want every card to be
Absolutely, that's
exactly the
exactly
same.
what my producer was saying. It's like it makes everyone unique, every one of the projects unique.
So you're just going to take a few moments with your, hopefully you can still see this with all my ink pads in the way. So I want to add a little bit of brightness with Twisted Citron.
And that will have more of a yellow content?
Yes, and it just brings a bit of lightness, a bit of brightness to your design. Not much, just a little bit. I don't want to go over the top.
Yeah, I can see what you mean exactly.
It just gives it you tone on to, yeah, it does. Yeah, that's the perfect word.
Yeah.
Why didn't I think of that? Wish I'd have thought of that word. I'd have felt really good then.
Oh well, now you made me feel good, so that's a good thing. You know, we make each other feel good.
Exactly, that's what we're here for, isn't it, Paula? Exactly.
Yeah. And crafting, I love how you in the 8 a.m. show that you said, you know, like how crafting is such a
it's therapeutic.
You know?
It brings me joy, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't be designing stamps if that's what they didn't do.
Yeah.
You know, the reason I design stamps is because I'm a stamper, and that's what I enjoy.
And you design for needs that you have got, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's a bit indulgent, really, because you're like, oh, can I have this, Abs? Because this is what I like. You know.
The fact that you like it means that the other crafters will like it.
Every now and then, Abs says, you know, I need to make sure that everybody else likes it as well, not just indulge you. So.
And also, the other thing that you mention is that how you design stamps and projects. But stamps that will have more than one use. Is it 10 uses?
That's minimum. This one, I could. To be honest, Paula, I could have gone on forever. I could have just played with them forever. And to be honest, I wish I'd got more time, like 12. I mean, I know you don't. That's not the luxury you get. But I wish I'd got 12 months just to play with one new release and not move on.
Yeah,
because the amount of ideas that I could develop is just.
And the stencil you are using, which is the square ones that come either with the geometric geometric complete collection or the squares and dots. That's one of the examples of stencils that will work with so many different styles.
And they don't date, do they?
No.
These stencils, they just don't date. So just add a little bit of brightness here. And I'm just adding a light touch again. I'm not adding a dark touch. I'm just adding a light touch. And that's fine for now. You get the idea. I don't have to do everything.
Now, your background looks like marble.
I just love it. But all you've done is lightly touched direct to paper, because I'm trying to get you to think it's the stamps that are also doing the work. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, you know, if you can't afford every product and you've bought the stamps and you've only got 3 ink pads, well, I've proved that in 24 hours it doesn't matter how many ink pads you've got, you can use them all. So it's not a problem at all. So what I'm doing now is just checking where I want my design. And again, I think I'm gnawing whether I want it the same as that one. Oh, don't start. The problem is, I'm like, I don't want the whole... Yes, I think on this one I'll go for the feathers as well. Sorry, I couldn't make my mind up. I had to think then what I wanted. Just want to make it slightly different from the original.
Different.
Because I've cut those out separately. So I'm just going to add the feathers with the complete design. And I just love this bird. I think it's got such a gentle face.
It does, yeah.
It's just lovely. You know, and I am one of those people that, you know, eats my breakfast in the morning and watches the birds from the conservatory window. I never know what half the birds are. You know, I'm always shouting to Ian, what bird's that one? Which one's this one? Yeah. So, just remove that. And there's actually glue on that, which is, that's lovely, isn't it? Very nice. Let's add a bit of glue to it as well.
If there was any glue in there, do you have any tips on how to remove it?
If there was glue on my stamp, yes. I tend to wipe over immediately. If not, I'll use an eraser just to get rid of the gritty particles, the build-up.
That's very good.
So I just want to make sure that I bring this down a little bit. We'll go there. And I often talk to myself when I'm crafting, so I have to remember, that's probably why I waffle so much really, but I have to remember that I'm not in my craft room because I spend a lot of time waffling to myself. So I've got a good excuse because there's public watching me, so I can waffle, you see. So I'm now just adding...
that as well.
I do talk to myself at home, so...
Well, I have to talk to somebody, so I might, you know, and have nobody else. Yeah.
You can talk to your cat.
Well, yeah, I mean, Wasabi is a little bit tired of me talking to him. He's like, come on,
he just switches off then?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my husband switches off, you see, when I waffle, so...
Yeah.
I make the most of it while I'm at Hochanda and waffle to my heart's content.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I'm just allowing that ink to sit, just giving it plenty of time, like so. And I mean, you could leave it like that if you wanted. It's just so see-through. I just love it. I just love it.
It is absolutely gorgeous, yeah.
So we've got some elements here that I've already done, which you'll be pleased to know in Blue Peter fashion.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, you're good.
We like Blue Peter fashion, don't we?
Yes. Well, it's because there's more time that we can see
yeah,
assembling
and like we said, you haven't got as long to do the backgrounds. You know, you have.
We have got about 10 minutes.
10 minutes, so we're okay. Oh, I'll breathe then.
Have you not been breathing?
No, I hold my breath the whole way through.
You are amazing, aren't you? If you can hold the breath.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take one of my favourite stamp sets and use the same stamp set, just so it follows with the theme, and ink this up with tone-on-tone inks. And I think we'll use the peeled paint Distress Oxide, just to bring some of that darker green.
Okay.
And I've just placed that into position just so I can see where I'm going to place it and where I'm going to add my stamping. So I'm just sort of judging where I want to add some stamping. So I'm just adding some here.
Okay.
Just to give me a tone on tone.
Yeah.
You see, because this will go sort of here. And then I'm going to do it again. Now, because I'm going to the lightest colour, I tend to wipe over that green, just so that it doesn't contaminate your ink pads, because you can just wipe them. You can just wipe them over a sheet of card, and it doesn't, the pigment comes to the top, so it's not a problem. So just giving that an ink again. Everybody's going to get fed up of me using this stamp, because I'm sorry, it's just used on everything.
It's gorgeous. If it is one of those ones that if you reach and time again,
Yeah.
it means that it's one of those ones that's super useful to have in your
I
spa.
just love it. I just love having it. So I'm just umming and ahhing whether I want to stick this down. Yes, I think I want to stick this down now.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, just before we finish, just one more step on the background, just to give it a little bit more interest, which I did on my previous cards, which I've not done on my others, is just for your background, just drag down some of the ink, just to give it like a worn wallpaper look.
Yeah.
So just drag your ink pad very, very lightly over the edges. I did this on some of my other cards, but I haven't done it during my demos. But while I was actually creating them, I did do this on some of my cards. And then just go with the bundled sage. For me, it's the little touches that are important. I just want it to look like, you know, I've put some love and care into the card. So just add that shading to the card. Bring this in here. Remember which way your card went, Tracy, which is what usually happens. Oh, and then I can't remember what side and which way I was going.
But that's the beauty of it, that you can make it into very different positions. And
you can turn it round, and so it's not too much of a... But it's funny because it's only like 12 o'clockish or whatever, but because we've been up for so long
I
now,
know, right?
it feels like it's later in the day.
Yeah.
You lose all concept of time when you're at Hochanda.
Look at that. I love the alphabets, stamping all in one way. Yeah.
And now we need to add some of these squares around the outside edge to draw the eye in to the central focal piece. And what I often recommend is that when you're messing with your card and you're messing around with it a lot and you're fiddling around, just make sure that's straight, because that will irritate me. Use a piece of scrap paper just so that you don't get any mucky fingerprints, just to make sure that adhesive is stuck down, just so that you don't get any mucky fingerprints on there. And then use our squares again, and then just add some detail around the outside edges. You see, and I love how these all coordinate all together. So just... And I try not to think about it too much when I'm doing it round the edges, so I don't make it too regimented. I don't want a regimented look. I want it to feel more random.
Yeah.
Now just add those down there. And I'm just going to add a little tiny touch to the bottom. Just a little tiny touch. Nothing too much. And I'll have to add two so it doesn't look... I don't like it to look even. Do you ever do that, where everything has to be odd?
Oh, yeah, I know, right.
It just plays with your head, doesn't it, if it's not?
It's a weird thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it plays with my head if it's not as it's supposed to be.
Yeah. But I think we all get used to, our eye gets used to a certain balance.
Yeah.
And if that balance isn't there, we have to seek it.
It's like when Abs is doing his demos, he'll look at something, oh, no, I want this in a white element. Or it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You just look at it and you know if it looks like your artwork or not. You just know. So what I've got here is I've got half a lollipop stick.
Yeah.
And then you can't find your stamp that's got the word bird on. Where have you dumped your stamp, Tracy? I'm trying to think. I've got that many stamp sets now. I'm like, which one had the word bird? There we go.
Well, the one with the birds on it?
Yes. So I just want this one.
Yeah.
You start off really tidy.
Okay.
And then you get to the latter half of the show.
Are tidy, Tracy.
Do you get in a mess when you're doing shows?
Oh, well, I mean, messy. Oh, it doesn't even cover. I mean, yeah.
So what I'm going to do is add this bird element just to my lollipop stick, like so.
Look at how gorgeous does it look onto the wood. So that is another reminder that we can stamp onto wood.
Oh yeah, stamp onto wood, stamp onto fabric, stamp onto anything that you want. So you can stamp onto all those. So back to my original, which has got the nature, that one.
Okay, yeah.
See, I have to remember which bird ones have got which words on them. and that's half the
But
bundle.
if you go for the complete collection, you will get them all.
Exactly.
So
So that was very well planned. That was.
it was. And of course, you not only you will get them all, you also get the free worth this one and the numerator worth $11.99, and you will not pay for that. This is a free gift with purchase of the complete collection that you will get. The details are on the screen for that. If you're not a Freedom member, please become a Freedom member before you purchase the complete collection, because the discount will be higher than what you will be paying for a Freedom membership for 1 month.
So I'm now stamping the word nature, and I just love that font. Just think it's wonderful. And again, because of the font, I can get away with cutting out with scissors.
Right.
I'm normally the person that cuts out with their cutter. I like to use my cutter and get straight edges.
Are you a guillotine or a trimmer sort of girl?
A trimmer. I like the ones that, you know, that you push with your hand and not a
trimmer
guillotine.
is slider action. Guillotine is...
the guillotine, no, not quite so.
Think of Marie Antoinette.
Yes, but that's because I've used the same thing, the same cutter, trimmer, whatever, for the last 15 years. I haven't bought a new one, so I'm still using the same one. That's probably why. So what I'm going to do now is just add a touch of the colour on the outside edges.
A touch of the colour. I love that. That sounds so good, yeah. And we have got about 3 minutes.
You're joking, where's the time gone?
I know.
I thought we'd got longer than that.
It's just always, I think time is one of those things that is magical on TV.
It's amazing how quickly it goes. I always think an hour is going to be a long time, but it isn't. So what I'm going to do is add an index clip here, just to give a metal element.
Yeah. Look at that. Now, by the way, we have got some news about the set of 3 stamps, the fungus, the passion flower, and mushrooms. And it is now limited stock. If you want it, please check out your baskets. Otherwise, you will miss out. It has got a £10 saving. 685533 is your item number. Now, if you go for that one on its own, or you add it to the complete collection, you will get the nesting bird free gift, 1 per customer, by the way. So, and that way, if you go for the complete collection, you will also get the other one as well. Right, let's head back to Tracy.
So all I'm doing is, I'm not going to spend ages doing that, is I've just added an Inktense pencil around the edges, and what you would do is you would spend ages just blending this out, just so that it gives definition. Obviously we've only got a few minutes and we don't want to do that. The only thing I would say is using a bit of the tissue, the tape from ABS, just to add, make it a little bit different than the last one. So just add the word live here. I just love the pop of black. I love the pop of black against everything. How long have I got, Paula?
We have got about 2 minutes. No, even less, a minute, sorry.
A minute, right, okay. So what you would do then is you tie these up with wire. So you would literally get some soft wire, just wrap the wire around. Again, I'm not going to spend 20 million hours doing that. So wrap that round, just to add them together. And these are just from my garden. And then what you do is find the way that you want to add them to your project. Mine will be added here, like so, because I will press them down. And then what I've done is added this on the top. If you bring the original,
gorgeous,
bring the original in. I've added this on the top, but what you have to do is you find the side that is the flattest, and I weight that down. So I weight that down with a book or whatever, and then once that is solid dry overnight, I then add this on the top. So that goes on the top.
Well, perfect. That's so beautiful.
Just so that you know, and we've got those mica flakes as well.
That works so well. Thank you so much, Tracy.
You're very welcome.
Congratulations on an amazing one-day special. But of course, you will be back at 4 o'clock with Hayley. Now, do please check out your baskets. It is a phenomenal collection. Whether you go for just the one-day special, whether you go for the other collection or the complete one, it is a marvelous, amazing complete collection. I don't know what happened there with my words. Remember, if you go for the complete collection, you are going to get the numerator sticker stamp, which is worth 11.99 pence, but it will be free with the purchase of the complete collection. You remember also, if you're a Freedom member, you have got a further discount, so it's worth becoming a Freedom member in order to have the biggest saving. Now, please check out your baskets. Stay tuned here at Hochanda. We have got an amazing hour ahead of us as well with Clarity, but remember to tune in at 4 o'clock for the final look of the one day special. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you, Paula. Thanks ever so much, everybody.
Absolutely. It's a joy to have Tracy with her amazing knowledge. And it's a joy to have your company as well. Remember to keep watching and check out your baskets as well to not miss out of any of these beautiful stamps. Crafting with Clarity, indeed, it is gorgeous stamps coming up. Then the Herb and Spice Company, it has got a Spanish season in there, and then Crafting with Clarity after that at 3.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, we've got some more wonderful treats for you. We have got some stamps, we've got some lovely groovy plates, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, we might have a little bit of a story behind this. So without further ado, let me introduce you to Barbara live via Skype once more. Hello, Barbara.
Yeah, hi, Alex. How are you? I just realised I've got the wrong glasses on.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Now I can see you better.
Bless you. No, I know
there
you've
is
had a quick
story behind
turnaround.
these, Alex. When the kids were little, when Grace and Mark were nippers and we lived in California, I started illustrating these little stamps. They're my own artwork because we used to read that story. It's a real popular Christmas story by Clement Clark Moore, the man's name was. He wrote it in the 1800s, and so every Christmas Eve we would read this, and Grace would then, as she got older, she would read it to us. And so over the years I've been adding. We had the first 3 for many years, then I added the next 2, and as time permitted, then I illustrated the next. So there are many hundreds of people out there that have been collecting these stamps over the years, as and when I've had time to draw them. This is the complete collection now. And so we really thought this would be an opportunity because, again, this is our new system, our new stamp manufacturing system. So the stamps are finer, they're sharper, they're crisper, they're all those things. You know, over 27 years, our stamp quality has evolved with the company. And so now I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to offer them up at a really good price. For those good people that have had their stamps well loved for 20 years, maybe they'll want to get a new set, you know, literally get a new set. And the old set can be relegated to paint and mixed media and fusible film and fibre and all that grungy stuff. And then you've got a beautiful new pristine set. If you haven't got them, there's never been a better time than half price.
Absolutely, because if I may break it down, because what you can do is, yes, you can get them in sets of 5, but each set of 5 has a £20 saving that carries over. I know you and Paul like me doing this. So I just want you to hang on to that £20 saving. So that is your top row. Should you wish to go for that set, which is £19.99, that's also half price. Then we have got our middle row here. Again, you've got a massive £20 saving, which once more carries over, and we're going to hang on to that as well. There you go. Details are on screen. Should you just wish to go for that set of 5, 6 to 10. And then at the bottom we have got our third set of 5. Once more, there is another whopping £20 saving. So this is your 11 to 15 stamp quintet of your 'Twas the Night. However, if you go for the complete collection, so you remember that £20, £20, £20, which is now £60, plus a further £3.50 saving. So it is £63.50 that you are actually saving. How amazing is that, Barbara?
Yeah, well, and when you look at the 3 rows, you can see how many years it took us to draw. It took me a long time to draw the collection. This isn't the entire. If this was the entire poem, there would be 50 stamps.
Wow!
And so what I did was, chronologically though, I wove it into a beautiful little story. So for stampers, you could make the most glorious books with these stamps. It's a storybook, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they make the most glorious gifts and cards and everything else. It's the most traditional Christmas story I know, really, apart from obviously the true one, the real one. But yeah, it's a very, very gorgeous collection, and it's half price. So there we are.
Oh, Barbara, I have found the most amazing sample. Are you ready? Here we go.
Yes.
Way.
Yay! Wow!
Oh my goodness!
Look at that!
Oh,
there you go.
Look at that! Look, I can't even stretch it high enough because there's so many.
And
this is beautiful.
10. That's just the first 10. That doesn't even include the latest 5. So, but you can see that every single one is a little work of art in and of itself. And when I drew them, I kind of wrapped little verses, meaningful the verses around the picture. So that, you know, they're just so nice to use. They're so nice to use. They really are. They're a great favourite. And in the big bundle, if you do decide to go for the whole bundle, there's this universal framer that I drew. You can see it in the corner there.
Oh yes, of course.
It's really good because all these stamps sit in it beautifully, but it's not really it's not really Christmassy.
No.
You can use it all year round, you know, which is brilliant.
Wow, wow, we get this as well. How cool is that? This is amazing. I've got some beautiful samples again. So this one is by Janet Barbara. Oh, she's made it look quite oldie worldy, this one.
Yeah, vintage, isn't that lovely? Yeah, nice.
Beautiful. Nice. And then this one is by Elaine, again telling that wonderful story.
Yeah, it's lovely because the artwork, you see, that takes me back as well, because obviously the design team is a moving feast as well, and I can tell from the artwork, this will be a new, look at that, that's new. Who did that, love?
Oh, that is Sheila.
There you go, Sheila Metzeler, absolutely fantastic. So you can see what Sheila's done something really special. Time for Santa, isn't that beautiful? You know, so you can see that the design team, they've been with me for as many years as the stamps have. You know?
Beautiful. Now, we are already 10% of the stock gone on our fabulous complete collection. And what's even better, I mean, what's not to love about half price? But also we can split the cost for you. 2 payments of £33.23. Wow. That's incredible.
And you know what I will say as well, Alex, this is only this hour. This is 1 hour, because these stamps, they haven't been on TV. They haven't been around for 2 years now.
Right.
You know, because we're always bringing out new things. And these are my favourites. And I just thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring them for 1 hour only at half price. So that the people that already have them might think, do you know what, I want another set because mine are looking well loved. Or people that haven't got them might say, now's the time. But it is only for this hour. I have to add that. This isn't a permanent fixture.
No,
we couldn't afford it.
Yeah, so please go for it and get your wonderful, beautiful stamps. Half price at £66.46. Lovely. 115028. We have another fantastic deal for you in the form of the Groovy plate. So let's take a little look at these. So this is what I love about you, Barbara, is that if somebody isn't a stamper, you've done something for the groovy people, or if somebody isn't a groovy person, you've done something for the stampers.
Oh, and and I mean, the thing is, the artwork, it speaks volumes, and it works so beautifully for parchment art. This does really work well for parchment art. And the thing about, like that little one with the baby in the crib now, you could use that for christenings, you know, for birth announcements, for so many other, for baby showers.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't have to be a Christmas. I've seen that in a beautiful, in fact, I saw it using fusible film, and it was a christening. It was just glorious. So, like I say, the thing about Groovy is you can take what you want, and you don't have to use the verse. You can just use the little images. It's really nice. Like I've done a card using all the toys that are in that sled, and I made a really nice frame with it. I'll show you that later.
Oh, that sounds good. And also, as well as the plates, I believe you've popped in a little bit of storage for us.
Yeah, now let me just show you. Can I show you this?
Of course you can, yeah.
Because this is real cool. If you come to me, I'll show you, because this is really worth having. Because the plates, there are so many of them, 15 in fact, what we did was, we've got them in a really cool folder, you see. groovy baby, and so they're in their little pockets, and so it's really easy to relocate them and put them back where they belong, which is really cool. Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to flag up while I've got you, I wanted to show you this particular plate, because this is that universal framer again, half price, right? So you've got the framer, and of course all the if you look, all the pictures sit in there beautifully. But what is brilliant about the groovy system is it looks like when you go to the opticians, doesn't it? Yeah. You know, it gets smaller and smaller as you go down. Can you read that, the one on the 5th line? No, I can't. But this is beautiful for writing you can customize your groovy art. This plate in and of itself, without these, is worth its weight in gold. Yeah. Just that little plate on its own, the universal framer.
Marvellous. So you are getting that as well, the universal framer, in with this whole collection too. So you've got your wonderful story of your 15 plates, then you've got your universal framer, and you have also got your storage folder there. Now, if you were to break it down again, because this is what a good deal, but again, only for this hour, Barbara's doing for us. If you were to buy the top 5, the first set here, you have got, I believe, yes, a £12.50 saving on that. So we're going to carry that one over. There you go, and details are on screen. Then, if you were to go for the second row, the second collection, one just here, again, you have another £12.50 saving. And once more, that carries over. So these are all half-price little bundles of joy. And then we've also got our third little row here. Once more, you've got that, there you go, there you've got that £12.50 saving. I mean, just look at all the artwork. It's absolutely glorious. Look at the Santa in his sack, look at this. Now, your £12.50, your £12... Oh, sorry, go for it.
No, go. When you've done that, I'd really love to show you a little book that's been made with all these plates, because it's a really clever idea.
Amazing. Lovely. So with each of those £12.50 savings that carry over, thank goodness Kim told me, because I was like, oh, I can't deal with 50 pences. Then you've got a £37.50 saving, plus an additional £8.50 saving. So that's £46 off. This is better than half price, only for this hour. £44.83 is the price. 670831 is your item number. Lovely. So Barbara, yeah. Let's see this book.
Let's have a look at this book. So this is by lovely Jane Telford, and she made it for her daughter Amy. It's so pretty. Watch, A Christmas Story. And when you open it up, you can see that she's used, every single one is framed. It's really for starting out, you know, it's really for somebody starting out. If you get the starter kit and these 12 plates, you can make this. Everything is there for you. It's just so lovely, look. Aww. And you can see when you start, this is the children were nestled all snug in their beds while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And so what I've done is I've just picked the moon on the breast of the new fallen snow, gave a lustre of midday to objects below. This is one of my favourite ones. Yeah. Look, this is what we're going to do in a minute. I love it. So, but you can see when what to my wondering eye should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. So he's peeping through the window. And I remember drawing them, and I remember the joy that the kids had. Look, he looks like he needs a shave. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. And so the story, it's so beautiful. Look. And
beautiful.
You could make a fantastic book. Just a beautiful book. And what a gift.
I know.
What a gift for somebody that would make.
That's,
you know?
Isn't it lovely? Absolutely stunning. Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
And it's really, I mean, Jane is a great parcher, but she will agree with me that you can do this because if you get the starter kit, you know, there's something quite practical. If you get the starter kit, let me just explain. I know I want to go on to the demos, but this is important to know. When you buy the starter kit, let me just show you this. This is key, because you get look, this is important to know. If you get the Groovy starter kit, can you see that okay?
Perfect.
Right, so normally you get all the plates and they sit in the box, don't they? And then you can work with them, right? So this is what we call A5 square. But the actual baby plates, they're of course little baby ones, aren't they? So if I take the first one, you see, now that would sort of rattle around in here. And so what we've included, you see, in the starter kit is what we call an inset. So that sits in there, and then this sits in there. So that means, right, that you can use the standard starter kit, but you've got this collar to hold your work in place while you're working. It holds all the plates together, and you can tape it. And that is the key, really, to the whole gig. And I just wanted to explain, because these are all little baby plates, the good news is that in the new starter kit, you've got the inset as well. Really key to know.
Excellent, and that's back in stock actually. We've popped it on screen for you. 2 payments of £27.50, 658,893. There you go, and you've got a fab saving on that one actually. We've also got the, just coming onto the screen, complete plate collection of our 'Twas the Night. And there you can see you have got your 15 plates plus your universal framer and your storage folder, and we're 20% of the stock gone in just 15 minutes. Okay, I'm going to hand over to you then, Barbara.
Right, well, I'm going to go to the stamps, if you don't mind.
No, that's all good.
And I thought what we would start with, because it's one of the nicest mediums to use, it's fusible fibre and fusible film. And if I show you, we always go to the fusible fibre, we seldom go to the film. So I thought we'd have a look at both. So if we have a look here, right, let's just take this out of the way for a moment, and we'll have a look at the two different types of artwork. So this is using film, and this is using fibre. If we get up close, let's indulge this for a minute, because this is what I want to show you. Right, it's really easy to do. If you've got an iron, you're in business. Not a steam iron, but have a look. So what we've got here is the little stamp, but you'll see that the image itself is you see how it's different?
Yeah.
And so when we open it up, look, see, so you've got the tree, you've got the stockings, and then you've got that little bed as well, the little crib. So this is folded up like so, and it's just three little stamps with a bit of film, that one. Now let's take a look at number 4. I'm just using 1, 2, 3 and 4, and you'll have a look at how the fibre is just magical. But and the other thing is, I've used white fibre, but I just wanted to explain that you can colour it in with our Perga pens. We'll do that in a minute, but this was all white, and then I coloured it in, so it comes out like that, but you can colour it in with a Perga colour.
Nice.
Well worth knowing. Well worth knowing. So that's what we're going to do now. And then I made little dangles as well, because I thought that would be so pretty. Look, as a gift, you know.
Cute.
You could put that on a card, and yeah, it's like bendy wire.
Yeah.
You know, you can wrap it around the tree, or I love it.
Nice.
Right? I love it. You do 2 of them, stick them together, bob's your ankle, fanny's your arm, and all that. Right, let's have a look. So what I wanted to do was show you this time, because we're going to do both, but I thought we'd start with the actual film. I think we've got it on the show, haven't we?
We do indeed. Love this stuff.
Right, so we're going to use that. First thing we need to do, though, is stamp the image. And again, I know I keep banging on about this stencil card, but it's so good. It's the Clarity stencil card, and you get like 50 sheets of it. And all I seem to do nowadays when I'm making Christmas cards, or I make little toppers, and I cut the stencil card, it's very robust, Alex.
Yeah.
And it can take ink, it can take paint, it can take water. It doesn't blister. But it's still very smooth, so it's beautiful for stamping. You know, if you're looking for good stamping card, this is the gear.
Right.
So what I've done here is I've just cut it into a quarter, and then I'll take our stamp. There we go. Let's get started, and I'll show you how this works. So I'm going to take my stamp, and I'm just going to ink it up. First of all, I've mounted it onto one of our mega mounts, and that will come in handy in a minute when I go to use the film on it. so it hasn't got a handle. They're not so easy to use with this. So you need a flat mount with it. Right, and then I'll turn it over. I can hover and I can press. You'll find that the lines now are finer than they used to be. So I wasn't being flippant when I said, you know, hey guys, if you've had your stamps for 20 odd years and you're thinking, yeah, maybe I do need a new set, now's the time, you know. There you go, look, perfect. And what you'll see is, if I'm just gonna show off now. If I come really tight, I know it's a bit blurry, give it a minute, give it a minute.
There you go.
Look at the letters, and you'll see that the letters are actually, they're double lines. Can you see that?
Oh yes, you can see that, yeah.
Yeah, see, so that often got lost in translation in the old stamps, but now they're so detailed, it works beautifully. So that's the background. Now we're going to actually we're going to do the film trick. So the first thing I've got to do is turn my iron on. So I've turned my iron on. I can use a travel iron. Mike and Shona's encaustic art irons, if you've got one of those work well. And I'm not going to make it too hot. If it gets too hot, I'll just turn it down a little bit. It feels a bit hot because it's been on since we started. I can always turn it up if I want to. You know, let's turn it down a bit. I've got it on 2, 1, 2, 3. I'm on 2, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
But I can't really say. You need a medium heat.
Right.
If I said you need Mark II, it depends on the iron. You know, on Shona's and Mike's, you want it on full, hot. Right, so what we're going to do is take our, let's have a look, we'll take our film, let's get our ingredients sorted. So what I want to do is I'm going to cut a piece of the film. I think it comes in lengths of about 3 meters, and there are 3 different colorways, and you'll be surprised, like, look, I've been using this, it's nearly gone now. I've been using it and using it and using it. Right, so I'm going to use 2 pieces. How much have I got left? Oh, I've got enough for another one. Okay, that's all right. I think there are 3 different colours. I think there's a blue crystal. What have you got there, Alex?
Let me just check for you. Oh, yes, we've got the pearl violet, the pearl gold and the pearl blue. And we can show you, actually. Here we go. Nice. $10.99.
Yeah. And do you know what is weird? You look at this and you think, well, that must be the violet. But I put money on the fact that this is the gold.
Wow.
But they're all beautiful. Yeah, when it finishes, when it gets hotter, it gets gold. Right, so the next thing I'm going to do is take one of these mega bags. The fusible fibre comes in huge bags. And actually, did you know, right, that the fibre is shredded film?
Is it?
They're the same animal. Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
So all this is that shredded, like, and fibred. Yeah, so there you go. So that's why they fuse so beautifully, because they're the same thing. Okay. Right. So what we're going to do, because these come in the fibres that we've got on the show, we've got those as well. Come in these big bags. I think, is it 15 grams or it's quite a lot? I should know, really, shouldn't I? Sorry.
No, it's all 50, I think. Yes, 50.
50 grams. Wow.
Yeah.
Blimey, that is a lot. No wonder. Look, there's a lot in there. It's obviously compressed. Anyway, so what I'm going to do, though, I'm going to make a little sandwich, and I'm just going to get my ingredients. I need a bit of, like, this is wax paper, or what's it called? Parchment. Not parchment like we draw on, but like baking parchment. That's what it's called. I've got 2 bits of that, because it doesn't stick to that. So I need a bit of that. I need an archival ink pad. I need an iron that's relatively warm. I need the stamp. Now, one thing that I will say here is we're using polymer. We're using Clarity polymer stamps. And there are other polymer stamps available, but if you apply a lot of heat to them, they melt.
Oh,
right? They're not the same durometer as ours. So be warned. Whilst I'm doing, it worked brilliantly with vulcanized rubber stamps. If you know the rubber ones, fabulous. But our polymer stamps, they can take the heat. They have a completely different durometer. Okay, so be warned. If you use, I've had people come to me and say, well, I tried it, look what happened. It's like, yeah, but it's not a Claritystamp, is it, dear? Right, so right, you ready? So we've got to get our act together here. This is what we're doing. First of all, we're going to use our let me tell you, and then can you see that all right?
Yeah, good stuff.
Right. So we're going to ink up the stamp. Right, I've got to be quickish, because it when the ink dries, it
it dries. Right, now we're going to transfer. So we've got a permanent ink pad, then I'm going to lay down one piece, then I'm going to put a little bit of fibre in there just to give it a bit of grit, then I'm going to make a sandwich, then I'm going to take my baking parchment and then I'm going to heat it. Right, and then I'm just going to apply some heat and you'll see immediately, look, see it coming through?
Yeah.
You can see immediately when it comes through. When it does that, when you take this away, you can take a ball tool, for example, and you can actually emboss it because it's still quite malleable. So I could add a little bit of texture by pushing through, and it pushes it into the stamp, right?
Yeah.
So it's quite nice. It adds a little bit of something, je ne sais quoi, right? And then when we lift this off, we'll get a really fantastic, look, I don't know if you can see this,
yeah,
but it's
brilliant.
Absolutely on. Let me just grab, so you didn't need a lot. Let's come up close and see if we can see it up close so you can see what's going on. Let it just focus. Is it going to focus for me?
Maybe pull it back a fraction. Oh, there you go.
See it now?
Yes.
Absolutely perfect.
Amazing.
It's absolutely perfect. So once you've done that, you see, we always go, Alex, we always go to the fibre, but we don't go to the film. And so I thought it was worthy of having a look at this. So when we've got this, then the next thing we want to do is add it to our artwork. So, and also, just as an aside, have you seen these little guys?
Yeah, they're
cute.
This
is beautiful for the inside of the card.
Yeah.
And they're included in the set as well. I'm sure that, well, they must be, otherwise I wouldn't have them. Right, now, let's have a look. So what we're going to do now is cut it out. And when you cut, I won't bore you and cut it. I've already done one, but I just want to give you a couple of tips on cutting. When you cut it out, right, this goes for film and for fibre, take a nice little pair of sharp scissors and you're going to cut actually on the edge so that you don't have anything showing on that side, right?
Right.
You're just going to take your time and cut all the way around. So here's one I did earlier.
Oh, look.
Like so. Right? So it's really cute.
It's awesome.
Sorry?
It's awesome.
Look. And now, you see what I said about it being gold?
Yeah, it's really
weird,
interesting
isn't it?
stuff, isn't it?
It's really got the gold on it now.
Yeah.
And so I've got choices, because what I could also do, see, on my original artwork, wherever I did put it, yes, here it is. On my artwork, I cut the face out and I left the face, see the stamped face in the background.
Yeah.
But on this one, I've left the face in. It's up to you, you see.
Yeah.
But that's fine. That's neither here nor there. What's important is on the back, you know the red skin tape, the double-sided.
Yep.
That works brilliantly on this.
Oh, good.
And so then all we've got to do, you see, to attach it is just put a little bit of red skin tape on there, and then that will hold it in place absolutely perfectly. So it's not complicated. And the other thing is when you're doing it with the fibres specifically, glue would just soak in, so you do need to use double-sided adhesive sheet or tape. So just forgive my head for a minute because I'm leaning over to get it in the right place. There we are. You see?
Yeah.
That easy. And there's and that then will become my topper. You see, I've already done it.
Yeah.
See, I'll just trim it back, mount it on some really nice glitter card or whatever I fancy. But that's how the film works. It's very, very nice.
I
very,
love
very
it.
nice. And I will say something, when it's gone, it's gone.
Oh, I did not know this. Okay.
So there you go. That's the first one, and then if you wanted to just have a little recap, then we could have a look at the second one, Alex.
Sounds good to me. Thank you very much, Barbara. Okay, now the stamps. Super busy. This is just for this hour only. We are half the stock gone of these beautiful images that you can see, which really, really, really tell a story. It's the 'Twas the Night. There we go. So this is like the new version, shall we say, of these beautiful stamps. Now, I do want to again break the price down, if I may, because you can get them as sets of 5. And on each set of 5, there is a whopping £20 saving. So this is our first set, 1 to 5 of 'Twas the Night. And this is where you get the fabulous shoe, you got the stockings, there's little mice in those stockings, which is adorable. And of course, you've got the verse on each one. As Barbara said, the cradle, that does not have to be Christmas. I love that cat. I love that cat. So how he sat there, he's gorgeous, isn't he? And then you've got that lovely Christmas house. Now that £20 saving, as always, we are carrying that over. So hang on to that one. There you go. And then we've got set 6 to 10. And in this set, we have our fabulous Santa. There, look at the little mice. Just so sweet. And then you've got your beautiful stag or deer leaping along. Lovely sets of gifts in the sleigh, the fireplace, and you can see Santa's little legs dangling out, which is adorable. And then to finish off, we've got the chimney. Nice. All hand drawn, of course, by Barbara. And this set, again, carries over, has that £20 saving. And carrying on, we have also got the third set, 11 to 15. Oh, that's just so magical. That is literally how I imagine Santa to like fly in front of the moon. Lovely snow globe. What else is next? Beautiful. I think we've got to the lovely elves there. There's more mice. If you look closely, these little mice just appear. There's another one sat on the chair. I love the mice. They're so cute. There we go. So for this third one, you've got another £20 saving. So when, oh yes, we also have the 'Twas the Night extra, and this is just brilliant. And this doesn't necessarily say there. That's where the mice come from. There you go. This is £9.99. This one, should you wish to go for it on its own, but don't go for the whole collection, because for this hour only, all those £20 savings carry over, and then you have got a further £3 saving. So there you go. So that is £63.50 that you are saving. Oh, is it £66? Oh, wow. OK. So it is £66.46. And of course you can spread the cost. 2 payments of £33.23. 115028 is your item number. We do also have the groovy plates, of course. Oh, sorry, I moved. I'm so sorry. There we go. We have also got these. Same principle in that all of those savings carry over. But this time on each set of 5, it's a £12.50 saving. What's so nice about groovy plates is that you can really mix and match. So if you want the words from one and then you want the images from the other, you absolutely can. You've got so much versatility with groovy plates. So that's a £12.50 saving that's going to carry over, another £12.50 saving, a further £12.50 saving. Also, as well as the 15 plates, of course, you get your universal framer, and you are getting your storage folder. I'll just wing this in, but it's great. You can put a little tab on there and saying, you know, what system you've got in here, but it's fabulous. £12.50, £12.50 saving over, carrying over. That's £37.50 plus a further £8.50. Ooh, £46 in total. Amazing. It's only £44.83. 870831 is the item number, and a third of the stock has gone. Oh, okay. Lovely. Oh, Barbara.
Yes, love.
Hello. We've had a question come in about your angel policy, although I know what you're going to say.
If you can make things to sell, hand make things to sell using my stamps and our products, you have our blessing. We're an absolute angel company. We welcome it. We embrace it. I'll help you sell it. You know, there's so many different ways to sell now,
yeah.
And I'm more than happy to help people.
Oh, bless you. Lovely. Are you ready to go, or do you need a few more minutes?
Yeah, no, I'm waiting. I'm waiting in the aisles there, Alex.
Good stuff. Over to you then.
Okay, so I was thinking that we would, because we've had a look, we've had a look at the film, because often people don't know how to handle the film. And you know, when I made the sandwich, Alex, with the 2 layers of film, and I put a little bit of fusible fibre in there. Now, if I'd wanted to, I could have put glitter in there. I could have put little sequins in there.
Ooh.
It will melt it and it will sandwich it together. So you can get all different kind of holographic effects. When those two films, when they melt, they melt everything into it. So it's well worth experimenting. I do know that glitter embossing powder, it all works like a treat. And what it does is, when you put something in that film sandwich, right, it gives it texture, it gives it a little bit more luster. Otherwise, it's like glass, because it's got nothing to adhere to. So it looks really, really sleek, like acetate.
Yeah.
You might like that look, try it, but then it works perfectly. You probably don't even need to use 2 layers, just use 1 if that's what you want, you see? So now let's have a look. This time, I thought we'd go to our, we'll go to this one, because this is particularly pretty, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Right, so what we're going to do first is stamp our background into place, and then we'll deal with, I'll give you a couple of tricks and tips on how to use the fibre. So what I've got in the background, before we go any further, is actually Shenandoah paper. You can see that what I've done is I decided to keep it nice and gentle, and I used the back of the Shenandoah paper, because of course our designer papers, they've always got a nice, a more muted side and a vibrant side, haven't they? So this is the Shenandoah, so that'll be nice. So let's do that first, and we're going to use our lovely, what's it called? We're going to use our lovely universal framer.
Thank you, I couldn't think either.
This way round, sorry. So I can see how I want it to sit, because this is quite large. So I want it to be straight across the top, because let me show you. If you turn it round, you can see it's got droplets here. It's got 4 different sides, so it looks different at every angle. It looks different.
Yeah.
It's entirely up to you how you want to play it, right? It's entirely up to you. So I think I'm going to use a straight across the top, because I've got straight across there. And then this, we're going to hang it out over the side a little bit, but that doesn't matter, because of course the bauble in the fusible fibre is opaque. You can't see through it, so it makes no difference at all. It's just hanging over the edge, which is rather nice. Okay, so first things first, let's ink this one up and let's get it in place. I love using these stamps. This is, let's just get this in place, and we're going to ink up, round we go, like this, and I'm just inking up from the outside, just getting a really good layer of black archival. That'll do the job nicely. Right, there we go. And then I'm just going to stamp it, and then I can decide what's the top and what's the bottom, can't I?
Yeah.
So just pop that in there like so, and then I'll turn it round as I need it. So I'm just going to press gently around the edge, make sure that I've got, if I miss a bit, because it is a huge stamp, if I miss a bit, then I'll just take a micron pen and I'll just jazz it up a bit. That's what micron pens are for. Right.
Barbara.
So there you go.
Oh,
yes,
it looks good. Yes, it's just so sorry to interrupt. It's just that, you know, our lovely fusible film, we have now technically sold out of that one.
Have we already?
Yeah.
But have we got fusible fibre?
Yes.
Yeah, we've still got some of this. Cool.
Thank you.
Right, come on. On the fusible fibre train now. Right, so now what we're going to do, I want to show you a little trick. If I want to colour it in, let's have a look at the top. If you look at the top of this, you'll see that it's actually quite smooth. It's not all glittery, it's not glistening. This one is glitterier, if you get what I mean. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I want to smooth this out. So the way to do that, let me come to this camera, and what I'm going to do is get some, let me just take the stamp out of the way for a minute. Right, we don't need the stamp for now. Right, and what I want to do is just take some of the fibre. We don't have to rush, do we? No.
No, got 15 minutes.
Perfect. So what we're going to do is tussle it out, just tousle it like this so that you don't get stripped. When you cut stuff like this away, when you cut out the bit around the outside, right, because at the end of the day, all we want is this bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, we're not interested in all that, we just want this bit. So you don't have to have the whole stamp done, you could just do like that much. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Just bunch that up, and then we can always, once you've got a good under base, a base layer, you can always add it on the top, underneath, if you see. I'll show you in a minute. Right, so we're going to do that, and we've got our little nest now ready to go. Now, if I just took that and inked up the stamp, let's get the right stamp, right, inked up the stamp, took that, put that on there, right, then when I take it off, the front will be quite fibrous, and it will be not so easy to colour in. You see, it needs to be a bit smoother.
Yeah.
So in order to smooth it out, what I'm going to do is take 2 bits of parchment paper, I'll put it on there like that, I'll put that on there like that, and all I'm going to do, and it's really fast, it doesn't take long, right? It might be maybe a little bit more than that, because it's quite a hot iron, right? But what it does is it already starts the process. You see how it's already, look, it's already fusing.
Yeah, very quick.
This side is really fibrous, and that side is already fusing. It's already melting. Right? So that's the side that I'm going to introduce to the stamp. So that means that when I go to colour it in, it's already smooth.
Wonderful.
Yeah? Obvious, isn't it, really? When you know how, it's easy. So then the next thing I want to do now is just make sure I've got all my ducks in a row. I've got that. I've got my baking parchment. I've got my embossing tool so that I can, yeah? I'll put this on here so you can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, I've got that ready, got that ready, got that ready, got all ready to go. Right, now I need my ink. So, and this is worth knowing because I've received calls from people saying, I did what you did on the telly, but you can't see the image. And it's like, crucial step, ink.
Right.
Right? Crucial step. So what we're going to do now is just put some, and the reason that we use baking parchment is so that we don't, I'll show you, if you don't use baking parchment, all this stuff sticks to the iron. So we're going to pop that on there like so, then we'll put that on there because it protects it when I do that.
Right.
Otherwise I do that, you'll only do it once. Right? You'll only do it once and then you'll end up with, you'll just be scratching it off for a little while, let it cool down, scratch it off. It doesn't kill the iron. It won't do much for your husband's shirts. But, right. So now I've done that, when I take this away, you see, if I wanted to, I could take the emboss, just like we did before, and I can just put a little bit of text, like in the moon, you see?
Yeah.
And in the trees, and as it starts to cool off, you can feel it starting to cool, right? So I could put a little bit of depth in the tree, put a little bit in the, see if it worked. Hope it did. Oh,
yes.
Of course it did. Look at that.
Beautiful.
See? So then when I show it to you, you'll see it looks so nice. Look, see? And where I embossed it on the back, when you turn it round, it gives you that structure. But more importantly, if you get up close, you'll see that it's not fibrous. Because we sandwiched it and we lightly ironed it first, now it will take the ink beautifully if I want to colour the sky in, or the house, or the trees. I could do a full colour one if I wanted to now. Right. It will take the ink, right? So, one of the other things, I'm going to turn my iron off now, or at least turn it down, because
Barbara,
I've done all the ironing that I need to do.
Lovely. May I just do a quick stock update, because they're loving the fusible fibres. Basically, we've had 4 sellouts while you've been demoing, so we've only got 2 options left now, which is the pastel blue and the pastel green. Lovely.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
They're all beautiful, trust me.
Yeah, lovely.
They're all beautiful. And if you take the pastel green and you do that trick, what I just showed you with the white, and you iron it, when you put other colour over the top, it changes. So if you've got the pink and you put blue over the top, it goes lilac. You can still use colour on the top. So dark blue, for example, on the green gives you a fantastic teal colour.
Right.
So it's 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. Yeah, yeah. One of the other things that I was looking at earlier,
okay, is this. This is really nice. It's quite arty, but because what we're going to do is we're going to cut this out. But then just by chance, I got one that, look, let me show you. This one, for example, I looked at it and I thought, I don't want to cut that out because I really like that.
Yeah.
If that was on a card like that, like if that was that'd be my that's a Christmas card right there.
It kind of looks ethereal.
Let me just lean across and get a 5x5 blank. There you go. Now we're cooking with gas. Right, look. You see? So if I would put a little bit of double-sided, you know, this gear under here, and that would look so nice because it's chopped there. But why would you wouldn't cut it away? You wouldn't. It would make a beautiful arty Christmas card. I'm going to send this one to Mel. Mel would love this. Yeah, you see, so you've got a kind of a hint of the words, but it's not obvious what it says.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
I love it. So my point is, you don't have to cut it out like this. But if you do, then of course, I'll show you. If you cut it out, you're going to use your good scissors, right? And then all you need to do then is, again, what we did before. Where's the... I didn't stamp this into the page, did I? Right, so we need to clean the stamp so we haven't got fibres on it. That's all right. We could do that. Then we've got that. And now we're going to decide where we're going to put our... You can see what I mean about positioning is everything. Let's have a look. Which way do we want to go? There, right? So that's the bottom. Right. So now we're going to put our stamp into the centre. What we're trying to do is this.
Oh, marvellous.
This. Right? Yeah. So we'll put our stamp into the middle, Alex. I mean, you don't have to use film. You can use colour. You can use a jelly. I mean, there's so many different possibilities. This is just one. So let me just excuse my head for a minute while I just position it right. Right, now, this one is, I'm deliberately put it this way quite a bit because I want to show you how to cover up. Now, let's have a look. If we do this, get a good... I mean, we're going to cover it all up anyway, so if we don't get a great image, it doesn't matter. Just the words need to be good, don't they?
Nice.
Wunderbar. Right, so we've got our words in, and then this is going to go over the top there, you see, and that is this.
Marvellous.
That's the same thing. I know, it's so good, Alex.
It's so pretty.
So then I've got my double-sided adhesive on the back. You could do, you know the Clarity double-sided adhesive sheets? You got the whole, you just cut little strips. You just cut a piece to fit, you know.
That'd be nice. Barbara, can I ask a question?
What I'm saying is you wouldn't be able to use glue on this, Alex. Glue would just soak in and then it would fall off.
Can I ask a question, Barbara?
Go on.
You know, if anybody bought the sort of the previous version, can you still do all these same techniques, or with the new?
Yes. Yes, of course. Okay. Of course, we always have.
Lovely.
The reason I was saying you treat yourself to a whole new set was because some of us have had these original stamps for 15 and 20 years.
Wow.
And if you use them a lot, there'll come a point where you think, actually, I want, because they get covered in ink and paint and all sorts. And because a lot of us are travelling into the mixed media world, this may be, at this price, the point, if you love this design, these designs, this may be the point at which you go, right, my old ones are going to be brilliant for this kind of work, for paint, for jelly plate, for printing, for all that grungy stuff, pottery, embedding, ultra thick enamelling powder, where there's a lot of heat involved. And now at half price, you could really treat yourself to the set, or just 1 to 5 or 5 to 10. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So that's all it is. And now what we can do, you see, we can then take our pen, these are they.
These are they.
Perga colours. These are they. I love these. I know. This is one of the best things that came out of Pergamano when we bought it. The Perga colours, because they're double-ended felt tip pens. And again, you know, of course they're good on parchment, but I tell you what, they're dynamite on card as well. And what's the best thing about them, apart from the colours, is this end, because this is a real fine. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, here we go. Look, it's so fine. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah, and so you've got your bullet end, so to speak, which is thick, right? And the harder you press. But what's brilliant is that these, because there's a little kind of a plastic sheath, what it does is it holds the ultra fine nib it never falls over. It's just brilliant. So when we're using on this particular, what you're going to use is the bullet end, and you just run over the top like this, and you'll see. And the hotter this was when you did it, the duller this is now, the easier it will take the colour.
Right.
But you can see how you can change the colour immediately just by adding a little bit of, look, and you just let it dry. Wait a little bit if you want it to go darker. Just wait, let it dry, take the next layer, and you can see immediately how quickly you're staining it's easy, look. That's all you got to do. Just run the bullet end over the top, and that's how you get this lovely colour. Look.
Yeah, you would think
Nice.
the fibres were originally that colour because it looks so good.
Yeah, well, there is one called wisteria that is this colour. So, you know, you can make your own wisteria if you didn't manage to get hold of any.
That's
just
right.
by using, which pen did I use? I'm using the numero 13.
Right.
Lucky number's 13. There you go. So that's how it works, Alex. And you know, whether or not you cut it right back and then colour it in, or whether you hold it. See, I think this is going to look gorgeous. And there's sort of pinks and lilacs in here. Can you see them?
Yeah, look at that.
There you are. And so I might find that colour and then perhaps colour in the sky with this. Actually, it's quite similar to this, isn't it?
It is, actually.
You know, I think that's going to look super. Yeah. So that's it. That's how that works.
Marvellous. Thank you so much, Barbara. Do you know what? We are 70% of the stock gone on our stamps now. It is well worth it because it's half price. There we go. Again, what I'll do, if I may, is I'll just break it down because if you are just joining us, you might not realise how much of a saving you're getting. Each option of 5 has a £20 saving. And look at these beautiful images, aren't they stunning? And of course, you've got the verse on each one. I love that. I love that the cat is watching the reindeer. And maybe he's the only one in the house that's seen it. And he can't tell anybody because we can't speak and understand cat language. So that one has the £20 saving. Then the second tier, again, has a £20 saving. I'm going to look out for the mice. Look out for the mice. OK, so we've got our Santa with the mice. We've got our beautiful reindeer leaping. Then we have also got the beautiful sleigh with the presents in. That is a full sleigh. And I love it. You just see his feet dangling there. It's coming down, and there's our chimney. That once more has that £20 saving, which is going to carry over. And then our lovely bottom tier, which is, what's that, 11 to 15. We've got that was one of my favourites, that one. I think because I am totally transported back to my childhood, just imagining, just waiting, trying desperately to stay up to see if I can see Santa. Oh. And then we've got the chair there with the little mice on. I love all those little tiny finishing touches, which is just beautiful. So there we go. We have £20, £20, £20 saving. We've also got our lovely extra there as well. And so you've got the extra, that is £9.99. You save an extra £3 there. Lovely. And of course, it's all carried over into the complete collection. And there we go. You have got a whopping saving. It's half price, £66.50 saving. Amazing. And Barbara, we've got just 2 minutes.
Love.
Yeah, did you want to?
I just want to show you this last little demo, just a little inspiration, and I can talk it through. Actually, I'll blog this when I get off the telly. I'll just sit down and blog it. But let me show you. So this is a really nice way to go.
Yeah.
I can hear a reverb here, but you can see I've stamped it. And then what we're going to do is very, very easily, you cut a template like this. You see, you just stamp it on a bit of copy paper. Then you cover up, you see, like that.
Yeah.
Then you take your little moon and you put your little moon in there. Then you take your little brush, your clarity brush, and you add your little, you add your colour, you see? And that's how you end up with that. And then that goes on there like that.
Yeah.
And there's another beautiful little card. It's so easy. The key is the mask, Alex. The key is the mask. Cool. And it's so easy to cut out. And you only need to cut it out once.
Yeah.
Once is good.
That was a fabulously quick demo then, wasn't it? I love that mask.
Didn't take long, did it?
Bless you, thank you. Oh, and Barbara, 80% of the stock of our lovely stamps have now gone, and we do have queues on the phone lines too. Thank you so much, Barbara. It's been lovely.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much, and thank you, Hochanda.
See you soon, Barbara.
Stay
Thank
safe,
you.
everybody at home. Stay safe. Be good. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. So that was Barbara joining us live via Skype. We've also got some more shows a bit later on. I think Paul is joining us at 3 o'clock. Wait till we see what goodies we've got on that show. So do check out your baskets. Remember, it's only for this hour only. So this hour only, and we're nearly at the end of the hour. Make sure you're checking it out to get your half-price deal for all of these beautiful stamps. And you can spread the cost, 2 payments of £33 and 23 pence. 115028. Very quickly at the bottom of the screen, you can also see we've got the groovy plate system of this lovely collection. As I like that you get it in that configuration. That's at the bottom of the screen. Again, also half price. Thank you very much. I am now off for a week, so I will see you in a week's time even, but I'm handing over the reins now to our lovely Hayley. Take care. Oh, I wish I could stick around though, because there's food. Right, we've got the Herb and Spice Company, followed by our lovely show with Paul, and after that it's the All and Create Birthday One Day Special Final Call.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. The company has been going for a year and a half, and as a crafter, I wanted to find a box which I could receive every month and would be full of craft supplies. As I couldn't find such box, I decided to create it myself, and that's how Craftbox started. Every box contains at least 15 products, which are beautifully hand packaged by a team based here in Cambridgeshire. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Crafty Kitchen. Now, if you've not come across Crafty Kitchen before, it's an hour that we share with you on a Saturday, and we bring you some amazing guests, some fabulous products, and it can be a mix of all sorts, sometimes sweet, sometimes savoury, and I have to say, I do like my savoury, so I'm very much looking forward to this hour. Now, as you can see on your screen, we've got a brand new company joining us here at Hochanda, the Herb and Spice Company, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot more about that company from the lovely Camilla, who's our guest for the hour. How are you, Camilla?
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good, are you?
Very good. I'm looking forward to this because I've been looking at the packages that we've got here and reading the back of the packs, and there is so much information and they sound so excited.
Yeah, they're lovely. I've tried to give a really good selection.
I love it. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of what's in these packs, tell me a little bit about yourself, Camilla, and about the company, and Roland as well.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm Camilla. I'm from the Herb and Spice Co, and we make seasoning blends, no added sugar seasoning blends. Everything we do is pure herbs and spices, and no artificial ingredients, and Roland, that's my dad, so it's me and my dad.
Like a little partnership.
Yeah, that run the business. So yeah, we started in 2015.
And you were saying about this all kind of stemmed from when you went on a family holiday and you were given a booklet in one of your relatives' restaurants, I think it was.
Yeah, so for my 21st, we went to Florida. So I've got a lot of family that live in Florida, and they have a restaurant in Daytona, called Aunt Catfish, and it's just an amazing restaurant, and they have their own little recipe book.
Okay.
So they gave it to me as a gift, and I'd never really done much cooking before that point, and I think just going to America just inspired me so much, all the incredible food. And yeah, when I got home, I was just flicking through, and just the recipes just inspired me.
I love it.
Yeah, so one in particular was this herb baked cod.
Ooh.
And it had all these different herbs and spices, and some of them I'd never heard of before.
Okay.
You know, I'd never really thought about using them, so I went to the shop, I got my shopping list, and I was like, oh, tarragon. And that's kind of where my passion for cooking stems from.
The passion that's got the whole business started.
Yeah.
I can see your passion straight away, just talking about these. I better show everybody what we've got, haven't I? So we've got some wonderful bundles here to share with you, and these are exclusive to us here at Hochanda. They come in the most amazing packaging, so they're perfect if you're wanting to give them as a gift. And obviously sometimes a little treat of herbs and spices. Maybe you've been buying seasoned oils in the past as Christmas gifts in fancy bottles. Well, this is a lovely one to share. First thing that strikes me with these is you've got big, huge sachets with regards to these.
Yeah.
A lot in here. Now, 75 grams. Now, I'm thinking to myself, 5 grams is about a teaspoon, so we've got a lot in here.
Yeah. So the brilliant thing, I think, what we pride ourselves on, the basics, is they have no sugar, no artificial ingredients. And so basically all you're getting is the herbs and spices. So they are concentrated as seasonings. So a lot of seasonings have a lot of like added sugar, salt that bulk them out. So you'd probably need to use quite a bit.
And
with
do they
ours
pad these out as well? Things like you say they're about wheat and things like that. That's padding out what the contents are.
Whereas ours are 100% just herbs and spices, nothing else added, just herbs and spices. So you really need about a teaspoon. A little goes a long way. They've just got so much flavour, so much aroma, with it just being the basics.
I love that.
Just herbs and spices.
You can see that, and of course that's amazing to know that you've got everything in here, and all the good stuff really, the flavour. That's the bit that you want.
That's what we thought. You know, more of the good stuff, less of the things that you don't need really. You just get just the herbs and spices. You get all that flavour,
lovely,
all the aromas, and a little goes a long way.
Now, with regards to these, I mean, I can see some dates on here, some really good length dates. To be honest, in our household, they've got no chance of lasting that long, to be honest. And I think in many people's when they start working with these. But these are nice and fresh. You were saying you make these in small batches.
Yeah, so everything we do, we make them all in small batches. So that means that we can guarantee the freshness of each product. So you'll notice when you open them, they'll smell incredible. I'm not just saying that, but they will. And you'll be able to tell that the blends haven't just been sat. You know, they are freshly blended, which means that we can always use the freshest ingredients. We get ingredients in quite often. And just keeps them all fresh and smelling great.
And you talking about the smells there, I remember way back many years ago when I was at school doing home economics, one of the things that our teacher said was that you start a meal with the look and the smell.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's when your body starts to get ready to digest it. Yeah. So there we go. You've got your first set, the Indian set here. So you're going to get, same with all of these, you're going to get your 3 packs of your fabulous spice mixes, and you're also going to get your bag of your seasoning. And on this occasion, it's for your Bombay potato. It's lovely. Bolti. Oh, I love Bolti. I love Jalfrezi. They are all featuring within here. And your garam masala, of course, working with this one too as well. And your Bombay potatoes, absolutely amazing Bombay potatoes. I'm making up my own recipes here.
Give them a go.
Now, if you fancy getting hold of this bundle, how affordable is that? And bear in mind, you've got 75 grams in each one of these. So if you're only using a teaspoon, which it's concentrated, you're not going to need it any more than that on many occasions, then you can see just how far a little bit is going to go with these. Less is more sometimes, isn't it?
Definitely,
get carried away. So 324 536, if you fancy getting hold of this particular one, then please do. But maybe the Indian collection isn't your style. Well, how about a bit of discovery? Now, this sounds interesting to start with.
So, it's one of my favourites.
What have we got within this bundle then, Camilla?
So, the discovery, so you've got the Spanish style seasoning. That's one of our best-selling seasoning blends. You've got a paella recipe with that, so anything Spanishy. Ooh. You've got a Mexican, which is great for fajita, any kind of Mexican style cooking, Mexican chicken. Black and Cajun seasoning, which is particularly good on cod, fish, but also if you can picture some like prawns.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, black and Cajun. Also for like roasting wedges. Potatoes,
wedges, nice.
And then you've got an Italian Italian garlic and herb seasoning, which just you can tell from looking at it, it's just so fragrant. You've got a really beautiful blend of herbs in there.
From that, you've got the blend, you haven't got a powder. Now, when I think about going to the supermarkets and buying those jars that you get, you literally, it's like dust you're buying, isn't it? It's almost seasoned dust.
Because it's padded out with a lot of other things, ours is just the herbs and spices. The Italian garlic and herbs particularly is one of my favourites for making your own homemade garlic bread, or if you like a roasting seasoning as well, especially coming up to Christmas, you can use that on your turkey, on your chicken, and with it it's got 2 grades of garlic granules in there. So if you look, you've got the chunky garlic granules, which is going to give you really good texture, and then you've got fine garlic granules that mixes in with the Himalayan pink salt, and we only use Himalayan pink salt in our seasonings too.
Love it,
which is great. It's a lovely salt. It's got so much more flavour, and it's you don't need a little bit with the Himalayan pink salt, but it's just got like minerals in. It's just a great salt, really.
Love it. Now, with many of these, I'm noticing we've got recipes on the back, but are there more ways that we can use these? Are these just like a serving suggestion?
Yeah, a lot of them are serving suggestions. So I try and give, with some, I try and give like a recipe, but also other ways that you can use them. So I'd say all of them you can use as a rub. You can mix them in with mayonnaise and make a dip, which is really nice thing to do. And use them marinades, everything. Just experiment with them, really.
I think
That's the thing with them, yeah.
And because they're so concentrated, you're getting so much, you don't mind experimenting because you can just make like a small portion, can't you, just to trial it before you actually make your larger version.
Just think, if you're cooking, just like, put some on
Just
there.
try a bit of that.
Yeah, stick a bit in there. Yeah, definitely.
There you go. Now, if you fancy getting hold of that set, the details are there on your screen, as you can see there, 489706. Now, the last bundle to share with you, incidentally, we're very busy for these already, is this last one here, and we're off to America, where the whole story started.
Yes. Definitely. So the Taste of the States, I've got one here. So you've got a Louisiana-style Cajun seasoning. I kind of thought of this one because I was really thinking like the Cajun fish, mainly fish for me, this screams out at me. Perfect on chicken, perfect for any kind of like chicken dishes, fish, but also, you know, for like, all of them are also vegetarian and vegan as well, which is a great plus. So, you know, you can also put a little bit of that on some chickpeas and roast them in the oven and make like a healthy snack.
Lovely.
Which is great.
Now, this is one that I like the sound of, the garlic.
So we're going to be cooking with one of those as well. We're going to be making our own homemade garlic bread with that. But that's great for if you want to do ranch chicken, garlic and herb ranch chicken, or great with mushrooms. I know you had some mushrooms on here not long ago, didn't you? And you can,
did,
yeah. So that would be perfect. That you can sprinkle that in with a little bit of oil, a yogurt, some of that seasoning. Perfect.
Oh no, this
that one is
nice.
Steak gourmet.
Okay.
So that's great if you want to do like a New York strip steak or Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. I think that might be the recipe on the back, actually.
It is, actually.
Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, perfect. So quick fry your steak, load it into ciabattas with some hot melted cheese, some
Now, if we've got
onions.
any vegetarians, what are you saying about vegetarian and vegan friendly? How would you use this instead? So rather than using it with steak?
So I'd suggest wedges.
Ooh,
if you're doing wedges.
Roasting it with your veggies and things like that.
Yeah,
Nice.
definitely. Or even really, because they're quite powdered, and you can put them in if you were doing like a nice stew, a nice ratatouille.
Ooh,
even
nice,
a lot of them are like paprika based, smoked paprika. This one's one of my favourite, and particularly with you saying about vegan and vegetarian, this is perfect. So that comes with a recipe for pulled pork or pulled chicken, but also jackfruit, which is a great pulled pork alternative, which is vegan.
Jackfruit, I've never heard of jackfruit.
Oh really? Yeah, so it is just a brilliant, it's got the texture of pulled pork, so you can put a little bit of that in with your pulled pork in the slow cooker.
Ooh,
or just roast it, and then you've got that texture of, you know, it's a healthier version.
All in my ear again. Oh, it is good.
Oh yeah,
it is good.
So make some like loaded jackfruit baps with that. So yeah, just use your creative license when cooking with them, really, and just throw them in everything. Yeah.
Wonderful. Now, we've had questions come through. So, Isabel, you were asking about vegan and vegetarian. So, as we mentioned there, the spices themselves, yes, they are vegan and vegetarian friendly, if that's the right phrase to use. And Angie wanted to know about any veggie ideas, which we've given you veggie ideas just a few moments ago. Not veggie ideas. What was that? Oh, recipe ideas.
Recipe ideas, yeah. So on the back of each one is recipe ideas and suggested uses. But I say easily any of them, use them as a marinade, a little bit of oil as a marinade, great in hummus or mayonnaise as a dip. And yeah, just experiment with potato. Yeah.
And of course you've got social media as well, so do check out the company via
definitely on the
social
Instagram.
media.
Yeah,
right.
we put a lot of things on Instagram as well.
I think that's the speediest I've been down a counter, because I can
go back again if you like.
I can see the hobbies on now. Let's get cooking. So what are we going to make first?
Okay, so first I'm going to go with the nice Mediterranean vegetables.
Wonderful.
Which I've pre-prepped because I didn't want to cry on air with the garlic, with the onion. I thought, I was prepping. I was like, I'm glad I've done this at home.
Lovely. Now, is this from the Discovery collection, this one?
It is. So this is the Spanish style seasoning.
Lovely.
So...
And what do you like about this particular seasoning? Which of those herbs speak to you?
Well, it's got sweet paprika, like Spanish paprika,
nice.
Organic turmeric, Himalayan pink salt, cumin. But what I love about this blend is it's just so versatile. So it's not spicy whatsoever. So you you can literally use as much as you need to. And it's not going to
add any heat to the product.
Yeah, because not everyone likes spicy. So what I'm going to do, it's a very low-fat dish. This. So I'm just going to spray the baking tray.
Lovely.
And just arrange some of the vegetables. So here I've got, let's get these on there.
Oh, this looks good
already. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a feast for the eyes. So what I've got...
Have they warned you about that? Did you come flying at you when you're finished? Because we've not eaten yet.
Yeah. I know, it's making me hungry, actually. So we've got some courgette.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, lovely. Like I say, very healthy, very low fat. So we've got some courgette, some red onion. I've got some lovely tomatoes as well, cherry tomatoes. And I put a chilli in there as well, just to spice things up a little bit, you know.
And that's nice because that shows that if you, obviously you were saying about with this particular one, maybe you're not as spicy or as hot as some of the others. That if you want to add that little bit of essence in there because you want to, then you can do.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got the Spanish style seasoning.
Now I like the way that you kind of got that little resealable pouch there. So
yeah,
this
so
is something, just keep it within that pouch.
Yeah, and they're foil lined as well. You'll notice they're foil lined, so that really locks in the flavour. I like that they're nice and slim because you can put them in the cupboard and they don't take up a lot of space either. Right, so
now do keep an eye when you can check out your order. If you are shopping online, there's loads of additional things you can add into your basket. They're only like £1 and £1.50. You can kind of try them extra little bits. Yeah. So yeah, looking forward to it. Now, if you've got any viewers that are watching, because I know that Camilla's been telling all the customers about her being here at Hochanda, if you have shopped with the Herb and Spice Company before and you have experimented, let us know how you've got on, because I have to say I'm hooked already.
Oh, yeah.
So just sprinkled on, that was easy.
Yeah, so I've just sprinkled it on. I'll just spread it around a bit. I mean, we can mix it up once it's cooking anyway, but I'll just kind of spread that around.
Lovely.
So I've used a few sprays of the cooking spray oil, because it's low fat.
I'm looking at this thinking this is quite a healthy look.
Yeah, and with us using spray oil, that's all you need. Just spray that on, and it's not going to have all that fat, because it's perfect for slimming diets, all these seasonings.
Calorie watching and things like that.
Yeah, any kind of diets, they're just brilliant because they haven't got the added
wonderful. And just pop them straight into the oven. Just a standard kind of mid-range temperature.
So I've got that on, I'm going to put it on, about 200.
Lovely.
Have that on 200.
Wonderful.
I never time anything, but usually I'd say we'll probably keep that in for about 25 minutes. But yeah, I never time anything, I just go off. I just know when it's cooked.
You kind of can tell, can't you? Have a little poke around. Now, with regard to the Discovery bundle, I've got the details on the screen. That's the one that we've just been working with there. So if you fancy getting hold of the bundle that we've just seen Camilla working with, 20% of the stock has gone. So if you want to get hold of that one, details are on your screen. Please don't think to yourself, oh, I'm only going to go for one set. Experiment. Try some of the others. In fact, if you are looking for the Indian one that we were looking at with the Balti in there, that one, 20% of the stock has gone of that one as well. So again, these sets are brilliant, and don't forget you've got a good 12-month shelf life with these. These are only ground in small batches, so you're only looking at about 1 kilogram at a time, so you know it's as fresh can be with regards to these. And of course that is your Indian option there. Last one that you've got is your fabulous one, and this is, I love this one, the Taste of the States there. It's proven to be a very popular one, and we've got lots of restaurants that kind of do these kind of sticky ribs and all those kind of styles, don't they?
Ribs, that's an idea.
And there you go. So if you fancy the Taste of the States, over 20% of the stock has gone. It's a lot cheaper than actually travelling over to be honest, isn't it? So what are we up to next?
Right, so that's all in the oven. So now I'm going to be using the garlic and herb ranch. You can use the Italian garlic and herbs in the same way. So they're a similar blend, but they are different. So the Italian one has a bit more oregano, basil, different quantities, but this is the garlic and herb ranch.
Okay. Now some of them are seasonings, I noticed, and some of them are just classed as the spices. Is there any difference in those?
No, it's
just the way you title them.
Just it's just a blend of herbs and spices, basically. So so what I'm going to do with this, so I've got lovely olive bread here.
Lovely.
Which I think would be really nice. So I'm just going to slice this.
Wonderful. See, this could be bread that you've made yourself. Can you imagine that? Waking up, making your own bread for a meal later on in the day, and then using the herbs and spices to add to it. I mean, this looks amazing. It's got olives in there.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah. When I was testing the recipes out, I got a nice olive bread, and I thought, that's what you want, especially with the herbs and everything. It's lovely. So, how we do it? So, I've got some butter here.
Okay.
So, any butter. Or if you're vegan, any kind of butter alternative.
Lovely.
Or even some oil, really, olive oil, anything. So, I'm just going to put the butter in there.
A good dollop.
Yeah, depending on how much bread that you've got. Probably won't need all this, but give that a go.
I'm guessing this is something that you could keep in the fridge afterwards if you wanted to, and then it's there ready for the next time you need it.
You can freeze it too.
Really?
You could make your bread and then freeze it. Yeah, perfectly fine to do that too. Yeah, so...
because this is the thing, many of us, and myself included, when we come to cook, if you've been at work all day, you cook for convenience, don't you?
Yeah,
and that's when you do it the wrong way. You pick up the phone, you order the takeaway, and if you're having it delivered, we found this many a time, that it takes longer for it to be delivered than you could actually cook it.
Yeah.
And this is the key thing.
And you haven't got that satisfaction of cooking it and tasting it, being like,
and
actually, this is
having
really
it frozen, ready to go in the oven.
Yeah, just stick it in the freezer. Yeah. Right, so you'll see, I'm just going to put in, about a teaspoon.
Wonderful. Oh, can we have a little look in that bowl before you start mixing it? If you hold it nice and still, there you go. Just to the camera, just there, number 3. There's the one. Look at that.
There we go. So I'm going to mix it in, and you're going to see it's going to look much nicer once I've mixed it in.
And I'm guessing once you put this in with the butter, I mean, you could use this. Obviously, you're using it on your bread, but if you wanted to, could you use it on top of roast potatoes and things like that?
Yeah. Or you can use the actual blend itself in like a nut roast.
Okay.
Which is really good too. So it's got those herbs and garlic. Yeah, it's lovely.
Oh, Camilla, I have to say, you are a perfect guest. You are holding that to perfection.
I'm the guest that wants to come round to cook, not to be cooked for. So I've put quite a bit of butter in there. So I'm just going to put a little bit more seasoning in, just because I really want it to kind of come out once it's cooked, so you see.
I think at the moment, the staying in is the new going out, isn't it? So I think this is a nice way for you to kind of make a whole evening of the event. Myself and David have been cooking alongside each other in our little mini kitchen because we're having an extension done. And I have to say, we've been having a whale of a time. I thought I would have killed him by now, to be honest, but I haven't.
Well, I think as well, with everything going on, it's ignited people's passion for cooking again, I think. Yeah. Right, so that's all mixed in, and it smells incredible. I wish you were here to smell it. It's really nice, but I think you'll probably be able to smell it once it's out or in the oven.
Oh, look.
So I'm just going to spread that on.
Oh my goodness.
Same again. I'm just going to give the baking tray a little bit of a spritz.
Okay. Wonderful. I can smell those vegetables already.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll give them a bit of a.
Doesn't take long, does it?
No. And then the good thing about those Mediterranean vegetables as well, and as we were saying, you can freeze those too. So once you've cooked it in the seasoning.
Really?
Yeah. So what I do is I'll cook a batch of them, and then I'll split it. Because you can make a massive tray, and I'll split it into little batches, and I'll freeze them, and then when I'm cooking, I just want like a quick and healthy side. I'll just pop them out,
So that sounds like a fabulous way to spend a Saturday or Sunday, doing a big batch cook.
Batch cook. A lot of these seasons are great for batch cooking, really. So I've just spread on all that lovely
I'm feeling
garlic.
Tormented. I'm not going to lie, this looks amazing.
Yeah. So easy as well.
I could just sit and eat that by itself without it even going in the oven.
You know, once you've made your own garlic bread, you'll not want to buy garlic bread.
That looks absolutely
how easy was that? Just some butter, just some seasoning. You won't want to.
But this is the kind of food that when you do treat yourself and you go maybe to an artisan restaurant or a little kind of bistro or something like that. This is the way the food is prepared, isn't it? It's not mass production. It's something that love and energy goes into it, and that's part of the whole process. It almost tastes better because of it.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can just sense, the
Molly,
passion and the love.
Oh, Molly is in the studio. She's helping us. She's a floor manager today, and she's very
You can smell it.
The pair of us,
Lovely.
oh my goodness.
Right, so that's done. So I've gone for 3 really nice big slices.
Looks amazing.
So I'll put that there. And you can, if you want to, just put a little bit of a sprinkle of the seasoning just on top.
Okay.
Because it just looks pretty, I think.
Just finish it off on there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And there you go, simple as that. Simple as butter and bread.
Can you see? Yeah.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, it's going to look much nicer when it's cooked as well.
Fabulous.
So I'll pop those.
Lovely. So is that going to go into the oven as well?
Yeah.
How are our roasted
and then,
vegetables
I'm going to
doing?
take the Mediterranean vegetables out and just give them a bit of a stir along.
We've got showing the Yannis is circling. It's like a shark circling the water. Sorry, mate.
Just get these
out on a good show. It's got a good show coming up there. Oh, look at these.
Yeah.
So what do you need to
smell
do
them
with these
already.
next, Camilla?
So I'm just going to give them a stir.
Okay.
Just to, because a lot of the seasoning's obviously sat on top from when we sprinkled it on. So you just want to give them a little bit of a move around. bit of a stir, just distribute it a little bit.
Now don't forget the one that we're working with at the moment. This was from was it the Mediterranean one that we were
This
looking
one,
at?
the Discovery kit. This is the Spanish style seasoning.
Look
but
at
also
that.
this would go the garlic and herb would work really well with this as well, or the Italian style if you were getting the same box. Or you could also use the black and Cajun, because the great thing about the black and Cajun is it's also good for roasting as well, because it's got a lot of herbs in there.
So is this the Spanish style that you used?
Yes, this is the Spanish style for this.
In here we've got some amazing elements here and some lovely ideas with regards to how to use it. A lovely recipe for paella. So with this one you chop an onion, you've got your chorizo that you add in there, your chicken as well. Of course, if you're making this as a vegetarian alternative,
make a beautiful vegetable paella as well.
Things that you have around the home: pepper diced, frozen peas, obviously king prawns, or an alternative canned tomatoes. And then nice simple recipes. I mean, here you've got literally about not even 4 stages. I think 3 stages there. Absolutely beautiful with regards to nice suggestion there as well to serve with hummus, mayonnaise or yogurt.
Yeah, use as a dip. Yeah. So in terms of ratio, if I was making a dip with it, I'd go a teaspoon of seasoning to about 2 or 3 tablespoons of mayo, or if you've got a pot of hummus, just put a teaspoon in. That's all you need, and just stir it all up.
And I'm just looking, we've got in here cumin and turmeric, sweet paprika, garlic granules, black pepper, Himalayan pink salt, coriander, ground coriander, and then your oregano as well. Oh, amazing. What else have we got in this one? I'm salivating just reading these out to you, I'm not going to lie.
I think the more you kind of look at them and the more you keep using them, the more inspiration that it gives you, really.
Love it.
Think, I'll try that, and you can rework your favourite recipes to use these and fit. Yeah.
Love it, love it, love it. Now, just to give you a very quick update, I'm going to let Camilla get herself ready for the next thing that she's bringing to us. The Discovery one. This is the Discovery one that we've got over here, isn't it? Yeah. So, Taste of the States is on your screen. We'll come to that one in a few moments. But the Discovery bundle that we've got with your Mexican style in there, you've also got your Spanish there, your Italian, and your black and Cajun. This one rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone. Now, Camilla did mention that with regards to spices, if you're looking at the spices as in the heat of the spices, then this one is probably the mildest of the 3 bundles to go for. Very, very popular, and I have to say, smells amazing where I'm standing. Can't wait to taste that food later. Taste the Steaks that we looked at just a few moments ago. This is another popular one as well. If you like your steaks, if you like your ribs, those kind of ideas, or maybe your prawns, and maybe the cod that we heard suggested as well with this one. Again, really nice seasoning, and then you've got your garlic and herb ranch in there as well. Absolutely amazing, as you can see there. So you've got your 3 75-gram packs there of your spices, and then of course you've got your seasoning there as well. Another email's come in as well. Who's this one come from? Christina, saying it's the best cookery presentation. They're packs of inspiration. And there's so much within here. And she's saying a big thank you as well. Helen, we've got loads of people emailing in.
Oh, brilliant, thank you.
And isn't it lovely to be able to buy out of these? A big welcome to you as well, Camilla,
thank you.
from everybody
Yeah,
as well.
great.
So it's loads within here. 75 grams within each one of these, and you are getting them all boxed. She couldn't decide which one, Helen. So which did you go for in the end, Helen, then? She went for all 3.
Great choice. Perfect for gifts as well.
Another lady who shops like I shop. So I can't wait for those to arrive. And I think this is the key thing. If you're shopping and you're thinking maybe gifts for people, I'd suggest you maybe go for a couple of extras, because I don't think you want to part with these when you do get them. So now I can see we're cooking chicken.
Right, yeah. So I'm just waiting for the hob to warm up.
Okay. Have I got time to quickly talk about the Indian spices?
Yeah,
then,
of course
while
you can.
doing that?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's
That's the one that we're going to be using now. Is the Indian?
Is it?
Yeah.
Perfect. So with your Indian here, you've got obviously your different, these will seem familiar to you, they're curry names that we've come across before. Your jalfrezi, you've got your balti there as well, you've got your garam masala, and you've got your seasoning there for your Bombay potatoes as well. And again, as is the case with each and every one of these, it will give you a breakdown, so you'll know the ingredients. So things like your coriander, your sweet paprika, your mustard powder in these as well. All the information that you need is on the front there. Now, they're in these sealed packs, so when you do open them, you're just simply tearing them. You'll see the little notches in the side there. Nice and easy for you to tear those and open them, but then you have got that little strip that many of us will be familiar with, which means that they are airtight and they're kept dry. You only need to pop them into your cupboard when they're like that and then not worry about it. Now, this particular one being your balti, well, what we've got here, well, looking at this one, you can be using your chicken for your chicken balti, or you could use a substitute if you're wanting to make a vegetarian or vegan recipe, because because it's down to you what you're adding to these. They are vegan and vegan and vegetarian friendly, dependent on what you wanted to add to these, obviously. But you can see there, nice, easy, clear, concise instructions, which means that you are going to be able to create beautifully with these. So this one here, as I say, if you like something with a little bit of spice in there, then maybe this is the one for you. So 324 536. You've got your Balti, jalfrezi, you've got your Bombay potatoes in there as well, and your garam masala. So if you fancy that one, just £19.99. Now they are all detailed on the website, so if you want to jump onto the website, you'll be able to see them. We are going to shop like Helen shops. We're going to add all of them into our basket. We're also going to add in freedom, because don't forget, when you're adding these into your basket, you've got your post and packing going on for each one of those items. So when we come to our basket, you can see there, post and packing will disappear when we become a freedom member, and you posted, obviously you've got your freedom membership there. Now these are the add-ons. Oh, Jamaican jerk seasoning, £1.50. That's a definite must-have. That's what would Janice say? Get in my basket. There you go. And then paprika and garlic as well. We've got to have some of that as well, haven't we? So there you go. You can see an easy way for you to add those into your basket. And of course, if you are speaking to our call operators, then they will be able to add those in as well. How's your chicken coming along over there, Camilla?
Yeah, so I'll show you how I'm going to prepare the chicken. So, usually, if you had a bit more time, you would put the chicken in a bowl, bit of oil.
Okay.
Like I say, if you're doing like a low-fat diet, then I'd use spray oil.
Okay.
But to get it all nice and juicy, I've done a good shake of rapeseed oil. And then we're going to be using the jalfrezi seasoning.
Lovely.
So like I say, if you want to get the most out of the flavours, you'd prepare the chicken in advance, and if you could leave it overnight in the fridge to absorb all the flavours, that would be better. But if you haven't got time, like you say, you're going from work, you just want to rustle something up, I've just got some nice like mini chicken fillets.
Love it. I'm just reading what we've got in here. So we've got paprika and coriander, coumarin, cinnamon, garlic, Himalayan pink salt again makes an appearance.
This one smells incredible.
Turmeric, ginger, oh my goodness, chili powder. And then we've got, now I don't know what this one is, fenugreek.
Fenugreek?
Fenugreek.
Yeah,
what's fenugreek?
Fenugreek. So, I mean, you can get fenugreek seeds, fenugreek leaves, which are methi leaves, or you can get fenugreek ground. And it's in a lot of Indian cooking, and it just really gives it that lovely flavour. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is mix all the chicken in. It's heating up now. I've never used an induction hob before, so this is the first.
Oh.
So usually you do this in advance, or just do it, in a bowl, or just in the pan like this. So yeah, a little bit of oil. I've put about 1.5 teaspoons of the seasoning.
Okay.
Just because I really want to show the colour, show what it looks like, but you could tailor it.
Love
so
it.
I'm just mixing it all up, just getting the nice chicken all coated.
Is this a recipe where it would be cooked on the hob, or do you get it going and sealed and then goes into the oven?
You could do either, really. I think if you're in a rush, I'd do it on the hob.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And I'll have to look at the garlic bread in a minute, because that's getting there.
That's okay. Well, don't worry too much. What you might find as well is, obviously, if you're cooking with a new hob, it's always a little bit different, isn't it? So that's the key thing.
Yeah.
Now, let me just show you those Indian spices, because these are flying out. Lots of you taking advantage of these. So we did have a little delve into the jalfrezi, because that's the one that Camilla's working with. Now, the Balti seasoning. What have we got in the Balti seasoning? Let's have a look at that pack there. We've got loads within there. So you've got coriander again, and sweet paprika, mustard powder, turmeric there, coriander. Oh my mouth, everybody else's mouth is like that. Oh my goodness, you've got loads within here. Love the idea that you've got obviously your recipe suggestions on the back here. So with this Balti here, again, it's talking maybe about chicken or a substitute in there as well. But of course, all the herbs and spices, absolutely amazing. Now, of course, these are as fresh can be. They're ground in small batches, and you can see from the date on there, we're looking at September 2021. So if there is any chance that you're not using these, you can still use them right the way up until that date. Now, you've got literally, you notice there with the ingredients, there's no additions in there, there's no sugar, there's no added wheat or anything like that to pad these out. These are concentrated spices, which is why you only need a teaspoon. Teaspoon equates to about 5 grams, so you've got 75 grams in here, so that's a lot. And is that 15 teaspoons? I'm terrible with my maths.
I think so. Yeah,
So
there's a lot.
divided by 5, that's not 15, is it? Oh, it's 15, my goodness. I astounded myself. And then 15 times 4, you've got 60. So if you're only using a teaspoon at a time, you've got 60 meals within all of those. So that is incredible to think for that price on your screen. And don't forget, you may well have bought seasonings from the supermarket and things like that, but you only have to look at some of these packs to see, especially when we start looking at the Discovery ones, you can actually see the herbs and spices in there. They've not been ground into oblivion, so they're just literally a powder. You can see the elements of these, and I think this adds to it when you're actually seeing it on the plate as well. It's all part of the presentation, and that powerhouse of seasoning is going to give you that incredible flavour. Oh, listen to that sizzle. I wish you could smell what it's like here in the studio. That is good. So this is the chicken. This is the chicken jalfrezi.
The jalfrezi chicken. So, like I showed you, I've just mixed it all in together.
Looks amazing.
And yeah, just turned up the heat, and we're just gonna like quickly cook them. It's also great if you have a wok as well.
Oh, okay.
Really for like stir frying. Quickly.
Oh, this looks incredible.
And while they're cooking, I'm going to get the garlic bread out because I reckon
you're going
that's.
to use a little bit of oil and the spices.
Yeah. I mean, you could use spray oil. I'm just using this because just using some rapeseed oil makes it all nice and juicy. But like I say, you can adapt it.
So how would you serve this? What would you put this with? So
I'm going to show you. So
I
mean, you could do it in like a curry as well.
Okay.
That's one thing. But I thought instead of making a curry, because that's your obvious choice when you're doing like Indian cooking, your obvious choice is curry. But I thought, well, how can I kind of change it, make it a bit more of a fusion? So I'm going to do a flatbread, nice Indian-inspired flatbread. So it's kind of like chicken wraps, you know, quick, easy meal. Fry your chicken. So we're going to put it on a flatbread. Now toast them in the oven. I've got a lovely slaw mix here. So you've got white cabbage, red cabbage, a little bit of mint. I've put some fresh dried mint in there as well.
Very nice.
Some shredded carrot and some red onion.
Lovely.
So what we're going to do is we're going to use mango chutney as a base.
Nice.
And then we're going to put the slaw on top, and then the chicken, and then I'll show you. So I'm just going to get this out the oven.
Love it. So, my senses are overloaded. If you are going for your Indian spices, don't forget it is one of the most popular ones. Lots of you have got these bundles in your baskets, incidentally, as well. The Discovery is one of the most popular ones as well, and that's the next one that I'm going to tell you about. And this is the one that we did see Camilla working with a little bit earlier on. Of course, she's making that fabulous garlic bread. Talking of which, have a look at this garlic bread. Oh, my.
I'll do the garlic bread and then I'll show you the red veg. That can wait.
And that was so quick.
So quick. And like I say, you'd save the time if you prepped them and froze it. Then you could,
I love it. So there you go. That's actually garlic bread. Of course, that was made with the Discovery collection that was not with this one as well. Of course, the fabulous vegetables. They were roasting away in the oven at the moment. We'll have a look at those in a few moments. And that's got your Spanish star seasoning in there. So within there, you've got all those gorgeous Spanish. I mean, look at that. I mean, that looks amazing, doesn't it? How you've got all those little granules in there, those little flakes of elements in there. So you've got what have we got in here? We've got cumin in here, turmeric, sweet paprika, garlic granules, black pepper, Himalayan pink salt. Again, loads of ideas of how you can actually use these as well. You've got some inspirational recipes on the back of each of these as well. So lots and lots of content. So this one, again, the Discovery bundle has been a very popular one. And don't forget, everything is packaged in a unique style. It's exclusive to us. This trio, oh, should I say this? What's a trio? Trio, what's a four? A quartet, that's the word. I nearly said two duos then, because I couldn't think what the quartet word was. They are coming in this fabulous box. I'm sorry, Molly, you're giving me updates. What was the update? Rapidly approaching half of the stock has gone of this. My goodness, I just hope there's some left for when we go off air, because I need all of these. Details on the screen at 489706. Oh my goodness.
Right, so the garlic bread's done. I'm just going to show you the garlic bread.
Look at that.
You see it? And then I'm just going to sprinkle on some Parmesan, just in case you needed to mouthful down.
Oh, Camilla, you're killing me.
Oh, I know, I'm getting hungry now. And then as a little dip on the side.
Oh, so what we got here now?
A little bit of oil.
Okay, so is this olive oil?
Rapeseed oil, because it's got half the saturated fat of olive oil, so that's what I always use.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. A little bit of balsamic vinegar.
And I didn't know you could use it, because obviously you used it when you were cooking, and you were heating it up, so you can have it as a cool kind of dip as well.
Yeah, and I I think I can show you the blackened Cajun salmon. What I like to do, because you can get a lot of herb-infused oils.
Okay.
Herb and spice-infused oils.
In like the fancy bottles.
Yeah,
in
so you can kind
stores.
of just make your own. So if you're doing like a dipping selection.
Yeah.
So I've just got some of the blackened Cajun, because it's got nice herbs. It's just got that little bit of spice to it.
And this again is in the Discovery Kit. So everything that we're looking at here with the fabulous bread. Oh my goodness, this looks amazing.
Yeah, just give it a bit of a kick. And then once you start dipping in there, you'll get a little bit of the balsamic, you get a little bit of the oil, and you'll get a little bit of the seasoning as well. So, yeah.
Oh.
Right, so that's that. That's that done. And next, the Mediterranean vegetables, which were done.
Damn that metre distance.
I know.
Oh no!
Yeah,
oh,
so look at these. Look at the colours in them as well. They're really just sometimes you eat with your eyes. Sometimes, don't you? Something like that.
I mean,
it just looks beautiful.
The colours that you've got with this and smell. I so wish you could scratch your screen and smell this. It is amazing.
Yeah.
Rapidly approaching 60% of the Discovery collection has gone now. My goodness, these are flying out. Honestly, you are going to adore these when you receive them and you get them home. I just want to know what's going to be the first thing that you create with these. It's coming to show us you don't have to do anything extravagant. Just simply taking those fabulous vegetables and roasting them with that wonderful Spanish-style seasoning that you're getting within this set. And there you go. Look at that. I mean, that is a vegetarian meal in one, isn't it? There.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely
you could just
beautiful.
eat that. Yeah. Just have it as a main, really.
Oh, wow.
I put some chilies in there as well because I like to have a bit of a kick, but it's a completely mild seasoning.
And that's the other thing as well, because I mean, I love flavour, I love spice in food, but not everybody does. And sometimes it's difficult for people that sometimes for medical reasons, they can't have anything too spicy.
Yeah.
But they find something that is achievable and they can enjoy in the same way, and that's what you've got with this.
You know what's great as well is because you get 4 different seasonings in the pack, you can mix different seasonings in with another seasoning, so you can make your own blend. So if you had, say, the garlic and herb ranch seasoning, and you wanted to spice it up a bit because you like something with a bit of spice, you could put the Louisiana style.
Oh, I see.
If you had the Louisiana but you fancied a bit more smoke in there, smoky flavour, you could put some smoky Texas in.
So where does that smokiness come from?
It's smoked paprika, so it's a beautiful Spanish paprika, but it's been smoked, oak smoked. So it's naturally smoked as well.
Now this is something that we've not spoken of because I've just been absolutely in awe of the cooking that's going on. The sourcing of these herbs and spices, and obviously there's different ways that these are prepared in order to get the different blends and different flavours. So where are these all sourced from?
So we have one supplier in the UK. We get everything from them, and what I love about them is they just know their ingredients, and every time I get ingredients from them, they are so fresh. They have an amazing aroma, and just the quality of this. Yeah, it took me a long time. Took me a long time to source a great supplier of different herbs and spices that kind of matched what I was after: flavour, taste, aroma.
And because this is a passion, you can see this is a passion. It's all been born from an initial passion of Camilla's. That's where you strive to get perfection every single time, isn't it? And that is the key thing. Oh, look at
that. I'm saying it like, oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, it looks amazing.
With the chilli on top.
Absolutely amazing there.
The chicken, I'd say is cooked. So I'm just going to warm up the flatbread in the oven, just so it's a bit more
lovely. Just to give you a bit of a time check, you've got about 15 minutes left.
That's fine. Plenty of time.
Okay?
Plenty of time.
One thing that we've got to have a little chat about is the American one. Should we have a little look at that one? Because we've been talking about the Discovery, we've been talking about the Indian. Let's have a little look at this particular one, because of course we are off to America with the Taste of the States bundle. And this one, again, you've got your 4 large pouches, again 75 grams in each one of those, and again you've got all sorts of flavours. So maybe you don't want anything too spicy, maybe the garlic and herb is the one for you to try. And this is a lovely one because you can use this in loads of different ways. You could use it with your chicken, you could use it as a dip if you're wanting to. Of course, these are all vegan and vegetarian friendly, so if you do use obviously ingredients pertaining rather than your chicken, find a substitute, then you can continue to use these. Then you've got things like your Louisiana style seasoning as well. I mean, these are amazing. You can see all those fabulous herbs and spices in there. Rapidly approaching half the stock of the Taste of States bundle has gone. Now, this is a lovely one. So if you are a true carnivore and you love your steaks, you love your prawns, you love your fish, then these are going to be brilliant because you can use these just literally with those meals and create some absolutely amazing flavours. The Louisiana style, what we've got within the Louisiana style, well, let's have a little look here. You've got your sweet paprika, you've got your cumin, you've got your coriander, your garlic granules there, fennel as well making an appearance in this one as well, and kibbled onion. What's kibbled onion?
Kibbled onion. So we actually use kibbled onion in most of our seasonings. We did used to use onion powder, but we found it was quite clunky, you know. So we changed to kibbled onion. So it's basically dried onion. If you think of onion, if you dried it, when it's cooked, it kind of looks like flakes in your seasoning, but once you start cooking with it, it softens. It kind of softens into like normal onion, and it just has just a brilliant sweetness to it.
Lovely.
Yeah, really nice.
I love it.
So I reckon those are done.
Steak gourmet seasoning. I'm going to have a little bit. Oh, look at that for a pack. Oh, look, that looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Straight away. Can you imagine that? Oh my goodness. Looks incredible. So what have we got in here? Well, we have got your black pepper in here. You've got your mustard seeds, smoked paprika there, a Himalayan pink salt there. Again, the kibbled onion making an appearance. Chili powder, garlic granules, all of those within there. Obviously, do be aware if you've got any nut allergies or any other allergies, just do be aware. But you've got lots of signage on there to help you on your way. But then you flip those packets round, and on each one of those packets, you will find a serving suggestion. So it might be on this occasion you're going to be using it with steak, or it might be that you're finding an alternative. Because as I say, if you are vegetarian or vegan, then you can find an alternative and then add these seasonings to them. And even if you're just adding them to make a sauce. And I'm not the best cook in the world. I claim that I can tell you that without any issue. But I've used things like tinned tomatoes could be a base of a sauce. Yeah. I've even been known to use a chicken soup to use as a base of a sauce. But something like that, just adding these seasonings is going to transform it.
Yeah, if you've ever heard of Diet Coke chicken as well, you can use that as a sauce. That would be perfect for something like, say, the smoky or the Mexican seasoning. So you'd get your chicken, you'd get like a kind of Diet Coke. If you got cherry,
just to make sure you tick the boxes.
cherry cola, put that in, and that's. It just make a really nice cooking, like a sticky sauce, but sugar-free. So, right. So the chicken's ready.
Okay.
Set up my little area. So I've got a flatbread.
Lovely.
You can use a wrap.
Okay, and this is the one where you use the jalfrezi seasoning.
Yeah, jalfrezi, but any of the Indian you could use.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got some mango chutney. I'm going to use that as the base of the wrap.
Lovely.
That's going to give it a lovely sweetness. So that's there. And to kind of show you as well, I've got some like folded flatbreads as well.
Oh, okay.
Because I thought, they look quite nice. These are great, you know, if you were taking a wrap and you wanted to take it to work or something like that.
And I'm guessing with the chicken, I mean, you could have it as a cold meal, so maybe if you're going on a picnic or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. So once you've cooked that, I know we keep talking about the batch cooking, but once you've cooked that, you can put that in the fridge. And actually, once you've cooked it, the next day the flavours are even better.
I've sometimes found that with things like spaghetti bolognese and chilies. The next day, then the flavours mature.
Yeah, definitely. So that's on the bottom. That's the base. And then I've got a lovely slaw mix.
Oh, what have we got in here again?
Yeah, so we've got red cabbage, white cabbage, shredded carrot, some shredded mint and red onion.
Sounds fabulous.
Yeah, gives it that crunch, I think. It's really nice. Same again, I'll pop that in the flatbread, a little bit in there. And so for this wrap, I'm just going to pop the chicken in.
And if you wanted to, could you slice the chicken up to maybe make it go a little bit further if you wanted to and things like that?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
In interest of time, I'll just pop a couple in.
The key thing, I mean, many of us, we're cooking on a budget, but when you look at the ingredients that you're working with here, you've not got expensive elements that you're working with.
Oh, look at that piece.
And I think that's the beauty, you're not having to buy 5 or 6 different spices to actually make this seasoning. The seasoning all comes together with that perfect blend. I mean, you could give me each one of these seasonings, and I still wouldn't make it taste the way that it tastes when it comes out of that packet.
So, the flatbread. I'll just show you with the flatbread. So then I've just got some hot sauce. You could leave that out if you want, but I'm just going to drizzle some hot sauce on. And then some yoghurt and mint.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. That's going to be a bit of a cooling element to it.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then a nice squeeze of lime. Yeah, squeeze that on. So that's your flatbread.
Look at that.
Yeah, right, and then I'm going to try live on air to wrap a wrap without breaking it.
Oh,
so
okay.
wish me luck. So yeah, you've got your base on there.
Okay.
Same again. Drizzle of hot sauce. Drizzle of yoghurt and mint. Right, and let's pray this goes well.
Oh, look at
There we go. Fold that in.
Oh, this looks amazing.
Oh, I'm so glad that actually went well. Right, so that's the...
That looks fabulous.
Grab my knife.
I never master that. I always have to dislocate my jaw when I'm doing myself a wrap. I think I'm a bit greedy.
Or you leave the ends open and then it all falls out when you're trying to eat it. Right, so...
Oh, cutting the diagonal. Oh, look at this. We could easily be in a little artisan bistro or something like that ordering this, couldn't we? Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Look at that.
Bit of that on the side.
That looks absolutely amazing.
I love hot sauce. That's just my thing.
Love it.
So,
absolutely amazing. Look
there.
at those. Now let's have a look at everything you created. Obviously, you've just been working with the chicken there.
I'll put some chicken on the front as well so you can see the rest of the chicken, because you'll see how...
So the chicken came with a jalfrezi seasoning, which is part of the Indian collection, which has been a very, very popular bundle with that one. You're also getting your Balti in that one. You're also getting your garam masala, and of course your seasoning for your Bombay potatoes as well, which is £19.99. It's been a very popular bundle, that one, though. So if you are choosing that one, please check your baskets out as soon as you can. Then, of course, the garlic bread is another one that looks amazing. I keep going to say garlic bread. It's kind of like a Peter Kay impression. But yeah, garlic bread, as you can see here. I mean, a beautiful olive loaf that was used as the base with this one. And, of course, mixing that gorgeous seasoning that you're getting from the Discovery selection. That particular one is gorgeous. As you can see, it looks absolutely amazing. Simply buttered the bread, popped it into the oven, and there you go. Absolutely incredible. But then alongside that, another of those elements from that Discovery selection was the Spanish-style seasoning. And that was on those gorgeous roasted vegetables. And that power of colour that you've got there, I mean, that looks most inviting to anybody. Even if you don't like vegetables, I think you'd want to try some of that, wouldn't you? Looks absolutely incredible. You've got peppers in there, you've got your cherry tomatoes, courgettes, absolutely amazing. And the smell is incredible. And then, of course, those wonderful wraps, again, when you wrap those up and you've got that gorgeous slaw in there that we saw Camilla put in place, look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. As I say, a picnic, or maybe you've got people coming round, this is going to be something that they're going to be coming back over and over and over. Might be worth getting an extra set of these herbs, because I think when they come and they taste those herbs, they're going to be wanting to take some out of your pack, to be honest. But you've got a lot in there. You've got 75 grams, which is equivalent to 15 teaspoons. And as you saw with these, Camilla only used the tiniest amount. You were saying just a little teaspoon,
just
that's all you need.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 teaspoons. Yeah,
and that's all that you need.
Definitely. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So, what's your favourite thing to cook? What do you like to cook? I mean, I think it depends on your mood.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. Because sometimes you just want something quick. So something like chicken wraps, things like that. Sometimes, I mean, cooking for me is so therapeutic. So sometimes, if you really just want to get your head into cooking and just relaxing with it, it's almost like a meditation. I think it's like a gift for the soul. I always say.
And bar the preparation of the slaw and obviously getting the vegetables ready, everything has been cooked here live in the studio.
Yeah.
And we've still got 5 minutes.
I mean,
spare.
I timed myself actually cooking these dishes, and that's including prepping the veg. And I think it took me about 20-25 minutes to kind of do it. But I thought, well, I'll just prepare the Mediterranean vegetables beforehand, because then I can just put them out for you. But yeah, I mean, out of all of them, that just looks amazing to me. Yeah, that's my favourite. I'd probably load some of that onto that, drizzle it with some balsamic, and and it's lovely and soft in the middle because you're using olive oil or butter. You know, and it doesn't go really hard like a lot of garlic breads. And it smells gorgeous.
This is the key thing. And all done. I mean, you've only used 2 of the different choices that we've got. Obviously, you've used the Indian with the jalfrezi.
I've used all 3.
Did you use all 3? Which
so we've got them. So yeah, for the garlic bread, I used the garlic and herb ranch.
Right.
For the Mediterranean vegetables, I used the Spanish-style seasoning.
Right.
Lovely, nice and mild. And then for the Indian, I use the jalfrezi.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
I got mixed up with the garlic one. That's in the, not the Discovery, that was in the American one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, we've only got a few minutes left, so I'm going to take you through those boxes. I think Camilla's she's worked herself silly, hasn't she, creating those fabulous meals? So let's take you through these boxes so as you know what you're getting in those boxes and also how urgently you need to be placing your order with regards to these. So with these, you have got your box. Everything comes pre-packaged in a box, and this is something that is unique to us here at Hochanda, something that's been put together perfectly for us, as you can see. So within here, what have you got? Well, you have got your gorgeous jalfrezi, your Balti seasoning there, your garam masala, your Bombay potatoes. And as you look right deep into these elements, you will see they've got some absolutely incredible herbs and spices in there that really do give you that power of flavour. And of course, with these, the jalfrezi was used just a few moments ago there to create that fabulous chicken, that gorgeous juicy chicken that we saw there, using that rapeseed oil as well, keeping all those gorgeous flavours in place and making it absolutely gorgeous, not a feast for the eyes before you even taste it. These are fresh as fresh can be. They're created in small batches, so they're ground in small batches, and that's why you've got such a long shelf life with these. I challenge you, though, to still have some of these left next September, because I don't think you will. You'll be fortunate if you've got any left this side of Christmas, because when you start using them, you will want to use them over and over again. So those ones are your Indian herbs. Absolutely beautiful. So 324536 if you're wanting to take advantage of that one. Now the Discovery one, this is the one where we saw those fabulous roasted vegetables being created with that Spanish style seasoning, and this is beautiful. The smells we've got in the studio here. Abs and Tracy have just come in. Do you remember the advert for the Bisto kids? They've just come in sniffing the air, bless them. It's amazing in here.
Spicy.
Now you can see with this one, again, you've got those 4 packs, again 75 grams in each one of these. You've got your Spanish seasoning, which we saw obviously with the vegetables. Then you've got things like your Mexican style seasoning, perfect for things like your fajitas. And again, if you're not into your spicy, your hot spicy, then this might be the choice for you, because of course this one is perhaps the mildest of the 3 choices we've got. At 789706, you can see all those herbs and spices created so beautifully and blended together. So all you need to do is tear the top of that pack open and add it to your recipe. Those recipes can be so simple. Now the last option that we've got for you, again, it's been a popular one. This one's perfect if you like the look of perhaps a coating your things like your chicken, or maybe wanting to do things like your steak, your cod that we heard about, prawns. And this one, the influences come from the taste of the States. So you've got your smoky Texan seasoning with this one. You've also got your Louisiana steak there as well. The garlic and herb, of course, we saw that fabulous garlic bread being created using this one as well. Your steak gourmet. All of these have got that pristine quality ingredients. Of course, Camilla and of course Roland, we can't forget Roland, can we, have put together to make sure that these are so beautiful. 109307. Camilla, it just leaves me to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations. Did you enjoy yourself?
I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Thank you. Yeah, it's been brilliant.
No, you've been
you
an
can all
absolute-
eat this now.
You've been a star, and yeah,
you.
hopefully it's not going to be too long before we see you back here again.
Definitely.
I love it.
Definitely.
And do check out the company, Herbs and Spice Company. More ideas, more inspiration via social media as well. But for the time being, Camilla, thank you
Thank you so much.
I'm going to make sure I get your show next time.
Yeah, definitely.
See you soon.
Thank you.
So we've got a fabulous hour ahead of us. 3 o'clock, so we're going to be crafting with clarity. Looking forward to that one. Before we have a final look at our one-day special, before we're doing a little bit of embroidery with Nat.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks, and we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Well, hello everyone. The studio smells amazing. Making us like, oh, you've got some food then, Molly? Okay. Am I the only one not getting any food? Everyone's going, poor times. I have to say, last hour was amazing, so I hope you enjoyed that. We've got another great hour for you. We are talking Claritystamps. We have the ledge that is Paul Church, who's going to be joining us this hour as well. Really, really busy show earlier on. Shall we say hello to Paul? I think he is on the line, talking to us via Skype. Paul, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, Yanis. Very well. How are you?
Good. Paul, you're looking very summery. How hot is the heating in your studio?
Oh, it's absolutely scorching down here. we're having a heat wave down south. It's actually quite cold down here.
Yeah, I know it's cold, isn't it? The weather has turned. But you're warming us up with these fantastic stamps. Do you know what I like? We've got stamps, we've got stencils, we've got groovy, we've got dies. We have got everything. Oh, I say stencils, but big news. Paul, you already know this. The stencils have sold out. They've gone.
Wow. And that was a big stock.
Well, look, you had such a nice show earlier on. I know Barbara was on earlier, so it was at 11 o'clock. I was watching, just getting ready to come into the studio, and I did tune in and watch out. Beautiful. I love these stamps. Should we talk about the stamps, Paul? Because I think they're fantastic. Brand new?
Absolutely. So they're brand new today, and they're absolutely gorgeous. You've got a set of 4 here. It's 4 for the price of 3.
Yeah.
And when you look at them, they're all interchangeable. And when you look at the elements on them, so for example, if we look at the one with the doves on it, you'll see you've got that beautiful wreath around the outside, which is a separate stamp. But then underneath, you've got those lovely little sprigs, which act as an infill. So you can put those inside. So if you want instant colour, you just stamp out, say, the wreath in a black ink pad, and then you can go a green ink pad and you stamp into them. And Barbara took you through this during the 11 o'clock show.
Yeah.
So if you want to see exactly how they work, then you can catch up on Rewind to see how they work. You've got the beautiful season's greetings on there. The fairy lights, Barbara did the fairy lights in the 11 o'clock show with a bit of glossy accents on there. And again, it's the same concept. You've got some spare light bulbs as well, because we always need spare light bulbs at Christmas, don't we, Yanis?
No, we really do. We really do, Paul. Do you know one thing I noticed with these stamps as well? They're so interchangeable, so if you like a frame and you want to take one of the centre elements and mix and match, everything blends and coordinates very nicely together. Have a look at that saving as well. Now, normally one of these sets would be $9.99 individually. So effectively, you're paying for 3 and getting 4, which for Claritystamp, all 4 of these sets is phenomenal value. So say if you just wanted to go for one of the sets, $9.99, though if you do go for the bundle, the set of 4, brand new today, you are saving £10. And I think that is exceptionally good value, Paul.
It is, and what I love about, as you say, the interchangeability of these, I mean, when you look at some of the outer frames, they're not necessarily just for Christmas. So if you've previously bought some of our beautiful little poppets, our Pergamano poppet stamps, then these would work. There is a sample there somewhere that's got one of those stamped into the middle.
I picked it up last night.
They're just beautiful frames. I mean, that's from D, isn't it? They're the ones that we're looking at now, and that's stamped onto our acrylic shapes, which you'd probably find on the website.
I love this one too, and this to me, that is not, and I will find the poppet sample. We had a little preview yesterday of the show, and I did pick up that sample, so I'll try and find it. That to me though, Paul, that's just a beautiful card. That's not Christmassy, it's just a really nice, heartfelt card.
That's right. And again, at Christmas, that's the time when we make most of the cards in bulk. We make birthdays, anniversary, all throughout the year. But at Christmas, we want quick and easy cards. So these stamps are perfect for that. And especially to have that two-way overlay element to it, you can really build them up very quickly.
And here's the poppet we were just talking about. So there you go. What a beautiful way to frame sentiments, to frame other elements that you have in your stash. That is nice. Got to tell you, over 60% of the stock has gone here, and we are busy. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please don't go anywhere, because I know Paul's got some fantastic demonstrations that he would love to share with you. Okay, so if you want to get a hold of these brand new stamps, we've not seen these before. You are getting 4 for the price of 3, saving a fantastic £10, 24 stamps in total. But when you start playing with these, and I hope you did watch the 11 o'clock hour, if not, please do catch it on Rewind, because Barbara shares some great techniques. 821-834, your item number. What I like, Paul, about Clarity is the way you give us so many options. So we've got stamps. Unfortunately, the stencils sold out, but hopefully if you did want those, you were lucky enough to get them. And now we've got the dies as well, and it's so nice to be able to play between the difference of the stamp, the look of the stamps and the dies, everything coordinating together.
Absolutely, and again, it's a different size as well. So I know on some of the samples with the stamps, a lot of the design team had actually used that one. There we go, the one that you're looking right there. As if you knew I was going to talk about that, Yanis. So again, you've got that beautiful Santa with holding the teddy in the die as the main focal, and then you've got the little stamps just down the side. Isn't it gorgeous?
And there, the sentiment from the stamps as well. Everything just coordinates so wonderfully together. These are such nice dies, though, and I think a really good size as well. Love the robins.
Excellent. I mean, again, you've got that snippability to them, because when you look at the die, they're sort of top and tail. But again, that's been using the stamps from the set to go around the outside. So it really does show how the various different types of crafting, from the stamping, the stencils, the groovy, they all cross over with one another.
So I called the bird robin only because I saw one that was red. It was kind of giving you the look of the robin. But here's the birds, just in more neutral tones, and you're getting a totally different feel there. We've also got our beautiful reindeer in the mix as well. Having that size with the dies, and you're able to afford dimension to your work as well. I really like these, and there's another great saving here. And look at them. What? Are you kidding? Wait, we can get all of the dies for £26.96 if we're a Freedom member. That's amazing. Saving £13. That is really good, really, really good. These are fresh cut dies as well, so you know the quality that you're getting with the Aperture die collections, and you're getting all 4 of these. What I would say, you might have got Freedom membership recently, and a lot of people got Freedom membership taking advantage of the deals with One Day Special and All and Create. So if that's you right now, this is the beauty of being a Freedom member. You get exclusive discounts, and you don't have to worry about the P&P. 671062, your item number, if you want to get a hold of these fantastic dies. A third of the stock has gone, and they are awesome. They really are very, very good. Okay, we're going to move on. We've also got some groovy for you. So we've gone from stamps. Maybe you're a stamper, maybe you love your die cuts, or do you like your parchment? Groovy. I mean, you can put them all together as well, but look at these groovy plates. I love groovy, and because groovy is so flexible. Say it is one of possibly the most flexible hobbies and craft skills you can adopt, because you can take any aspect. If you wanted to just incorporate one of those stars into a piece, you can. You can use your frames, you can mix and match the centers. I love groovy, and I know you're a big fan of groovy as well, Paul.
Absolutely. I mean, it really has opened the world of parchment craft and opens it up to a bigger audience. Again, for me, with the groovy system, it's very similar to the die system in relation to the snippability of it. But when you look at how many different elements, as you say, you've got that beautiful star reef there. You can take those stars and add them onto another card. There's nothing to do with Christmas. The beautiful sort of reef around those 2 little doves. Again, you can just take the elements of those and you could create a frame, a square frame. Just because it's round doesn't mean you have to do it as a round. I mean, yeah, a perfect backfill.
Yeah, that's interesting, because that's just taking the stars and turned it into a background, and then you've got your main feature of Santa. That's a beautiful inspiration from Josie. Then we've got this one here. There's no name on the piece, but my goodness. Paul,
Isn't that gorgeous?
Lovely.
So again, crossing over with stamping as well. So that's been picot cut in the middle and then stamped in the background.
Oh, or what about this one's from Emma? Nice use. Good little burlap background. Then you've got your parchment, and then you've got your stamping in there as well. Or how about here? I mean, you really are going to start. Let me just show you some different ones. It's pattern building. So you're able to really take those images and make your own designs. I've got to tell you, we are really busy at the moment. I'm so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. If you want to jump the queue, I know we say this all the time, but 2 ways to do it. You can either use the Hochanda app or get online. If you prefer to speak to somebody, no problem at all. Our call centre will try and get through to you as soon as possible. 30% of the stock's gone here. We're finding that we're busy across the board. So genuinely, thank you so much for tuning in. One of the things that I feel makes Hochanda such a special place is the importance that we do offer to the demonstrations, and we're going to do just that right now with Paul. He's fantastic. So I'm going to sit back with you, relax, and watch our first demonstration. What have we got, Paul?
Thank you, Yanis. So I thought what we'd do, we'd start with the dies first. Again, we've got that fantastic saving 4 for the price of 3. And if you're a Freedom Club member, I mean, wow, it's like Christmas come early, isn't it?
That is a really good price, yeah.
It is. So when we talk about our fresh cut dies, apart from our nested shapes, all of our fresh cut dies are called aperture dies.
Yeah.
And what we mean by that is that whatever size the card blank is, it stays within the card blank. So I could take an 8x8 card, put the die in the middle or to the side, and it stays within there. Now, if you want to turn it into a topper, for example, then you could use our nested circles, our nested picos, our nested squares, any of those dies to create a topper. So let me show you what I mean by that. Okay. So if we have a look here, this sample here is an 8x8 card blank, and I've got all 4 of them onto one. But there's no, it's all completely flat. If we have a look here, when we look, it's all completely flat on one level.
That's nice.
You see.
So all that detail's being cut in, but you haven't got the outside cutting edge to, then we would use our nested dies if we wanted to chop that out.
Yeah, and then when we look at the inside, we've got the beautiful backing paper on the inside as well. Nice. So this is from the Indian Summer 8x8 papers, but it just shows the elegance of it and how they work together as well. So all that needs really is a sentiment.
Yeah. So Paul,
so again,
just looking at that, all you've used is the backing papers. So we've cut out, and that's the aperture, so just with the black cardstock, the silhouette, and then put the papers behind. That looks amazing. That looks like you spent hours on it.
No, it probably took longer to run through the machine than it did to put the card together.
Wow, okay. Brilliant.
Okay, and again, just so if you want to go smaller, if you don't want to go big by 8x8, then look, you've got a perfect little topper here with the beautiful deer. And again, I've used one of the petite toppers, which is a little bit more concentrated in design.
The papers work so well, Paul, with the dies, the aperture dies.
They do. And we recently, back at the beginning of September, we launched the Amazonia and Antarctica collection.
Right.
And for me, these are just absolutely fantastic. I've got some of the card blanks cut out. And when you just move them around, it just changes the look.
And do you tend to do that when you with your dies? Will you offer it up to the paper and kind of move it around to try and see where it's best fitted?
Absolutely, because sometimes you'll look at a piece of paper and you think, oh, what's it going to look like? But if you've got your die cut and it's all cut out, then you can move it around and it can really change the look of it. From just so if you think this is a 5x5 card blank, the actual dies, I think they're about a 3-inch in diameter. So you could cut this into 4, and you've got 4 backings.
Perfect. Oh, that's
one sheet of paper.
Cool. Got to let everyone know the details on the screen, and I'm surprised by this, but I'm so pleased to be able to say that we've still got that special price on this bundle. So the brand new Amazonia and Antarctica, you're getting both sizes as well. So you've got the 2 different sizes. I want to say 8x8 and 5x7. And then you're getting the Barbara's Favourites in there as well. All of that, so 2 sets of the Barbara's Favourite for $39.92, saving £22. If you are a fan of the designs, the previous designs brought to you, if you love your aperture dies, it really is worth considering. So $39.92, and that's what you're getting. I love that deal though, Paul. I think that's really worth getting.
It is, because especially with that saving as well, and you're going to get, in the papers, you're going to get 12 different designs and you're going to get 4 sheets of each. That's 48 sheets in the 8x8 paper, and then in the petite toppers, you're going to get exactly the same 12 designs. These are single-sided, and you're going to get 48 sheets as well.
Nice.
So that's 98 sheets just from the Amazonian collection.
Wow. Wow.
Okay. So the Amazonian is a beautiful colour palette where you've got sort of real tropical and warm colours, but these work perfectly with the Christmas dies as well, depending on where you position it. And then if I bring in the Antarctica collection...
Well, now this, with the blue tones for Christmas,
absolutely gorgeous. So you've got blues and teals and purples. So again, I mean, look at the colourways on this.
Are you kidding me? That looks amazing.
So if I just bring in, say, one of these designs, so again, you move it around and it just changes the look of it.
Nice.
So again, you've got these beautiful, I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous. And again, you've got them in the petite toppers as well.
Brilliant. Okay,
That
we are
was
busy for those.
gorgeous.
If you want to pop those in your basket, 589644, your item number.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to do a really quick and easy card just to show how versatile the dies are, especially for making quick cards. And all I've done is I've taken one of our 5x5 card blanks that we've got on the show.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to die cut it just to show how quick and easy it is. And you'll notice all of our dies have got that beautiful blue coating on it. So it's a special coating, which means that it releases easily from the card and paper, but then you haven't got to spend 5-10 minutes getting rid of all the waste in the die.
Nice.
So
we're
I'm
just showing those dies on the screen right now, Paul. There you go.
Right, where have I put my dies? Oh yes, here we go.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to grab my dies, which I've got on my
Nicely
shelf
organised.
behind me.
Yeah.
So we've got the folders on the show as well. And it's good then because once you've got them in there, as long as you pop them back in, then you'll know exactly where to find them.
Nice.
So let's have a look. So we'll go with the deers. So we're going to pop that out. Okay. And what we're going to do, we're going to position that onto the front of the card blank. Okay. I'm going to use a little bit of low tack tape just to hold that in position.
Okay.
And then what I'm also going to do, while I'm running that through the machine, I'm also going to cut out the outer frame. So I've used our nested circles to do that, to give the illusion of sort of matting and layering. But it isn't. It's really quick and easy to do. So if I bring my nested circle dies in, and let's have a look, which size do we want? We want, no, I knew I picked the wrong one up. So we're going to go that one for the outer edge, and then the next one in. Because the piece we cut out of the middle, we're going to stick on the inside.
Yeah.
So we're not wasting.
So we like.
Okay. So we're going to go to my Amazonian petite toppers.
Okay.
And we'll flick through and find the one we're going to go with. Should we change the colour? Let's go with this one. I quite like this one.
I have to say, Paul, Barbara is so good, because Barbara, I am right in saying Barbara designed the Amazonia and the Antarctica, right?
That's absolutely correct, yeah.
She's so good with her
So
backgrounds.
they've all been created, and it starts off, the artwork starts off as a piece of 5x7 card that she then creates these beautiful backgrounds on.
Nice.
So what we're going to do is we're going to position those on there as well.
Okay.
Okay, and just tape those down at the same time. So rather than sort of running two things through the machine, we're going to run both through at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that one on my cutting plate just there. And then I'm going to pop this one on here. Now, because obviously I'm doing this both at the same time, what I'm actually doing, where I've got the fold in my card, if I was to pop this through the machine now, what I'd end up with would be another crease along here. So if I move that crease of the fold of the card down to the edge, then I'm not going to ruin the back of the card.
Really clever. Paul, as you're going to run that through your die cutting machine, I've just got to tell everybody, half the stock of the dies has gone. Look at the price, $26.96. That's your Freedom price. If you're a Freedom member, you are saving £13. $26.96 for all 4 die sets. I think phenomenal value, and it's when you start playing with them, then you start realising the potential, really, the crafting potential. Do you know, it works out £6.75 per set, and I just turn that around and give you a sense of size of those dies as well. All right, we're going to head back to Paul. All cut?
Okay. Yeah, all cut. So we're just going to gently peel back the low tack tape. Okay. Very easy does it. And then I'm going to bring my little waste bin into play. And all I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn it over and drop it into the bin. And then you'll see, if I just give it a little shake, that has now popped out.
Wow.
So easy.
It's cut very
and
clear.
then obviously, and then you've got the die there. So you give it a couple of taps and then that'll be completely clean.
Perfect.
Okay. So we've got that there. And then we also cut the circles out at the same time.
Nice.
So keep this bit because you could use that for another card.
Yeah,
if I'd gone more in the centre, it'd be perfect. But I'm after the frame to go around the outside. Okay, and then I've got my beautiful colour to go in the background. So all we're going to do now is turn this over, and I'm going to take a glue pen, and we're just going to go around the edge with the glue. And it's easier to go around the edge of the card than it is to go onto your topper, because if you come too close to the edge, the glue will come through the other side.
That's true.
Okay. So just a little bit of glue just in the right places, just to hold it down. And then I'm going to have that lovely sort of purpley colour at the top.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop that just down there. Okay. We'll turn that over. So that has now given me, I mean, look at that. I mean, it's just instant artwork, isn't it?
It looks so
with
good.
That backing behind it.
Yeah. I think that looks fantastic. It gives that magical feel with the paint, and we haven't had to do anything there.
No, as I say, the longest part really of making sort of the cards, so to speak, is running it through the machine. Yeah. But that's no time at all, really. And then we're going to pop that just around the outside. Okay. And then I think it needs a little sentiment on there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring in the, we've got the Clarity Christmas and Celebration stickers. You can get these available just like this, or there's a complete collection where you can get Barbara sticker words, Leonie sticker words, and it's got a saving on it as well.
We've got those details on the screen right now.
So let's have a look. What should we go for? Christmas blessings. We've got Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. Let's celebrate. Love and best. Should we go love and best wishes?
Yeah, let's do that. There's so much choice.
There we go. There is, and you've got them in white as well.
That's nice.
So depending, and you'll go through these because again, they're quick and easy. And if you're not into your stamping, then this is a quick way just to add a little sentiment to your design. So then we'll just turn that over, give it a fold, and then I'll bring the other one in. So exactly the same, but looks completely different based on the colours in the background.
Lovely. What a quick, I mean, we say Christmas, and you're absolutely right, Paul. Christmas is a time where we do make a lot of cards. So if you, I mean, though that card, if you gave it to someone, would be over the moon. It's a beautiful handmade card. But we all know, if you do that, follow that technique as crafters, you can make those quite quickly.
Yeah, and so you can make them to sell as well. You could do a batch, so you could do some for your neighbour, just do like sets of 10 or something, and then because you've got the good quality cardstock as well, which we've got on the show, you can do some in black, some in white. I think you've got the little displays on the counter where you can sort of see the difference, and it is amazing how different they look in either white or in black.
I will show that.
And these actually look gorgeous in craft cards as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Absolutely gorgeous.
This is, and Paul's absolutely right, this is the biggest compliment you can give a die. There's no technique here, it is just literally white on black. Having a look at the style, that looks great, but then black on white. So you've got the choice on how you do it, whichever one you prefer. Or how about this with those stockings? So there's your white on black, and then your black on white. Beautiful. And then we've got our deers in there as well. But Paul's saying craft card, giving you another option, and then finally we have our birds in the mix too. Such a stunning, obviously there must be turtle doves on there to give that Christmas feel, but you know, depending on how you change the colourings, they can be whatever bird you like. 26, now seriously, let's think about this, $26.96 for a set of 4 dies is incredible value, and we know this as crafters, but they're not ordinary dies, this is Clarity, and I'm saying that with purpose because there are certain brands where you know if you invest in anything from them that you're getting absolutely first-rate quality. So Clarity dies, you can see the quality that you're getting with them, they have that coating, they cut beautifully. $26.96, you're getting all 4 sets, and that's when the fun really begins. Saving £13. I'm talking about the $29.96 if you're a Freedom member, and you're also saving on your P&P as well. Over half the stock's gone for our dies. We are very, very busy for our dies. 671062, your item number. I cannot wait to see what you're going to be making with these fantastic dies. Can I just show you? I know we're moving to the stamps, but Let me just show you this. And we were meant to move here, so I do apologise, team. This is me going rogue. But have a look. Look at that. As a piece. So home decor with the dies, incredible. But equally, if you wanted to make cards as well, I'm only going to show a couple here. But if you want to make cards, what about that as a card? That dimension that you're able to get. Or equally, if you wanted to mix the dies with the stamps, you can do that. I'll stop there because it's a nice interlude to the stamps, which we're going to be going across to. We have got some, oh hello, we got some stamps for you as well. Just take a look at these stamps because they are incredible. They're brand new. We've not brought these to you, these designs in stamp form before, and they've been incredibly popular. So you're getting all those designs, and you're getting a stonking saving on these as well. So £29.96, saving £10, over 2/3 of the stock has gone. But look at all the elements, all the tools that you'll have at your disposal. So we've got a center image, and what I like about these, we can mix and match. So your turtle doves, if you want the turtle doves with a different frame, say that holly frame down there, we can change, we can mix and match that. You've also got the additional stamps to layer up on your frames too, so pattern build, create some backgrounds with those if you wish. You've got sentiments in there. So we've got, and this is what I love about Clarity, and it's design, you know, Clarity, as a company, they started off with stamps and obviously over the years have expanded, but when it comes to stamps, Clarity know what they're doing. They give you the hero stamp, they give you the filler stamp, the worker stamp, the sentiment. So each one of these sets, you could make a whole batch of different designs from just one set, and you're getting all four for £29.96. I think the best way to really see how good these are, please tune back in at 11, sorry, not tune back in, watch on Rewind, 11 o'clock with Barbara, because she really focused on the stamps and she showed and shared so many techniques. How good does that look? Look at that one. I tell you what we're going to do now is head back to Paul because he's got our next demonstration. What we're going to do, Paul, we're using the stamps.
We're going to combine the stamps with the dies, and we can take the different elements from it. So I've taken my inspiration from a card that Dee, the lovely Dee, has made, and you can see here what she's done with the doves. She's separated them from the aperture. So, I mean, you imagine these, just having these loose, and you could have these hanging on a tree, hanging in a window. So
that's nice.
It's really, but it's easy to do.
On a tree is a great idea, Paul. Having those on your tree, I think, is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, even the actual die cuts themselves, what you can do is if you cut them out and you use the nested circles to create them so they're sort of like a topper and do them back to back. So they're like a ball then, aren't they?
Well, that's a good
and if you
idea.
put like coloured parchment in it, you'd get the light shining through.
Yeah.
So yeah, so really versatile.
Oh, do you know, Paul, that's a really good, you got me thinking now, for Christmas, if you wanted to make your own decorations for the tree using dice, because they are the perfect size, the perfect bauble size, put them back to back as well. That's a great idea, Paul. I really like that.
Yeah, or you could do all four of them, and you could, you know how you sort of, so you put 2 and 2 together and then you open it up so you've got all 4 designs, so it is actually circular. So you could do that as well. Once you start playing with them, you'll come up with some great ideas, I'm sure.
It's nice seeing how excited you're getting and still coming up with ideas, because I would imagine you've been playing with these dice for a while and you're still coming up with new ideas for them. That's a big compliment to the design.
Absolutely. I mean, these were, they were last on TV back in December of last year, obviously Christmas time. But it is sometimes, and sort of trends change and stuff like that. And if we're looking to save money due to the current climate, then when you look at something that can give you that versatility and the longevity of it, and they're classic designs, so you know you can get them out year on year on year.
They're never going to
and that's one of the that's one of the great things about the designs from Clarity, is that a lot of our designs are just ageless. You can get them out year on year on year.
Like that. Just before we go to our demonstration, very quickly, all I'm going to say is over 60% of the stock has gone with the dies and they are busy. Right, Paul, what are we going to be doing?
Right, okay. So as I said, the inspiration was taken from this card that the lovely Dee has made. So I thought I would do a little bit different and just show a different interpretation of it.
Okay.
So to start off with, what I've done, I've already die cut the doves. So for example, if I bring this white piece of paper in, I've cut the 2 doves out, but I've used the nested circles to create a topo, just so that you can see the difference. So again, this is where it would become an ornament if you wanted it to.
Yeah.
Okay. But all we need are the 2 birds separate. So I've already done 2, but I'm just going to cut one out so you can see. So I'm just taking a pair of scissors, and all I'm going to do is just remove it now from the aperture. Okay. So just trim round to create the shape of the bird. Okay. So there we go. So we've got a little bit just in there, and then we'll just tidy up his tail. So there we go. So you've got the lovely little bird all on his own.
Nice.
Okay. But what I wanted to do, I wanted to add a little bit of sparkle. So what I've done is I've taken some of our double-sided adhesive sheets.
Okay.
And I've taken one of our craft card blanks we've got on the show.
Nice.
And all I'm going to do is I'm going to just trim this down so it's a similar sort of size to the bird, so I don't waste it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to stick this onto the craft card. Can we come forward a bit? There we go. So we're going to stick that onto there. And then we'll just get rid of the excess card as well. So just trim that down. And then what we're going to do is remove the backing.
Okay.
Let's pop this to one side, and then, there we go. And then we're going to remove the backing from the tape. So we've got the A4 self-adhesive sheets on the show as well. And then I'm going to stick him on top. Okay.
Yeah.
In comes the sparkle.
Oh, nice. And we
So
have got
what I'm
those.
gonna do
You can find
now
those on our website.
Is take the Pergamano glitter. So you've got 6 different colour hues in here. So we've got a hint of green, we've got a hint of pink, a hint of silver, a hint of gold, copper, and blue. So I'm going to go with the copper.
And they are ultra fine. We've actually got details for those on the screen right now. So $22.94. They come presented in a beautiful box. You're also getting a tool in there as well. Are we getting the map? Of course, we're getting the mapping pen and the sticky ink.
You've got the mapping pen and the sticky ink as well. Yeah.
That's really good value for money. 251-180 your item number.
So we're just going to tap off the exit, and it's great because it's anti-static, it's translucent, it's ultra fine. Let me just bring that in there. I mean, look at how it looks on the craft card.
Yeah.
It really does pick up that colourway, doesn't it?
Transformed it.
So
now we're rocking. It's really looking Christmassy.
Okay, I'm going to pop that to one side because I'm going to use the glitter again in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to pop the lid on because I know I'm going to knock it flying otherwise. We'll pop that to one side. And then all I've done is I've just trimmed them out. So I've just cut them back. And then you can see here how we've now got 2 beautiful sparkly birds. Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
So we've got that part there. So when we bring Dee's card back into play, you can see that's exactly what Dee has done. But what Dee's done, she's just put the card behind it and then used a white pen to define the various areas on it. Yeah. So I've done my cutting. I've used my nested circles to create my apertures. So what I did first was I used the circle to cut out a piece of this piece of white card. This has got the larger aperture in it.
Yeah.
And then to work out the middle, what I've done is I've laid that on there and then taken the next one down, position that in place, tape it down, and then run that through the machine.
Right.
Okay. So what you get is, if I pop that one on top of there, and then I bring my craft card into play, you see you've now got that beautiful layer, haven't you, to give that effect. So we'll just tape that down into place. Okay, nice, quick and easy. Just round the outsides. And then that goes onto there. He says, go. And then we're then going to pop that onto one of our craft cards to give it the contrast of colourway.
I've got to tell you, the dies, we are now at 70% of the stock that's gone. A lot of you are popping those into baskets. And at that Freedom price, if we just show you with the dies, I hope you are a Freedom member, because then suddenly you've got that massive savings. So $26.96 your price. Further saving as a Freedom member. It's covered your, and you're also covering your PMP. So you're actually better off becoming a Freedom member if you're not to get this set. Works out £6.75 per die. So really good value, because individually they'd normally be $9.99. Okay, sorry, Paul.
That's right. Okay, so we've done our basic matting and layering, and we can see now how our two little birds are just going to sit in the bottom of that frame. But it's a bit empty in there, so I thought this is perfect, because this is where I can use the stamps. So I've taken the Happy Christmas sentiment that comes with the stamps.
Nice.
And what we're going to do is we're going to just ink up that stamp, and then we're going to stamp that just into the centre there. Well, not the centre, but just off centre. Beautiful and crisp.
Yeah, that's nice.
Then in the same set, you've got the little holly infill. And I thought, well, this will be great, because what I can do is I can use it to embellish the corners.
Oh, yes. Paul, that's a really good idea. I like that. That looks so crisp and clean.
I've done it in black so that it all sort of ties in with my colourway. But obviously, just depends on the colour of ink pad that you're using. I could have done it in green, but because I haven't got any green on my card, these are just great little stamps for just adding a little bit of detail.
Yeah.
Okay. See, and doesn't it just finish it off just in those four little corners?
It really does. I'm always amazed how one tiny stamp can have such a big impact. Just with that one stamp, we can do corners, we can create, if you wanted a border detail, you can create backgrounds, and that's just one of the stamps.
Absolutely. And then what I wanted to do, so that the Happy Christmas stands out, and Barb did this in the 11 o'clock show, she stamped onto craft card, and then she used the pergaliner pencil. She used blue and white, but I thought I would just use the white, because the font on this has got sort of open areas.
Yeah.
And I thought that this would just be great, just to sort of infill those open parts there, and it really sort of then just makes it sort of stand out a little bit.
That's good.
So
technique.
you just make sure a nice sharp pencil.
Paul, sorry, I know I'm interrupting, I apologise, but just got to tell you, with regard to the stamps, really busy for those as well. A lot of you are putting the stamps into your basket. I think it's because we've never seen those designs in stamp form. So you might have, say, the dies or the groovy set in the past, and now you want to express the same designs in stamps. So brand new, great price on them as well. $29.96. If you are a stamper, if you're a lover of clarity, this is definitely worth considering. 821-834 your item number. Stock-wise, we are at 3/4 of the stock with those stamps. Sorry, Paul.
That's all right. Okay, so you can see now we've just added that little bit of whiteness just in there. I just need to get an eraser pencil just to rub out that extra line where I slipped.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. But then what I wanted to do, I wanted to add a little bit more bling to it. So in comes the sticky ink that comes with the Perga glitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nifty tool.
And we'll just, it's great. And then I've got my mapping pen. And then it's like an old-fashioned fountain pen. And then all I'm going to do is just put some dots in the background.
Okay.
So what Dee did, Dee used a white pen, but I thought I'm just going to go a little bit subtle and just sort of put some dots in the background.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if I wanted to, I could take some and I could do it, say, down the centre of the holly as well. If I wanted that to stand out, I could go into the berries. I mean, obviously I can add some colour if I wanted to, but I just wanted to show you how fine this was, and it just adds, especially with that glitter. The glitter is because it's ultra fine, it's not too in your face. It's very, very subtle.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop the lid back on my sticky ink. Pop that to one side. The lid back, I'll clean my mapping pen later, just run it under a warm tap. And then I've got the glitter that I didn't put back into the pot because I know I'd use it again. So just grab another piece of paper, pop that underneath there, and then we'll just pour that all over, give it a little shake around. We went into that corner, didn't we? And then we'll tap off the excess. And then you can see you've got that very subtle glitter
that's
in the
nice.
background.
I like that.
And it's just so delicate. And then just to finish off, we just stick our two little birds in place. And so that's my interpretation, where I took my inspiration from a card made by the lovely Dee Paramore.
It's a fine interpretation as well. I mean, both are stunning, and I hope you're enjoying the show. And this, actually, Paul, what you're doing now really sums up why I think Clarity is such a wonderful company. We talk about the community. You've got Groovy Worldwide, Clarity Worldwide, the Shack, you can follow Barbara. But what you get there, people share. The design team are on there, the team, all the fans, they're posting their makes and sharing their inspirations. I think that's what makes it so special. Oh, I thought Paul was going to say something. I've got to tell you that the stamps are limited stock, so if you... That was really awkward. It was like... It was like a dramatic pause. But hey, the stamps are limited stock, so you can see there you've only got 10% of the stock remaining for these stamps. Let me show you something with regard to the stamps. And this is what I love about these, because we can make the most beautiful little cards. That's cool, right? What a lovely inspiration, and that's been made by Linda. But then we can go from something like this to something like this from Sheila. And Sheila, are you kidding? Look at that. What a beautiful easel card going through. So Sheila's now using the stamps and making a wonderful impact card. But equally, we can start creating our own scenes with the frames. Everything's interchangeable as well. So another one from Linda here. And what she's done is use the frames and then created her own scene within that frame as well. Or are you going to use your papers? This one's from Julie. Julie's made this. We are busy, we've got queues on our phone lines, we are limited stock, and this is not going to last the hour. So I'm telling you now that the stamps will sell out. Please don't miss out if you want to get hold of these. What I can tell you is the designs are brand new. You are saving £10. So in effect, you're paying for 3 and you're getting 4 sets. Take advantage of that savings, and I cannot wait to see what you're going to be making with those. 821-834, your item number. Now, dies. So we've looked at the stamps. We've got our dies in the mix as well. Just showing you these beautiful dies, and we had a great demonstration from Paul just a few moments ago showing how you can get the most from them. 3/4 of the stock has gone with the dies, and this is going to be the last live hour with Clarity featuring everything on the show, so do not miss out, because you can go from, look at this, I just think that is just a beautiful decorative piece in the home using the dies. How nice is that? They play very nicely with your stamps as well. I know I did show this to you a few moments ago. Paul was demonstrating how we can take the birds and we can lift them out of the die and then create our own scene. You've got the same with the deer as well. Another beautiful piece with the birds. Let me show you this. By adding colour, you can change that around as well. I'll leave you with Santa. We've got one from Santa as well. Look at that. That's a lovely little piece. That was Wendy, and apologies, I held up a few there and I didn't read out names, so I am sorry. $29.96 is the price, but it's not the price. If you're a Freedom member, look what happens. As if by magic, $26.96. You're saving on your P&P. You're actually better off if you're not a Freedom member. Become a Freedom member. I know it costs £5.97, but you're saving on your P&P. You're getting a further saving as a Freedom member. Then enjoy Freedom membership for a month. So I would do it. It's like an added bonus. 67106 to your item number. We're now at 80% of the stock, and you saw how quickly we went to limited stock when we called 75% with the stamp. So I think the dies are going to go the same way. All right, now we've got Groovy for you. Having a look here. What I love about Clarity, every time I do a Clarity show, for me, the greatest pleasure is being able to hold up the inspirations and just show you what the team have been doing. Now, 60% of the stock has gone here. $23.96. You're getting all 4 of those plates. Look at this one. This is by Emma. Oh, come on. That's so good. So I know this is fully embracing Christmas, but what a wonderful card to give somebody. You got your parchment, you got the tree. That's a really nice design. Or equally, we can have a look at the doves. Just show, oh, it's upside down, sorry. There we go. So you got your doves in the mix. We can, I'm just trying to show some different ones. Oh, this is nice. Another one by Emma. Bit of a shaker. Have some fun, play around with everything. If you like your cut, oh, wait a second. Look at, that is some beautiful cut work. So that's using the dies as well, I think. That's, oh no, it's been pico cut. That's stunning. That is lovely. And I think anyone who loves their parchments, all the detail here has been pico cut. Beautiful piece. No name, sorry, I can't give you a name check. Okay, we're going to get back to Paul now and try and squeeze in another demonstration. Paul, what are we going to do?
Okay, yeah, I thought we'd get groovy for the last 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
We're looking at the plates, and I think the last time they were on was in 2018, so it's been a while since they've been on.
Yeah.
But again, the style of the artwork from the lovely Mel Turner, who's designed this collection, so you can see it follows all the way through from the stamps into the dies into the groovy. But I just love the adaptability of the groovy system and being able to pick and choose the elements. So what I've done just to showcase it is I've just traced out the outer frames. So I've pico cut from a piece of clear parchment. So you can see here what it does. This could be for any occasion. I could just put happy birthday in there. I could have done this on designer parchment. But what I love is we've recently added the little beautiful Pergamano parchment poppets. But look how gorgeous they look just in the middle there.
That's lovely. Yeah.
So we've got the stars, we've got the beautiful holly. So again, look, that looks absolutely gorgeous as well. We've got the fairy lights around the outside. So again, these are sort of generic frames that you can use time and time again. And again, it just changes the look of it.
Nice.
So what I thought we'd do is, it just shows the versatility of the designs. Now I've got a couple of samples here. Again, this one doesn't have any name on it because I think it's been up on the wall, so the name came off. But look at this, it's just a masterpiece that you could have hanging up on the wall at Christmas and bring it out every single year.
I like that.
Now I wanted to show you something quite interesting.
Okay.
Back in the day, this was a sample that I made. This was my parching skills at this point.
Yeah.
There was no skill.
But don't do yourself a disservice.
No, what I'm saying is that you don't have to have any skills in order to use the parchment system.
Yeah.
So all it was the nested circle dies and just traced out and just some simple colour applied. So if you're thinking, oh, when you look at the beautiful artwork from the design team, you think, oh, it's way too much work, I can't do that. You can keep it nice and simple if you want to. These were just cut out with a normal pair of scissors. I didn't even know what pico cutting was back then. But it just shows that you can, from looking at the plates, that you can take it to whatever level you want.
And it's showing how far you've come with your parchment craft as well, Paul, and a lot of people are going to be following that same journey.
Absolutely. It's because you get the confidence and to do the beautiful line art that you want to learn more. And as you said, we've got Groovy Worldwide, which is a massive community on Facebook. And you just go on there, ask a question, and that someone will know the answer. And it's all about sort of just being part of it and seeing what other people do. And you'll look at it and you think, oh, I didn't think about doing it that way. So it's just amazing. It really, really is.
Nice.
So I've taken my inspiration for the next demo. This was done by the lovely Emma Burns. Now, when we look at the actual plate, the stockings are empty. So what Emma's done is she's added elements into them. Okay, but again, just the beautiful fairy lights around the outside. It's just pure classic Christmas. So to start off with, what I've done, let's pop that to one side. I'm going to bring in my plate mate from the starter kit.
Yeah.
Okay, and the starter kit is fantastic value, and you've got the plate mate in there. And this holds the A5 square plates, which are the same size as our Christmas round plates that we're using now. And I'm just going to pop that into the place there, and what that does, it gives me a larger area to work on if I'm working on with bigger parchment.
Yeah.
And it just stops me leaning over the edge and creasing it. What I've done, I've Pico cut using our Pico dies that we've got on the show. So I've just taken those and I've cut a circle out of the green Christmas parchment. Now our parchment is special that it's got two sides to it. You can see it's got a real shimmer and shine there, and then on the reverse it's a bit more matte.
Yeah.
So the back of the parchment is the shinier side, but it's very special. So what we're going to do is we would just pop that on there, and I'm just going to do a little bit just to show if people are tuning in for the first time how easy the system is. So I'm going to take my groovy tabs from the accessory kits and just pop that on there. Tumble dry sheet just to give it a wipe, and what that does is it allows the tool to glide more easily. Okay, and then I'm going to grab my tool from the starter kit. So this is the number 1 tool I'm using because I want a nice crisp line, and then all I'm doing is pushing in to the groove. So if I jump out, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
And if I don't want to do all of it, I can just pick and choose the elements. So now when I turn this over, it says new tabs, extra sticky. See, and I get that beautiful crisp white line art.
That looks really good, Paul. I like that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's easy. It really is. At this point, there's no skill required whatsoever.
Yeah.
So here's one that I've traced out completely, and that took a couple of minutes to do. Once you get into it, it's very, you're not thinking about what you're doing. If you're just going to follow the design exactly as it is on the plate, you don't need to think about what you're doing. Then what I wanted to do is to show how special this is, because when we look, I want these light bulbs to be yellow, for example, but if I put yellow on the back of the green, it's not going to look very nice. Let me show you. I'm going to do one where I'm going to put some yellow on top of the green, and then I'm going to take an eraser pencil and I'm going to remove the colour. We're still working on the back.
Okay, so that's an eraser pencil, yeah?
Yeah, and then all I'm going to do is then remove that colour and then reintroduce it with a pencil. So this is the Pergolina B pencils.
Nice.
And then if I take a piece of paper or a card...
We've got about a minute left, Paul.
Pop that underneath. A minute, wow, okay. But we can see there, that's where I went with the pencil on top.
Yeah.
So if I bring that in on that camera, you can see that's where I went on top, and it's sort of muted. But by taking the colour out...
That's a good technique.
That's what's done.
Nice. Paul,
okay,
time's beating
so
us,
really,
I'm afraid.
Say that again, Yanis.
Time's beating us, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, Paul.
Oh, no, okay.
Can I just say thank you so much, Paul? I always enjoy working with you. When are you guys back?
We're back on Wednesday with a brand new one-day special, 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. Absolutely gorgeous. Designs from the lovely Tina Cox.
Oh, okay. I cannot wait. Paul, thank you so much. You're an absolute star. Really enjoyed that.
Thank you, everyone at home.
All right, that was Paul. We were chatting to Paul live via Skype, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you so much for tuning in as well. Now, with regard to Groovy, 2/3 of the stocks are really busy for that. Busy for the dies and the stamps. Whatever you've gone for, you will love that, and I can't wait to see what you're going to create. Do check out Groovy Worldwide and Clarity Worldwide. So we are still celebrating the fabulous All in Crates birthday with the one-day special and the lovely Tracy. Do not miss that. Then we've got embroidery with Nat. Looking forward to it. And after that, we're crafting ourselves silly with Fabazine.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Claritystamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Welcome to All and Create's 4th birthday event here at Hochanda, with 3 one-day specials and a weekend wow. We invite you all to celebrate with us as we bring you fantastic products and inspirational demonstrations, plus up to 2 free gifts with purchase in each promotion, so up to 8 per customer. Join us for All and Create's 4th birthday celebrations on Wednesday the 14th of October at 6 p.m. to Monday the 19th of October at 6 p.m.
Hello there and welcome back. Wow, we are in for a treat this hour, but it is our final call. So it's your last opportunity to see our current one-day special live here in the studio with the lovely Tracy Evans. How you doing, Tracy?
I'm all right, Hayley, are you?
I am. I've had to watch from afar, though, because this is the first chance I've had to work with you.
I know, but you had a good show not long ago with that food.
Oh, wasn't it just
Smelled lovely.
It did indeed. Now, putting that aside, I know you've had a very busy one-day special, and of course it's all part of the birthday event.
It's been fantastic. I think all the shows have been absolutely fabulous. So
yeah, because you've got the weekend wow running as well.
Exactly, and then we've got Leonie tomorrow.
Yes, of
so
course.
It's been fabulous, and it's been great to be part of it as well.
I love
so
it.
It's lovely just to be a little part.
And we have got amazing deals for you. I mean, you'd expect it as a one-day special, but the fact that we are in a birthday event as well makes it even better, because we've got little bonuses for you. So let's kick things off with the one-day special. If you've not seen it already, then this is the deal. Basically, it was launched at 6 o'clock last night, and you have up until 6 o'clock tonight to take advantage, but this is your last live opportunity to see these in the flesh. And I love this. You can see you've got 4 different size stamps, large A4 plate, but it's not a complete A4 plate. If I turn that around, you'll see that you've got different stamps within there. So you've got lots and lots of stamps, and these are really nice designs like these, Tracy.
Yes, I wanted to sort of mix it up a bit, because normally I'm known for the flowers.
Yes.
But every now and then I just like to change the theme or just change the stamps a little bit, just so that I don't get, you know, predictable. So, yes, so I really love these. Still nature themed.
Predictable.
No.
Keep them guessing, that's what I say. Now, with this, you can see you've got your pine cone, you've got your grungy alphabet, you've got your framework elements, and you've also got your ephemera digits. Now, this is a brilliant deal. You can see on your screen there, you've got a fabulous price. Now, I'm kind of speeding up a little bit because I kind of don't want you to get that. I know it sounds a bit strange, but if you want to go for the one-day special, you can, and you will actually get an additional little gift. This fabulous, and I love this. This is a lovely little set of
I actually designed that at the same time as all the stamp sets, because I wanted people to realise it was a genuine giveaway.
Right.
That it was designed when the stamps were designed. It wasn't an afterthought.
It wasn't found in a cupboard.
Exactly.
Right.
It was designed at the same time as the stamp sets, and that was decided that would be the freebie.
Love it. There you go. So this is going to be a little gift if you do go for the one-day special. Normally you'd be paying about $7.99 for this particular one, and of course your one-day special, you can see there you've got FlexiBuy, 2 payments. Now the reason I don't necessarily want you to go for the one-day special is because we've got a bumper bundle, and what this means is you will get some additional elements, additional stamps that work alongside, and you've got a saving, obviously the saving from the one-day special with another saving that you're going to get with a bigger bundle. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price with this one as well, but you've actually got a different kind of gift with this one. This time you've got a larger stamp that you'd normally be paying $11.99 for. Don't worry though, you can still get hold of the little bird one that I showed you in a few moments, and I'll explain how in a moment. But again, extending that one-day special with this range,
and it was
extending the possibilities.
It was designed at the same time as the alphabet.
Yes,
so it means that they all work together. So you can use them as background stamps, you can use small elements, but they all coordinate with each other. So I'm really pleased with that one.
There we go. So the alphabet you're looking at the moment, that is in the one-day special, but of course the one-day special is going to have the alphabet. The complete bundle will give you that bonus of the numerator, as you can see with this one. It sounds like it's some sort of gladiator, the numerator.
That's because
battling with numbers.
Thinking up the names is the hardest bit.
Yeah,
Trust me.
Oh. And again, I mean, have a look at these. They're brilliant stamps, as you can see. Getting a lot within here. 3 flexi-buys. Oh, we're being treated to an extra flexi-buy on this one, which makes it even more affordable for you to get hold of this. So if you're a Freedom member, the price is discounted down. Now, don't forget, you've still got the savings that you would have been getting with the one-day special, which is your £3 saving. So in fact, you are saving over £17 by going for the complete bundle. And of course, you've got your 3 flexi-buys, which means each one of those payments is lower than what you would have been paying if you were thinking of going for the one-day special with your flexi-buy on that one. So if you're wanting this as a complete set, I mean, we've got loads of inspiration across the board. I just love this style. I love this kind of, it's almost like it's kind of like a scribble, but it also reminds me of, you know, when you see kind of things that have been created out of like wicker.
Wicker, yeah, that was the whole point.
Yeah.
Yes, so it looks like it's designed out of wicker, or you could make it out of wire.
Yes.
Or again, just trying to give a different element.
Yeah.
And Anne's shown it perfectly there on that, so it works beautifully.
And again, it goes right the way around the back, as you can see there. Oh, actually, that might be the front.
Yeah,
I think
that's
I was
the
showing
front.
you the back, wasn't I?
And I think if you open it, she's done some cards as well.
Oh, okay.
Which
Ooh.
then show the birds, which is lovely.
Look. Love
That's
it.
a lovely gift idea, I think.
Isn't it just? Little notelets you could be making with these quite easy. Absolutely adorable. I like that idea. So there you go. And again, of course, you've got that kind of technique there with that the kind of technique of the scribble. I don't like calling it a scribble because that doesn't.
It is a bit like that. It is a bit like that. But it's, you know, you can make it into whatever you want.
But it might give you the confidence to maybe add a few little kind of scribble leaves
or even wrap it in wire or things like that.
Yeah. Like it. And again, of course, you've got your selection of stamps, which you're going to be able to use them in a variety of different ways. Build up your own little collages or use the collages that you've got within there. If you are going for the complete bundle though, then of course you're going to have all those additional elements that will allow you to create with these ones, and you're going to have some wonderful fun creating with these. I love the backdrop that Joe's used with this one, again using a stencil alongside it, and again picking out key little elements. I mean, that's a lovely little Christmas card there for people that might not celebrate Christmas in the traditional sense.
Exactly, and I just love how she's just picked out the red in the lettering to coordinate with the bird. So I think that's fabulous.
Love this character as well.
He's my favourite.
Adorable. Now, just to let you know, that complete collection, 70% of the stock has gone. My goodness, it is a busy one. So again, if you want to take advantage, this is the last time you'll see it live. You can place your order right the way up until 6 o'clock this evening. But don't forget, with this one, you have got a slightly different gift, being the enumerator, which is going to work alongside the alphabet that you're getting in that complete bundle as well. So for the time being, details are there, 179763, but I promised you that I would tell you how you could get hold of that bird stamp that we tempted you with, that comes with the one-day special by itself. Well, if you're thinking to yourself, well, I want the complete bundle, I want the enumerator, I want that little stamp as well, we'll have a little look at some of the other goodies that we've got on the show. Because if you place an order for anything else that we've got on the show, you will get this one as well. So you're going to get both of those bonuses if you do place an order for the complete bundle and something else. So it's definitely worth jumping ahead and having a little look with regards to those. So yeah, if you fancy getting hold of those. Complete bundle, details on your screen, website, you will find everything else. But I'll show you all of that a little bit later on. Let's get straight over to Tracy. What are you up to?
Thanks, Hayley. Good afternoon, everybody. So I thought for my final demo, throughout the whole show, I've gone with a colour theme and just working with 3 colours. But this time, I wanted to work with some craft card and just do something a little bit different with the craft, just to show that obviously you can get a different look, a different feel to your project. So this time we've gone with a craft card. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with some gesso.
Okay.
So as you can see there, this just gives it a different look from all the other cards. If I just reach over, Hayley, just to explain, these are the colour schemes that we've gone for throughout the show.
Yes,
We've gone for this limited colour palette, and I just want to show that it can look slightly different if you just use a craft card.
Okay.
And we're going to use the pine cone stamp. I'm just going to move this out of the way, just stand it up so I can see what I'm doing. And we're going to start with some craft card and some gesso. And I'm just going to add some gesso. And I'm going to take this nice and easy because it's my last show. And it means I'm allowed to, I'm on, you know, it's like unwind now. So I'm going to pick this gesso up on my palette knife, and I'm just going to add the gesso across my card.
Okay.
Now you want to add it in a random fashion. You want some of these little areas here. I've added way too much gesso to my non-stick craft sheet, so you could do 2 at the same time, but you literally use a small amount of gesso. And this, I always think that white against craft always looks fabulous, so I do like the white against the craft. So and I'm just picking up a few more little bits just to, and the whole point of the shows was to give you simple backgrounds so that the stamps do all the work. So that is my background. So I'm just going to clean that up. Now, you wouldn't waste that gesso. You would make sure that you reuse the gesso that's left on your non-stick craft sheet. Obviously, I'm going to be indulgent. We're on a live show, so I get away with it. So we just give that a quick dry. Now, gesso will dry on its own very quickly, but I'm giving this a quick dry just to speed things up. So just give that a dry.
I'm just trying to think, we had this style of heat gun on one of the shows earlier on in the week.
It's nice and quiet. Nice and quiet. So there is obviously moisture in that gesso. Even though it dries quite quickly, there is a little bit of moisture in there. And when you're using craft card, the craft card sort of sucks all that moisture. So you don't want to add too much moisture to craft card. That's just one of the downsides of craft card, because it does absorb that moisture. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stamp the pine cone.
And this is a good size stamp.
It is a good size stamp. And you know, I've not used the other elements yet. on the stamp set. So there's lots more elements on that stamp set. Really, you could do with another 5 shows, and you could literally, you know, just cover everything.
Now you've attached your stamp to the kind of the acrylic mount.
Yes, the A4 acrylic block, which is by AALL Create. I've got so used to using these now because they're flexible, so it gives me that ability to manoeuvre and give me the flexibility.
And I'm sure if you shop by brand, you'll be able to find those on the website.
And as with all my shows, Hayley, I've repeated the same thing, that I give that stamp set a really good inking. I don't scrimp on the ink. If you scrimp on the ink, then you won't get a good impression. I made a mistake on one of the shows. I actually got some copier paper underneath that was unlevel, and I didn't get a clear impression, but then stamped it again. So sometimes mistakes happen, but it's more often than not either down to user error or you've not got the correct ink or the correct card. So it's never the stamp. The stamps are always the good quality. So what you're doing now is you're stamping onto a surface that has some moisture in it. So what you need to do is you need to allow that ink to sit. It's important that it sits on your card and you don't rush that process. You just give it time to soak in. So that's all I'm doing at the moment. And then lift the acrylic block just to make sure that you get all the areas. And I never take my fingers off the acrylic block, and I do it a couple of times. I just take my time. I don't rush the process. And then just one last time. And then it goes quiet in the studio and you think, oh, everybody's waiting for me.
It's the anticipation. If I had a drum, I'd be rolling it.
That's the only problem. So now I've got stuff everywhere again. So I'm just going to blot it. Normally, you don't have to blot the brown VersaFine ink, because it's not quite as moist as the black. So you don't normally have to blot it much. But I'm working on a surface that's got moisture in it, and as you can see, it removes some of that ink. Now, what you need to do, if you're either going to let it dry naturally or just give it a dry. Because you can actually see the difference in the way the ink absorbs into the craft card and the way the ink rests on top of the gesso.
Because the gesso, I'm guessing, is kind of sealing the surface, and that's why you get the difference.
Correct, yeah, you get the difference. But I like to use gesso sometimes because it just gives a different element. You can use white acrylic paint, but white acrylic paint, again, it's got plastic in there. So again, you need to make sure the paint layer is completely dry. So again, you have to remember that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use my little stamp set that I've used all the way through the shows. And what I'm going to do is make sure it's the right way up first. It's that grubby now. I've even scrounged a new one off Abs. It's like, oh, mine's all messy. So I'm just inking this up with the Verdant VersaFine Clair and just adding a touch of that pine cone. And then the Verdant, the sort of line, will just give it a bit of life. It'll just make it pop a little bit. So I'm just going to add that to the background. Just makes it pop a little bit. Can you see that? Just gives it some life. You know, you can go for completely monochromatic if you want, but that just gives it a little bit of life. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to add the same stamping to the bottom corner, just to balance things out a little bit. So this time I'm going to try and get all the numbers. So I'm just going to balance that out.
I love that, and of course this stamp features in both the one-day special and the bundle if you're going for both of them.
So I'm just, and again, I've not used an acrylic block with this stamp all the way through, to be honest. I've just not bothered. So I didn't think that it was necessary to use the acrylic block.
That decision, I mean, does that depend on the technique that you're using? Or
yeah, it depends on the technique, depends on the surface, and also I can manipulate the stamp. If I want to bend it a little bit and make it a little bit more uneven, it means that I can do that when I don't use an acrylic block.
So it's on a piece of acetate. So is that the kind of the packaging acetate?
That's the packaging. Yeah, that's just the look how grubby it is. That's just the packaging.
It looks well loved.
Oh, it's well loved. Absolutely. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the little bird stamp from the Wire Bird, because we haven't used him yet. So I thought we'd air him.
And this is the one from the is this the bonus one?
No, this is one of the bird stamps. It's called Wire Bird.
Yes, I can see it
and
now.
And you've got a little bird because sometimes I like to use the small elements. And you will see how this comes together when I add the 3D elements.
That's the downside of being a distance from you. You can't quite see
exactly you're
which
trying
one
to
it
reach,
is.
yeah. And you're not exactly super tall, so you can't. It's not like Yanis, he can reach over, so it's totally different. I'm just going to turn my card on the side, just to make it a little bit easier for that stamping. And then I'm going to stamp that bird. Sometimes I stamp on the side, sometimes I stamp from the front. It depends which angle works best for me. So, as you can see, even with a little stamp, I still give it time to sit on there. So just move that out of the way. And what I want to do is just ground that a little bit, just so it doesn't look like the poor little thing is just floating in midair. So I don't want him to float in midair. And then what we've got here is we've got our pine cones that I've then stamped again. Now, you don't need to see me stamp again because you've seen me do this many times, but with the craft card, it bends and breaks really easily. You want to do that with your pine cone to give it some life. And then I think sometimes when you're working on the craft, you can add a lot more dimension to your design by just adding a little touch of shading. Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to do it all because that's not the part that you really want to see me do, is colouring in. But I just think it's important. Obviously, I'm showing you on, because this is going underneath, but I'm just showing it you for demo purposes. So I think if you just add a little bit of shading, it just brings it more to life. It gives it 3D.
Yeah. And it's useful. You're sharing all these fabulous hints and tips. I mean, you have been for the last 24 hours, and it's those little things that just make the difference when we're creating.
And I think sometimes it's good to revisit things, because you never know who's watching. It might be somebody that's never done this. So then you're revisiting something. And sometimes I like revisiting older techniques.
We forget, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I forget more and more lately, but you do forget these techniques and these little hints
Exactly.
and tips.
So what I'm doing now is just adding a touch of the white, just to liven it up a little bit. Now, that's what I did on the first one. But can you see I did spend time adding that layer of colour, because there's lots more depth in that one than the previous one. Look at that for camera angles, just brilliant.
Oh, he's all right.
Oh, he's not bad, is he, really? I might be invited back.
I'm sure you will.
So I'm just going to add, do you know, it's surprising, the air conditioning is drying my voice out.
Oh.
It might be a good thing that my voice is going.
Not at all. You've done a lot of talking over the last kind of 24 hours.
Hayley, I can talk for England.
Have you got a glass of water close by?
Oh
just
no,
in case?
I'm fine, honestly.
Sure?
It'll keep my husband happy if I can't speak.
Okay, fair enough.
It'll make him very happy. So what I'm going to do now, she says, come on. And I can't shake my wrist too much. What am I doing? So what I'm going to do is just add this, just so it's overlaid.
Okay.
And what I do is I spend time just thinking where I want to add my next element. And what you need to do is, when you're at home, just hold this down, because your glue is going on to stamping, it's going on to gesso, it's going on to card. You can't expect it to grab in 5 seconds. It does take a couple of seconds just to grab. And when you're on live TV, I know that isn't the best thing while you're waiting for it to grab.
5 seconds is a long time, isn't it? When
it feels like a lifetime, especially when all the cameras are on. You think, oh, it feels like ages. So what I'm going to do, and everybody's seen me do that, move this out the way so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to use this vintage word, and the idea is that everything I've done over the 24 hours all coordinates together. It means that if you were sitting at home, or if you're inspired to watch the shows over again, it means that everything that you create will work together.
So you mentioned when you started this about using a limited palette. Have you done that on each one of the shows? Use the same product over and over, right?
I've used the same colour palette.
Right.
I've used a lot of the stamps in each project, and there's still stamps left over.
Yeah.
But I did a minimal colour palette because I often get comments or messages saying, well, I haven't got 24 inks, I haven't got 24 paints. So that rang a bell with me, and I thought, well, next time I go to Hochanda, I'll do something with a paired back colour scheme. So now,
it's
because
a good challenge to set yourself
exactly,
as well.
and it's also, and I know it sounds silly, but it means you pack less. It's packing less stuff. But then on the last show, I thought, well, I just want to show them the idea that the stamps don't have to just be done in one colour palette. So that's the idea of this show.
Lovely.
So we're just going to add another little vintage word just up here. And these little touches are so important. I just think they're really important. And what I'm going to do, I'm now building up some more interest.
Oh, okay.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to use this little piece of wood, because I think it's a natural piece of wood, so it goes with the natural nature of the stamp, and it goes with the natural nature of the whole concept. So what I'm going to do is just put a little bit of gesso on my finger.
Okay.
And I'm just going to rub that over the piece of wood. Just so, because then it looks like that Tracy hasn't just plonked a piece of wood on a card. What she's done is that gesso coordinates with the gesso in the background. It's thinking about that you've got a cohesive design. I can just hear Karen in my head now. Karen, my friend, who's in my group, she always laughs because I'm always saying cohesive. So she messages me now and just puts cohesive.
It's kind of like that connective, though, isn't it? It's bringing everything together.
Yeah. But also, if you try and bring everything together, everything doesn't have to be matchy-matchy, but if you bring some elements in the background to the foreground, it does look like you've thought about your whole design. So what I'm doing is I'm just heating that gesso. Just want to make sure it's nice and dry.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do, can't put my heat tool down, so what I'm going to do now is just add some of this element from this stamp set, which is also in the background, onto my wood piece.
Now that's not an easy kind of base to stamp onto, wood.
No, but if you're bending your stamp like
Good
so,
point, yes.
yeah, you've not got a problem. So I want some of these little numbers in the background. And yes, I will bore you with this stamp for the next 6 months because I'll be using it on everything. So now we've got that, so that's our wood piece then. So this wood piece is actually going to go here somewhere, but I don't want to finish like that. So I don't know, all I've got to do now, Hayley, is just put some twigs on here. I don't know whether you want to do a recap,
Well,
and then I'll just, because you don't want to stick me with the finger and then I'll...
Not a problem, I can do that. I'm back in the room, I was just mesmerised by everything that was going on there. You could hear how quiet I was. So what have we been working with? Of course, Tracy's been working with all the fabulous elements from the one-day special, which you'll find in the complete bundle. The reason I mention it as the complete bundle is this is the way that it's been most popular for you to get hold of. I think there's a couple of reasons. If you're a Freedom member, straight away it's the price. You're getting a bigger saving with your Freedom membership, which is why so many of you are going for this one. And of course what it does mean is you're kind of upgrading your bonus gift, your birthday gift. It will actually be worth £11.99 rather than £7.99 if you are going for the one-day special by itself. But of course the beauty is that you've got the ability to spread the cost as well. And of course that affordable price means that when you're spreading it over the 3 payments makes it even more so affordable. £29.68, where as you can see there, it's just a phenomenal price. Now you may have been thinking, I'm going to go for the one-day special, and yeah, I'm going to spread that over 2 payments, which is fair enough. But do check out what the flexi buy is on both of those, because I think you might find that you're actually paying a little bit less. You're going for the complete collection. But of course, if you do go for the one-day special, by all means you can do. The details are at the bottom of the screen. And if you are going for the one-day special by itself, this will be your bonus gift. So you will get that rather than the numbers. But you can still get hold of this. This is why I think it's so appealing to go for the complete bundle, because rather than getting that particular stamp set, you will get this stamp set, which coordinates beautifully with the alphabet that we've got within the one-day special. So that's why so many of you are going for that. But you will still have the opportunity to get hold of this one as a gift, which I'll explain to you in a few moments. But for the time being, if you want to go for the complete bundle, there you go. The details are there on your screen. Everything from that fabulous stamp that we're literally going to have to prize that out of Tracy's hands, I think. That first stamp, that little one at the end, they're going right the way across here, past your alphabet, right the way through to the far end, where you've got that gorgeous bird and that layered up element with that. The finished samples are amazing. I'll show you more of those because I want to get back to Tracy in a few moments. But before I do that, can I show you some of the other things? I'm going to bring my bonus gift with me, because you could be placing your order for these and then get that bonus gift that we were chatting about. And this is a lovely set. You've got a trio of stamps here, and again, just beautiful designs, as you can see. And you kind of got that collage element, and this is something that Tracy does so well. She adds so much content and interest that when you're working with any of her stamps, you'll be able to cross-pollinate them and use them with other stamp elements. I mean, for instance, the one here that where you've got the hair, well, the hair will work beautifully with the birds. You're talking about outdoors, aren't we? The elements, all those different things coming together absolutely beautifully. Love the carrots that we've got in the centre, which of course, again, that would work with the hairs, and of course you've got all the fabulous leaves and the foliage, which we've been seeing with the pine cones and things like that. So everything works so well when you are cross-pollinating them. But of course, with this one, you've got the little wellies as well. And of course, if you're looking at the outdoors, it could be that you're off on a kind of winter walk with your wellies on, and you're coming across all those nature elements, which is why the little bird stamp that you're going to be getting as your bonus, worth $7.99, you would get it with this. So just so as you upside down birds are never a good look, are they? With this one, you will get this if you're placing your order for the complete bundle and you're going for any of these additional items, or you'll get it if you're going for the one-day special. You normally pay $7.99 for this one, so it's a good buy. I like that one. That's 980-613 if you're wanting to get hold of that. But perhaps that's not the set that you're going to be adding in with your complete bundle. Maybe it's the next one. So again, I'm bringing that free gift with me because this is again going to be included if you're placing your order for the complete bundle with this set. And this has got some incredibly useful stamps in here. You've got character stamps with the fabulous owls featuring in here, but then you've got those stamps which are perfect for kind of little infills. You know, when you've got that little area and you need to put something there, but you don't want it to be too overpowering, you just want a little bit of a background, maybe a little bit of text, a few little dots, maybe a little bit of a lattice in there. Well, you can do that with this one because you've got a whole host of fabulous little stamps coming to you. Really good size as well. I'm just going to turn that one round to show you. So A7, so if you are into doing things like your ATCs, these are going to be brilliant bases for you to start with. And as I said, they're just a nice little collection of stamps to have just in case. And of course, you would get that bonus alongside it if you're going for the complete bundle, which is similar sort of size. Works well. Like it. Or if you're going for it by itself, actually, bearing it in mind, yes. If you're going for this by itself, then that will come alongside it as well. So 587113 if you fancy getting hold of that one. Another lovely set that we've got for you here, and I love this. You've got this fabulous, cute little toadstool house with this one, and a taller house, as you can see at the bottom. Again, with this one, a very affordable way for you to get hold of a lovely set of stamps. You've got 6 stamps in this particular set, and they are a similar sort of size, the A7 size, and again, some of them are smaller stamps building up that plate, whereas some of them are complete pieces. So down at the bottom here, you've got the one there with the text on it. That is a complete piece, but again, you can use them in loads of ways. We saw Tracy just kind of dabbing that little edge of a stamp into place. Again, this could be the way that you're getting hold of your little birds and your bird nest, because again, this is your bonus if you're going for one of these ones. So at £37.94. I'm reading the price out as the number. Oh dear me, it's been a long day. 280818 if you're wanting to get hold of this one. It's almost like bingo sometimes when we're reading these numbers out. So again, if you've gone for the complete bundle and you've got the numerator instead, this could be the way for you to get hold of that bird stamp again. Now this one, this is a nice set. Don't know as we've seen it live, to be honest, so it might be the first time that you've seen it. So you've got a set of 3 stamp plates here, and these are lovely. £43.97 will get them all to you. Again, different sizes for the exact size of the stamp, should I say, to the packaging. So I'm going to turn them all around since it's the first chance that we've seen these ones, and they are lovely. Again, you've got lots of elements that are going to work together. So you've got your floral aspect, as you can see, best wishes, just a note, text within those. Lovely set again with these ones. Then the next one that we've got, I love the teapot with this one. You could almost imagine it having maybe like a Japanese tea or floral tea in there, something like that. Postage mark with that one as well, and then of course you have got your text, and I love the knife, fork and spoon featuring in there as well. And then finally that lovely iris with that built up kind of collage again, a little bit of background with that, which of course you could enhance if you're going for some of those of the sets. And again, if this is your choice for this hour, then you will be getting that little bonus gift alongside. Needless to say, if you've already placed your order either for the one-day special or any of those additional elements, then this will already be on its way to you. It's only 1 per customer, but if you have gone for the complete bundle on this occasion, and then just this show, this is the only one you placed your order in, gone for the complete bundle, then this will go with anything else that you've gone. There you go. Oh, what else can I tempt you with? Well, it could be stencils. It could be stencils that you added into your basket instead of those stamps that I've just shared with you. I've actually got both in here. So you can see very useful set with regards to these ones. You're looking at your squares and your dots. And those dots are always popular. Lots of dots range is a fabulous set to have a little look at. So this is nice because you get a bit of both of them on a smaller scale. So £40.95. 2 flexi buys are £20.48. And then the other kind of shade shapes that you've got. These ones are a little bit more geometric with your triangles there and your hexagons, but they work alongside the circles and the squares as well. So again, nice one to add in. £50.94. Yeah, again, you can spread the cost, I think, with this one if you're adding it into your baskets with your FlexiBuy. Or you could go for them this way. Now, this way you have got your whole geometric collection. You've got them all in there, as you can see. 4 stamp sets, 8 stencils. You've got a saving on top of the savings for going for the little bundles that we spoke of, but of course it does mean you can spread the cost over 2 payments. There you go. Or 3 payments, I say. My goodness, we're only used to 2. But not because it's a birthday, isn't it? Of course. 091818 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Tracy, this looks like it's come together a dream.
So we're getting there now. So what I've done is I've just added a little bit of moss, just to, that moss coordinates with the line that's in some of the stamping. So just want to add some finishing touches. First of all, I just want to add a little touch of white to my little pine cones that I collected while I was walking. So I'm just going to add a little touch. I just think these little touches are really important. Just add little touches just across. And I always put 5 times more gesso than I actually need.
And again, it's bringing everything together, isn't it? Because otherwise it might look like it's just been stuck on.
Yeah, and I don't want it to look like it's just been plonked. So what we've got here is we've also got some of the leaves that are from the stamp set as well. So from the same A4 stamp set, we've got the leaves. So I'm just going to add some of those, the element from the leaves, because I want to finish it off properly. So what you do when you're at home is you spend a lot of time tucking things into little spaces, and you don't mess with it, you make sure it's completely dry. So that's the only thing that we end up doing. When we're doing these kind of compositions, you end up messing with it and then it gets in a complete mess. And then I've got this little bird that we cut out, and I just want to add him to the top here, like so. I just love the little elements. It's just nice taking your time just to add these little elements to your composition to bring it together. And then what I want to do is I've got these little clips. One I've coloured with alcohol inks just to add the top of my card, because I'm just mad on adding little embellishments. So add that to the top of my card. And then I've got a little tiny one here, and this composition is slightly different to the original. So just add this here, like so. And then what you spend time doing is, if I just bring this in, just move this out of the way. So what you do then is you're matting and layering, and I've matted most of my pieces onto mount board. So it's onto a white piece of card, onto craft, and then onto mount board. But you need to think about finishing it off if you're giving it as a gift. So you need to colour the edges and then remember the inside of your card. So I've used the smaller pine cone that's in the A4 stamp set, and I've used the text from the stamp set, which is nature.
Yeah.
And then you've added the bird. All this on the inside then coordinates with the front of the card on the outside. I just think that's important. And I've just added some little twirls of wire, but that's not what you want to see me to do. You want me to see me use the stamps, but just so that you know how that's finished off. And then I'll do another one.
A lovely card to give to somebody, perhaps alongside a box frame, because it's the kind of thing that you'd want to keep.
Well, you could even put it on a canvas, couldn't you? It doesn't have to be on a card.
Good point,
but because I've put this on mount board, it's really sturdy. So you could actually frame that or even put it on a canvas. So it looks brilliant. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just go off the cuff. I have got demos that I'd already prepared, but I thought, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be a rebel. I'm just going to go off the cuff. I'm just going to go with the fact that I've used craft, so I thought I'm just going to continue with craft.
Okay.
I like it to look like, even though this is off the cuff, it still coordinates with everything else that we've done. So we're going to use this way. And we're going to use one of the bird stamps. I've got no idea what I'm doing, so I'm just going to go with the flow.
I love it.
I'm going to
every confidence in you.
So I'm going to apply the gesso once again. Again, applying 7 times more gesso than you absolutely need. So it's just what you do. So I'm now going to apply it this way. And what I'm trying to show is that when you've got the techniques, you've just got to adapt the techniques to suit your style, to suit what you enjoy doing. So that's all I'm doing. So I'm just adding the gesso to the side of the card. And if you can see, it's very random. I like these little bits here They are just important to me. And if you see, most of it's on my palette knife. I've hardly scraping anything. So I just want these little bits. If you want it to look a little bit snowy, you can do, but other than that, it will just look like a birthday card. So it's not that you're going for a snowy feel, it's the fact that you're just making sure that you've got some lightness to that craft card. So I'm just going to apply that. And again, wipe up all that wasted gesso. Tut tut. Disgraceful. So what I'm going to do, oh, it's gone really quiet in here all of a sudden.
Concentrating.
So I'm just going to give that a dry just as before.
Lovely. Just to let you know, that complete collection, by the way, if you are thinking of placing your order for this one, of course, 6 o'clock tonight, the price will go up, but 3/4 of the stock has gone. So the price will go up if there is anything left. That's the key thing. You need to be taking advantage of it while you've got the opportunity. Just very, very quickly, just while Tracy's drying those up. Some of these finished samples, they are so different. I mean, here, you've got something very quirky with that injection of colour there, but something very traditional here as well. And that is the beauty with these. You've got the versatility working with these as well. Freedom members, you've got discounted price on this one though, so you have got what we call a why not deal, because you are saving more than you are spending, because of course you're going to save on your discounted price. You're saving £14.83. That's in addition to the £3 that you'd be saving on your one-day special, but you're also saving on your post and packing as well. Now of course you will need to pay your membership fee if you're just getting started, and this is where it shows you how you are still saving even if you are paying that £5.97. So straight away you'll get your unlimited standard delivery, so your post and packing on your order will disappear. You'll also take advantage of that discount that we've been chatting about, so that discount will appear straight away. And then as you can see, for the future there's no contracts. You're going to get your monthly newsletter and also your members badge as well. So if you want to take advantage, all you need to do is tick that box as you're checking your order out. Fabulous.
Okay, so I can use my acetate here if I want, and I could just stamp that as a whole, but we seem to have done that in all the shows. Okay. So let's not use it as a whole, just for a change, just to vary the show up a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this bird stamp. No, don't move your card, Tracy. Oh, that's it, brain cells have gone now. It's like, what you're doing, brain cells have gone. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to use the brown ink pad, and I'm only going to use a little bit of that stamp. Okay. And randomly, I've not got no straight edges here, it's quite random. So make it quite random, and I don't want any of the text at the moment. So I love this background element. So that alone could be a card.
Yes. Yeah.
This alone can be an element on a card. So it's just thinking outside the box with your stamp sets. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp this little birdie on this half. Like so. Okay. And I just love the whiteness in the background from that gesso. So I just love that it just brightens everything up. So again, because I'm going on to that gesso, I'm just allowing the ink to sit. Even though I'm only stamping a small area of the stamp, it's just important just to let that to sit.
Sometimes we're a bit too quick, aren't we?
Yeah, and the problem is when you're doing demonstrations, half the problem is sometimes you need to be quick.
Yeah.
Because you need to get to use the stamps.
Yeah.
But what I try to do now is I try to calm myself down and just say, right, you know, you need to take your time and stamp, because this is the way mistakes are made when you rush. So we should have a beautiful image. Now you could leave it like this, but I mean I'm going to layer, but I quite like these bits here where it's just all broken up.
Okay.
So I quite like them. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another bird this side, because on every sample I've done, I've only stamped one bird.
Right.
You know, I've always gone, oh, this one bird here, and not done anything else. This time I'm going to stamp the bird twice.
Okay.
So I'm going to stamp him twice. And if you think I'm just going with the flow, this is not prepped, because my prepped samples are in my bag. But I just thought for the last show, let's just go with the flow and just relax and go with the flow.
This is sometimes kind of nice thing to do as well, isn't it? Not to have a plan, just to see how things evolve and get a real feel for things.
And I think also it's going back to the fact that I do this because I enjoy it, and sometimes you need to get back to that rather than, oh, I'm doing a demonstration because I need to demonstrate. So it's nice just to play and not have to think about, yes, there's an audience out there, but I just don't think about that. I pretend there's about one person watching, so it's not a problem. So I'm now going to add the second bird onto this side. So obviously when you're stamping like this, you need to make sure this side has got no ink on it, because if you do, you're going to stamp straight over the top. But there's always a way around that. If you make an error, there's always ways to get round it. So I'm just going to take my time and allow that ink to sit. Sometimes I know it can get boring when, obviously, as demonstrators we repeat the same thing, but if you're going to demonstrate properly, you have to remember that there are beginners that are tuning into the shows, and sometimes we jump ahead and they don't realise what we're doing. So it's important that we don't jump ahead. So what we've got here, and I always think it's interesting how the ink takes on the gesso and how the ink takes on the craft card, because the craft card soaks it in. I always think that's really interesting. It's the smallest things that amuse me, but there you go.
It's almost the science behind it, really, isn't it?
So I'm just going to give that a blot.
Now, I was going to ask this question earlier on. You're blotting that, but are you kind of risking moving the image that you've laid down there? I mean, could you smudge anything?
No. The idea is that you're blotting what layer of ink there is on the top. Now, with the black ink, it's a lot wetter. So it's important that you blot or you dry with a heat tool.
Right.
If you don't do that, it's going to smudge.
And that's where you end up with on your fingers and then everything else you touch.
And if you don't want to use a heat tool, because some people don't want to use a heat tool, then just leave it on one side to dry. But you have to be patient. But when you're demonstrating, you've still got to show that you can still get a professional finish. But as you can see, there's a lot of ink there. But you know, you don't want to smudge that. So if I wanted, I could dry with the heat tool. The only problem when you dry with the heat tool is it curls your card.
Ah, right.
And that's when
too quick.
You have to bend it then so it fits on your card. But sometimes we've got no option. Like, I have to dry some of this whether I want to or not.
Because we need to make sure it's dry.
Yes. I don't want to smudge it just because I still want it to look like a professional card.
Lovely. Just to give you a bit of a time check, Tracy, we've got plenty of time, but we've got 14 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Hayley. Thank you. So yes, I'm taking this nice and steady. Because what you have to think is, with this small brain of mine, I have to think at the same time as well.
I beg to differ with that one. You definitely
Trust me, Hayley.
not have a small brain.
Trust me. So what we're doing now is I just want to add, can you see I've had like opposites? So one white, one brown. And these were cut out because I was going to use them on this card before, but then I thought, no, I'll create a second card and we'll use them on that. So what I want to do is just add a little bit of detail to the bird, just so it looks printed. So I'm just going to add a little bit of detail to that bird, just so it looks printed.
Looks fabulous.
And I think these little details are important. I just think it's really important. There we go.
Lovely.
So
it's
I'm
almost
just
like
going
a fantasy bird, this one.
Yes, yes. That's the whole point, though. It's meant to be a bird that you can adapt to your style.
Oh, I
you
see,
know,
okay.
if you want to use a bird that's for Halloween, but you want to use the same bird for spring, or you want to use the same bird for a tropical theme.
Yes.
You know, if you don't put a heading on it, it means that artistically you can use it however you want.
Put it into a department or a pigeonhole.
If you put something into a department, then somebody says, well, I can't do that because it's supposed to be this.
Yes.
And in art, there's no such thing as it's supposed to be this.
Okay.
So I'm just going to add some blending of the ink. I'm just blending lightly, very lightly. You're not doing too much. I'm just blending very lightly. I don't want to add too much of the ink, just to keep it slightly in keeping. I'm now going for a vintage theme. I want it slightly vintage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add, because I'm going to add some stamping in the background, I just want to add a touch of this twisted citron, just to add a little pop of the colour. And I'm not doing everything over the top. I'm not overpowering everything. And can you see, because you've dried the heat tool, can you see how the card curls?
Yes, yeah.
That's why with craft card especially, it's nice if you can let it dry itself.
It is very absorbent, isn't it? Like
yeah, but what I do is I spend my life putting things under books. Because that's what I do. They go under books or everything, just to get them weighted down. So what I want to do then is I want to use this stamp set, which is the framework elements. Okay. There's lots of stamp sets on this that you could use. So we've got this postmark, which if you look, I don't know if you can see it on there, it's got lots of little details. It's got the little postmark here and everything. It's just lovely little details that are in there. So I'm going to use it as is. I did keep it the right way, didn't you, Tracy? Not that I can tell now, but hey-ho.
This stamp incidentally is in that complete bundle as well.
So I'm just going to add that with a tiny bit of the brown, just a tiny bit of the brown. And I'm just going to add some elements around the card, just to add some little postcard elements. And I just want some little touches. I don't want anything too overpowering. Now the camera might not pick that up. It's a tiny little detail, but you can see, can you see that little detail? That little detail is important. You're adding that little pop of green.
Like that little bit of green that's just showing there.
It's just important just to add that touch of green. And what I'm going to do is just go back to my acetate so I can see what I've got. Where's the postcard element? I have to look at the acetate to see what's on my stamp. So just add a little bit more detail. Again, I'm just inking that up with the verdant and then a touch of the brown. I just love these two colours together, but I don't want to overpower everything. So I think I'm going to go with the postcard down here. No, actually, because I'm thinking of something. This is why I'm thinking off the cuff, because I'm thinking, oh, I might be able to add this. So I'm just adding the little postcard element here.
Yeah.
A touch more green elements. Just, and it's just taking your time just to add these little elements. They're only little touches, but they're important. They're important to me anyway. I like them little touches. That's all I want to add of that. And then what I'm thinking is, I've got this die cut circle that I didn't want to go to waste. And what I'm thinking is, this one will go here, you see, because I'll add the brown and the white, so it's like a yin-yang sort of.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking I'm going to add. So I'm just judging where this is going. It doesn't matter that I'm covering this tail up because I'm putting one over the top.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take one of the other stamp sets from the framework elements. Can you tell I can't remember the name of my own stamps?
No.
That's because that's the hardest thing to do, is name the stamps. You just think, oh, it's a nightmare.
Do you know how many sets of stamps you've designed up to now?
Oh, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I can't think how. It's a lot. It's a lot of stamps.
Yeah. And I bet we've got viewers that have got every single one of them as well.
Oh, bless. But do you know, it's the names. When Abs rings me up and says, oh, you need to name this stamp, I'm like, and then he'll say, you can't use plant, you can't use flower, you can't use bloom. I'm like, there's no words left. So, yes.
That's one of the things that I love about All and Create, because every stamp plate has got a number attached to it as well.
Yes.
So if you are kind of playing the collector's card, so to speak, you can quite easily keep a record of those. And of course, that numbers are something that cross over to different kind of languages as well, because of course, internationally, people are kind of buy and collect your stamps as well.
Exactly, yes, they are. So I'm just going to add some more elements to my card, like so. Just trying to layer those elements up, and everything will pop once we just layer everything. So I'm just going to give that a dry, Hayley.
It's fabulous. And it's lovely because you're kind of giving people the freedom to create with this. You've not got anything that's kind of measured or constructed. It's very much a kind of just go with the flow.
Yeah, just go with the flow. And at the end of the day, if you don't like it, cut it up, make two smaller cards and make it look completely different. So it's not a problem at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this here, just so that we've got this circular element here. I'm just going to add this. Do you know, I keep testing this glue, and because of the air conditioning, it keeps there's a little lump that it keeps drying. Yeah. So you test it 5 minutes ago, and then it's just all dried up.
I keep slicing the top off the nozzle, so it starts off as a
fine.
fine.
Then it ends a fine one, then it ends up a fat nozzle, doesn't it? Yes, I've done that. Because you just lose the patience, don't you? Think it's got to come out. I'm demoing. So just add this here. And what you do is you just make sure, because your card is bent a little bit, that that is stuck down properly. And what I want to do is add this bird here, like so. So we're going to add that bird here.
And of course that's drawing your eye to a specific area as
exactly. And then, plus you've still got that white element in the background, just so that it's still on there.
It's almost like a ghostly image that you've got in the background there. It's almost perhaps the subconscious bird and the bird in reality.
Hey, that's too deep, that is, Hayley. That's really deep. So I'm going to add the other one here. And what you've got to imagine is that it's layered onto white card and black card. Like so. So you've got to line that W up. And then what I want to do is just take my stamp set. Where's my stamp set gone, Tracy? Take the stamp set and a little piece of white card. How long have I got, Hayley?
About 5 minutes.
Doesn't the time go quick?
It does.
I'll never get this finished. So I'm now stamping this in brown rather than black, just because I want to keep that tone on tone. You see, this is why sometimes it takes a long time to create a card, because when you're creating off the cuff, you're thinking about your design.
Yes.
You're thinking about everything, so it doesn't happen in 5 minutes. So just add that bird.
When you get the stamps home, is it a good idea to stamp them all out? Because there's so much content within these.
Absolutely. I would say stamp them out anyway, so you can get a feel for them.
Because certain elements, like with the word bird there, I could have quite easily missed that within these stamps.
Yeah, there's bird. It says bird song, but more often than not, I'm using the bird all the time. So sometimes it's good to just have a play. But what I do is, while I'm priming the stamps, I stamp them out and I get a feel for them. And I find that once I've stamped them out, I get a lot more inspiration.
Yes.
It's actually stamping them that gives you the inspiration. So I want to add bird here, like so. And then I'm going to need the word song after all that. I should have typed the song as well. But I wanted to separate them up, just so that...
I love the quirkiness as well with that. You haven't got the uniformity of every letter being the same.
No, that's what I like. I like it that every letter isn't the same. And then I'm going to... the text song. Let me use the text song. Let's make sure that's stuck down. And what you have to remember is you just have to give that adhesive a little bit of time to actually take. Because when you've added lots of moisture and things to your card, when I'm at home, I spend a lot of time just holding that image and that die cut piece or cut out piece. I hold it down for a few seconds just so that the adhesive sticks. And the problem when you've got with the air conditioning is that as you're adhering your piece, it's drying it out. So what you get is you get this. So you have to hold it down when there's air conditioning.
Okay.
So the air conditioning just dries that out.
Well, I can't believe I'm telling you, we've only got 3 minutes left of this last live hour. I'm just going to let Tracy continue as she is there. But of course, the price is going to go up with regards to your one-day special and that bundle we've been chatting about at 6 o'clock. So you have got an extra hour after the show. I know many of you avidly watching what Tracy's up to, so you may be placing your order after the show. But make sure you do it quickly, because it has been a popular complete bundle that we've been chatting about. And I'd hate for you to go all this way through only to find that you miss out because of the stock quantity and not necessarily the price. So the details on the screen there are for the complete bundle. So all of the stamps that Tracy's been working with within her demonstration are included within that complete bundle. And of course, if you are going for the complete bundle, then you will have your bonus of this fabulous numerator stamp. Freedom members, you've got your discounted price. That £14.86 saving is in addition to your £3 saving that you'd be getting with the one-day special. But then, of course, you have your 3 payments, your 3 flexi-buy payments. Now, if you are choosing to go for the one-day special by itself, then you can do. That's not a problem. We have got the details for you at the bottom of the screen. And of course, with that one, you are going to still get a bonus gift, but it's not going to be the numerator. It's going to be the little one there with the fabulous little nesting bird in. But you will get that, and that one's worth £7.99 by itself. So that's at the bottom of the screen, one-day special by itself. How are you getting on there, Tracy?
So what I'd do is I would spend some time adding the finishing touches. I'd add some wire around the twig. I'd add the twig so that the twig goes with the natural feel. Then I would mount it onto black card and then white card, and I'd do an insert, and I'd also add a few little bits here as well, here and there with embellishments.
I love it.
And then it'd be finished.
Tracy, would you like to bring in the example of the project
yes, of course I can. Yes, this is the project that we did earlier on.
Every single show that Tracy has brought to, she's been working with the one-day special. Quite a limited palette of colours and kind of elements, because she's crafting in the way that you may well be crafting at home. So do check out the Rewind shows. Don't forget the show was launched, or the one-day special was launched last night at 6 o'clock, so you'll have to demonstrations in that hour. 8 o'clock again last night, another amazing hour with Tracy. And then, of course, she was back here bright and early, 8 o'clock this morning with more demonstrations, and back again at 12. And, of course, this is your final call hour. So, sadly, no more demonstrations from Tracy. Do we know when you're back again, Tracy?
I'm back in November.
Oh, not too long to wait.
So not too long.
That's it.
Some more prep.
Well, this is it. But the birthday celebrations haven't ended, have they?
No, we've got Leonie, and have I got the little... Oh,
are you going to give us a little sneaky peek?
Let's give you a little sneaky peek.
Oh, Tracy.
Look who I've got.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at these. Oh, and this is coming up tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow at 6. I can't hold it straight, but look at Charlie.
Oh, I love that.
Look.
Oh, that is definitely a one-day special to tune in for. Tracy, thank you.
You're very
Look forward
welcome.
to November.
Thank you, everybody.
And this is it. Thank you from Tracy, because, I mean, thank you for this one-day special. Is an amazing one. Amazing artist. Can't wait to see what else she brings us in November. Check out your baskets. Come back and join us in a little while. I'll see you later on as well. Bye. Oh, we've got a lovely embroidery. I'm looking forward to this one. Yanis is going to be bringing you embroidery with Nat. Then I'll be back at 6 o'clock, a brand new one-day special launching with Hayley Smith and Craft Yourself Silly. Then Pearlywinks with Donna.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. Well, with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So it's that time when we get to introduce you to, let me try it this way, a brand new supplier. And I always love getting to introduce you to brand new suppliers. So what we like here in Hochanda, we work really hard to bring as much diversity to our lineup as well as we can. We also troll for talent. I have to say, speaking of talent, we've got the wonderfully talented Natalia, who I think we're going to be speaking to via Skype. Natalia, hello.
Hi everyone.
Hello, lovely to speak to you.
Ukraine.
Welcome to Hochanda. It's great to have you here. I have to say, you have got a huge following. I mean, a huge following on social media. So, word on the street, was it 145,000 followers?
Yes.
Wow.
I started embroidery 3 years ago just for fun, and I created a separate Instagram account for that, so I will not spam with embroidery for my friends. So this is how it started. Now I'm running my own embroidery business, and I have more than 50 embroidery designs, and 4 of the best designs are now in your studio.
And we're very proud to be showing them to you. You are extremely talented as a designer, and your embroidery work is absolutely beautiful. Tell us, how did this all begin? Where did it begin? Were you always passionate about crafting from an early age, or tell us your backstory?
I'm passionate by embroidery from the childhood. Actually, all of our women in my family, they were doing embroidery all the time because it's Ukraine, it's our national craft. Yeah. And even my dad was embroidering when he was sick during 2 years he spent in the bed, and he was embroidering. Nice. And they also drawing, very beautiful drawing, and so I was learning basics of embroidery from my grandma. And then when I picked up embroidery seriously 3 years ago, just to find some relaxation and stress relief, I was looking for some stress relief. I had a little bit stressful corporate job, and this is how it begins.
Oh, your style is stunning, and we've got 4 examples of kits that we're going to be showing to everybody today. How would you describe your style as a designer?
I didn't know about any PDF patterns or something, or keys or something like that. I was just drawing directly on the fabric that I saw in my mind. So this is just coming. I don't know how. I can't explain. It just naturally happens. Yeah.
Well, we love whatever you do. Just keep on doing it because we love your designs. Now, I know you've got to go set up in. You're going to set up for your first demonstration. So I'll let you go for a few moments, Natalia. But I'm really looking forward to seeing you doing some embroidery work for us.
Okay.
Okay. Speak soon.
See you in a minute.
That's lovely, Natalia. Okay, so, can I just say a warm welcome to everyone that's watching right now, because I know we will have a lot of new viewers joining Hochanda. Maybe you've been following Natalia and you wanted to see her live on the show today. So welcome to Hochanda. We are the home of crafts, hobbies and arts. We're a dedicated craft channel, and we work so hard. We really do strive so hard to bring you some of the most talented crafters across the globe, and this is a great example of that fact. So welcome to the family. Any questions? Get in touch. We always love speaking to you. studio@hochanda.com. All right, we're going to have a look now at the kits. These are brand new kits and they are stunning. Look at this. This is your floral heart negative space. The balance of the design, the fact that you have got that negative space within it, giving it depth, the beautiful, beautiful colours. You've got that variance there as well, the shading with your thread. It is just such a sublime piece. Now, this is something you could be making. I do want to point out in the kits, they do not come with the hoops, but we do have an option if you do want to get your display hoop. It's at the bottom of your screen, your embroidery hoop. So I called it display hoop. It's a working hoop, but you can also display as well. But within the kits, now you're getting your printed design there. Now, that's heat erasable. Once you've done your pattern, you can just blast it with a hairdryer and it will disappear. You've got, look, I mean, the colour of skeins of thread, and this I think is Natalia's secret, because what she does is just work with such a beautiful colour palette that really sets off the design. $27.49 for one thing that is incredibly unique. Now, there is a QR code here. So this is what you'll use. It's really simple. This is where you'll get your instructions. There are instructions here on how to use your QR code. All you need is a tablet or a smartphone. Just have any app, QR code reader, or you can use your camera as well. A lot of smartphones, you just scan with your camera and it will pick it up. Literally just point it and it will take you to the website. It is that simple, all using your phone or your tablet. But when you come back to the design, and this for me, as crafters, we get excited about discovering new talent, maybe a company we've never, we're already approaching 10% of the stock. We are busy. We've only just started seeing this. Now look at that. And this, to me, this is the crux of it. What you're seeing right now, is this something you would like to emulate, to recreate? Is it something you would like to proudly display in your home? And if the answer to those questions is yes, the item number is 500724. Beautifully presented. That's how it comes presented too. I mean, it's wonderfully presented. There's such attention to detail to this as well. So getting needles in there, you're getting your skeins of thread, your instructions, all you need. Say we are using that QR code to get those instructions. $27.49 is your price, 500724 your item number, and what you're doing is getting some design from an exceptionally popular designer, Natalia, and she's so talented. Right, we're going to move on to my favourite. Yeah, 10% of the stock already gone here. This is incredible. Now, I want to draw your attention to the bumblebee, because what Natalia has done, using the stitch, the embroidered, the actual, the feel of the stitch to give it that texture like the hairs on a bumblebee, that is so striking. And then you look at the delicate floral surrounding the bumblebee. Everything about this works for me. The background with the honeycomb, the beautiful, delicate punches of colour that surround the bumblebee, and that's what sets off that bumblebee, because it is exquisite. That, to me, is so striking and original. I mean, come on. Just even the wings on the bumblebee, everything about this is different. It's special. So, again, I just want to point out, if anyone's just tuned in, you're not getting the hoop, but if you do want to get the hoop, we've got details at the bottom of your screen. That's for a 6-inch and 8-inch wooden embroidery hoop. You've got all the needles in there. You've got your heat erasable pattern. It's already printed on your fabric, so once you're done, you just use your hairdryer and it will disappear. And then you've got all your skeins of thread. Now, a little top tip, and it's actually on the instructions when you get them. If by an accident you do erase your pattern before you started working on it, don't worry, because if you pop it into the freezer for 10 minutes, then the pattern will reactivate. So something, if you're not aware of, a little crafty hack for you. But my goodness, look at this. So let's think about this. I know at the moment it's getting a little bit, it's getting colder. days are getting shorter. You're not seeing as much vibrancy in nature. So if you do want to create that wonderful feel of summer and spring in your home, work on it. Just that bee. Absolutely love that. What an original design. $27.49 your price. $574 your item number if you do want to get hold of the bee. Bee's busy, really, really busy. By the way, now I know how good you are at home at welcoming new suppliers and guests to the Hochanda family, so please, let's get some emails coming in for Natalia and give her a warm welcome to the Hochanda family. This is your lavender and white daisy. Oh, do you know where I think Natalia's been really good here? It's the actual movement. You get a sense of a breeze just capturing that with the lavender and the white daisy. It's moving, it's swaying in the wind. You can even, you get the, it's as if, obviously there's no scent to this, but your brain picking up on the lavender. It's just got connotations. You see it, you feel it, the colours. It's so incredibly relaxing. Beautiful, beautiful colours. What Natalia does so well is paint with colours using her embroidery. She picks such great skeins of thread, and that coupled with the design, it's such an original design there. Windswept lavender, white daisies. You're getting everything here apart from the hoop, just reminding you of those. So we've got a printed design, you've got your needles and all of these skeins of thread in there as well. And of course, you're getting your instructions via your QR code. Please don't be put off by this. And I know a little bit scary. If you've never used a QR code before, it can be scary. It really isn't. So have you downloaded an app? Do you have a smartphone or a tablet? All you need to do, you might already have an app on your phone, a QR code reader. If not, they're free. You just literally open your app. It's like once you open the app, it offers you a camera view. You scan the code, it does it in an instant and takes you straight through to the directions. If you want, it depends what phone you have, but a lot of modern phones, just by opening the camera on your phone, it will detect it and take you straight to that as well. So a lot of smartphones will do that, but you've got options. $27.49 is your price, $500,724 your item number. Now we're going to move on to Molly, our producer's absolute fave. She loves the cacti. Look at this. It's got the hallmark of Natalia with the colour, the design going on. That is such a nice, fresh, modern, contemporary take. Have you ever seen embroidery designs like that? That is stunning. You've got the flowers on the cactus. Has anyone ever eaten cactus fruit? No one's ever eaten cactus fruit? Tell you what, cactus fruit is very, very tasty. They're also, I think, called prickly pears as well. I'm surprised. And email in if you've ever eaten any cactus fruit, because it's one of my favourite fruits. Okay, genuinely, I had it in Mexico, and you can find it in Cyprus. So this is the design. You've got these beautiful cacti. You've got just here, $27.49 is your price. What a design, though. And do you know somebody who would really connect with it? Because I know cacti are very, very popular design. Is this somebody for yourself, or are you going to make it for somebody? What a present to give them. A wonderful hand-embroidered piece. $574 your item number. You just pick the option that you like. Now, I was mentioning with all the kits, they do not come with a hoop, and obviously you're going to need the hoop, the working hoop, and then to display it at the end. I've got a set of two, a 6-inch and an 8-inch, so those are your two hoops, for $13.99 your price, $617,467 your item number. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do now. We're going to head over to Natalie, because I think she's going to be demonstrating. Natalie, it looks like the heather and the white daisy. Is that what we're going to take a look at?
Yeah, I prepared 2 samples.
Okay.
And first of the samples is going to be similar to the lavender.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you how you can use variegated threads. And how fun is that when you are stitching something floral? And so let's get started.
Okay.
You're going to need some variegated threads, which are similar to lavender, and you need to cut your threads in the places where the colors are changing,
Yeah.
so you need a transition from the light
Yeah.
shade to the darker one.
Nice. We like variegated thread here at Hochanda. So obviously with the kits you're getting all these beautiful skeins of thread. Natalie, I get the impression you worked very hard to source the right colours and the right skeins of thread for each project.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to find enough threads here. Okay, so we need to thread your needle. When you are stitching with all 6 strands, you need a big needle with a big eye and a sharp end. And you can use a needle threader to thread your needle like that.
And we are getting needles
you
in
can-
the kits. Yeah.
Okay, so, and you're a beginner, so you can just make a knot here. I will cut it because we don't need too long strand. Okay, so you can make just a knot and start from it. This is totally okay. And we start here. And we make a loop. It's going to be lazy daisy stitch. We point our needle to the same place where we started, and we need to make a loop.
Okay.
And we go out here, and we go through the loop. And now we need to fix this loop outside with tiny stitch.
All right.
And that's it. This is really simply. This is lazy daisy stitch.
Lovely.
And you can make flowers and teeny leaves using this stitch. And while you are stitching, you will see how colors will be changing. And this is it gives us really natural look of the lavender flower.
Yeah. Beautiful. A nice easy stitch to do. I also get the sense with your kits, Natalia, that you're learning different stitches, and then we can go on and try our own design, so then use a lazy daisy, say, in another design?
Yeah, this lazy daisy stitch is also used in cactuses kit for teeny flowers of cactuses, and I don't remember.
Yeah.
All the rest kits are basically they're using long and short shading, satin stitch, and lots of different stitches which you can learn during the stitching. I'm giving step-by-step pictures and explanations of every stitch I use in my kit. So just if you don't know that stitch, don't be scary. You will learn in the process. And I also provide full video tutorials, and I show everything how I do, so you will learn from my videos as well.
Nice. Did you expect when you first started on social media to have such a huge following after such a short space of time, Natalia?
Oh no, obviously I didn't expect that. But people were coming, and I was happy that I found the people who are interested also in embroidery. I can speak about embroidery with them, and we can they can learn from me. I can learn from them. So this is really nice and warm community. Yeah. I never had any hate comments and anything like that. Only sweet comments. I love that.
Good. And this design is coming together very quickly, Natalia.
Yeah, and this design is lavender and daisies. This is for beginners, and you can complete it during probably 1 or 2 days.
Nice. Where do you get your inspiration for your designs? Is it from surroundings, nature?
Yeah, from nature. Yeah. And this specific design I made in the bus when I was traveling to the France, to the Paris.
Oh, that's nice.
So I was teaching in the bus.
Oh.
And then people were asking about patterns, so I made it. This is one of my oldest designs.
Yeah, lovely. Because you're based in the Ukraine, right?
Yeah, I live in Ukraine, in Nikolaev.
Nice.
It's close to the sea.
Oh, lovely.
And the nature here is really beautiful. And we, with my husband, we are trying to travel every weekend to see some new sites we didn't see yet.
Well, hopefully one day you come to the UK and you'll do a show in the studio.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Is it getting cold now in the Ukraine?
It was pretty warm.
Okay.
So, but it's getting a little bit colder now.
Right.
We don't have those beautiful yellow and orange leaves yet everywhere, but I think after 1 week I will be able to make many pictures of real autumn.
Yeah.
So you can see now how the color is changing and it becomes lighter and lighter.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I'm almost finished with this lavender. This is really simple and meditative.
Yeah.
When you figure out how to do this stitch, you can just turn on your favorite music and stitch.
And that's the beauty with embroidery. It is a very sociable hobby and craft because you can sit with your family around, you can have the TV on, and just happily build up your design.
Yeah, this is what our women did before.
Yeah.
The mother, daughter, and grandma, they can spend evenings together and embroidering.
Nice. Could we? I know we've got the finished results, the finished designs in a hoop, which is a beautiful way to present them. But could you go on to put the your embroidery work onto, say, a cushion or a bag?
Yeah, you can do it. So you have a square piece of fabric that you can cut like I did for hoop art. And so if I'm going to hang it on the wall, I can cut it so it's comfortable to stitch. But if you want to use it for pincushion or something like that, you just don't cut it, and then after washing you can make a pincushion from that.
Perfect. Cool.
If you are good in sewing.
Yeah, lovely.
So I'm finishing right now, and I will show you how you can fix your thread on the back side. So you make a teeny stitch, and then you make a loop. You go through this loop, make it tight, and you can hide your thread under your stitches here before cutting.
Perfect.
This way.
Done.
And now you can cut.
Oh, that's lovely. And that's such a pretty design, but showing it's very achievable. Even if someone's very new to embroidery, I think they can tackle one of your designs, Natalia.
Yeah, it's simply, this is one of my best sellers, and when I see the results from my customers, they send me pictures how they did it. I see that it's really, really suitable for beginners. They are doing well on this.
Natalia, you are so talented. I'm just going to show you a finished example of what Natalia was working on. So this is your absolutely stunning lavender and white daisy. I mean, just look at that daisy, the depth that you're getting from your design. Then you've got those wonderful tones with the threads, and everything you need to create what you're seeing right now on your screen is in your kits, barring the hoop. Remember, you can get the hoop separately if you do want to create some hoop art for your home and obviously work within the hoop as well. But what a design, and Natalia is incredibly gifted, I think, as a designer. Obviously, it comes very naturally to her. She looks around inspiration. She likes to travel and draw inspiration from her travels as well. There is so much going on here. What a piece. The enjoyment of doing it. Remember, within the kit, you're getting your printed design, you're getting your skeins of thread, and you're getting your instructions via that QR code. Scan it with your camera, and it will take you through to the instructions. So $27.49 is your price. If this appeals to you, if you can imagine this in your home, building up this or giving it as a gift to somebody, 500-724 your item number. We talked about the hoops, and a lot of you are putting the hoops in your basket. So if you do want to go for the hoops, details are on your screen right now. $13.99 is your price. And what you're getting here is the 6-inch and the 8-inch wooden embroidery hoops. 617467 your item number. Also got a magnifier on the show, and we will be featuring this hour live, but or we've got another option actually we can feature in live. $12.99 your price. You're getting your Carson lighted Magni grip and also your magnifier in the mix. $12.99 your price, saving £3. And just one last thing to show you, I think this is what we will be featuring. No, we're not. Okay. I'll just stop saying that. £10.97. Look at the saving. Now, this is quite cool. This is the one that hangs around your neck, and it kind of rests on your chest, and then you can see your design. 606 197 your item number. All right, we're going to go through all the designs. And Natalia, what she's brought to you today, this is her inaugural show on Hochanda, and I hope we have lots more shows with Natalia because she is such a talented designer, has got a huge presence on social media. So over 145,000 fans. 145,000 fans. She's just got a couple more fans more than me. Couple more. I'm on at least 1,000 now. I'm sure I am. Okay, let's have a look here. So yeah, I'm getting it. So you've got this beautiful design, and it is working with that negative space. Now, how often do you hear at Hochanda we talk about the fact, do not be afraid of white space. Don't be afraid of that white space. This heart is exceptional. Where are you going to be displaying it? In the hoop looks fantastic. Is it going to be on a cushion, on a bag, on a top? You can put this wonderful embroidery work on there. You could, now this is interesting because you've got that space here. Good idea from our director Jimmy. What about initials in the center? Or if you did want to embroider a sentiment, could be an anniversary, could be for a wedding. There is just so much scope to these designs. But what Natalia affords you with her work, it's something that's fresh, it's different, it's original, it is absolutely beautiful. And looking at that picture now, you can see it, the petals, the way Natalia gets the most from the embroidery. The stitch is used integrally to give you that sense of realism with the design. So we've got all these skeins of, I mean, look at the amount of skeins of thread that you're getting in this one piece. All these beautiful, beautiful threads. You're getting that printed panel and, of course, the instructions via your QR code. $27.49 is your price. 500-724 your item number there. We're going to move on. My absolute favourite. Now, I genuinely love all the designs here, but my goodness, look at this. This is an absolute masterclass in embroidery design. That bumblebee is incredible. And we talked about how Natalia uses the stitch as a real crux to get the most out of your designs. Look at the illusion of the hairs on the bumblebee with the stitch, the colours that you're getting. And then you've got these wonderful flowers surrounding it, the bumblebee and the whole design sort of nested on top of the honeycomb as well. Everything about this design, to me, is absolutely first rate. And I'm just going to show you, I want to put my hand in just to show you a sense of size with the design. That is incredible. Look at the veinage on the actual wings on the bumblebee. So I'm just going to pick this up as well. If I just show you, this is the little card that comes within your packaging. So from Natalia, just saying, Dear Stitchers, now talks you through, you've obviously got your QR code for your instructions, but also with your printed panel. Now, if anything goes wrong on the printed panel, so your design, say you do lose that design, it's heated, maybe you iron it by accident, don't worry, if you put it into a freezer for 10 minutes, that design will come back. So there we go, that's in every order as well. You've got all your beautiful skeins of thread in the mix. You've got your needles, your printed design, all the elements to get the most and build up that wonderful design. But it's the originality of the kits, because this is, to me, an original piece of embroidered art that you're going to keep an heirloom, and it is going to be an heirloom piece. Imagine starting building up your designs. Are you a fan of Natalia's? Have you been following Natalia on social media for a while, and now maybe you've seen the fact that she's posted she's going to be in Hochanda, and this is your opportunity to recreate some of these designs. Or this could be your first opportunity. You've seen Natalia, first time you've seen Natalia and her work, and you're thinking, well, this is me. I love this. This is the kind of work that I would love to do. $27.49 at your price, $500,724 your item number. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got our lavender and white daisy. Now that was our first demonstration with Natalia, and what she was showing you is how quickly and easily we can build up the design. So just using our lazy daisy stitch, that beautiful thread to create the illusion of your heather, but then it's contrasted and lifted by that wonderful daisy, the white daisy coming through. And I've got to say, by having that little definition running through the daisy, it gives it a 3D aspect to it. And then you've got the beautiful greens, the leaves, the windswept undulation of the daisies and the lavender, the way that it sways, it gives that illusion of realism. It brings the image to life. That is a beautiful design, and it's a huge compliment to Natalia, how each of the designs, whether it was the heart with the negative space, the bumblebee, or the lavender, how all of them are so different. Now, I've got to tell you, because everything's coming from abroad, it will be dispatched on the 27th of October, so you don't have to wait too long. It's just the time it takes to come from the Ukraine to Hochanda, and then we'll send it out. But good news is, because we're the ones that are getting it first, you're not paying, don't worry about any import duties, you're not having to pay to get it from Ukraine. If you're a Freedom member, you're not paying any P&P. If you're not a Freedom member, it's $3.95, your postage and packaging. All right, we're going to move on. We've got the succulents. So succulents are always popular, and a little bit alternative. So if you've got a friend who maybe wouldn't appreciate so much the lavender and the pretty white daisies, but likes the idea of the succulents, colour, fantastic. It's a bright, bold, contemporary design that you're getting here. So it's something that is a little bit different. It's quirky, I think, is a great description. So what you've got, and the thread is such an integral piece to the design, and Natalia brings you such beautiful threads, wonderfully balanced designs coming through. You can see all those wonderful elements that you're getting within the kits, those beautiful skeins of thread, wonderful printed designs, and then you've got the QR code, which is your access to the instructions as well. So you can see that there. 500-724, your item number. Okay, now we have got our hoops. Just taking a look at the two hoops here. So what you're getting is your 6-inch and your 8-inch. So there's your 6-inch, there's your 8-inch in the mix. $13.99 is your price. $617,467 your item number. Good sizes, and what I like about this, it makes it easy to work with. So if you wanted to obviously complete your design and then display it for the world to see, because once you start putting the design in there, I think there is something about a hoop that really sets it off. You kind of look at it, draws your eye to it. $13.99 is your price. $617,467 your item number. Okay, you know what we have is a magnifying glass now, but this is interesting because it's also a light. It's one of our 7-day savers. Now, this is pretty cool. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Do you know what I might do is just show you. So with your, say, your instructions here, if I can just get that the right angle. I might turn off, should I turn off the light? Let's see if that's, well, that gives you an idea. Now you've got, obviously, and this is small writing, this is more magnified, so you've got your, if I just take this out shot, there you can see how small it is, and then when I put it in the magnifying glass, oh, easy to work with, so really handy. Now what I would say, for a crafting terms, because you have got that gooseneck, which is opposable, then you've also got the light in the mix as well, and it's a good light, right? So it's opposable, you can move it any way you like. You've got the light into the mix as well, and then you can work, it's hands-free, so you've got that, and we can do our little work, whatever we want. Okay, there we go. £21.99 is your price, saving £8, and you can find that as one of our 7-day savers. Right, what we're going to do now is head back to Natalia, and she's going to show us our next demonstration. Natalia, what are we going to take a look at?
I would like you to show the stamp stitch, which is also really easy to do.
Okay.
You just need to keep your thread on the left side while you're stitching. And one more tip for you is that you need to make the same size of stitches each time, so this whole stamp will look consistent. And this is how it looks like. This is a stamp stitch. Ideal for stamps, and I even sometimes use it as a filling stitch. This is really interesting method. Okay, so that's it for stamp,
nice.
and I will switch to satin stitch. Satin stitch is also one of the easiest stitches, and you can feel any area with satin stitch. I'm going to use satin stitch for leaves. Let's leave it for later on this side, and I will start a new thread. And I also will use variegated threads.
Yeah.
And what I like to do, I like to start from the lightest. I like to make lightest part of the thread on the edge, on the end. Okay. And when I move down, it's getting darker.
Right.
The same what I did for the flowers. So this way it will look natural.
It's very clever because you're kind of giving that illusion of shadow and depth of colour, getting the most out of your variegated thread.
Yeah, and it's really fun when you are stitching. This is interesting each time how it's gonna look like.
Okay.
So this is a satin stitch. You just need to make stitches really close to each other, and I keep the same stitches direction. So it's gonna look like a satin.
Yeah.
If you have such a pen like I have, it's similar pen like Pilot friction pen. It's heat and erasable, so you can draw on your fabric and mark stitches direction for you to feel comfortable, and don't forget where your stitches should go while you're stitching, because it's often I see that beginners can lose stitches direction and then everything looks wrong. So this is a little tip how you can do it. I'm using 6 strands, so you see clearly where my stitches are placed. But I would recommend to use at least 3 strands for satin stitch.
Okay. Now, Natalia, we've had a question from one of our viewers, and they've said they love your designs. They don't have a smartphone. Is there a way around that to get the instructions for the kit? So if we don't have a smartphone, because we've obviously got the QR code, is there something else they can do?
It's totally okay. There is my email on the card,
Yeah.
and you can email me and I will email you back with a PDF pattern.
Perfect. Brilliant. Well, that's fantastic. So if you're a little bit daunted about using the QR code, you don't have a smartphone or tablet, there is an email. So what you'll see with your kits, you'll get Natalia's email. So just email Natalia, explain you've bought one of the kits from Hochanda, and she'll send you a PDF for the instructions for that kit.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
It happens sometimes.
Okay. Yeah.
I have different customers,
Yeah.
and many of them are like 80 years old.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yeah, so
Nice.
that's totally not a problem.
Brilliant. Well, we're covering everybody, which is nice.
One fun fact about my kits is that they are transferred to the fabric by hand using heating erasable pans.
Yeah.
So you don't need to wash your embroidery if it's not dirty. You just can use the hot air from your hair dryer or iron it, and all the lines will disappear. Just magic. See, I went to the point when the color is changing, and
yeah, we're starting now that
also
darker
looks
green's
magically.
coming in. I mean, there's something so relaxing about embroidery work, and also it's incredibly. We use a term called Moorish. The more you do, the more you want to do.
Yes, it's a little bit addicting, so be careful. And meditating. The sound of thread which goes through the fabric, it's really satisfying. So that's it for satin stitch. I can finish it now, and I would like to show you one more sample.
Yes, please do.
And I'm going to be stitching on this linen. This is linen with a natural color. I like it because I think autumn designs will look perfectly on it. And I'm going to stitch this leaf with multicolor threads.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah.
And this is the effect which we can get from this, using only one skein of these multicolor threads.
Okay. So it's just showing a technique that we can do within our kits.
This technique, it's not used in my kits, but I just want to show you what you can make with variated threads.
Okay.
And this is autumn, and it should be like popular. So I'm using 3 strands, and I'm going to show you how to do fishbone stitch, because this stitch is one of the perfect stitches for leaves. And I like to do fish stitch. I will draw 2 lines here,
right,
so I can follow them. And now I'm doing like a little cross stitches.
Okay.
And they will overlap each other. Oops. So this is one cross stitch. And you move down and do the same thing. Oh, sorry, I put my needle in the wrong place.
Now, what we're
If you
doing
made a
here,
mistake, it's easy to fix it. You
Yeah.
can go through the same place where you did it,
okay.
if your fabric will allow to do this. And here we go.
Now we have
We are
got just
back.
on the negative heart. Just looking, because we have got leaves on the negative heart where if you did want to try this technique, you could do. Obviously, there's a satin stitch there, but with that leaf, we could show a different technique than Natalia is just highlighting now. So you have got that scope. Make the design your own, because that's what Natalia does. She gives you such wonderful work that you can copy exactly the design that she's featured, or you can add that personal touch. So introduce the technique that we're showing now.
Yeah, the thing that I like in embroidery, it's your complete freedom. And you can use any kind of stitch type you want. You can draw directly onto fabric anything you have in mind, and just stitch it.
Nice. Okay.
So the color is changing and it's getting interesting.
Yeah. So remind us again, this stitch. What stitch are you using?
It's fish stitch.
Fish stitch. Okay.
I also like to make video tutorials, and I probably made about more than 50 video tutorials already, and each one usually it's about 1 hour or more.
Yeah.
So I show how I stitch in real time, so there is no like time lapses, stuff like that. You just clearly see what I do, and you can do it with me together.
Oh, perfect.
Like we stitch in the same place,
Yeah.
like that.
So, oh, that's great. That's nice to see when it is in real time. And if we don't have an embroidery hoop, can we still build our design, or would you recommend an embroidery hoop?
I would recommend you to stitch with embroidery hoop because to avoid puckering, you need to make your fabric tight in the hoop, because it's really easy to have puckering of fabric, and your work will it's not gonna look like you want to do it. You want to have it.
Yeah. Nice.
This is important, yeah.
Nice. Natalia, I'm conscious of time, so we're going to have a little bit of a recap of the kits that you have on the show. So would you mind if we just pause there for a moment?
Yeah, sure. I'm already finished with the lip, and you can see how it looks like. I can show it a little bit closer.
Perfect. Oh, lovely. Okay, so just showing you techniques that you can incorporate into your designs. Natalia, I'll let you get set up. If there's anything else you want to show us using the kits, then feel free to set up now while we just have a quick recap. I really hope you're enjoying the show. So, brand new supplier, just having a look here. You can see there, and we always love bringing new suppliers here at Hochanda. 2749. Same item number, you are picking the option that speaks to you. Let's have a look at this wonderful negative space heart. What a design. So instantly, just having that white space, not being afraid of that white space, where I think Natalia is so clever here, because this as a design looks fantastic, but equally, she's giving us this opportunity in the center. So what about a name, a sentiment in there? Whatever you want to do to personalize that center, you can, but you absolutely do not have to. Look at these wonderful colors, and that's, I think, a real signature of Natalia's designs. She incorporates such beautiful colors into her work. She gives you those via the skeins. What a balance of design as well, the different stitches that you are getting. That is just such a stunning piece. Now you're getting all of these skeins in this option with your negative heart. You're also getting the QR code. Please don't worry though, as Natalia was saying, if you don't have a smartphone, if you have any issues in accessing the instructions via your QR code, then her email is on this little leaflet that's put into with your order. You can just send her an email and she will then email you a PDF of your instructions. But QR code's so simple, so all you need to do is point your camera at it, and most smartphones and tablets will then instantly detect there's a QR code and take you there. So you don't have any apps, but equally, if you do have, if your camera doesn't detect, so if you have an older smartphone that doesn't detect, then don't worry, because there are free apps and they're really simple, free apps to download, and you can do the same thing. But say most smartphones now, it's like taking a picture, it will detect as a QR code and take you straight to the instructions. $27.49 your price for your negative space. You're getting your needles, you're getting your printed design, you're getting your skeins of thread, and ultimately you are getting your possibilities. Right, we're going to move on now. We have got our queen bee. Look at this. It is absolutely beautiful. The detail that Natalia has afforded you in one design, the layer upon layer of detail. So for me, the real hero of the design is that bumblebee. You've got that wonderful bumblebee, using the stitch to create the illusion of the hair, the realism that you're getting, the impact that it has, the colors as well. It is just such a striking piece. And I know that the bees in certain areas as well have even increased significance. So look, for anybody who is a fan of bees, I think this is stunning. But equally, the floral aspects of the piece, the honeycomb that it's nestled on, that's like your base layer, and then you've got this beautiful floral petals and flowers coming through, the colours, the variegation. You see that little hint of colour, just giving you that sense of shadow, building up. That's, I think, how Natalia is so clever with her work, because she gives you depth in her design using the colours. So it's as if there's a light source coming through. Very, very clever. But can we just have one final look at that bee? Because I think that is an absolute showstopper. So as a crafter, somebody, if you've ever done an embroidered design, or if not, this could be your first time, if you've wanted to have a go at embroidery, look at that. It is absolutely breathtaking. It really is. And it's, for me, when I came into studio to prep for this hour, I just gravitated. I made a beeline for this, you could say. Thank you. Thank you very much. Look, joking aside, this is a stunning, stunning piece. So you're getting all the skeins of thread in here, everything that you need, your printed design and your needles, $27.49. What an original piece to work on. That, to me, that excites me. That's something as crafters. And I don't know if you feel the same way, but it is exciting to discover a different brand, a different designer. And that's what we offer with our new suppliers. OK, so just going to show you, we have got more designs coming through. This is your white daisy and lavender. It was where we started with our demonstration. And I know that Natalia was so keen to show you how this is very accessible. Please don't feel daunted. I know it looks beautiful, but you genuinely can achieve this. What you're seeing right here, you could be doing yourself at home. So with the actual lavender, that's just a lazy daisy, then the satin stitch to build up the body of your leaf. But my goodness, that is a design. The white daisies are so delicate. They really come to life with that, just that little bit of differentiation, that outline, border, just giving it that definition. And then you've got the wonderful grasses in there, you've got the lavender, it's the movement as well. There's a sense that there's a breeze capturing that design and just swaying the lavender and the leaves. What a beautiful piece. $27.49 is your price, $500.74 your item number. Now, our final design. And we're in future, this is only going to grow. We're going to bring you more and more of Natalia's designs, because it has been such a busy hour, and I'm so pleased for Natalia because she's an incredible designer, and this is what we want to do. As Hochanda, we are passionate about discovering talent and giving them a platform, a showcase for effectively our viewers to see them, and this is what it's all about. So right now, the final design that you can get hold of here, this is the cacti. You've got all these beautiful colours coming through, and that really is a wonderfully balanced design. So it kind of draws you through. You've got this main image and then everything else sort of built around it. It's the depth, the colours, the cacti flowers in there as well, the cactus flowers, all of that in one design. $27.49 your price. I do want to point out two things, and this is important. In all the designs, we've shown them displayed in the hoop. You do not get the display hoop, but you can get the display hoop at the bottom of your screen if you want to get those display hoops. Also, everything will be dispatched on the 27th of October. That's only because it's coming from the Ukraine, so the minute we have it, we'll send it straight out to you. Both display hoops, the 8 and 6 inch there, you can get hold of. 617467, your item number. We're just going to say goodbye to Natalia. Natalia, thank you so much. Have you enjoyed it?
Yes, it was really fun. I didn't participate in something like that before, so it was a nice experience for me.
Good.
I want to say for everyone who is a beginner or never tried embroidery, I recommend you definitely try. If you ever cross-stitch it, so you already know how to keep the needle and thread in your hand. And with my instructions, you will do it, because it's actually easy. You just saw it.
It's that simple. Natalia, I think your designs are incredible. Promise us one thing. Are you going to come back? Are you going to give us another show?
Yes, okay, of course.
All right, because we want to see your designs as well. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it as well. And I'm sure you're going to have a few more followers after this hour. Thank you so much, Natalia.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Pleasure. That was the wonderful Natalia, and I always get excited. I always love introducing everybody to new talent, and that's what we love to do here. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Just jump onto the website very quickly, because we have got our 7-day savers. Now, there are only 14 hours left with regard to the 7-day savers. You've got lots to choose from. There is designs. If we can go back to that All and Create, that's from Tracy. Look at the saving. So should be £17.99. You're saving £8 there. Great saving, and you're getting that beautiful stamp set by Tracy. You've got your red liner tape. We've got MDF. Oh, we got fairy lights in there as well. You're also getting your quickie glue pens with those red liners as well. Good saving. Core essentials. There's something for everyone, whether you're a soft crafter. Oh, now that's our light. So we're going to take a look at this in just a moment, actually. So with the light, good saving as well, £21.99. Just going to show you this light. So as a crafter, this is brilliant. Do you have a magnifying glass at home, and does it go walkies? And we all do this, and you're like, where's the magnifying glass? Here, you've actually got your light, and it's got the magnifying glass with it. There is the gooseneck, which can be opposed, so it means you can just put it in position. So something where you have to be a little bit more precise, say cross-stitch, embroidery work, detailed work, model making as well. It's just a great addition to the home, and I think £21.99 is a good price for a great light. If you do want to pop it in your basket, 005459. You've still got time to get hold of the kits. They've proved very popular this hour. So Queen Bee is still in the lead. I'm not surprised, because that is stunning. But then the negative heart, the wonderful lavender and white daisy, and then you've got the cacti. They're all great options. Thank you so much for your company. I really hope you enjoyed it. So the two Haleys are up next. We're crafting yourself silly with the Fabazine. It's issue 4. Do not miss it. After that, we got the wonderful Pearly Winks, and then another look at our one-day special.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes, and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. It's 6 o'clock. It's time for a brand new one day special. We've got a corker for you, and it's kind of the next in a series. Can you believe that we are up to issue number 4 of the fabulous Craft Yourself Silly Fabazine? It doesn't seem that long since we had the last one, but it's actually 2 months ago. Hayley, it's gone so quick.
It's gone so quick, and you did the very first one of these as well, and they've just, it's all gone so quick.
It has indeed. Now the good news is we've obviously got the 4th in the series, so if you've been collecting them, then this is the one that you need to complete your collection. But even better news is we've got a couple of little bonus ones for you as well, because we've got a couple of Christmas editions of Fabazine that you can have a little look at in a little while. But let's chat about this one first. So what have we got here then, Hayley?
So for this one, we have kind of really stepped it up a level in terms of skill. So this is why we've brought the Christmas one and 4 together, because there are some projects in here which take a good kind of skill level and a good bit of effort in here. So we've kind of stepped it up because we've mixed it between kind of some easy projects. You can see there the eye mask and the bowl holders. They're kind of fairly straightforward ones. But
and they're
then,
on the panel that's included?
Yes, absolutely everything you need for this comes on the panel. So you've got all of your fabric, you've got all of your flossers. If it needs bias binding, you've got it. If it needs an additional piece of fabric, in this case for that one, the stained glass applique, that needs an additional piece of fabric, that's in there. If you need felt, it's in there. Your higgledy-piggledy template's in there. I love that one.
Well, yeah, and acrylic templates included within that price that you've got on your screen there as well. That's created the fabulous quilt that you can see, the quilt top that we've got behind us, that gorgeous rainbow effect. Isn't that lovely? All those different fabrics coming together.
It's a really nice contemporary. We're going to go through that one tomorrow, but it's a really simple one to do, and it produces kind of quite striking effects. That, and you can also kind of that one's been done by a tractor. I must thank our design team for this because they have properly pulled it out of the bag on this one. So she's gone all the same direction with them, but if you start to move them around and put them, rotate them and turn them upside down and flip them, then you can create completely different designs on this. So it's a really nice, versatile one.
Wonderful. So you're going to be able to create that with that template. What else have we got in here? Well, have a look at this. I've got this to share with you as well. This fabulous little roll here.
So it's like a pen roll, makeup roll, it's whatever you want it to be, but it has a set of pockets at the back and then the elastic on the front. So you've got it there. Ta-da! I haven't filled it.
There you go.
So this one you're using bias binding, that's included. You're using elastic, that's included, and it's using one of those beautiful marbled prints that we had on a show a couple of weeks ago now, I think.
That's fabulous. All included within there. It's on that panel. Doesn't stop there though. How many projects have we got in here, Hayley?
There's 12 projects in total, but I will say the bowls actually make 2 bowls, and if you're a bit sneaky with it, you can probably get 4 out.
Okay.
And also the what's the other one where there's lots? There's 6. There's 6 little mice as well. So there's some pattern weight mice, and there's 6 of those. So there's 12 kind of projects, but some of those projects have multiples to them. Yeah.
I love it again there, that winter woodland bubble quilt, as you can see there. It's a gorgeous panel featuring within here. There is lots and lots and lots, loads of projects to get your teeth stuck into. Perfect time of year as well, because of course those clocks are about to change, the nights are drawing in, and you've got loads and loads of different projects, including your fabulous little fabric mice that are going to be perfect for you to actually use as your weights. They've got a little bit of weighting there, so rather than using your pins to actually lay out your fabric.
Couscous. No, was it couscous? Quinoa's in that one.
Oh, quinoa. Okay,
you know these things that you get, and then you think, oh, that's a really good idea. It'll be really healthy. I'll have some quinoa, and then it sits in the cupboard for ages. It's just a really nice small grain, so it fills those really nicely.
I love it. Loads of other projects as well. This nice one.
Yes, that's a little foldable needle holder. So super cute with that one. Folds up into a little heart shape.
Oh,
when you get it the right way around. Fold the sides in.
I thought I tried doing that and it seemed to spring back out.
Right, so
again.
top and bottom has a tie on it.
Right.
And then you fold the sides will kind of fold in.
There you go.
There you go.
All the way around. There you go.
Just like that.
There you go. You've got the ties to bring it all together there as well. The fabric bowls, and this is the one where you were talking about perhaps introducing your own fabric with these?
Yes. So if you put maybe a plain fabric on the inside or the back, you can make these go even further. And you get some applique leaves included in that as well. So you can see Claire's added some onto the edge of hers. There's a little kind of moisturiser, sanitizer, whatever you want to put in it, little holder that matches with the bag. I've got one of the bags that we're going to use for demo here tomorrow, because Patty's done a beautiful example where she's actually coloured all the fabric in, but I have the plain version here as well.
It's now vector.
So she's coloured all hers in, but I've got the plain one here as well. So what you're getting with this is you're getting a nice size bag. It fits an A5 really nicely. You've got an extra pocket on the inside of the lining there, and then you've also got that zip pocket on the lid as well. So you've got I've just zipped it up.
There you go.
There you go.
Both ways.
Yeah, it does. It works both ways, the zip. So you've got a little pocket in there as well. So again, we've stepped it up a gear in terms of projects, because this one, and I'm saying the elephant's complicated. It's not really, because we've done it kind of by numbers.
Okay.
So on the panel, I don't know if you can see on your panel there, but no, you can't see the elephant bit on there, folded underneath. Yeah. But what you've got is you've got loads of little pieces on there, and they all have letters or numbers on them, so you can match everything up. I've got another panel over here, so this will probably help illustrate that.
Lovely, there you go. So there.
Everything is marked on there for you with your numbers and your letters.
Hayley's got the panel.
You can see there, everything's marked on, so you can just go for it. It's just sewing by numbers. You're just matching your letters and your numbers up, and away you go.
Wonderful, there you go, nice and easy. And of course, whether it's a simple eye mask that you're creating, which I love, with your little kind of your sleepy little sheet there for when you're counting your sheep and you're trying to get off to sleep there, you can see that you've got obviously your eye mask that you're creating. There's even a little bit of hand embroidery as well, so if you do want to do something and you're a hand stitcher, then you have got that project in there. But the beauty is it all comes together with your one-day special with that £10 saving. Lots of you taking advantage of this. I imagine there's lots of you that are waiting to add to issues 1, 2 and 3 that you have already, and 20% of the stock has gone, sorry, 10% of the stock has gone of those. Now, Do jump onto the website if you want any of the previous issues, but it might be worth holding fire just for a few moments because, as I mentioned, we've got a couple of Christmas fanzines to share with you, and we have got a price where you can get hold of your one-day special alongside one of the two options that we've got and go for them that way. So before you check out your baskets, let me introduce you to those. So 2 options with regards to your Craft Yourself Silly Christmas fanzine. So what we've got with these is, if you have a look at these, you've got 2 options. You'll be able to see you've got your contemporary and you've got your traditional with regards to these ones. So you can see here you've got all sorts. As we go along, you'll see there's loads and loads of Christmas projects. These are all featuring again within those 2 panels.
So within the Christmas fanzine, what you actually have is you have 5 separate projects. So you've got your wine glass slippers. Oh, it might be 6. You've got your crackers, you've got your wine glass slippers, you've got your cutlery holders, you've got your place name settings, it's 6. You've got your advent calendar and your bunting. So you've got 6 individual projects, but you're getting a set of 6 of the wine glass slippers, the cutlery holders, the crackers, and the... What's the other one I said? I've forgotten already. Place settings, that's it. Yeah. So you've got enough to do a full table of 6, because let's be fair, that's all will probably be allowed at that point. So we've done a lovely set of 6. So in total, there are 26 individual projects to sew in here.
Wow.
So there is an awful lot.
There is indeed. Now, the price is on your screen. Now, again, this is if you are going for the Christmas panels. 2 options. This is just the Christmas by itself. We're not talking about the combined price of your one-day special alongside these yet, but we will do in a few moments. And there you go. You can see your Christmas crackers that you can be able to create. You've got your mylar that's cut to the right size with regards to those. You've even got your little snaps in there. So you don't have to shout bang when you open them up.
They properly pull apart and they bang as well. I can't pull one with you, lovely.
You can't, no.
But you'll have to kind of grab either end and give it a yank in a minute.
Virtually did. There you go, you got your lovely little advent calendar, reusable advent calendar as well, lots of little pockets in there, so that's going to be a useful one to bring out every single year. A little bit of Christmas bunting there with some fabulous little elements already pre-printed on there, and there you go, you can see your wine glass slipper there, which is going to sit on the bottom of your wine glass, and then of course you have got your table setting elements there ready for you to make your place cards, all pre-cut out of MDF and all included within your bundle. So this is your first of your options. So this one is your modern. So as I say there, you can see your bunting there, you can see all those gorgeous fabrics, lots of coordination. So of course, bearing in mind these are going to be adorning your home pretty much all together, aren't they? Your advent calendar, your bunting, they're potentially going to be all in the same room. So it's nice to see that they are all coordinating and working together. So that one is your modern, if you're wanting that one. But maybe you like a little bit of a traditional print. Well, that's what we've got with the next one. Lots of gorgeous poinsettias featuring within this one. And again, similar sort of idea. And you'll be able to see over here, if I just bring in a couple of those elements. The Christmas crackers, as you can see there, using that traditional look with that poinsettia featuring within there. Again, your little wine glass slippers, again, using that fabulous fabric right the way through. And again, your advent calendar and all the other little elements that you've got, all using that same print. So again, a beautifully coordinated table setting, I think, for everybody.
Within that option, you've actually got 6 of the lighter print, which has got the, like a white background, and then you've got 6 in the darker print with the black background. So if you wanted to, you know, maybe alternate them around a table and things, you absolutely could.
Love it. Again, they are similar projects. So the booklet itself will look the same because, of course, the projects are the same. It's just different styles of fabrics. So you're still going to have your mylar, you're still going to have your snaps in there, you're still going to have your MDF place cards. For your table settings, so everything is in there, but of course you're choosing this time your traditional. Same item number as you can see on your screen, but as I mentioned, you've got the ability to get hold of one of your Christmas options alongside your one-day special, and this is how you do it. Details popping up on your screen there, so you can see if you want to go for them both together, combined price is £74.98. You're saving £5, but that's £5 on top of the saving that you'll be getting with the Christmas ones, and also obviously your one-day special. So it actually means you are saving £20 in total. So you've got one item number on your screen there that you can be able to go for, and of course you've got your choices because it depends on which of those 2 options you're going to go for, but you will get your one-day special, and of course you've got the ability to spread the cost as well, so that is the key thing. week as well. You'll find these on the website along with loads of other goodies, including things like these. So check these out as well. These are brilliant. Now these have proved to be very, very popular. So if you're wanting some gorgeous pens, metallic pens, then this is a set of 5 gold and 5 silver. Now happy hour, so you only have this hour to take advantage of it. So make sure you get hold of those. People are snapping those up, so do not miss out on those. Once they've gone, they have gone. It's a half price deal there. $14.99, 907266 if you are wanting those. But already 40% of the stock has gone of our next happy hour deal. You always know that whenever Hayley's here, she brings a happy hour deal with her, and this one is a corker. £10 you're going to be getting, or $9.99 should I say, you're going to be getting 10 of your glitter and 10 of your neon, and these are fabric paint pens, so these are brilliant value for money. Use them on your fabrics, heat set them in place, a really nice idea, and 40% of the stock has gone, so 015478 if you are wanting those. We're busy, it's good to have your company, and I'd love to hear from you. If you have already invested in previous Fabazines, let us know how you've got on with them, and if this is the first time that you're going for them, are you going to add any additional ones in? Get in touch, studio@hochanda.com. But of course Hayley is here with lots of demonstrations, so we're going to go straight over because she's got a lot to get through.
I know, I've got an awful lot to get through. We're going to start with crackers because this is the one I've had the most questions about, because everybody's fascinated that we can have a cracker that pulls with a snap that is fabric and reusable. And after a lot of research and washing lots of random things in my washing machine, we went for the construction for them actually contains this mylar. Mylar is the same kind of material that you would get in stencils. So it's completely washable. So if you spill gravy on your crackers, you can just put them in the washing machine. Brilliant. I know. Genius. So you have got completely reusable crackers. So we're going to start by doing those. So I'm just going to shuffle this out of the way for 1 minute till we can get the ironing board in, because each of your, I've just put it on top of my bits. Hang on. Oh, each of your crackers will have 2 sides to them. So I've got one from the, I'm going to start off with one of the modern ones, but I'm actually going to finish it off on one of the traditional ones because I think it's going to be, so you can see both. So you've got one part with a design. This is the modern ones. The traditional ones will both pieces will look the same because there's no design on the front. But you can take these further. You can embellish them with ribbons and other bits and pieces if you wish. So that's our outer piece, and then the plain one, that will be our inner piece. So we'll start on that one for now. And first of all, we are going to take it to the ironing board and just press a 1/4 inch seam allowance in top and bottom. Now you're not going to use this for a good long while, but you will be grateful that you did it when you come to that step. So we're just going to do those first.
Wonderful. Just while Hayley's doing that, a little bit of news on some of those happy hour deals. One of them has sold out. Not surprisingly so, it's those fabulous zebra pens. So sadly we've had to say goodbye to them for this hour. We do still have the metallics though, but half of the stock of those have gone as well. It's only 15 minutes into the hour, so Christmas bits. I would definitely go for those with the Christmas bits. There's no mention of fabric on those, but we can use them on fabric.
Yeah, you can. You just need to heat set them first, and then you can use them on your fabrics.
So yeah, 907266 if you fancy getting hold of those.
Okay.
But be quick.
We have one more thing to do with this before we go ahead and start to stitch it, and that is just to fold it completely in half and press it along that edge as well. And again, not useful right now, but you will be happy you did it a little bit later on. So from there, we're going to open it back out, and we're going to fold it in half the other way. So we're going to fold it in half lengthways. And I'm just going to grab a couple of pins and pop them in. So when you pin these, that bit that you've pressed, top and bottom, you just want to open that out, because if you sew them with the bits underneath, you'll always see that little bit of a seam. So if we just open those out, let me just move that along for you. Open those out, and then when I'm pinning it, I'm just making sure I've pinned those seams open, because I'm going to sew straight across the top. Let me just pop another couple in there. So I'm going to take this to the sewing machine and go all the way along that edge. So I'll just need a second to grab that.
Wonderful. 10% of the stock has gone for both of the options with regards to your one-day special and your Christmas bundle. Because, of course, you've got your one-day special that we've been chatting about, but the details on your screen are covering that, but also including one of the Christmas options that we've got. So this is what you're getting with your one-day special. If you want to go for it by itself, you can do, but most of you are going for this alongside a Christmas bundle. So on your screen there, you can see that is the price for you to choose your one-day special with a £5 saving on top of the saving that you will be getting with your one-day special, and on top of the saving that you'll be getting if you're going for the Christmas Fabazine by itself. But then you've got modern and traditional, so that is in your bag. You're going to get that whichever of those two options you go for. This is where your choice comes into play. So are you going to work with the modern, which is the one that Hayley's just been working with a few moments ago, those lovely kind of duck egg greens or blues in there as well. You've got those gorgeous berry tones in there, and nice kind of contemporary colours with regards to this one. The projects themselves are going to be the same whichever of the two you go for. So you're going to have your crackers, you're going to have your wine glass slippers, you're going to have your place settings. All those elements will be exactly the same. It's just the case of the fabric choice is yours. So here you go, this one is your modern. And you're going to have 18 projects in total if you're going across from this one and your one-day special, because you've got 6 projects in this one, 12 projects within your one-day special. So this one is your modern option. To the side of me is your second option. Now this is your traditional. So if you like your poinsettias, your traditional reds and greens, then maybe this is the option for you. Again, check out the fabric, because it is the fabric which is making the decision with regards to these. The projects are exactly the same. You'll be able to make your crackers just as Hayley's doing with the modern. But of course the fabric is going to be the traditional that you're using in there. And again, you're going to have 18 projects, 6 of them from your Christmas Fabazine that we're looking at here, and then of course a further 12 coming from your one-day special.
Different projects. You're getting repeats of 6 of 4 of those projects. So in your Christmas one, you'll actually get 26 individual makes. And then in your Fabazine, there are an extra 6 mice and an extra 2 bowls. So again, you know, we're saying it's that many, but it is actually even more. Even more.
So as I say, the details are there on your screen. So whichever of those 2 options you go for, please do. 2 flexi buys, which makes it nice and easy for you to take advantage. £37.49. But 10% of each of the 2 options have gone. So whichever you're going for, you know that we're busy for both of those.
Okay, so I just started off while you were doing a little update there, and I've done a forward and reverse on that top edge, and then I'm just coming to the bottom here, and I'm going to do the same again. Now on the inside piece, I would recommend using a 3/8 seam allowance rather than a quarter, because the way that the cracker works is one bit slides inside the other, and just having that slightly larger seam allowance really will help you with that. So I'm going to again move this out of the way so we can see what we're doing. So that's ready. Now we need to add the mylar pieces. So you are getting 4 mylar pieces per cracker. So you're going to get kind of an end and a middle for each of them. So with these, just a normal sellotape is your best bet, something that is repositionable. So we've got a masking tape that will do exactly the same job, and plus it's blue and you can see what I'm doing. So with the these pieces, the bits for the handles, they want to be exactly the same size. So you're going to overlap probably, I would say, about 3/4 centimetre-ish there. You're just going to take your tape, pop that over the top and wrap it around those edges. All you need to make sure of is that you've got a nice straight edge on the top there. So I need the other one the same. Should have done the tape first, shouldn't I? Did this on, you know, when I did the little video. Same mistake. Didn't cut the tape first. But never mind, never mind. So with these ones, need to be the same size.
Now, will the tape stay inside the project?
Yes, it will. So I would recommend, if you are going to think about spilling gravy on your crackers, then pick something that's going to be washable. I wouldn't glue them because I have, well, in my testing, glue did not perform as well as sellotape.
Okay.
But kind of once it's in, that's going to hold it anyway. It's not, that tape is not the most essential bit. So these need to be exactly the same size. So can I make a stack? Yes, I can. Boom. Now you need one more that's exactly that same diameter. So this is going to be the outer piece of our cracker. And one of the things that I find really handy with this is if you stick the tape to the mylar first, then flip it around. Now it's easier to do this with tape that you can see through rather than a masking tape. And you can get it lined up. That is close enough. So there's another one. And then the last piece needs to be slightly smaller. So again, I'll put my tape ready. Come all the way around, and I'm going to overlap it by about a centimetre this time, just that little bit more. Just line that up. And it should just about, oh, I might need to adjust. See how it's not quite sliding inside there? I think that shifted while I was doing it, so I'm going to re-stick that. And this is why
you could
I
use
recommend
something like a bottle or something like that as a guide.
Yes, you could use something as a guide if you wanted, but after you've made 6, you kind of get an eye for it. I've made more than 6. Okay, so I've just made that a little bit bigger, and that's why I recommend a tape to do this with, because with your tape, unless you tie it in a knot like that, oh, that's coming off. Have a new bit. It's adjustable, so if you've used a tape you'll be able to adjust it. So let me just readjust that and re-stick it. There we go. That's what you want. You want it just to fit inside. You don't want it to be kind of too slidey, too big a gap, just to fit inside. So because this is the inside piece, we need that smaller one, and we need one of the outer ones. So those we'll put to one side, we'll use those in a second. So we're going to take this and we're going to flip it right side out, but not all of the way, just half of the way. So, and that's where that second line, where we pressed it in half, that's where that comes in, because that's going to be your guide to get it pulled straight. So we're going to straighten that out as it is. Don't need to press it at this point. Don't need to press it at all, actually, because what you'll find is when you put the mylar in, it stretches the fabric out for you. So we're going to line it up there, and we're also going to line those seams up at the bottom, because that's going to help us when we get down to that end as well. So all lined up. Now we're going to put our bits of mylar in. So the best way to do this is to take the inner piece. I'll just move that one out of the way for a second. Take the inner piece, just thread it through there, and then squash it. It's really flexible. You're not going to snap this. So you squash it, you slide it in, let it pop out to its proper shape. There you go. And then just like a piping bag, squeeze and push.
Okay.
All the way up to the top. And it's really, you know, it's really flexible, it's really forgiving, so you don't have to worry. Oh, I've gone a bit wonky. Let me just straighten that out. I was a bit vigorous with my squeezing and pushing. There we go. And then that will pop out to its proper shape. There you go.
Cool.
You can get it right the way to the top. So then again, just check your seams are still lined up at the bottom, because that's the point that you want to adjust them if you need to do any adjusting there. And then you're going to do the same thing with the second piece. So you're going to get centre piece, pop it over there first, then squish it. And remember, you're getting 24 snaps in these kits. You're not just getting the 6, so you can reuse these 4 times before you even have to go and look for more snaps. So when I've put this one in, I've slid it a little bit further up than I need. I want it far enough that I can still get my hand around there to squeeze it back down later, but for the minute I want it out of the way of where my sewing machine is going to be, because this is the last step, is to sew both of these bits down. So I'm going to turn that and push that seam down one side, and then I'm going to turn that one and push that seam down the other side. And that line that we pressed in the beginning, that's again really going to help you out now, because you've got those seams already pressed in place. And with these, you want to, something that mathematicians would call locally straight, because obviously it looks like I've got a lot more fabric on the inside than I have on the outside of this. So what you're going to need to do is just fold it and pull it so it goes nice and straight, and then whack your pins in. And then keep doing that all the way around. I tend to go from the seam first, go out one side, and then do the same the other side. Now that seam allowance that you pressed earlier on, that is going to be your saviour at this point. So you didn't need it right away, but it comes in really, really handy now, because you've got that guide for you.
Just to let you know as well, folks, obviously you're going to be able to create your Christmas crackers, whichever of the two options you go for. But if you're wanting additional cracker elements, so including the snaps and of course the mylar that Hayley's been working with, we have got a nice set where you can get some additionals as well. Because a nice way for you to actually wrap your gifts as well, if you've got little presents that you're wanting to pop in these. So if you do want to go for, as you can see there, all the mylar that you need and those snaps, £9.99. You've got your instructions with this one as well. And it just shows you the value of that bundle we've been talking about, because you'd normally be paying £9.99 for that one. So 663052 if you're wanting to get hold of that. The metallic pens, incidentally, as well, we knew there'd come a point when they had sold out, and it is here now. So sadly, our happy hours, both of them have sold out. Don't forget, Hayley's going to be back at 8 o'clock this evening, no doubt with more happy hours for you to take advantage of. So make sure you tune in nice and early to take advantage of those. But the bundle that we're chatting about is this bundle here, and this is proving to be very, very popular. Reason being is it includes your one-day special that we've been chatting about, but also includes one of the two options of our Christmas Fabazine as well. Your Christmas Fabazine has got 6 different projects in there, but of course you've got multiples of them. As we've been hearing, with things like the crackers, you're going to be making more of those, so you're going to be able to make 6 of those in total. And in fact, all of those different elements we're talking about, especially the place settings, you've got enough for 6 people. And you've got your cracker, you've got your slipper, your glass slipper, you've got your name place elements there as well. I think you've got a little cutlery piece as well, a little cutlery wallet to pop those in as well. So these are all multiplied by 6, so you've got a lot of projects in there for that bundle. And of course the £5 saving is £5 in addition to the savings that you'd be getting on these if you were going for them separately. So 242610, modern and traditional, neck and neck with regards to popularity on those. Quarter stock on each.
I have another thing to mention. We had some gaps when we'd finished that sheet of the Christmas one.
Oh, the panels,
so
yeah.
You actually get 18 bits of fabric for your place settings. So if you want to back them and use them as tags for gifts, then obviously 6 you need for your place settings, but the other 12 you can either, you know, replace the place settings. I would actually use a heat erasable pen.
Okay.
Because the way that you attach the fabric to the MDF is just by ironing it on, because you've got some fusible webbing included there. Okay. So I would use a heat erasable pen when you put people's names on, and then you can just iron it off, put somebody else on next year.
That's it. Just in case you don't want them to come back for a second time.
Just in case you don't want them to come back.
There you go. I've got a feeling that people want to take these home with them when they've actually been for dinner. So don't forget, you've got all the elements that are going to make a perfect table setting, because of course you've got your little wine slipper as well, which is going to sit. That's always a nice way of identifying whose glass it is as well, because obviously when you put them down, I mean, glass charms and things like that are always useful, especially in the times that we're at the moment, because you don't want to get those glasses mixed up, do you? So there you go, you've got your, obviously, your little slipper.
And you
there.
can they've been done to quite a large wine glass base, because I found
Like
lots of wine glasses. Found
I was going to say, you like a large wine glass.
Found the biggest one I could, and then sized it to that. And then if you have a look, there's a little more like a champagne flute one there as well. And you can see you can make them. You can adjust the sizes. You can make them smaller. Just kind of base them on the size of your glass, and then I would add a ½ inch. At least a ½ inch round it, because you want your £1/4 inch seam allowance, but you also want a bit of wiggle room, because if they're too tight, you'll not get them on.
And you have got the felt included as well, because of course you don't want them slipping.
Non-slip.
There you go. There you go.
Thought of everything, Hayley. Thought of everything. So the last step on the cracker is to actually sew this together. So to do that, I've taken the sleeve arm off. I just find it a little bit easier because you've got a little bit more wiggle room. The other top tip is push your pins all of the way in. Can you see I've got those pushed all the way down? And that's because you're working in a round and you've got quite a small area. If I just push that out the way, you've got quite a small area to work on there. You don't want those pins kind of coming in and bashing against the needle or the foot or any of the moving parts. So I'm just going to get that into position now, and then pop that foot down.
Would it be advantageous to use something like a zipper foot or something like that?
You could. I mean, I've sewn all of these with just a normal foot, so it is possible, because, you know, sometimes people haven't always got all these kind of nice fancy bits and bobs, so I like it to be able to be done with a regular machine. So I've got that lined up under there, and I've got that first one out. And the same thing we did when we pulled I'm going to try and turn this round and sew from the side, so you can sew back to front, so you can see what I'm doing. This is going to be interesting. This could go horribly wrong. So what I'm trying to do is pull that, the same way as I did when I pinned it, pull it straight as I sew. And this,
good luck with that.
Oh dear, right. I can't sew back to front.
Don't worry, we get the idea, don't worry, we can see exactly what you're doing.
Well, it's because usually we've got one over our shoulder, which can kind of see what we're seeing, so it's a little bit more difficult. But all I'm doing is I'm pulling it straight as I go. Now, I would normally actually have started a little bit far over. I'm just going to unpick those stitches because I've started that little bit far over. Can you see? And by starting that far over, I'm probably not going to catch... I was looking for my bit on the front to get my seam ripper out. Because I've started that little bit far over, I'm not going to catch those edges of my seam allowance that I've folded over in there. So I'm just going to unpick that.
Shall I show you those projects in that book just while Hayley's unpicking there? So don't forget, when you do go for your Christmas set, whether you're going with it as part of the bundle or if you're just choosing the Christmas bundle by itself, then you will get your Fabazine Christmas edition obviously coming alongside it. This is all your instructions that you need. So you've got obviously your index there showing you the 6 different themes that you've got, but you've got multiple elements within each one of those. So don't think of it just being 6 projects. You've got repeats of those. So the place settings, you've got enough there for at least 6 people, and that's working on the basis of the MDF that you've got there, but way more fabric than you're going to need. And of course, all the fabric that you need is a pre-printed panel. So even the crackers that we've been chatting about, don't forget, if you want to get more of those cracker inserts, so if you're thinking of maybe making some additional ones using your own fabrics, then you have got the details popping up at the bottom of your screen, just $9.99. You're going to be able to get more of the mylar, more of those snaps, yeah, create even more of those. Your advent calendar, again, that is on the same theme, whether you're going for your modern or whether you're going for your traditional, as is your bunting. So everything is going to look incredibly coordinated. You're going to have a very stylish home this Christmas. Your wine glass slippers as well, you've got those, and as Hayley explained to us, you can kind of adjust those to the size that you need. And of course, you've got your place cards. Don't forget as well, check out the YouTube channel as well, because you've got Hayley showing you step by step how to create those as well. And then of course, don't forget, if you're going for your one-day special as well, you will have your additional magazine, your Fabazine, with all the elements, which we'll chat about. I'll show you those again in a few moments. But again, in your Fabazine, you've got 12 projects. Again, talk of them as 12 projects, but you have got multiple elements where you can be creating things like your 6 of your little weighted mice, 2 of your bowls, add in more fabric. You could be even making those into 4. So you've got a lot of projects in here. And again, a little bit of hand stitching if you want to do some embroidery. You've got a project in there as well. So absolutely loads and loads within there, as you can see, going right the way through, including your acrylic template there. So there's lots there. We'll show you them as the hour progresses, but this is if you're going for the 2 together, which means you'll go for either your modern or your traditional with your Christmas, and you'll automatically get your one-day special. Been popular always round, to be honest, whether you're going for the one-day special, whether you're going for the Christmas or you're going for them both together. But if you are going for them together, the details are on your screen. Now, I did ask at the top of the hour, if you've gone for one of the previous Fabazines, let me see your makes. And true to form, you've agreed. So here we go.
Is like
look at this one.
That's almost everything from Fabazine number 3.
And this one, as you can see there, Fabazine 3, the details are on the screen there. You could well have missed out on some of these. We're on to the 4th edition already. Time has flown so quickly. Yeah, and loads of fun. So who sent this one in, sorry?
Was it
Louise?
That's fantastic, Louise. You've done so well to get through so many of them.
I love it. And Louise was saying there's brilliant value for money because there's so many different projects in there that you can work with.
And we always try and put different techniques in a Fabazine as well, because I think it's what, for us, allows everybody to experiment. And then you can try a technique, maybe it's not for you, but you've completed that project, it's maybe not something you're going to do again. But there will be other techniques in there that you'll find and you'll love and you'll want to use them all of the time.
Lovely.
So it's good fun. So I have, I'm just about there. I'm going to try back to front again. We're going to give it a go because it's quite kind of important to see this. If I put my hand there, is that okay? Yes, right. So what I've done is I've set it up, and because I'm top stitching this and I want it to be just a very narrow top stitch, my needle's in the centre, but I'm just using the kind of toe on that foot to line up the edge of the fabric. And I'm not going to sew it all back to front, but I'm going to give it a little bit of a go and just hope. Hope and hope and hope. Ah, there we go. That's better, because all you're looking for is a little top stitch around that edge. I know you've got some crackers over there, which I'll finish this one off and then I'll show you it finished, and then you can see. Now careful, because some of those have got glass bottles in, because there's alcohol in some of them.
Fair enough.
We thought we might need it by the end of tomorrow.
Won't want to drop those then, will I? So here, this is the bit that Hayley's working on at the moment, and what you'll be able to see from this is you've got two parts of your cracker, and obviously they're going to open up in the centre, as Hayley will explain to us in a little while. But that's the top stitching that Hayley's doing at the moment, so very, very close to the edge. You're just going to follow that round, keep it parallel to the edge of your fabric, all the way over there, as you can see, until you have completed that. And of course the folded ends that Hayley was showing us a few moments ago are on the outside parameters there. But you've got a really good sizable kind of cavity within your crackers, for the want of a better phrase, which means it's perfect if you're wanting to have table gifts in there, or maybe even use them for gift wrapping, because of course you can use them over and over again. And that is if you were going for your Christmas Fabazine, which many of you have been going for alongside the one-day special. Now the one-day special again is a bumper kit. You've got 12 different projects, but as I say, multiples within there. So things like, where's your little fabric mouse, your little weighted fabric mouse? These are perfect when you actually come to cut out your fabrics. So rather than using things like your pins, which can kind of tear your pattern or sometimes move around, you're going to be able to create a fabulous little set of these little mice. Now these mice, you've got enough fabric on your panel to create 6 of those, but that is classed as one project within there, so you can understand just how quickly you've got all those different projects mounting up. Again, it's something that you're going to be able to get within this Fabazine as kind of one of the cover gifts, shall we say, with these, is your template. Now your template is made up of 3 parts. You can see 1, 2 and 3. And when you actually use these to cut out your fabrics, this is something that you're going to be able to create, which you can see behind me, this fabulous, bright, colourful quilt top that has been created. Straight lines, so even the most novice of quilters you'll be able to create with this one. Make some really, really nice designs with regard to that one, very effective. Again, the panel is printed with lots of fabric. We've not even touched on this project down at the front here with your bias tape. I mean, have a look at this. This has been created.
Well,
you've got the fabulous panel down here where you can see just about under where you've got all your little kind of ingredients there. You've got your panel there, and then you're incorporating additional pieces, as you can see there, and you're using that bias tape there, which you're going to be able to create yourself using your Fabazine. I mean, you've got some bias tape in here, but there's loads of different projects you'll be using, but you create your own bias tape. And create this. It's almost like a stained glass window, this one.
You do, and with that you actually get a bias tape maker, so this actually pins into your ironing board, and there's a little notch in there so you can actually get your iron into it. So you feed your, this is a 1/4 inch one, which is the one you get included with the Fabazine for that particular project. So it teaches you how to make a huge amount of bias binding out of a fat quarter, and then you can apply it to the project. So you feed it in from the top, in and out of there, you slide it under there, which is where you can pop your iron in to be able to press it flat, and then out the bottom there, and you've got pinholes in all 4 corners, so you can actually attach it to your ironing board rather than fighting with it sliding around as well.
Fabulous.
So that is included in the bundle. So the cracker is finished, or just about half the cracker is finished. So all I'm going to do now is just hold on to that, slide it back up to the top, and then just kind of just move it into place. And then you've got you do the other half exactly the same. Now just pick one that hasn't got alcohol in.
How am I going to know if we've got? It's like I'm a sniffer
really,
dog, and I can tell it's in there.
They're really heavy, or they'll slosh.
That's quite a heavy one.
But it's just to say, you know, you can put anything in these. You know, if you've got a family that are particularly.
I think this one feels a lighter
one. You need
one
to really when you hold the handles.
Ooh. Okay. I did it. I was a bit premature there.
Yes, you were a bit premature.
Hold on.
But if you really hold the handles tight, your snaps are right in there, so you can really squeeze them.
Am I allowed to snap
Don't worry about squeezing those handles, because the mylar is like, yeah, snap it.
Oh, last of my sweets. Oh, there you go. Look, it was quite there, but there you go. That's your snap. So I didn't. It was a bit lopsided.
Do the snap.
Woo! There you go.
And you can really hold those handles really tight, because the mylar will just bounce back. So we've kind of really looked hard at what materials we put in there to be able to get it properly reusable.
There you go. So there you go. And of course, this is one of the Christmas panels. This one has come from the modern. You have got your poinsettia crackers that are featuring within your traditional if you're going down that road. Details on your screen will get you your one-day special as well as your Christmas Fabazine, which is going to include those crackers that Hayley's just been showing us how to create.
them up as well, so you've got absolutely everything you need. So I'm trying to get at least a couple of projects from everything done in this, because there's a lot to get through.
Well, we've probably got about 15 minutes or so.
Okay, well we'll do a fairly quick one. I'll just pop that to the side for a second. So this is could do with a press, but this is the bubble quilting panel. So for this one, it's the winter woodland panel. So you will get a section with all of the little creatures on, and you also get a section of fusible webbing as well. So you can attach these guys, but the whole point of this one is that you actually bubble quilt some of the trees, not necessarily all of them, because obviously you want some to come to the foreground and you want some to come to the background. So by bubble quilting, what we mean is just raise up certain areas. The whole thing isn't necessarily quilted, so it's not padding in the whole of it, it's just padding in certain areas. So I don't know, you can probably see there just the texture of it, where this one here is higher, and then these two are a little bit higher, and then coming further along there's another one that's up as well. And what you can do with this is allow you to create a 3D project. So if I'm sliding, Marcus, you're going to have to come with me here. There we go. So you can see you can get things going behind trees, you can get things going in front of trees. So let me see, that one can go over there in front of the tree, because that tree hasn't been raised, so we can have that one in the foreground. We can put, you know, little bunnies in there, there's little birds, there's all sorts of little animals that you can add to that winter woodland scene. And then you can go ahead, I mean, if it's just going to be a panel, then they'll be fine just stuck on with the adhesive. If you want to use it as maybe a bag or a cushion or something like that, then I would advise a bit of free motion on there, just to kind of hold them in place. But you've got all those lovely silhouetted animals, and you've got the option to kind of drop things to the back or bring them to the foreground. You've got lots of fun to be had with this one. You can even have them going across the top of the bubble bits if you want to. So that one is quite straightforward. So I'm going to show you how I actually got the quilting into the trees. Because what you'll do is, I've done this in a brighter colour on the back so you can see where I've been. I've stitched up and down either side of not all of the trees, because I think it's important to have some that you can kind of make the background rather than the foreground. And then what I've done is just taken tiny bits of just toy filling, like that, and I start at the bottom and I'll get as far up as I can. Once I can't get any further up, then I'll put a little slit in the fabric, and then that will allow me to push it further up and further down. Now, if I'm going to make it into something like a bag or a cushion, then I do leave that top kind of ½ inch empty, just so I can get it sewn into something, and then I can always just move, you know, push a little bit of that back up so it goes right to the edge. And those little, I haven't got many little slits, especially the skinnier ones. It's easier to do a couple of little ones in there, and there's just one in those big ones. But really, really simple technique, and I would say go little bits at a time.
And do you have to pop your own toy stuffing in, or
You
is that in the bundle?
You do. The toy stuffing isn't included. We can't fit it in the box.
Okay, fair enough.
There's so much in the box. We can't physically fit the toy stuffing in the box. So I tend to use either a crochet hook, or I've got what is supposed to be a hair stick. Okay. You know, the ones where you can put your hair up with the sticks. Yeah. It's one of those that I use because it's quite long and thin, so that's a really good option for getting those in. But anything that hasn't got a sharp point on is absolutely perfect for this. And then you can just add all of that toy filling, put that back in the bottom where I got it from. Add all the toy filling into there, but just make sure you leave that little bit around the edge, so when you come to put it into because you can see there, this one's got a little bit too much in. And when I try and fold that over for a seam, I'm struggling to...
A bit chunky, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit chunky. So what I would recommend is leave that ½ inch, top and bottom. Now the bottom you should be able to easily leave the ½ inch, because we've given you a little bit of area to put your animals on. So you can be in the foreground, you can be a little rabbit, another little rabbit over there. So you can have a lot of fun with this, but creating quite a kind of a simple
And all
scene.
those elements are on the panel?
Yes, they are. I think you can even see them on the panel that's hanging over the counter as we speak.
Have you got another one of these panels?
I have. I've got one here.
So do you want to show us yours?
I can. I may have snipped into this one. No, I can't show you. I've snipped it out.
Not to worry. So
it's suspicious by its absence.
That's okay. So your one-day special, we are very busy for your one-day special. And of course, your one-day special, the details are now on your screen. Now, within your one-day special, you are getting Fabazine issue number 4, which is the latest in the series. They're released every couple of months. And of course, this is the next one. So you may well have 1, 2 and 3. You might just be getting started at 4. It doesn't matter which order you get involved with these at all. But what you will tend to find is that you've got projects in here that are kind of seasonal as well as just really fun projects to work with. So in this one, you've got loads. So you're going to be able to learn how to create a lovely little eye mask, and the fabric that you need for most of these projects is printed onto the panel already. You don't have to add anything else in unless you want to further extend it. So for instance, the little flower bowl holders that you've got here, you have got 2 fabrics that you would put kind of wrong sides together to create these particular pieces. But of course, if you incorporate, maybe you've got a solid mustard tone or a gorgeous berry tone, then you could actually extend that and make even more. You will notice you've got QR codes with these as well. So if you do have a phone that can connect to the internet and has a camera on it, and obviously just scan that, it will take you straight to the website where you'll be able to learn more about that project and be able to learn from Hayley on the YouTube channel. The stained glass applique, we're just learning about that bias tape maker. Things like your, well, we've got here your folded heart that we looked at earlier on, and your higgledy-piggledy template. We're going to see all of these demonstrated throughout the one-day special shows. We've got lots of shows to cover and lots of projects to keep us going. And that is your one-day special with all those fabulous goodies around. 2 flexi buys, £20 each. We'll get you your one-day special on its way to you. And you have got a £10 saving with this one. So definitely worth going for. I mean, the elephant as well. I mean, look at that. That's a good-sized project. Yeah.
He's a whopper, and that's a tractor that's done that one. I must just give everybody a shout. Patty's done the bag and the stained glass applique. Claire's done the woodland panel that you've got next to you, because you can take it further. We give you those basic steps. Now that woodland panel that you've got next to you, she's done a fantastic job on this, and she's added some sparkly threads to make it feel kind of more woodlandy and more Christmassy or more wintry. She's got some little stars on there, and she's put some kind of, like, you know how silver birch has those little kind of notches in, and she's added all those with the sparkly thread. So she's done an absolutely amazing job on these.
Perfect.
So I must thank all of our design team. I'm sorry if I've forgotten anybody, but I will remember tomorrow, I promise.
So there you go. If you're wanting your one-day special, the details are on your screen. A quarter of the stock has gone of those.
Have I got time to do one more demo? Because I'm aware I've got 18 projects to get through.
No problem.
That's a minimum of 3 an hour.
Should we go? Are we going straight into that?
Okay. So the one I'm going to do very, very quickly, because I know we've not got a huge amount of time, is the bowl. So on your panel, you'll see that your bowl comes in like a 5-pointed petal on the bowls there. So it's like this one here. So you can see there are 4 there, which means you can either make 2 double-sided ones, or you can make 4 if you add a bit of your own fabric in.
Okay.
So these construct really, really simply. So I've started on this one. You are taking each of those individual separate petals, you're folding them so that they line up, and then you're stitching down each side. So you can see the ones that I've done here, I've done 3 out of the 5 already on there, and you continue that all of the way around, so you've got all of those sewn together, and that's what creates that bowl shape. Once you've got 2 of them, well, actually I would do one with batting.
Okay.
Now it doesn't have to be a batting. It can be some kind of interfacing, something that's going to add a little bit of rigidity to it. Well, I've done these in just a soft or super soft batting. That's all I've put on there, because it just makes it it just gives it a little something to hold it up. So you make 2. You make one with the batting on and one without. So this obviously is the one without. You then put them face to face, inside out, and stitch all the way round. So you'd go all the way around that outer edge, stitching all the way and securing the 2 together, turn them right side out, and then this one is just top stitched around that outer edge. And then you've got 2 samples over there that Claire has done for us, and they've used some of the extra leaves that you get on the panels to create some little kind of bit more detail, some little kind of extra extra features, and she's added twigs, she's added acorns, she's gone properly autumnal on it.
I love it, and perfect for the season. I mean, obviously you're going to get these home, and you'll be able to kind of knuckle down. Those clocks are going to be changing next weekend, and those nights drawing in, so some lovely sewing projects for you to work with. And I suppose with some of these, you don't have to do them on a machine. You could hand stitch these.
No, you could absolutely hand stitch. I mean, to be honest, it would take a long time to do the quilt, but you could hand stitch any of them, really. There's no reason that you need a machine. Some of